There are days when the soul feels so distant from the life that is happening around it that everything seems to lose its weight, color, and meaning. The laughter of others seems like a distant echo. Responsibilities continue, but motivation disappears. And in the silence between one task and another, there is an emptiness that screams, a feeling that is difficult to explain, but impossible to ignore. A loneliness that is not just physical, it is existential. An absence so profound that even faith itself seems to have drifted away. But what if this loneliness is not a mistake? What if this emptiness that hurts so much is, in fact, a language, a spiritual calling? Because there are silences that are not punishments, they are portals. Moments when everything fails on the outside so that, finally, you turn to what sustains you inside. The invisible, the eternal, that which has never left you, but which can only be heard when the world is silent. Napoleon Hill lived this moment with all intensity. He, who had dedicated his life to studying the laws of success, found himself facing a total collapse. Financial, emotional, spiritual, and it was in this abyss that a phrase became the center of his reconstruction. Fear only exists where God has been forgotten. This phrase was not just a rational conclusion. It was a vibrational reunion, a truth that emerged not from theory, but from pain. We live in a time when we are always surrounded by stimuli, but inside, many remain spiritually orphaned, lost among tasks, goals, and achievements that do not fulfill. And when the results do not arrive, the mind creates a cruel illusion that the meaning has also been lost, as if external failure were a sign of divine abandonment. As if God had gone silent when, in fact, it is the soul that has stopped listening. There is a presence that does not depend on belief, a presence that cannot be explained with words, but is felt with the body, an intelligent presence, vibrational, capable of reordering everything within you without making a noise. It is what many call God, but which can be recognized as that which manifests itself in every true action. As Ralph Waldo Emerson said, not a distant being, but the unique spirit that lives in each moment of truth. And it is precisely in the moments when everything seems absent that this presence reveals itself. When there are no more masks to sustain, nor distractions to escape, when the noise stops, when the ground disappears, when the ego gives up, that is when the realignment begins. The rapprochement, the return to the essence. Because rock bottom is often the only place where the sky becomes visible. This video is an invitation to look at these moments with different eyes, to recognize loneliness, failure, and silence as portals of vibrational expansion. They are not the end. They are the crossing, a space where you stop looking for God outside and begin to find Him within, not as a belief, but as a frequency, as a living truth, as the point of origin of all healing, of all answers, of all creation. And maybe, just maybe, the absence you feel now is the exact space where God is about to reveal Himself, not as an external miracle, but as a light that has always been lit within you, even when everything seemed dark, because the invisible, when everything fails, is the only ground that remains. And this ground silently begins to support you, now, in this moment, in the exact place where you are. The invisible pain of those who try to fill the silence with productivity. It's easy to hide behind a busy schedule, with goals that multiply, with tasks that overlap. The world values those who are always busy, those who don't stop, those who deliver, respond, produce. But there is a silent pain behind this constant movement, a pain that few can name, but many feel. It is the pain of an emptiness that cannot be filled with activity, an internal silence that no amount of activity can completely drown out. When the soul is disconnected, the body can continue to move, but this movement is mechanical, automatic, an unconscious attempt to escape one's own presence. And the more one tries to do, the less one feels. What seems like productivity is often just escape. A desperate effort not to face the echo of the emptiness that hides behind the noise of routine. Absent presence is an increasingly common state. You are there, but you are not. You do what is necessary. You respond to what is asked. But inside, something does not connect. Something does not vibrate. It's as if you were living on autopilot in a life that no longer feels like yours. As if you were following a script without a soul, without a pulse, without truth. And this disconnection is not superficial. It has spiritual roots. Because when the connection with the source is lost, we also lose direction. We start to seek meaning in external achievements, in recognition, in results. But what is external can never fill that which only the internal sustains. And the more we try to resolve the void with productivity, the further away we are from healing. True productivity is not doing more. It is doing with presence. It is acting with body and soul aligned. It is allowing each action to originate from an internal place of clarity and connection. But this is only possible when there is courage to stop, to be silent, to listen to what is alive inside, even if it hurts, even if it confronts, even if it dismantles certainties. Emptiness is not the enemy. It is a portal, a call from the soul to return to what matters, to remember that behind all the rush there is a presence waiting to be felt, a presence that requires no effort, just space, just openness, just truth. And it is in this space that the reunion begins, not with big external changes, but with a small internal gesture, the gesture of coming back to oneself, of pausing, of breathing, of feeling. Because when silence is faced with presence, it ceases to be absence and becomes the bridge to reconnection, a reconnection that requires nothing more from you, just that you are whole, true, present. God as a frequency of alignment, not as religious dogma. For a long time, we were taught to see God as something separate from us, a distant being who lives in a distant sky and observes everything from above, judging what is right or wrong. For many, this image created more fear than love, more distance than connection. But there is another way to perceive the divine, a way that does not require empty rituals or blind obedience, a way that is felt, not explained, that is lived, not debated, that manifests itself as a frequency. God is the frequency of alignment, alignment between what you feel, what you think, and what you vibrate. He cannot be reduced to dogmas, names, or images. He is the intelligence that permeates everything that is alive, the presence that reveals itself when there is truth in the heart, the energy that sustains creation, even when everything seems to be falling apart on the outside. God is not a concept. God is a presence, a vibration that activates when the soul stops resisting. Napoleon Hill understood this not through theory, but through experience. In one of the most difficult moments of his journey, when everything seemed lost, he did not seek solace in religious discourses. He sought a practical faith, silent, living, a faith that did not require external proof, but rather an internal decision. He learned from Andrew Carnegie that the greatest achievers were not the most capable, but those most connected to this silent frequency, to this force that acts even when logic says nothing will work. And this force does not respond to memorized words. It responds to vibrational surrender, to coherence, to clear intention, to the willingness to trust even without seeing, to continue even without results, to sustain the field even in chaos. This is true faith, not the faith that expects miracles, but the faith that becomes the miracle itself, that vibrates the miracle before it manifests, that keeps the heart open when everything around it closes. God as frequency is God present. It is the silence that calms, the intuition that guides, the courage that arises from nothing, the relief that comes without explanation. It is that strength that holds you in moments when no one else seems to hold you. And it is in this state of connection that things begin to reorganize themselves, not by magic, but by resonance, because reality always responds to what you vibrate with truth. You can call this frequency God, universe, source, consciousness. The name doesn't matter. What matters is the internal state. What matters is if, when you pronounce this name, something in you becomes silent, something in you aligns. Something in you reminds you that you are never alone, because this presence lives within you. It has always lived, and it is just waiting for you to stop looking outside so that it can reveal itself from within, with gentleness, with strength, with love. The fatal error of seeking spiritual validation in results. There is a very deep human desire to be rewarded for faith, to see signs, to feel that prayer has had an effect, to realize that by trusting, something outside has also moved. And often when this does not happen, the soul becomes silent, not because it has completely lost faith, but because it has begun to associate spirituality with transaction, as if it were possible to negotiate with the divine, as if God owed us something in exchange for what we feel, think, or do. This is one of the most subtle traps of the spiritual journey. The idea that if I am aligned, everything should flow. If I trust, everything should manifest. If I vibrate love, nothing should go wrong. But this expectation turns faith into currency. It turns spiritual practice into a contract. And when the results do not appear, the heart closes, the connection cools, trust becomes demand, and everything that should heal begins to hurt. Napoleon Hill faced this dilemma profoundly. For years of his life, even aligned with a clear purpose, he saw no fruit. He wrote, trusted, visualized, and still the results were slow. He could have given up. He could have concluded that everything was wrong. But he understood something that many forget. Trusting in God does not mean expecting everything to happen as planned. Trusting is maintaining the vibration even when nothing happens on the outside. It is sustaining the flame when everything is dark. It is loving the invisible for what it is, not for what it can deliver. True spirituality does not reveal itself on easy days. It manifests itself in absence, in silence, in the time between the seed and the fruit. It is there that the vibration is tested. It is there that faith ceases to be theory and becomes living substance. It is there that the ego is dissolved and the spirit emerges with greater clarity. And when this happens, you realize that the greatest gift was never the result. It was the transformation that happened within you while it was waiting. When you transform your spiritual connection into a transaction, you move away from the essence. Because God is not here to fulfill expectations. God is the presence that sustains even when everything falls apart. The frequency that calms when nothing is resolved. The love that remains even when there is no return. And this love is what heals, not because it changes the world immediately, but because it changes what you emanate. And what you emanate changes everything over time. Stopping seeking validation in results is not conforming. It is transcending. It is leaving the logic of deserving and entering the consciousness of presence. Because when you vibrate love by loving, faith by feeling, surrender by trusting, you become free. Free from pressure, free from rushing, free from control. And in this freedom, you discover that the greatest manifestation is not in what happens. It is in who you become by remaining in God, even when nothing around you moves. And this state is enough. It is peace. It is fulfillment. It is the true reward. The cycle of manifestation begins with withdrawal. There is a moment, almost always ignored, that precedes every true manifestation, a space between desire and event. This space is withdrawal, not as an escape, but as vibrational preparation. A withdrawal that silences external noise to amplify internal listening. That slows down steps to realign direction. That takes our eyes off the world to look inward. Because every authentic manifestation begins with a pause where the soul reorganizes itself. In the rush for results, many forget that the invisible needs silence to be felt, that the new needs space to be born. That insight does not shout, it whispers. And to hear this whisper, we need to withdraw, return to our own center. Let the mind slow down. Let the body breathe slowly. Let the energy settle like dust that slowly returns to the ground. It is in this withdrawal that the frequency is refined, that intuition is revealed, that alignment happens. Modern neuroscience calls this state the brain's default mode, a state in which, apparently, we are doing nothing, but internally, we are connecting ideas, accessing memories, reorganizing senses. It is when the mind relaxes that the greatest insights emerge. It is in silence that the paths reveal themselves. It is in the absence of action that the next action becomes clear. And this process is not mental. It is vibrational. It is spiritual. There is a silent practice that can be cultivated in these moments. A simple and profound technique. Directed silence. Unlike empty silence, this is a silence with intention. You sit, breathe, and allow your attention to turn inward. No expectations, no rush, just presence, just listening. And little by little, what was blurry begins to reveal itself. What seemed confusing becomes organized. What hurt softens. Because silence, when embraced with intention, becomes a channel between you and that which has not yet manifested. Napoleon Hill understood this process intuitively. He knew that before any great accomplishment, there was a period of withdrawal, of diving, of solitude. And it was during these periods that he wrote the words that changed so many lives. Words that did not come from an anxious mind, but from an aligned soul, from fertile silence, from the vibrational space where manifestation is gestated before being born into the world. Retreat is not a sign of weakness. It is a sign of wisdom. It is the recognition that everything that is real begins within, that the most powerful action is that which is born from a heart at peace, that the most precise movement is that which is guided by deep listening. And this listening only happens when you decide to stop, to breathe, and to trust that the invisible is working within you, even when nothing seems to be happening. In this sacred cycle, retreat is the first step. It is the beginning of everything. It is the soil where the new vibration begins to take root. And once it is rooted, it flourishes at the right time, at the right pace, on the right path, because what is born from silence has the strength to remain. It has roots. It has truth. And that is exactly what you are creating now. Even if you do not see it yet, even though it still seems dark, the cycle has already begun. And it began in retreat, the absence of movement as a sign of spiritual realignment. Not all silence is absence. Not all pauses are failures. Not all moments of stillness are stagnation. There are periods in life when everything seems suspended. Nothing happens as planned. Plans don't move forward. Answers don't come. Doors don't open. And the immediate impulse is to try to force the flow, to push reality with the force of anxiety. But there is something deeper happening in this state of apparent stillness. Something that cannot be seen with the eyes, but felt with the soul. When life slows down, it is often because something inside you is being reconfigured. It is like the soil before the harvest, invisible but fertile, silent but full of power. There is a time to plant, a time to harvest, and a time to be silent. A time when one's own vibration adjusts, when the root strengthens, when the energy prepares for something that cannot yet be revealed. And this time is sacred, even if it seems empty. True spirituality recognizes that pause is not the opposite of progress. It is part of the process. It is in retreat that we hear better. It is in stillness that we feel deeper. It is in the absence of movement that we perceive what was escaping in the noise. And often, it is precisely this pause that prevents you from continuing a cycle that no longer serves you, that protects you from making a hasty decision, that aligns you with a frequency that is still adjusting within. The metaphor of fertile soil explains this process well. Before a tree blossoms, its roots go deep. Before a plant sprouts, the seed remains in the dark for days, weeks, or even months, with no evidence that anything is changing. But inside, everything is transformed. The shell breaks, the internal structure develops, and only then, in due time, does life emerge. The same is true for you. When nothing seems to move on the outside, something is being realigned on the inside. The absence of movement is not punishment, it is containment. It is the universe preventing actions that would arise from haste, fear, and incoherence. It is divine intelligence repositioning you, clearing the way, preparing the field, and at the same time, teaching you to trust without control, to feel without answers, to remain present even without evidence. Napoleon Hill went through this time, and instead of resisting, he learned to observe, to trust in the invisible, to use the pause as an opportunity for deepening, because he knew that what seems like absence today may be exactly what gives support to what comes next. This perception transforms everything. It takes away the weight of the pressure, it dissolves anxiety, and it reveals that the pause is not wasted time. It is time planted, and everything that is planted in silence flourishes with more strength, because it grows with roots, with purpose, with alignment. And when the movement returns, because it will return, you will be ready, not because you did more, but because you allowed yourself to be whole, to be real, to be receptive to what life wants to deliver, and not just to what you tried to force. The pause is sacred, and whoever learns to inhabit it consciously will never feel lost in it again. The invisible force that sustains faith when the mind fails. There are times when positive thinking is not enough, when repeating affirmations seems useless, when even the words of prayer lose their sound, their strength, their meaning. At such times, the mind can no longer sustain faith. It is tired, saturated, confused, and that is when something deeper needs to emerge, something that does not depend on effort, something that does not require clarity, nor strength, nor optimism, only surrender, only an open silence where the divine can still dwell, even when everything within you is about to collapse. Napoleon Hill knew this state, a period that he himself called his lost year, a time when there was no income, no support, no apparent direction. He lived on donations, on small gestures of help from people who believed in him even when he had nothing left to offer. And yet, in this apparent helplessness, he did not abandon his vision. He kept writing. He continued to sustain, with what little he had left, the flame of what he believed to be his mission. This support did not come from logic. It came from an invisible force, a force that acts when the mind gives up, that holds inside what no longer has form on the outside, a vibration that you do not produce, but that runs through you when everything else fails. This is the moment when true faith happens, not the faith that feeds on results, but the faith that feeds on presence, on a silent knowledge that says, even if I do not see, even if I do not understand, I am not alone. This invisible force does not need to be understood. It only needs to be felt. And you feel it when, even without knowing how, you can still breathe calmly. When, even without answers, there is still something inside you that prevents you from giving up completely. When, even in silence, there is still a subtle reminder that all of this has a purpose, that this dark journey is not the end. It is preparation. It is the gestation of something that has not yet been revealed. The mind fails, but the soul remembers. It remembers what was promised before you forgot. It remembers the path, even when the map disappears. It remembers the light, even in the midst of darkness. And it is this memory that sustains you, that holds you, that keeps you from falling completely, even when it seems like you have fallen, because there is a deeper ground than the ground of logic. It is the ground of the invisible, the ground of presence, the ground of God. Sustaining faith when everything is fine is natural, but sustaining it when everything seems to be falling apart is transcendence. It is when you discover that faith is not something you do. It is something that lives within you, that is born within you, that is reborn when the mind can no longer create hope. Hope, then, comes from the spirit. It comes from a place that fear cannot reach. And it is this place that holds you, that lifts you up, that carries you, even when you no longer know how to walk. The danger of spiritualizing escape. At certain points in our journey, it is tempting to use spirituality as an emotional refuge, a shelter where we avoid discomfort, deny pain, and postpone confrontation. Phrases like, God will provide, everything has a purpose, or It's the universe at work, can serve as comforting cloaks, but they can also be disguises, sophisticated ways of escaping vibrational responsibility, of masking fear, of avoiding decisions that require presence, courage, and real transformation. Spirituality becomes an escape when it stops being a living practice and becomes an idealization. When you start waiting for the divine to resolve what has been entrusted to your conscious action, when you use lofty concepts to justify inertia, denial, or passivity, this is not authentic surrender. This is silent abdication. It is placing on God's shoulders what your soul was called to move with intention. There is a very fine line between trusting and hiding. To trust is to vibrate in peace, even in the face of chaos. To run away is to numb yourself with beautiful words while your soul cries out for change. To trust is to remain open, even without answers. To run away is to repeat mantras without feeling what they really mean. To trust is to accept that there are things beyond your control. To run away is to abandon what is under your responsibility, hoping that a miracle will solve it. True spirituality, the kind that transforms, does not exempt us from the process. It calls us to the center of the process. It strengthens us to go through pain, not to avoid it. It empowers us to act consciously, even when everything seems uncertain. And more than that, it shows us that God is not a crutch. God is inner strength, active presence, vibration that walks with you, not for you. Napoleon Hill understood this in his moments of greatest trial. He could have waited for divine intervention. He could have resigned himself to failure, but he chose to continue. He chose to sustain the vibrational field with inspired action. He chose to move even when everything said there was no way. And it was in this movement that grace manifested itself, not as an escape, but as a response to the vibration he decided to sustain. Authentic surrender is not inertia. It is vibrational surrender accompanied by internal alignment. It is trusting in the invisible while moving in the visible with presence. It is knowing that God acts, but that your vibration is the invitation for this action. Running away may seem more comfortable, but only true surrender sets you free, because it does not distance you from the pain. It pierces you with light. And where there is light, there is a transformation. Where there is transformation, there is truth. And where there is truth, God is already there, rewriting your loneliness as a divine letter. Loneliness, when accepted without judgment, reveals not only the absence of the other, but the presence of a space where something new can be written, where old narratives can be transformed, where pain, instead of being denied, becomes raw material for revelations. In this silent and sensitive space, it is possible to hear something beyond one's own thoughts, something that seems to come from outside, but that, in fact, has always been inside. A voice that whispers tenderly, "I am here," even when you don't feel it. Rewriting loneliness is recognizing that it carries messages, that it holds truths that are only revealed when the noise of the world stops, that there is an intelligence behind the apparent abandonment, an intelligence that orchestrates silences as bridges, as invitations, as preparation for deeper reunions. Not with others, but with one's own essence, with one's own purpose, with the most alive and forgotten part of oneself. Imagine for a moment that your pain could speak, that it sat before you and wrote a letter. What would it say? What questions would it ask? What memories would it bring to the surface? And now, imagine that this pain receives a response, not from outside, but from the source itself. A response written with love, without haste, without judgment. A letter that does not explain everything, but that welcomes everything. That does not solve things immediately, but that illuminates enough for you to take the next step. Writing in this state is not just expression, it is channeling. It is allowing what is pent up to find form. It is transforming anguish into a message, helplessness into language, uncertainty into prayer. When you write as if God were responding, something reorganizes. The weight lifts, the vibration changes, and your own writing becomes a bridge between you and this presence that seemed absent, but that in fact was waiting to be called upon with truth. Napoleon Hill did not use letters, but he used words as a form of spiritual sustenance. He wrote so as not to forget. He wrote to keep the flame of connection alive. He wrote to listen to himself when no one else would. And in those words he found presence. He found direction. He found faith where there was only doubt. You can also transform your solitude into a letter without rushing, without a fixed form, a letter where you allow yourself to be, to feel, to reveal, and to receive an answer that will not come with logic, but with vibration, that will not bring all the solutions, but will bring a thread of light, a thread of meaning, a thread that reminds you your pain is not the end. It is just the beginning of a new conversation with the divine. And every true conversation transforms, because where there is listening, there is a response. And where there is a response, there is a path. And where there is a path, God is already there. The paradox of enough. There is a silent contradiction that many people live without realizing. On one hand, the desire for something more peace, more love, more clarity, more meaning. On the other, a deep tiredness of always feeling that something is missing, that it is still not enough. That one is not enough. And this constant search, this feeling of emotional, spiritual, or material scarcity creates an invisible anxiety, a state of perpetual waiting, as if true life were always one step ahead. But what if what you are looking for is not absence? What if it is excess of expectation? What if true sufficiency is not in having everything, but in feeling that, even in the midst of what is missing, something essential remains? The paradox of enough is this. It is discovering that when everything seems to be missing, that is exactly when spiritual sufficiency reveals itself. Not as conformity, but as alignment. Not as resignation, but as clarity. God is enough, not because he solves everything, but because in his presence, you reconnect with the part of yourself that does not need to prove anything, that you don't need to fill any void in a hurry, that you don't need applause to feel valued, that you don't need certainty to trust. This part is silent, but it is firm, and when it emerges, you realize that peace doesn't come from what arrives. It comes from what awakens within. Spiritual sufficiency doesn't eliminate desire. It purifies intention. It aligns wanting with the vibration of presence. It transforms, I need this to be happy, into, I am at peace now and open to more. It changes the root of creation, no longer based on lack, but on completeness, no longer driven by need, but by coherence. Napoleon Hill, in his darkest journey, understood this. He never stopped wanting to live a prosperous life, to serve, to make an impact. But something inside him changed. Desire stopped being an attempt to fill a hole, and it became an expression of an essence that already felt connected. From that state, everything that came after was not an achievement. It was a consequence. When you vibrate from sufficiency, the world ceases to be a place of testing. It becomes a field of manifestation. Life ceases to be a race and becomes a path. The search ceases to be a compulsion and becomes an expression of what already is, because you remember who you are when you are connected, when you are anchored, when you are in God. And in this state, even what is missing becomes space. Even what hurts becomes a portal. Even what has not arrived yet no longer weighs so much, because your vibration is no longer in waiting, it is in presence. And presence, when real, is enough. It always has been, even when you have forgotten. Even when everything seemed distant, even when nothing made sense anymore. In this moment, now, if you close your eyes, you can feel it. Presence is here, and it is enough. Hidden signs that your soul is asking for reconnection. Not all spiritual disconnection is revealed with words. Often it manifests itself in deep silences, in sensations that seem small but say a lot. A recurring insomnia that persists even when the body is exhausted. A tiredness that cannot be explained, even after long hours of rest. An unexpected emptiness that appears precisely after an achievement. A feeling of being lost, even when everything is, apparently, in place. These signs are not failures. They are vibrational alerts. They are ways that the soul finds to get your attention when the noise of the mind becomes louder than the voice of the spirit, when doing overrides feeling, when the connection with the source becomes distant, not by choice, but by forgetfulness. And in this forgetfulness, the body tries to remember, energy tries to communicate, life tries to whisper what you stopped hearing. The soul speaks through discomfort, not to punish, but to awaken. Every time you feel tired for no reason, there is something inside you asking for a break, asking for listening, asking for presence. Every time you achieve something and still feel that something essential is missing, there is a misalignment between what you do and what your soul wants to experience. And every time anxiety appears without warning, without cause, there is a part of you trying to return to the center. These signs are invitations. Invitations to slow down, to be silent, to stop looking outside and turn your eyes inward. And instead of judging these moments as weaknesses, it is possible to honor them as guides, as doors, as manifestations of a forgotten part of you that wants to be heard again. The soul does not turn away, but it becomes silent when you disconnect. And then it begins to send signals. Small, persistent, symbolic. Napoleon Hill also experienced these symptoms. Moments when everything seemed tasteless, when the path seemed repetitive, soulless. He understood that discouragement, dispersion, doubt were signs that it was time to reconnect, not with a new goal, but with the presence, with the source, with that which gives meaning to everything you do. When you begin to interpret these signs as calls and not as problems, something changes. You stop fighting them and begin to dialogue with them. And in this dialogue, you rediscover the vibration of trust, the vibration of surrender, the vibration of sufficiency. Because every time the soul asks for reconnection, it is because it is ready to remind you of who you are. And this remembrance is the beginning of healing. It is the beginning of the journey. It is the place where God makes himself felt again, not as a concept, but as a living truth, pulsating in every gesture, in every breath, in every silence. God's sufficiency is not an end, it is a new beginning. When everything around you seems to be falling apart, when the ground disappears and hope hides in some unreachable corner of the soul, it is there that something sacred can finally emerge. Not as an answer, but as a presence. Not as an immediate solution, but as a silent reminder that what sustains you is not what you see. It is what vibrates. And what vibrates more deeply than anything else is the sufficiency of God. Knowing that God is sufficient does not mean that the pain goes away instantly. It does not mean that the answers arrive in the ego's own time. It does not mean that the voids disappear as if by magic. It simply means, and that is all, that even with the pain, even without answers, even with the emptiness, something inside you remains firm, because you know that you are not alone, because you remember that there is a center that cannot be shaken, because you feel that even in the darkness, there is a gentle glow coming from within. Napoleon Hill called this spiritual seed time, a period in which everything seems silent, sterile, and confusing. But in truth, it is a time of preparation, of taking root, of invisible creation. And every crisis, when faced with faith, becomes the ground for reinvention, not of the life you had, but of the life that could only be born from what was broken. Neville Goddard said, "Everything you need is within you, because you and God share the same creative substance." And when this truth is not only understood, but felt, you realize that nothing is truly lost, that everything can be remade, recreated, redefined, because what sustains you is not what is around you, it is what vibrates from within you. So loneliness gains another name. It stops being a punishment and becomes an invitation, a gentle call, sometimes painful, but always loving, an invitation to hear what the noise of life did not allow, to feel what distractions covered up, to rediscover in silence the part of yourself that already knew that God was never far away, that God was always enough, even when you didn't feel capable, even when everything seemed lacking, even when you thought you were alone. What if, This absence that you feel today is, in fact, the space that God left for you to become a co-creator alongside Him, so that you could stop seeking only miracles and start vibrating like a miracle. So that, instead of waiting for the divine to act, you could start vibrating in resonance with Him, as a channel, as a reflection, as a living presence of what is possible when faith stops being a concept and becomes the very frequency of your existence. If you have come this far, something in you has already changed, maybe not with words or with certainties, but with vibration, with presence, with a subtle reminder that what sustains you is not what you have, but what you feel when everything is missing, that what guides you is not what the world approves, but what the soul knows, and that the presence of God, when felt with the whole body, is enough. It does not need to be proven. It does not need to be explained. It only needs to be acknowledged. Every silence you have faced up to this point was not a mistake. It was a bridge. Every absence you lamented was a space. Every pain that seemed unanswered was a call not to the outside, but to the inside, a silent invitation to remember that there is something in you that does not depend on anything, that is already complete, that is already sacred, that already vibrates with the same frequency as the source. The loneliness you felt was God removing the noise. The lack that visited you was God cleaning away the excesses. The time that seemed lost was the exact time for your preparation. And now, perhaps for the first time in a long time, you can listen without rushing, feel without defense, vibrate with truth, even though everything is still adjusting. You are not the one who was missing. You are the one who remained standing even when everything fell. You are the vibration that remains, the silence that listens, the intention that begins again. You are the bridge between what you feel and what you create, between the invisible that sustains and the visible that manifests. And above all, you are a living reminder that God has never stopped being here. And if this presence touched something in you, then the journey was already worth it, because it is not about understanding everything. It is about feeling the essential, and the essential is this: you have never been alone, not even for a second. And even if the world goes silent, even if everything seems to fail, God is enough. Today, now, in you, with you, like you. And this is just the beginning. Have you ever wondered how many times you have left your soul in silence, waiting for something outside to change what can only be transformed inside? Sometimes, waiting seems like a safe place, a shelter where we hide from the possibility of failure, of being rejected, of not being ready. And we call this prudence. We tell ourselves that it is not time yet, that there is a sign missing, a preparation, a certainty. But behind this apparent calm, there is a cycle of self-sabotage so subtle, so deeply rooted, that we no longer recognize it as fear, but as logic. The problem is that this logic does not free us. It imprisons us, because the human brain is not programmed for risk. It is programmed to keep us alive, safe, within known limits, and that is why it associates stagnation with protection, as if the absence of movement were a guarantee of not suffering. But the soul has other plans. It did not come here to survive. It came to awaken, to grow, to serve, and to expand. Waiting is comfortable because it doesn't require confrontation, but it also doesn't allow for transformation. The pain of not acting is silent. It disguises itself as responsibility, perfectionism, and the search for more knowledge. But behind all of this, there is a harsh truth: the fear of truly seeing yourself, the fear of launching yourself into the unknown and not finding your footing. But that is exactly where freedom lies. As Napoleon Hill said, it is in definite action with a definite purpose that real creation begins. Not in excessive thinking, not in endless analysis, but in the step you take before you feel ready. Andrew Carnegie said that fortune favors those who begin before their preparation is complete. Because he knew what many still resist accepting, that courage is not born of security. It is born of commitment to something greater than fear itself. And that is the invitation of this video. It is not a video about rushing. It is not a video about productivity. It is a call to conscience, a reconnection with your divine capacity to act with soul and not with anxiety. Here, we will delve into the emotional backstage of waiting. Let's understand why wishing too hard can be pushing your dreams away. Let's unmask the illusion of infinite learning and the perfectionism that paralyzes. And above all, let's open the door to a new state of being, one that no longer waits for permission or signs, one that recognizes that it is already ready, simply because it has decided to be. This video is a map to escape spiritual and material stagnation, a path based on neuroscience, vibrational purpose, and the eternal wisdom of minds like Napoleon Hill, Neville Goddard, and nature itself, which silently teaches us what it means to act without anxiety. Get ready to rediscover your movement, because waiting is not neutrality. Waiting is choosing the same result over and over again. And you already know, life only begins when you begin. The invisible mistake of those who wait for the right moment. Sometimes waiting seems like wisdom, as if postponing a decision were a sign of maturity, preparation, and care. But that is not always the case. Often, it is an escape, a subtle, elegant, socially accepted escape. An escape with the name of responsibility. And the most dangerous thing is that it does not shout. It whispers. It convinces us that it is not the right time, that we need one more reading, one more confirmation, one more course, one more push. This is the blind spot of many souls seeking expansion. They believe they are just being cautious, when in fact, they are being controlled by the invisible fear of rejection, exposure, and failure. The limbic system, which takes care of the most primitive emotions, acts as a guardian of the known. It activates logical excuses that sound convincing. I am not ready yet. I need to understand better. I will wait for the right sign. And without realizing it, this logic turns the soul into a prisoner of its own care. There is a silent syndrome called almost ready. It is the emotional state of those who walk eternally in the corridor of preparation, but never cross the threshold of surrender. Those who live in this state specialize in internal arguments, mental justifications for inaction. But the body knows, the intuition feels, the heart tightens, because inside us, something screams, I should have started already. Spiritual procrastination is one of the most sophisticated forms of self-sabotage, because it disguises itself as evolution. It hides behind rituals, studies, planning, perfectionism. But deep down, it only reveals a soul that has not allowed itself to be vulnerable enough to act. Waiting for the right moment is often a way of avoiding the real moment. And the more we wait, the further we distance ourselves from the vibration of fulfillment. Life does not happen when we are ready. It happens when we are present, when we decide to be a channel, even without guarantee of success. When we say yes to the soul, even when we are afraid. When we feel that we do not have everything, but still move forward with what we have. The right moment is not a cosmic event. It is an internal state, and you can already access it. Because the real mistake is not in trying and failing. It is in not trying and getting used to it. Why intense desire can distance you from what you want. Desire is natural. It is part of the human soul to dream, aspire, and want more. But there is an invisible line between healthy desire and vibrational attachment. And that is where many people get lost without realizing it. The more they desire, the more they feel they do not have it. The more they chase after it, the more the dream seems to slip away. And this is no coincidence. It is energy. It is frequency. It is vibration. There is a silent emotion that accompanies excessive desire. Lack. Intense desire, when not balanced, is born from the feeling of lack. And every time we vibrate in lack, we reinforce to the universe that we are not ready to receive, not because we are incapable, but because of vibrational incompatibility. The energy of need screams scarcity, And the quantum field responds with more of what resonates. Absence, not presence. Far away, not close. Waiting, not fulfillment. It is like the emotional Doppler effect. The more you desperately chase something, the more that something seems to move away. Not because it is running away, but because your intense energy of seeking signals to the field that you do not yet feel one with what you want. There is a subtle but powerful difference between wanting and being vibrationally ready. Wanting says, I need. Being ready says, I already am. Most people do not understand that the universe does not respond to desire itself. It responds to your vibration. It is not about how much you want it. It is about how compatible you have become with what you desire. When wanting is greater than feeling, you create tension. And this tension impedes the flow. Manifestation does not happen when you scream for it. It happens when you are silent in the certainty that you are already worthy, already capable, already sufficient. This is why many pray with faith, but do not receive. They meditate with focus, but do not access. They work hard, but do not achieve, because they vibrate in absence. Even when they are in action, the soul needs to learn to desire with surrender, to desire with confidence, to desire as someone who is already living, not as someone who is begging. Pure desire has power. Anxious desire has a noise. Change happens when you stop running after it and start walking as someone who already carries it, as someone who already feels it, as someone who already is. Because in the end, true manifestation is not an achievement. It is a vibrational recognition. It is not about attracting. It is about tuning in. And the more you align yourself with the vibration of what you desire, the more natural it becomes to experience what previously seemed distant. The illusion of eternal learning, when studying becomes an escape. There comes a time when the desire to learn stops being an expansion and becomes a distraction. And this happens when we use knowledge as an anesthetic for the pain of taking action. When each new book, each new technique, each new course becomes a spiritual excuse for not facing what really needs to be done. At this point, knowledge becomes a shield, an elegant, intellectual shield that protects, but also imprisons. Many people walk the path of self-knowledge, carrying internal libraries. They know by heart the laws of the universe, the practices of the subconscious mind, the teachings of ancient masters. But still, they do not move. Still, they do not manifest. Still, they feel blocked, because excess theory without real action creates analytical paralysis. It is like being faced with a sea of possibilities, but without the courage to dive in. The fear of the unknown hides behind the search for more preparation. And the more you study, the more distant fulfillment seems. Napoleon Hill was clear: knowledge is only powerful when applied. Until then, it is just unawakened potential. And as noble as studying is, there comes a point at which it becomes an escape from exposure, an escape from judgment, an escape from error, but most importantly, an escape from oneself, because taking action requires confrontation, and many prefer the comfort zone of theory to the vulnerability of doing. This illusion of eternal learning feeds a deceptive sense of evolution. The person feels that they are advancing, when in fact they are going around in circles. They are busy, but not connected. They are informed, but not transformed. They are full of ideas, but empty of experiences. And this generates a subtle pain, that of feeling prepared, but stagnant, that of knowing everything, but experiencing almost nothing. It is necessary to recognize when study has stopped being a seed and has become a prison, when the search for answers has become resistance to action, when the spiritual has become intellectual. Because true knowledge is not measured by the amount of information stored, but by the ability to transform life into presence, words into practice, faith in movement. The soul did not come here to be an encyclopedia. It came to be a channel of expression, of change, of creation. And this only happens when knowledge meets the present, when what you have learned breathes into what you live. when you decide that you already know enough to take the next step. Because, in the end, it is not the lack of knowledge that paralyzes, it is the lack of decision. And the decision does not come after studying. It comes when you stop running away from what you already know. How the anxiety of having to get things right blocks your manifestation. There is a silent pressure that many carry in their chest. The feeling that they need to get it right, that they cannot fail, that each step needs to be perfect, calculated, guaranteed. And behind this demand, there is a deep fear of making mistakes. A fear so old that it disguises itself as responsibility, but which, in reality, is a saboteur of the frequency of manifestation. Perfectionism is not a virtue. It is an emotional defense. It is a way of protecting oneself from the pain of being judged, rejected, discredited. Those who always seek to do everything right are often just trying to avoid the suffering of not being enough. But in this search for absolute control, the flow is lost, the energy is blocked, the body contracts, the spirit disconnects, because the soul does not express itself in rigidity. It reveals itself in the imperfect, in the courageous, in the present. The anxiety of getting things right generates a toxic expectation, a constant demand that wears down the mind and depletes the energy field. Every decision becomes a battlefield, every attempt a test of worth. And when the result doesn't come, the body feels it. Dopamine, which should be an ally in motivation, becomes an agent of frustration. Neuroscience explains, when the brain doesn't find a reward in the expected time, it becomes exhausted, and the energy is dispersed. This is the root of many blocked manifestations. It's not a lack of effort, it's excess control. It's a vibrational system where everything needs to go right, otherwise the identity collapses. But the universe doesn't respond to tension, it responds to coherence. And coherence is not perfection. It's alignment between our intention and action, between dream and surrender, between desire and presence. You don't have to get everything right. You have to allow yourself to learn from the process. You have to accept that failure is part of the movement, that making mistakes is a gateway to realignment, and that often it's in mistakes that the soul finds its strength. Manifestation doesn't happen when you master the path. It happens when you surrender to the path with truth. When you choose to be whole, even if incomplete. Letting go of the obsession with getting things right is one of the most profound acts of self-love, because it frees the spirit to experiment. It frees the mind to create. It frees the body to act. And it is in this state of freedom that life responds. Because when you no longer need to get things right to feel worthy, you have already become worthy. And it is this vibration that manifests. Mental model to get out of the waiting state, irrational decision with a higher purpose. There comes a time when overthinking becomes a prison, a time when overplanning becomes paralysis, and that is when the only possible path is to take a leap, not the reckless leap driven by haste or escape, but the sacred leap driven by the awareness that waiting any longer means continuing to lose life. That is where the mental model of irrational decision with a higher purpose is born. This model is simple, but profoundly transformative. It is based on the principle that at certain moments in life, logic needs to be interrupted. The rational mind needs to be challenged, because it has already created all the excuses. It has already listed all the risks. It has already reviewed all the scenarios. And still you have not moved. This means that the mind, in that state, is no longer serving the soul. It is serving fear. And that is why the decision needs to come from somewhere else. It needs to be born from the heart, from intuition, from the most intimate truth. Even if it seems irrational, even if there are no guarantees, the idea of taking a leap without a net is scary, but it also reveals a deep commitment. When you commit to something irreversibly, your energy field changes. Your mind starts looking for solutions, not excuses. Your body organizes itself towards movement. Your vibration sends a new signal to the universe. And this signal says, I am ready, not because everything is perfect, but because I have decided that it is time. A powerful way to begin this transformation is what we call the awakening contract, a conscious decision to act within 72 hours, even without having everything resolved. This small window of time deactivates the cycle of spiritual procrastination. It activates the internal command that now is the time, not tomorrow, not when everything makes sense, but now with what you have, with what you are, with what you vibrate. In this process, micro-victories become essential. They are not great external achievements. They are small acts of internal coherence. It is getting up and doing what you were avoiding. It is sending that message. It is starting that project. It is choosing action instead of waiting. Because each micro-victory is a vibrational message. You are back in control. You are present. You are available. Acting with a higher purpose does not mean acting in a hurry. It means acting consciously, with alignment, with truth. And even if it seems irrational to the world, it will always be rational to the soul, because the soul recognizes when a decision comes from the essence. And at that moment, the result does not matter. What matters is the reconnection with your own movement. The decision is not the end, it is the beginning. And every beginning carries a force that no logic is capable of containing. Manifestation is not about believing, it is about becoming compatible. There is a widespread belief in the spiritual world that says that everything starts with believing. Believing in the dream, believing in the universe, believing in yourself. But believing alone does not create reality, because believing can still contain doubt. It can still inhabit the mind without touching the body, without becoming presence, without becoming frequency. True manifestation does not happen when you just believe. It happens when you become compatible with what you desire. Vibrational compatibility is the heart of conscious creation. It is when your energetic identity aligns with the reality you want to live. It is no longer a question of effort. It is a question of coherence. What you seek outside needs to find a reflection within. And this reflection is not born from empty statements. It is born from the deep decision to be, to inhabit the vibration of what you want, even before seeing it. This is why many people, even with faith, remain blocked, because they try to manifest from an old self, a self that still doubts, that still feels small, that still vibrates with need. And the quantum field does not respond to words. It responds to frequency. It does not respond to loose intention. It responds to the identity you sustain when no one is looking, when you are silent, when your vibration speaks louder than your speech. Neville Goddard said, "Assume the feeling of the wish fulfilled, but this is only possible when you allow your consciousness to merge with the new self." It is not enough to imagine what you want. You need to embody who lives it. Feel it in your body. Breathe as if it were real. Walk as if it were already happening, not as an illusion, but as alignment, because the universe does not respond to your request. It responds to your frequency. Being compatible is more than believing. It is living as someone who already recognizes the path. It is making decisions that reflect the new state. It is moving away from old patterns, even if it still hurts. It is courageously choosing what was once just theory. Manifesting is not attracting. It is allowing what is already possible to find space in you. And this only happens when you stop asking and start being. This change is subtle, but profound. It is the transition from begging to deserving, from trying to becoming, from waiting to expressing. And when this shift happens, everything changes. Because the external world can only reflect what you already carry in the invisible. And in this new state of compatibility, time ceases to be an enemy. Waiting dissolves, because you have already entered the vibration of what you seek. And this is what transforms desire into reality. True story, the man who gave up 3 feet from the gold. Amid the silence of the Colorado mines, a man dug with dedication, day after day, in search of gold. He had bought the land with hope, with vision, with desire, and for a while, everything seemed promising. But as the days passed and the results did not appear, his spirit began to fade. Doubts infiltrated his heart like fine dust, until one day he stopped. He sold all his equipment and gave up. The new owner, with the help of an experienced engineer, discovered that the gold vein was there, just 3 feet from where the other had stopped. This story, told by Napoleon Hill in Think and Grow Rich, is not about mining. It is about frequency, about the blind spot that appears when the result does not come in the time the mind expects, about the illusion that nothing is happening when everything is about to emerge. Because many times, manifestation does not fail. What fails is vibrational persistence. Belief gives way, emotion cools, vision disperses, and just when reality was about to collapse, energy withdraws. There is an invisible turning point in the process of creation, a point at which everything seems to stand still, but in fact, it is in full reorganization. The matter has not yet moved, but the energy is already in motion. And it is at this exact point that many give up, because they trust appearances more than vibration, because they listen to their fears more than their intuition, because they believe that the absence of proof is the absence of possibility. But the field does not respond in a linear way. It responds with lapses, with accumulations, with ruptures, and what seemed distant can become present in an instant. This metaphor of lost gold is a mirror for those who live cycles of almost succeeded, almost believed, almost sustained. But the almost, no matter how close it seems, is still absence. Because it is not enough to start, it is necessary to sustain. Sustain the field, sustain the focus, sustain the confidence, even without evidence, especially without evidence. Because that is where the invisible begins to take shape, and the invisible only reveals itself to those who do not give up on it. This story is a vibrational reminder, an ancestral memory, that the soul knows the way, but it is the mind that needs to relearn how to trust. And when faith finds constancy, what seemed impossible becomes inevitable. The gold, in the end, is not in the earth. It is in your ability to keep going, even when everything seems silent. Because it is in silence that manifestation prepares to speak, and only those who remain listen. The paradox of waiting. The longer you wait, the more you deprogram yourself to fail. The human mind gets used to everything, to comfort, to pain, to absence. And perhaps without realizing it, many have become accustomed to waiting. Waiting for a sign, waiting for the right moment, waiting for an external force to push them forward. But prolonged waiting, when it becomes an internal state, is not neutral. It is programming. It shapes the brain. It structures the identity. It silently reinforces the idea that something is always missing. On a neurological level, this habit of postponing creates fixed pathways. The brain begins to associate waiting with security. It begins to build patterns where later becomes more comfortable than now. And this turns into a subtle cycle of self-sabotage, because every time you postpone an impulse from your soul, you reinforce an unconscious belief that it is not yet the time, and this belief becomes the basis of your frequency, of your energetic signature, and everything around you responds to it. Brain plasticity explains how these patterns are built. The repetition of thoughts and behaviors strengthens neural connections, and the longer you live in waiting, the more your brain understands that this is the safe zone. This creates negative reinforcement. Every non-action, every postponed decision becomes another brick in the construction of an identity that fears movement. And over time, what was just a postponement becomes a vibrational identity, the identity of someone who never starts. But there is something even deeper. Waiting deprograms the soul from its creative nature, because the essence of the spirit is action in expansion. It is energy in flow. And when you choose not to move, even when you hear the inner call, you do not just postpone a result. You silence your own soul. You teach yourself that you cannot trust your creative impulse. And this is what hurts the most. Not what was not achieved, but what was not attempted. Energy does not flow toward the state of doubt. It flows toward the state of presence, and presence requires movement, not an external agitated movement, but an internal gesture of commitment, of positioning, of response. Waiting may seem harmless, but the more you wait, the more you train yourself to fail, not for lack of ability, but for excessive distance from your own essence. The transformation begins when you realize that you are not standing still, you are being programmed, and with each day of inaction, you are becoming more compatible with that which you do not want. But the opposite is also true. With each act of courage, with each step, however small, you deprogram the fear. You rewrite the pattern, and you reconnect the brain, body and spirit to their natural state, that of living manifestation, that of presence that creates, that of consciousness that acts. How to activate the state of aligned action on 3 levels: mental, emotional, and spiritual. Not every action generates transformation. Not every movement is a sign of progress. The soul does not respond to empty doing. It awakens in doing with presence, in acting with awareness. And this acting, to be truly powerful, needs to be aligned on 3 levels: mind, emotion, and spirit. When these centers connect, a state is born that is not only productive, it is sacred. On the mental level, everything begins with clarity, not a rigid clarity of unattainable goals, but an intimate, silent, almost intuitive vision of why you move. The mind needs to understand the purpose, even if it does not yet see the complete path. When the mind grasps the direction, it organizes thoughts, reduces noise, filters distractions. It is like aligning the internal compass before the journey. And without this compass, any path seems right, or any obstacle seems like the end. On the emotional level, the key is acceptance, feeling without fighting what you feel, embracing fears, fatigue, doubts, but not clinging to them. Emotion, when repressed, blocks vital energy. When embraced, it becomes fuel. When you allow your feelings to breathe, they become a guide, not a prison. Acting with denied emotions is like walking with stones on your chest, but acting with integrated emotions is walking with roots and wings. On the spiritual plane, the decision is born, but not a rational decision. It is a choice of the soul, a silent yes that breaks old contracts with stagnation, a response to the inner call to get moving. This level is the most subtle, but the most powerful, because when the spirit decides, the rest aligns. The body follows, the mind supports, emotion collaborates, the vibration changes. To activate this state of coherence, small rituals can be more effective than big plans. A morning activation ritual, inspired by Napoleon Hill's philosophy and the discoveries of neuroplasticity, can awaken this alignment. Conscious silence, present breathing, repetition of short mantras that reprogram the field, and an act of presence that materializes the intention. This is not magic. It is spiritual neurology. It is applied vibration. It is faith translated into gesture. The body is the first to manifest. It feels before the world responds. It vibrates before reality changes. That is why the body also needs to be included in this process. Conscious movement, attentive breathing, embodied presence, because there is no manifestation without embodiment. And there is no true action without total presence. Acting with mind, emotion, and spirit aligned is not about intensity. It is about truth. It is about doing something that does not tire, because it does not fight with the soul. Doing something that does not disperse, because it is born from integration. And this state is accessible. It is available. It does not require strength. It requires listening, deep listening, present listening, listening to what already wants to be born through you. Because when the 3 centers unite, action ceases to be an attempt, and it becomes an expression. What nature teaches about action without anxiety. Nature is in no hurry, and yet everything happens. The seed does not rush to become a tree. The river does not worry about reaching the sea. The flower does not demand that it bloom at the right time. There is a silent wisdom in the natural rhythm of things, a vibrational intelligence that understands that action is not synonymous with agitation. That movement does not need urgency, and that true progress happens at the exact time it should happen. The Chinese bamboo is one of the greatest examples of this truth. For years, it grows downwards, silently, invisibly. Its roots go deep without anything being seen on the surface. And then, suddenly, it grows meters in a few days. Not because something magical happened, but because the invisible was being prepared, because the foundation was being formed, because the invisible was supporting the visible. This is the essence of active patience. Active patience is not passive waiting. It is deep presence. It is the state of someone who acts with faith, without anxiety about results, of someone who plants, knowing that the harvest will come, but without demanding from the ground a time that it cannot rush. For those who move because they feel an inner call, not because they need to prove something external. And in this state, time stops being an enemy. It becomes an ally. It becomes an extension of the process. The problem is that many confuse movement with desperation. They run without direction. They act without connection. And at the end of the day, they are exhausted, but not transformed, because they acted out of fear and not out of listening. And nature reminds us, the movement that transforms is not the one that wastes energy, but the one that expresses truth, the one that is born of alignment, the one that carries intention and not just repetition. Divine time only flows for those who are in movement, but this movement does not need to be noisy. It can be internal, it can be subtle, it can be the silent decision to trust, it can be the daily choice to continue, even without applause, even without immediate results, because those who act coherently, even slowly, are always closer than those who run in disarray. Nature teaches, with its stillness, that haste is noise, that anxiety is distraction, and that the soul flourishes when doing is at peace with being, when the step respects the internal rhythm, when desire does not trample wisdom. Acting, then, is not haste. It is presence. It is alignment with the flow of life that, like the river, always finds the sea, even without knowing how, even without forcing anything, just being what you are, just following, just trusting. Life does not respond to requests. It responds to vibrational decisions. Waiting seems safe, but it is often what distances us from the reality we silently ask for. The soul does not grow in passive waiting. It flourishes in the commitment to movement. Every moment of hesitation is a lost invitation to synchronicity, and every gesture of courage, however small, is an opening to portals that only reveal themselves to those who walk. Waiting is comfortable, but it is also a risk, because while you wait, your frequency settles, your energy cools, your faith is diluted. What was once an intense desire turns into a weak memory. The soul forgets what it was like to vibrate for something that made sense. The wait that should have been just an interval becomes a home, and there, little by little, you stop being a channel. You become a spectator of your own life, of your own strength, of your own creation. Nothing changes from the outside in. Transformation begins with self-image, with the way you see yourself when you close your eyes, with what you believe you are worthy of receiving. Life doesn't give you what you want. It gives you what you believe you deserve. And this deserving is not rational. It is energetic. It is in the gestures you repeat, in the decisions you make, in the energy you emanate, even without realizing it. W. Clement Stone said that positive thinking only has power when it drives action with faith. And this is the key that closes the cycle of everything we've talked about here. It's not enough to think. It's not enough to visualize. You need to move with faith. Not blind faith, but living faith. A faith that breathes in actions, that manifests itself in details, that says yes to what you can't yet see but already feel. Everything you desire already exists at some level of reality, but it is not accessible while you keep waiting. It is available to those who become a channel, to those who vibrate at the frequency of decision, to those who choose to no longer postpone, but to live. With fear, perhaps, with doubts, perhaps, but with soul. And that is what the universe recognizes. Not your certainty, but your surrender. You don't need permission. You need a beginning. And the beginning is not somewhere else. It is in the now, in the silent yes that you offer to the flow, in the choice to no longer be absent from yourself, to no longer live the life that fits, but the life that pulsates, that calls, that transforms. And this life begins when you stop waiting and begin to live as someone who has already understood that the time of the soul is now. Have you ever felt like you were one step away from transformation, but then all of a sudden everything went back to square one? Like something inside you was about to change. And then, silently, the strength evaporated? This is not a lack of will. It is not spiritual laziness. It is the invisible field of your old identity trying to survive. There is a precise moment when this happens, a moment when the energy of the new begins to push against the structure of the old, and the old resists. It is subtle, but it is real. And it happens for most people between the 17th and 21st day of any profound attempt at change. That is when almost everyone gives up. But Napoleon Hill, over 100 years ago, already knew this. He didn't just write about success. He wrote about frequency. He talked about definite purpose, but he also talked between the lines about vibrational coherence. What he discovered when he interviewed more than 500 of the greatest names in history was not just a set of habits. It was an energetic pattern, a hidden cycle, a specific time when the mind, body, and emotion come into sync. If sustained with discipline, that time has a number, and that number is 54. 54 days, not 30, not 21, not 40, 54. It's as if reality needs this cycle to begin to bend before you. It's in this space-time that neurons reconfigure themselves, that the vibrational field reorganizes itself, and that the universe finally begins to respond. And it's not just about biology, it's about vibration, it's about field, it's about presence. William Walker Atkinson, another silent master, said that every mental vibration sustained with emotion creates a lasting impression in the ether. That's not metaphor, that's spiritual science. That's emotional neuroscience. That's natural law. But here's what almost no one understands. The 54-day cycle is not about achieving something external. It's about dissolving the internal frequency that's blocking the natural flow of life. And that takes more than willpower. It takes surrender. Most people start this process with intensity, with enthusiasm, with promises. They write goals. They make affirmations. They visualize. But deep down, they are still afraid. They are still stuck in time. They are still expecting quick results. And then, when the external doesn't respond, the vibration drops. Faith evaporates. The wavering mind takes over, and the cycle breaks. But if you go through, if you sustain, if you allow the defined mind to remain active for 54 days, something changes. Not outside, inside. And because it has changed inside, the outside has no choice but to follow. This video is not an explanation. It is a journey into your own vibrational field, a journey back to your original frequency. Here, you will understand why your previous processes failed. You will see clearly the exact point where you sabotage yourself. You will learn how to restructure with silent and powerful practices your deepest energy. You will understand that it is not magic. It is precision. It is persistence. It is practical spirituality. It is neuroplasticity with intention. During the next few hours, each word will be a seed, each pause, an invitation to silence, each teaching, a step within yourself. And in the end, you will not be the same because something in you has already begun to remember. Something in you already knows that this cycle could be the beginning of everything. Invisible error, confusing intensity with consistency. In the beginning, everything seems possible. There is an enthusiasm vibrating in the air, as if the universe is finally about to respond. You feel that now it will happen, that this time it will be different. The first few days are charged with an electric energy. It is dopamine acting up. It is the excitement of something new. But dopamine is not commitment. It is impulse. It does not sustain, it initiates. The human brain is seduced by novelty, but it only changes through repetition. What initiates a change is emotion. What consolidates it is habit. And here lies the blind spot of most people, believing that the initial strength is enough to create a new field of reality. Napoleon Hill once said that real faith is not the feeling at the beginning, but the frequency sustained halfway through, when everything still seems the same on the outside. The intensity of motivation may even generate movement, but it is emotional consistency that builds a magnetic field around your purpose. If you rely only on the euphoria of the first few days, you are building your new life on shaky ground. When that emotion evaporates, and it always does, what's left? It's in this void that the old creeps back in. Silently, it disguises itself as discouragement, as tiredness, as lack of time. But in truth, it's your energy field returning to its previous pattern because it hasn't found a new structure to support itself. The universe doesn't respond to your excitement. It responds to your coherence. You can even declare your dreams out loud, but what you do silently, every day, is what shapes your destiny. There's a subtle wisdom in repeating even when you don't feel inspired. There's spiritual power in doing what needs to be done without emotional drive as your driving force. Transformation isn't born from intensity, it's born from vibrational persistence, from the silent alignment that holds even in the absence of applause, even in the absence of results, even in the absence of certainty. It's in this kind of presence that the field restructures itself, not all at once, not with a bang, but like someone who is relearning to walk with different feet, to think with different thoughts, to feel with different emotions. The beginning is intense. What remains is transformative. And what remains transforms. Why most people give up before the real transformation begins. The pain of giving up is not the pain of failure. It is the pain of breaking away from the old self that is still trying to survive. There is a critical point within any process of profound change, a point where the new has not yet become a habit, but the old is already losing strength. This point is unstable. It is uncomfortable. It is scary. It is where almost everyone stops, not because they do not want to change, but because they mistake resistance for a sign of failure. When, in fact, this resistance is the last cry of the identity that is being dissolved. During the first 20 days, the body is still operating with the same internal commands. The old emotions are still present. The mental chemistry still repeats the previous pattern. But consciousness, that has already begun to change. And when consciousness begins to expand, but the body is still stuck in the past, a conflict arises. A tiredness that is not physical, an anguish that is not rational. It is the field trying to reorganize itself. It is the frequency adjusting itself. It is the mind trying to understand why it still does not feel the fruits of the transformation it has begun to build. But it is precisely there, in this place of uncertainty, that something new can be born. If you cross this point, if you sustain the energy despite the emptiness, a transition occurs. The vibration begins to stabilize. The new begins to take root. And the old, finally, begins to lose its dominance. It is like crossing a bridge between two versions of yourself. A bridge where the wind blows hard, where the ground seems to shake, but which only leads to the other side for those who decide to continue even without guarantees. Napoleon Hill knew this. He called it persistence. But it was not blind persistence. It was vibrational persistence, a conscious choice to stay focused even without external signs of progress. Because true progress happens first in the invisible. Reprogramming begins where no one sees it, in the way you wake up, in the way you think in silence, in the way you feel, even when no one is looking. Most people give up because they expect to feel different right from the start. They expect the pain to go away quickly, expect the answer to come soon. But true transformation is not quick. It is profound. And everything that is profound takes time to reveal itself. Giving up early is like abandoning a flower that has not yet crossed the earth. It is forgetting that the invisible works before the visible. It is not realizing that your greatest spiritual strength lies in continuing, even without applause, even without proof, even without certainty. This is the faith that transforms, the faith that goes through the darkness, knowing that the light will come, not because it needs to, but because it already is, because it has already become. Beware of the cycle of hope, frustration, self-abandonment. There is a subtle pattern that repeats itself in the journey of those who seek inner transformation. It is almost invisible, but it has a powerful force. First comes hope, that light in your chest that tells you that now everything will change. You feel the call, you believe, you start. And for a while, everything seems possible, but then, slowly, something empties. Enthusiasm gives way to doubt. Clarity begins to cloud, and frustration sets in. This frustration is not just due to lack of results. It is because you feel that, once again, perhaps nothing will change. It is a silent pain, almost an internal shame, as if, deep down, you were disappointing yourself. And this feeling, if not welcomed, makes room for self-abandonment. You begin to let go of your rituals. You postpone your practices. You forget your promises. And little by little, you disconnect from what you started to build. And everything starts again. Hope, frustration, self-abandonment. This cycle imprisons thousands of souls, not because they are not strong, but because they were taught to expect immediate results. We live in a culture that idolizes the fast, that confuses miracles with magic, that believes that if something is spiritual, it must be instantaneous. But the soul has a different time. Reprogramming has a different cadence. It is not about rushing, it is about presence. William Walker Atkinson said that emotion sustained with intention is more powerful than any isolated technique. And Hill added that thought only becomes creative when it is maintained with faith and a defined purpose. This faith is not the faith of enthusiasm. It is the faith of constancy, the faith that continues even when nothing seems to be happening. Because something is happening. It always is, it's just that you don't always see it. Sometimes, the greatest proof that you are changing is precisely frustration, because it shows that you are no longer satisfied with the old. It shows that your soul no longer accepts the previous pattern. This is not a failure. This is a sign. But if you don't understand this, you give up. And by giving up, you confirm the pattern you're trying to change. And then it all starts over again, over and over again, until one day you choose to stay in the void, to stay in silence, to stay in the absence of evidence. And then something breaks free, because you have broken out of the cycle. You no longer depend on hope to act, or on frustration to stop. You are finally present. And presence is what breaks the pattern. Presence is what initiates the new. Presence is what sustains the invisible until it becomes reality. 54 days are not about results, but about identity. The human mind, conditioned by years of external pressure, has been taught to seek proof. Proof that it is on the right path. Proof that it is moving forward. Proof that it will be rewarded. Therefore, when someone begins a process of transformation and does not see immediate results, the natural impulse is to doubt, to disbelieve, to question. But the 54 days we are talking about here are not a path to visible results. They are an invisible journey towards a new identity, an identity that is not formed by force, but by vibration. Napoleon Hill never spoke only of goals. He spoke of who you need to become in order for these goals to happen, because desires are not fulfilled just by wanting. They are fulfilled when there is someone vibrating from the frequency that these desires require. And this frequency is not activated by ready-made phrases, nor by sporadic actions. It is built with daily presence, with sustained emotions, with habits that shape the being, not just the doing. During the 54 days, the universe is not testing you. It is responding to your frequency. And your frequency, during this period, is being shaped by what you feel, what you choose to hold on to, and what you are willing to let go of. It is an internal process, an energetic recalibration that requires surrender. The old self, with its fears, impulses, and distractions, does not dissolve by decree. It needs to be replaced. And for that, time is needed. Time for the body to learn a new rhythm. Time for the mind to accept new commands. Time for the heart to trust another narrative. Identity is accumulated vibration. It is not what you say you are. It is what you maintain that you are, even when no one sees it. And the 54 days are a sacred ground for this sustenance, a ground where you do not seek approval, nor miracles, nor guarantees. You simply walk, one step at a time, one thought at a time, one emotion at a time. And in this walk, something is built, something is revealed, something becomes, because you are no longer the same. It's not about conquering, it's about embodying. It's about aligning with what already exists on another frequency. It's about allowing the new you to take shape without having to be forced. You're not trying to create an outcome. You're allowing a new version of yourself to emerge. And that is much deeper, much more real, much more powerful. Clear mind versus wavering mind. There is a silent force that sustains all great transformations. It is not loud. It does not impress. It does not attract attention, but it moves the invisible. Napoleon Hill called this force definite purpose. But behind these words, there is something even deeper. The mind that has decided, the mind that does not negotiate with doubt, the mind that remains even when everything around it seems to be wrong. Most people live with a wavering mind, a mind that wants but fears, that dreams but postpones, that believes, but only until the first obstacle. The wavering mind is fickle. It reacts to the environment. It allows itself to be influenced by the external. One day it is confident, the next it is in doubt. One day it feels certain, the next it questions everything. This oscillation creates noise, and where there is noise, there is no clean vibration. And without clean vibration, the universe does not respond clearly. The clear mind, on the other hand, is a living decision. It is not based on fleeting emotions, but on deep alignment. It is chosen, and when you choose, it becomes magnetic, because there is an energetic coherence in true decision. Coherence between thought, emotion, and action. Coherence that creates a field that creates reality. And this cannot be achieved with force. It can be achieved with constancy. During the 54 days, the wavering mind tries to regain control. It whispers doubts, it presents arguments, it recalls past failures. But all of this is just a reflection of the old identity trying to maintain its place. If you listen to these noises too much, you lose your center. But if you sustain the frequency of the decision, something begins to consolidate. It is as if the universe begins to recognize your vibration as a new truth. And then, slowly, it begins to reorganize the circumstances around you. Having a clear mind does not mean not feeling fear. It means not being guided by it. It does not mean the absence of uncertainty. It means being firm even in the face of it. It is this firmness that transforms intention into direction, desire into reality, will into a magnetic field. And this firmness only arises in practice. In the silent practice of continuing, of choosing again, to sustain, even when it seems like nothing has changed, because deep down, everything is already changing. Each aligned thought strengthens the field. Each coherent emotion reinforces the identity. Each decided action sends a clear signal to the universe. I am ready. I am available. I am becoming. The defined mind is a portal to a vibrational field where dreams stop being distant and start becoming inevitable. The energetic failure of intention without structure. Intention without action is like a seed thrown into the wind without soil to take root. It carries potential but finds no support. In the invisible world of energy, wanting is not enough. Dreaming is not enough. Feeling desire is not enough. The universe does not respond to punctual enthusiasm. It responds to vibrational coherence, and coherence only arises when there is structure, when there is ritual, when there is practice. Many people live trapped in desire. They desire strongly. They think intensely. They believe with faith. But they do not create containers for these intentions. They do not establish routines. They do not cultivate habits. They do not create small daily rituals that sustain the energy field of what they wish to manifest. And then, over the course of days, the vibration weakens. The intention disperses. The field becomes unstructured. Napoleon Hill understood this profoundly. Behind every defined purpose, there was a discipline, a practice, a ritual. The purpose was not just mental. It was lived. It was repeated. It was embodied. Because what is repeated with intention becomes a vibrational pattern. And what becomes a vibrational pattern inevitably begins to shape reality. Without structure, intention loses strength. It dissolves into routine. It dissolves into commitments. It fades away in the face of distractions. The mind without firm direction becomes vulnerable to the environment. And in this state, there is no conscious creation. There is only unconscious repetition. That is why structure is not a prison. It is a channel through which energy can flow steadily, a channel through which the invisible can become visible. The right structure does not have to be complex. It has to be sacred. It has to be yours. It can be a fixed time, a repeated word, a moment of silence, an open notebook, a place of presence, anything that acts as a physical and vibrational reminder of the new self that is being formed. When intention meets structure, the vibration stabilizes. And when the vibration stabilizes, the field responds. That is the point. Energy responds to coherence. And coherence is when what you think, feel, and do go together every day, even if only for a few minutes. It is this union that creates a new vibrational identity, and it is this identity that begins to attract, not what you desire, but what you have already become. Because in the universe of frequency, you do not receive what you want, you receive what you sustain. And only those who build structure sustain, day after day, vibration after vibration, choice after choice. Invisible ritual, the silent repetition that shapes the quantum field. There are deep forces that operate in the invisible, forces that make no noise, that do not ask for attention, that do not seek recognition, but that, day after day, are shaping reality in a subtle and constant way. One of these forces is silent repetition, the gesture that no one sees, the word whispered in intimacy, the visualization done in the dark before the world wakes up. That is where transformation begins. It is not in the euphoria of the morning after a decision, nor in the excitement of discovering a new method. True change begins in the vibrational repetition of an internal state, a vibration that you decide to sustain, not because you feel it, but because you choose it. It is at this point that visualization ceases to be a mental exercise and becomes a vibrational practice. It is not about seeing with the eyes of the imagination. It is about feeling with the energetic body. It is about living, even if silently, the frequency of what you wish to embody. Napoleon Hill understood this when he spoke about creative imagination. But this imagination was not free. It was applied, targeted, charged with emotion, sustained by repetition. Visualizing is not fantasizing. It is training the body to believe before reality responds. It is putting the nervous system in daily contact with the emotion of the new, so that, little by little, the body becomes an accomplice to the manifestation. And when the body believes, the field believes too. Words of power upon waking, a simple gesture, a recurring thought, a subtle intention. All of this, when done with presence, becomes a ritual. And the ritual, when maintained with constancy, becomes vibrational programming. You are, even without realizing it, informing the field who you are becoming. And the field responds, not in the time of the ego, but in the time of coherence. The quantum field does not respond to what you declare once. It responds to what you repeat with intention, to what you feel with presence, to what you live with constancy. That is why silence has so much power, because in silence there is no distraction, there is no mask, there is no performance. There is only you, and the vibration you are choosing to maintain. This is the true invisible ritual, the silent practice that, day after day, is writing a new energetic signature into the universe. A signature that says, I am, I have become. And when this happens, when the vibration stabilizes at this frequency, the invisible begins to bend. Reality begins to rearrange itself, not by magic, but by resonance, because everything that is repeated with emotion becomes inevitable, and everything that becomes inevitable becomes real. Why silence has more vibrational power than loud affirmations? Sound may be beautiful, but silence is sacred. There is a dimension of existence that can only be accessed when the noise ceases, when the mind becomes still, when the need to control gives way to listening. In this silent space, something is revealed, something is reorganized, something is aligned, because silence is not absence. Silence is presence, a deep, dense, living presence, and it is in this presence that the vibrational field finds space to restructure itself. We often seek transformation through the repetition of words, motivational phrases, positive affirmations, mantras, and although these tools have their place, they become empty when they are not anchored in inner silence, when they become just mental noise, when they are said to try to convince oneself of something that has not yet been felt. True vibration does not come from volume, it comes from coherence, and coherence is born in silence. Napoleon Hill understood the importance of directed thought, but the most powerful thought is the one that emerges from a clean inner space, from a mind that is not trying to prove anything, that is not reacting, but that is simply being, because in this state of being, the body aligns itself, emotions calm down, and energy begins to flow more purely. The field then responds, not to what was said, but to what was felt. William Walker Atkinson spoke of mental vibration as a real force, capable of influencing other minds, environments, and circumstances. But he also said that the most powerful mind is the concentrated mind, the mind that is not scattered, the mind that knows how to rest. And this rest is only possible in silence, not the silence of the mouth, but the silence of the ego, the silence of anxious wanting, the silence of comparison, the silence of haste. Entering this state is like returning to the womb of creation. It is allowing the vibration of the new self to be gestated without interference, without noise, without the need to prove. Because it is in this fertile void that the new reality begins to take shape. There is no struggle, there is no urgency, only presence. And that presence, when sustained, transforms everything. Silence, when filled with intention, becomes the most fertile soil for conscious manifestation. That is why moments of stillness, spaces of introspection, moments of conscious pause are so essential. They do not interrupt the journey. They sustain it. They deepen it. They realign it. Because in silence, the soul remembers. And when the soul remembers, the universe responds. Without words, without noise, only with coherence, only with flow, only with vibrational truth. Real example, the businessman who changed his financial vibration in 54 days. He was no longer looking for a method, nor a ready-made formula. He was looking for silence. After years of fighting against the feeling of financial stagnation, even with multiple training and business strategies, something inside him told him that the problem was not external. It was not the market. It was not a lack of knowledge. It was something more subtle, deeper. It was the frequency with which he related to money, and even more so, with life. This man, an experienced businessman, successful in the eyes of many, carried a vibration of silent scarcity. It was not in his words. It was in his body, in the way he reacted to unexpected events, in the tightness in his chest when he thought about the future, in the tension that arose every time he spoke about revenue. No matter how much revenue he earned, something in him continued to operate at the frequency of fear. And this fear, however disguised it was perceived by the field. That was when he discovered Napoleon Hill's principles with a new ear, not as a mental strategy, but as a vibrational reconnection. And he decided to enter the 54-day cycle. He didn't tell anyone. He didn't share it on social media. He didn't seek recognition. He simply committed. Every morning, he would repeat a phrase of power in silence. As soon as he woke up, he would visualize himself for a few minutes living the freedom he desired. He would feel the vibration of confidence in his body. And at night, he would write down 3 emotions that he had sustained throughout the day. Nothing external changed immediately, but inside, everything began to reorganize itself. In the second week, he noticed that he no longer reacted with anxiety to unexpected events. In the third, he began to make decisions with more clarity. In the fourth, an old proposal was reactivated by a forgotten client. He didn't make any extra effort, but there was something new emanating. A calm that had not existed before. A center. A coherence. At the end of the 54 days, his bank account had changed. But more importantly, his internal vibration had transformed. He no longer sought money with disguised desperation. He no longer moved out of fear. He was anchored in a new frequency, the frequency of silent trust, of embodied worthiness, of natural flow. This is not an isolated case. It is simply a reflection of what happens when you hold, with presence and intention, a different vibration than usual. When you let go of the rush and choose the process, when you stop seeking proof and start offering vibrational truth to the field. Reality had no other choice. It had to reorganize itself because the field it emanated was no longer the same. The emotional consistency factor, the secret behind any manifestation. There is a profound difference between doing something every day and sustaining a frequency every day. Practice is important, but it is the emotion behind the practice that shapes the field. You can meditate religiously every morning, repeat affirmations with discipline, visualize your new life with dedication. But if, at the end of all this, you return to feeling anxiety, doubt, frustration, it is this vibration that is being communicated to the universe. Energy does not respond to the gesture. It responds to the emotional coherence of the gesture. This is why so many people get frustrated with manifestation. They do everything right, but feel everything wrong. They execute the steps, but carry within themselves a vibration of absence. They are so focused on what they want to achieve that they forget what they are really emanating. The vibration of lack, the frequency of doubt, the emotion of fear disguised as faith. Napoleon Hill said that thought, in order to be creative, needs to be charged with emotion. And not just any emotion, but the emotion that corresponds to the reality that you want to manifest. The body needs to get used to that emotion. It needs to recognize it as familiar. It needs to become fluent in that vibration. And that only happens when there is emotional consistency. Not for a few minutes, but for days, for cycles, for 54 days. Emotional consistency is not feeling good all the time. It is remembering, even on difficult days, the vibration that you have chosen to sustain. It is not identifying with the old pattern that returns to test your resolve. It is noticing the emotion that tries to take control and choosing a different response, a deeper breath, a higher thought, a more aligned gesture. It is in that space between impulse and response that the field begins to change. Because what you sustain emotionally, even without realizing it, is what you transmit. And what you transmit inevitably becomes a magnet, an energetic invitation, a silent message to the universe. And the universe, in its intelligence, only responds. That is why manifestation is not an isolated act. It is a constant field, a field that you nourish, that you protect, that you honor. And this field only becomes stronger when your emotion stops being a reaction and becomes a choice. A conscious choice, a present choice, a choice that repeats itself until it becomes you. Because in the end, you don't manifest what you want, you manifest what you sustain. And only those who feel with truth, those who live with presence, those who vibrate with consistency, sustain. Why spiritual procrastination doesn't feel like procrastination. It doesn't come with the same weight as common laziness. It doesn't carry the obvious guilt of someone who abandons something important. Spiritual procrastination is subtle, disguised, almost always rationalized. You just postpone meditation for later. You stop reading in the middle. You forget about visualization for a few days. You think everything is fine because, after all, they are just details. But these details in the vibrational field are cracks, small fissures that, when accumulated, begin to destructure the frequency that was being built. This is how the field loses strength, not with major ruptures, but with silent absences. Spiritual procrastination is treacherous because it seems harmless, and many times it comes dressed up with noble justifications. Lack of time, too many commitments, urgent priorities. The world demands, life calls, and your commitment to yourself is pushed aside. Just for today, just for this week, only until things calm down. But the field doesn't wait. It doesn't pause. It just responds. And when the vibration you were feeding is interrupted, it begins to dissipate. The strength that was being built up disperses, and the previous frequency, the one you so long to transcend, returns more easily, because it is known, because it has a history, because it is ingrained. Napoleon Hill spoke about the importance of emotional discipline, not as rigidity, but as fidelity to purpose, a fidelity that proves itself in moments when it would be easier to postpone, on days when there is no motivation, on days when everything seems more urgent. Spiritual procrastination is not just a routine failure. It is a subtle disconnection from what you have decided to become. It is at this point that the choice becomes alive. You don't need to feel like it. You just need to remember who you are becoming. You need to remember that each micro-choice vibrates in the field, and that the universe is listening. It doesn't listen to your audios. It listens to your coherence. It feels your field, and this field is built with small, daily fidelities, with silent decisions, with gentle returns to practice, even after deviations, because the path does not demand perfection. It demands presence, and presence is this: returning, re-choosing, remembering, sustaining, even when everything inside you wants to negotiate with the old identity, even when the mind says that today is not so important. It is. Each day is. Each gesture is. Each repetition vibrates, and each vibration, sustained or neglected, is shaping what you call reality. The paradox of control. The more you force time, the more you block the flow. There is a type of anxiety that does not scream. It whispers. It whispers goals. It whispers deadlines. It whispers, "I need it to happen soon." It is a spiritual anxiety, often confused with focus. But behind this focus, there is fear. Fear that nothing will change. Fear that time will pass. Fear that the universe will forget. And this fear, even camouflaged as productivity, emits a vibration of distrust. Distrust in time, distrust in life, distrust in the field itself. This is where the paradox reveals itself. You want to control the steps of the universe, but in doing so, you block its response. Because the universe does not bow to your haste. It responds to your vibrational maturity, to your ability to activate and let go, to direct and trust, to act and allow. This is not passivity. This is energetic wisdom. It is understanding that there is a time for planting and a time for harvesting, and that forcing the harvest before the time destroys the seed. Napoleon Hill spoke of decisive action, but he also spoke of faith. And faith is not passive waiting. It is the vibrational certainty that sustains the field even in the absence of signs. William Walker Atkinson said that the universe responds to emotional trust, and trust does not need to be rushed. It is sustained by presence, by surrender, in the space that you offer, so that the invisible can work without interruptions. Forcing is different from maintaining. The first is born of fear. The second is born of presence. Forcing is wanting to prove that you are in control. Maintaining is knowing that the right vibration has already begun to act. Control, when guided by the ego, tries to manipulate time. Presence, when guided by the spirit, aligns with the rhythm of creation. And in this rhythm, time expands. The response adjusts. Reality reorganizes itself. Spiritual maturity, is activating the field with clarity and then letting it breathe, because the field needs space to move what cannot yet be seen. Control suffocates. Surrender allows. Anxiety blocks. Trust flows. It is in this state of active trust that manifestation happens, not because it was forced, but because it was allowed. You are not here to control the invisible. You are here to collaborate with it. And this collaboration requires listening. It requires patience. It requires a vibration of someone who knows that they are already on the way, even if the eyes do not yet see. Because in the language of the universe, seeing is not the beginning. Feeling is. Sustaining is. Trusting is. And that changes everything. Mental model. Think as if you already have it. Act as if you are building it. There is a silent wisdom in living reality before it manifests, not as a denial of the present life, but as an alignment with what is being created. Thinking as if you already have it is more than imagining achievements. It is feeling the vibration of what is already yours by vibrational right. It is waking up with the emotion of someone who already lives in peace. It is walking with the posture of someone who has already found a purpose. It is breathing with the lightness of someone who already knows that everything is flowing. But thinking is not enough, because the universe does not respond only to the mind. It responds to the body, to action, to practice, to embodied vibration. Therefore, thinking as if you already have it needs to be intertwined with acting as if you are building, because there is still ground being prepared. There are still structures being shaped. There are still old versions being dissolved. And acting, even without seeing everything ready, is a silent declaration of mature faith. This combination, accomplished thought and committed action, is what creates the most powerful magnetic field. This is what transforms desire into presence, dream into direction, possibility into reality. Napoleon Hill knew this when he said that faith must be accompanied by a defined purpose. And this purpose, in order to manifest itself, needs to find someone in you who is willing to act every day as if they were nourishing something sacred. It is not about fooling yourself. It is about anticipating vibrationally what is to come. It is a question of frequency, of coherence between what you imagine, what you feel, and what you do. The universe understands this coherence as truth, and truth attracts. Truth has weight, truth has vibration, and this vibration begins to influence everything around you. You do not need to prove anything. You do not need to convince anyone. You only need to sustain, with delicacy and firmness, this double presence, that of someone who already is, and that of someone who is still building, because the field responds to intention, but bends to maturity. And this is maturity, the wisdom of living the new while it is still invisible, and the humility of building the ground with patience, with rhythm, with truth. This internal attitude changes everything, because it communicates to the universe that you are ready, that you are already vibrating at the frequency of what you desire, and that you are willing to be an active part of the construction of your own reality. There is no longer a separation between who you are and who you want to be, because you have already started living as if you were. And this, as if you were, is exactly what makes it happen. How Napoleon Hill used the power of the invisible without abandoning the real. He spoke of thought. He spoke of purpose. He spoke of faith. But behind every word written by Napoleon Hill, there was a silent practice that many ignore. The ability to live with one foot in the invisible and the other on the solid ground of action. He understood the strength of the vibrational field. He knew that creative imagination was a bridge to new realities, but he never despised the physical world. He was never fooled by a spirituality that ignores work, habit, commitment. The power of the invisible, for Hill, was not a refuge. It was a laboratory. A space where the mind could rehearse the new reality, create new connections, generate a vibration that would later be sustained with concrete acts. There is no contradiction between dreaming and doing, between visualizing and acting, between silence and building. The contradiction lies in believing that it is enough to imagine, that it is enough to desire, that it is enough to feel. Hill insisted, you need to act, you need to repeat, you need to sustain. The mind alone has no power, but the mind that decides, combined with firm emotion and coherent behavior, has a power that transcends the limits of logic. That is when the invisible becomes real, when what you think, feel, and do is in harmony, when the energy you emanate does not contradict itself, when there is vibrational integrity between your internal universe and the way you move in the world. This is sacred duality, the ability to imagine in detail and at the same time create routines, to access high vibrational states, and at the same time take care of the small tasks of the day, to talk to the invisible in the morning and do what needs to be done in the afternoon. Because true manifestation happens in this intertwining. It is born in frequency, but grows in practice. Hill did not romanticize faith. He trained it. He cultivated it like one would cultivate a muscle. And this training required constancy, structure, choice. He knew that the faith that moves mountains also moves habits. It also shapes behaviors. It also demands decision. That is why the power of the invisible is not an invitation to escape from reality. It is a call to transform reality from another layer of consciousness. It is a lever, a key, an impulse that only becomes a path when it finds, on the other side, someone willing to make the invisible live in the body, in the routine, in time. That was Hill's secret, and it is the secret that sustains the 54 days. Not to live only in the invisible, but to let the invisible become action, become form, become life. Living metaphor, Chinese bamboo and the silent vibration that precedes the explosion. For the first few years, nothing happens. You water, tend, prepare the soil, but nothing sprouts, nothing emerges, no visible signs of life, and it is easy to think that everything is wrong, that the seed has died, that the process has failed. But Chinese bamboo does not grow like other plants. It works invisibly. It grows downward. It creates deep roots, silently, invisibly, until one day, suddenly, it explodes upward. It grows meters in a few weeks. But this rapid growth is only possible because of the time of invisibility. The 54-day journey is exactly like that, a period in which, on the outside, almost nothing seems to happen. Habits are repeated. Intention is sustained. Emotion is trained. But the external world remains the same. Circumstances do not change. Answers do not arrive. The old mind begins to whisper, "You are wasting time. Nothing is working. This is an illusion." But like the bamboo, you are putting down roots, energetic roots, emotional roots, roots of vibrational coherence. These roots are invisible, but they support everything. They are what will keep your new reality firm when it finally blossoms. Because without roots, the new collapses. The miracle fades. The vibration cannot be sustained. That is why the invisible is sacred. That is why the time of silence is necessary. It is not an empty weight. It is a silent construction. When the bamboo finally breaks through the earth, it does not start from scratch. It simply reveals what was already being built. The same happens with you. When the manifestation finally arrives, it is not an event. It is a revelation. It is the moment when the invisible bows before your constancy. Not because you demanded it, but because you sustained it. Because you remained. Because you trusted. This is the living metaphor of the journey. This is what the 54 days offer. A field of roots. A space to deepen. A vibration that no longer needs proof, because it has already become true. And when this truth is complete, reality has no choice. It must respond. Because you're no longer asking, you are transmitting, you are vibrating, you are being. And that is irreversible. The field you build in 54 days is not only real, it is irreversible. Something changes. Not on the outside, not in others, not in the calendar, but in you. A change that makes no noise, but that completely changes the way you collapse reality. Because now it is no longer the thought trying to force a new life. It is the whole body vibrating the new identity. It is the heart beating at a different frequency. It is the mind sending out signals that no longer ask for more. They announce. Joe Dispenza explains with scientific clarity, when an emotion is sustained with constancy, it becomes a new neurological pattern, a new electromagnetic field, and this field begins to alter the body even before the environment changes. The body becomes an extension of the new vibration. It stops reacting to the past and begins to anticipate the future. And this future, although not yet visible, is already being transmitted. After 54 days of true alignment, the difference becomes noticeable. You no longer need to mentally repeat what you want, because now you are. And when you are, you transmit, you magnetize, you become the field that you once only visualized. And the universe, by its nature, responds to fields, not to loose words, not to fickle desires, not to brief feelings. Napoleon Hill said, "Thought is the most powerful thing in the universe when accompanied by faith and definite purpose. But what is faith, if not an emotional habit, an internal practice that transforms expectation into silent certainty? The faith that creates realities is not anxious faith. It is vibrational faith, the kind that repeats itself tirelessly, that sustains without demanding, that remains without seeing. And when this faith is sustained for 54 days, something profound happens. The field ceases to be an attempt. It becomes identity, and identity is not negotiable. It is not lost. It does not dissolve at the first sign of resistance, because now what was intention has become frequency. What was visualization has become structure. What was desire has become presence. You do not manifest what you dream. You manifest what you sustain with emotional maturity, because the universe does not respond to the intensity of your desire. It responds to the depth of your being. And when this being vibrates with constancy, with clarity, with coherence, everything around you begins to reorganize itself. People, situations, opportunities, ideas. Everything begins to gravitate around who you have become. This is the true field, and it is irreversible, because once you build it from the inside out, no external circumstance has the power to erase it. It is yours. It is you. It was cultivated, silently, patiently, powerfully, and now, finally, it blossoms, not as magic, but as a response, as a fruit, as an inevitable extension of your new vibration. Listen carefully. You have come this far, and that, in itself, is a rare choice. Few remain. Few cross the invisible. Few sustain what they have decided to be. But you have remained. You have crossed words, emotions, reflections, and now you are faced with something that can no longer be undone. A new field has been initiated. A new vibration is underway, and this vibration has a life of its own. During this time, you have not only listened, you have felt, you have remembered, you have seen yourself in pain, in cycles, in choices, in silences. And it is in this recognition that true transformation begins. Not at the moment you learn something new, but at the moment you decide to no longer be who you have always been, and you decide to sustain this decision, even when nothing outside changes, because you have already begun to change inside. Joe Dispenza confirms what Napoleon Hill intuited decades earlier. The body, when trained in a new emotion, begins to respond to reality as if it had already happened. And this body, now different, begins to emit different signals. It begins to attract different experiences. It begins to access frequencies that were previously unattainable, because it is no longer reactive. It has become creative. This creation is not born of effort, nor of struggle. It is born of coherence, of emotional maturity, of sustained vibrational repetition. This is what the 54 days offer. Not an immediate miracle, but an irreversible field, a solid foundation on which new life can grow, without collapsing, without regressing, without depending on external validations. You do not need to ask for more, because now you transmit. You are no longer looking for a sign. You have become the sign, a sign of presence, of truth, of consistency, of pure frequency. And this frequency, it has a weight. It has a signature, and this signature is recognized by the universe. It does not need proof. It needs coherence, and you are already vibrating the coherence of the new. So if this path spoke to your soul, it is not the end. It is the beginning of a silent but profoundly transformative journey. A journey where each day will be an affirmation, not in words, but in posture, in energy, in presence. Because you now know it's not about what you desire. It's about what you sustain. It's about what you have already become, and that no one can take away. That is yours. That is already. There is an idea that often comforts, but also imprisons, the belief that everything will work out. We say this to soothe the pain, to fill the silence, to escape the feeling of helplessness. But do we really believe it deep down? Or do we use this phrase as a shield against fear? There is a blind spot in this optimism, a point where hope stops being strength and becomes anesthesia. And it is at this point that everything begins to disconnect. Napoleon Hill observed something that few have had the courage to say. Believing that everything will work out is not enough. It is not just about thinking positively. It is about thinking with direction, with purpose, with presence. Hill did not speak of hope. He spoke of creation, of thought as a living seed, of frequency as a creative force. He knew that the universe does not respond to what we say out loud, but to what we sustain in the silent field of our vibration. There are those who deeply desire a new path, but live trapped in the old identity. They vibrate fear while repeating courage. They feel absence while affirming abundance, and the universe, in its precision, responds not to words, but to the real vibration behind them. Neville Goddard said that the mind needs to inhabit the final state of what it desires. Not just visualize it, inhabit it. Feel it as if it already is. Be it before seeing it. And here is the key. The mind that creates is not the hopeful mind. It is the mind that has decided, that aligns itself internally with what it wishes to manifest. Not by force, but by vibrational truth. Because when there is truth, there is coherence. And when there is coherence, there is scope. And when there is scope, the impossible begins to reorganize itself. But there is a subtle blockage that needs to be revealed. It is the unconscious voice that says, "It will work out," while vibrating, "I am not enough." This voice does not shout. It whispers. And the universe listens. It listens to this low frequency. Even if on the outside everything seems positive, it is this dissonance that sabotages. It is this incoherence that prevents manifestation. It is not the lack of faith. It is the lack of harmony between what is said, what is felt, and what is sustained. That is why correct thinking is not the one that twists. It is the one that shapes. It is the one that builds the space for new life internally. Hill knew it. Goddard confirmed it. And now you are starting to remember. It is not about believing that everything will work out. It is about thinking as if it were already right, and living from there, because it is in that place that everything begins to respond. Beware of emotional optimism that numbs your strength of action. It is easy to let yourself be lulled by the comfort of thinking that everything will work out. So easy that sometimes this thought ceases to be a creative impulse and becomes a silent trap, a spiritual anesthesia that paralyzes action. You feel that you are at peace, but in fact, you are asleep. You believe that you are trusting, but you are only waiting. And waiting, when it is not active, when it is not accompanied by a coherent vibration, becomes disguised surrender. Optimism, when not rooted in a deep decision, becomes a crutch, a disguise. It intoxicates the mind with vague promises, but does not move the soul towards what needs to be done. And that is when the strength begins to be lost. Not because there is a lack of faith, but because there is a lack of structure. Not because you do not want to change, but because your disconnected optimism prevents you from realizing what still needs to be transformed. Napoleon Hill did not preach blind optimism. He spoke of a defined purpose, a vibrational decision, of thought as a seed that needs to be watered with emotion and action. Hill knew that repeating phrases without aligning the body, mind, and heart was useless, because the universe does not move by words. It moves by fields, and the field does not respond to desire. It responds to frequency. When optimism becomes too emotional, it conflicts with reality. You feel that everything is fine, but the results do not appear. You wait for signs, but the signs do not come because the field is divided. A part of you wants. The other part, unconsciously, is still. It is numb. It is waiting for something to happen before moving. But the universe doesn't work that way. It needs to feel your internal movement before moving the external one. That's why true optimism doesn't numb. It activates. It awakens. It drives you to act with presence, even without guarantees. It connects you with an internal truth that doesn't need to be proven. It only needs to be sustained. And this sustenance, day after day, is what builds the new. Not in a hurry, not with magic, but with a living frequency. A frequency that vibrates from the inside out, with coherence between what you feel, what you think, and what you do. Invisible error. Confusing hope with frequency. Hope may seem like light, but it is often just an illusion that postpones the now. It disguises itself as faith, but vibrates absence. Waiting is placing desire in the future, and everything that is placed in the future, energetically, is distanced from the present. Hope, when not anchored in vibrational action, creates distance. You desire, but wait. You miss, but try to convince yourself. You project, but do not inhabit. And the universe, in its vibrational precision, does not understand words. It understands frequencies. It does not matter what you want. What matters is what you are vibrating now. And if you are vibrating hope, you are telling the field that it is not yet, that it is still missing, that it still needs to happen. And this still turns into a cycle that never closes, a promise that is never fulfilled, a reality that never arrives. Napoleon Hill never confused hope with creation. He spoke of thought as a generating force, of feeling as structure, of purpose as a field of action. For him, waiting was passive, creating was active. And creating required more than just wishing. It required assuming, living the end, as Neville Goddard would say, inhabiting, in your vibration, the state of what already is, even if nothing around you has changed yet. This is where many people fail, because they believe they are being positive, when in fact they are just being patient, and there is nothing wrong with patience. But it needs to be allied with vibrational presence. Otherwise, it becomes stagnation. Desire needs to be brought into the now. It needs to be felt in the body. It needs to be lived in silence. It needs to be sustained. Hope vibrates the future. Manifestation vibrates the present. And it is only in the present that the field can align. It is only in the now that reality begins to respond. Therefore, the error is not in wishing. It is in waiting, and the cure is not in insisting. It is in inhabiting the vibration of who already is, of who has already become, of who is already at the end, even without having left the beginning. Because it is like this, exactly like this, that everything begins to change. The silent factor that sabotages your frequency, the conflict between desire and identity. There is an invisible space between what you desire and who you believe you are. This space is often filled with doubt, with memories, with old experiences that have left silent marks. You desire a new path, a new life, a new level of reality. But your emotional identity still vibrates the opposite. It still carries the weight of stories that say, it's not possible, it's not for you, you're not capable. This conflict is not shouted, it is felt. It manifests itself in the way you react to compliments, in the way you sabotage your own progress, in the difficulty of maintaining your vibration when something goes wrong. And the universe, with its subtle intelligence, does not respond to your declared desire. It responds to your vibrational identity, to the image you sustain, even without realizing it, to the story you repeat, even in silence. Napoleon Hill understood the depth of this phenomenon. He knew that thought is creative, but only when it is aligned with a coherent identity. When desire encounters an internal image that rejects it, there is noise. And where there is noise, there is no clean frequency. There is no stable magnetic field. There is no clear manifestation. What happens then is repetition. Cycles that return. Situations that repeat themselves. Frustrations that are reborn. You may deeply desire something new, but if deep down, you still see yourself as limited, scarce, wounded, or incapable, the field will reflect that image, because that is the image that is being transmitted. The universe does not respond to your enthusiasm. It responds to your silent truth. And that truth lives in identity. That is why the real work is not just about desiring. It is about rewriting the internal image. It is about rebuilding the frequency with which you see yourself. It is about aligning desire with identity, becoming on the inside what you want to live on the outside, not by force, but by presence, by repetition, by vibrational practice. Because when desire encounters an identity that recognizes it, the field opens, the flow returns, creation happens, not as a miracle, but as a consequence of a new internal coherence. And this coherence changes everything. Why most people fail when they try to think positively. Thinking positively by itself has never been enough, but this idea has spread like a magic formula, repeating nice words, trying to feel good, ignoring fear, avoiding discomfort. But the universe does not move by statements. It moves by coherent vibration. And most people, even with good intentions, fail because they try to use thought as makeup for a misaligned emotion. You can say, "It will work out 1,000 times a day." You can repeat affirmations in front of the mirror, write goals in notebooks, create vision boards. But if your body is vibrating fear, if your emotion is stuck in the frequency of scarcity, if your mind is trying to control reality, nothing happens. Because there is a disconnect, a vibrational dissonance between what you say and what you feel. And it is this dissonance that blocks the field. Napoleon Hill never suggested that thinking positively was enough. What he taught was purposeful thinking. Thinking that is born from an inner decision, thought that shapes emotion and directs action. This is different from wishful thinking. This is vibrational construction. This is energetic alignment. Positive thinking, when done without awareness, creates tension because it requires you to deny what you are feeling. It requires you to feign optimism while something inside you is still afraid. And this pretense does not fool the universe. It perceives the real frequency. It perceives the incoherence. It perceives that there is a desire that has not found a vibrational body to sustain it. This is why so many people get frustrated, because they believe they are doing everything right. But deep down, they are just avoiding feeling. They are trying to skip steps. They are forcing themselves to believe without creating internal space for this belief to flourish. And the result is frustration, because the field does not respond to mental effort. It responds to the embodied vibration, the one that comes from within, the one that is coherent, the one that is true. This is why positive thinking only works when it is a reflection of a new emotion, when it is sustained by a body that already feels what it wants to experience, when it is a natural extension of an identity that is already in transformation. Then, yes, the thought becomes creative, not because it was rehearsed, but because it is real, and the real manifests. Mental model. The truth you assume shapes the reality you create. The mind does not just observe the world, it shapes, it organizes, it transmits silent signals to the surrounding field, and each thought, sustained with emotion, becomes a vibrational instruction, an energetic message that tells the universe, "This is how I see, this is how I am, this is how I choose to live." Therefore, what you assume as truth, even if silently, begins to take shape in your reality. Napoleon Hill did not only teach about goals and success, he spoke of inner conviction, of a truth assumed with such presence that it becomes unshakable. Because when a truth is assumed with the body, with the mind, and with the heart, it begins to become visible. not as magic, but as a vibrational consequence. You begin to walk differently, think differently, react differently, and the world responds. Neville Goddard called this living the end, feeling as if it were already there, inhabiting the desired state with such internal fidelity that the entire body begins to believe it, and the universe, faced with this vibrational conviction, reorganizes itself because it is no longer faced with a desire. It is faced with an identity, a consistent frequency, an energetic certainty that does not wait for proof to believe that it already is, even without evidence. This assumed truth is not shouted. It does not need to be explained. It does not require justifications because it vibrates. It manifests itself in silence, in small gestures, in new choices, in a calm that did not exist before. And when the universe finds this kind of coherence, it bends, it cooperates, it flows. You do not need to convince anyone, not even yourself. You only need to decide what you will accept as truth, not just by saying it, but in the vibration that you sustain in your daily life, in the emotion that you cultivate, in the identity that you begin to reinforce. Because in the end, it is not what you want that creates your life. It's what you believe yourself to be. It's what you've already begun to vibrate. It's what you've already silently become. And that transforms everything. The trap of silent doubt. Doubt does not always present itself as obvious resistance. Sometimes it comes as an almost imperceptible whisper, a question hidden behind the statement. You say it will work out, but immediately afterwards, without realizing it, you think, will it? This small break in frequency, this micro-conflict between what you say and what you feel, has an immense weight in the vibrational field. Because the universe does not respond to the sentence you say, it responds to the vibration that you sustain right after it. This doubt does not have to be rational. It can be a remnant of old stories. It can be the legacy of past experiences that have not yet been dissolved. It can be a fear that you do not name, but that vibrates deep down. And until this vibration is welcomed and transformed, it will continue to interfere. It will continue to weaken the coherence of the field. Because there is no creation where there is noise, and doubt is a subtle but powerful noise. Napoleon Hill spoke about the importance of firm faith, of thinking maintained with a defined purpose. But he knew that this faith was not blind. It was built. It was sustained. It required vigilance. Because the mind, by default, tends toward fear. It tends toward the old. It tends to doubt. And doubt, even when small, has the power to delay or distort manifestation. The problem is not doubting. The problem is living in vibrational conflict without realizing it. It is saying one thing and feeling another. It is projecting confidence and feeding insecurity. It is trying to move forward with one foot still stuck in the past. The mind says yes. The body vibrates no. And in that space between yes and no, the field does not move. It waits. It pauses. It remains in suspension. That is why the deepest work is not to insist on positive thinking. It is to dissolve the silent doubt. It is to welcome the part of you that still does not believe. Not to repress it, but to integrate, to heal, to transform. Because when doubt is acknowledged and no longer fed, it loses its strength, and the field then begins to respond with more clarity. The certainty that creates realities does not need to be blatant. It needs to be clean, coherent, peaceful. And this inner peace only arises when thought and emotion walk together, when what you declare finds support in what you feel, and what you feel supports what you do. This internal alignment dissolves doubt, and when doubt dissolves, the field flows. Reality approaches. The invisible begins to show itself. Because now, there is no more noise. There is truth, and truth always has the power to create. Practical exercise to think like Napoleon Hill. Redefine your thoughts through your dominant emotion. It all starts with what you feel on a recurring basis. Not with what you think occasionally, but with the emotion that constantly vibrates deep within you. This emotion, almost always silent, is the true axis of your vibrational field. It is what organizes your thoughts, your decisions, and your way of interpreting reality. Therefore, thinking like Napoleon Hill is not just about adopting catchy phrases. It is about learning to invert the logic of internal creation. It is about using emotion to shape thought, and not the other way around. Hill believed in the power of emotional repetition with direction. It is not enough to repeat an idea if the body is still tuned to another frequency. The mind, without the support of the heart and physical sensation, becomes fragile. Therefore, the exercise here is simple in appearance, but profound in impact. It begins with 3 questions. What do I think repeatedly? What emotion does this thought provoke in me? And what emotion would I choose to sustain if I were already living the end I desire? The first step requires observation. No judgment, just presence. You recognize the pattern that your mind is feeding. You identify the automatic thoughts, those that return when you are distracted, those that arise when nothing is happening. The second stage is more sensitive. You feel what these thoughts generate, in your body, in your breathing, in your posture, because it is this feeling that is emitting the real frequency, not the thought itself, but the emotion that it triggers. And then comes the reversal. You will no longer wait for the right thought to generate the right emotion. You will choose the emotion first. You will deliberately feel the internal state that you would like to experience if you were already living the desired reality. And then, from this state, you will observe that your thoughts begin to reorganize themselves, that your mind begins to generate ideas that are coherent with this new vibration, that your internal field changes. This is vibrational reprogramming in action. It is the practice of energetic coherence. It is thinking as Hill thought, with purpose, with direction, with emotional presence. Because true creative thought is born from an internal state that already recognizes the new as real. And this internal reality creates, sustains, transforms, even before anything outside has changed. Because it is within that everything begins, always. And whenever you start from within, the rest follows. How dopamine tricks you and prevents you from sustaining the frequency. The initial motivation is sweet. It arrives like a breath of possibilities, a silent euphoria, an inner fire that says, now it's going to happen. And for a few days, everything seems different. You wake up more willing. You feel that something has started to move. But soon, this flame goes out. The enthusiasm evaporates, and without understanding why, you find yourself returning to the same patterns as before. Not because you don't want to change, but because you were tricked by dopamine. Dopamine is a powerful neurotransmitter. It's what drives you in the beginning, what makes the new seem irresistible, what creates the feeling of progress. But it's volatile. It doesn't sustain. It rewards the beginning, but doesn't accompany the process. And that's where many get lost, because they confuse the dopamine spike with vibrational clarity. And when the spike passes, they believe they've lost the connection, that the manifestation won't happen, that they've failed. Napoleon Hill knew that creative thinking is not born from excitement. It is born from sustained decision, from intention that does not depend on mood, from practice that is not abandoned when enthusiasm passes. Because what builds reality is not what you feel for a few days. It is what you sustain even when the feeling disappears. It is what you repeat with presence, even without motivation. Dopamine wants novelty, but the field responds to repetition. Dopamine pushes you to seek more stimulus, but manifestation requires stability, frequency, coherence. That is why those who rely only on initial motivation soon become frustrated. Because the body returns to its previous pattern, because the mind begins to doubt, because the absence of immediate pleasure seems like a sign that something is wrong, but it is not. It is at that moment, precisely at that moment of decline, that the true frequency begins to be built. When you continue, even without dopamine, when you choose to maintain the new habit, when you breathe with presence, even without feeling euphoric, because then you begin to re-educate your system, to show the body that it is possible to live in another vibration, to create a new energetic signature. And that signature is what changes everything. Not the fleeting emotion, not the chemical impulse, but the repeated vibrational decision. The one that survives the wavering of motivation. The one that becomes so real that the universe has no choice but to respond. Not because you're excited, but because you're stable. And vibrational stability is what makes the invisible become inevitable. The secret to emotional coherence. Not wanting what you deny internally. There is a silent point within you that perhaps has not yet been heard. A point where the contradiction between what you want and what you believe you deserve lives. It is possible to want something strongly and at the same time carry within yourself a feeling that it is not for you. This is the field of emotional incoherence, a field where desire turns into pain, where intention vibrates one thing and emotion vibrates another. And the universe, with its precision, responds to emotion. You say you want abundance, but feel guilty when you think about receiving it. You say you want love, but doubt whether you are worthy of it. You say you want freedom, but fear not knowing what to do with it. These contradictions are not failures. They are unresolved frequencies. They are old stories that still resonate. They are parts of you that are still vibrating the opposite of what you have consciously decided to want. Napoleon Hill said that the mind needs a defined purpose, but this purpose only gains strength when the body recognizes it as true, when emotion sustains thought, when the vibration you emit is one, clear, whole, complete, not fragmented, not conflicting, not divided between wanting and fearing, between asking and rejecting. This emotional coherence is what creates strong fields, fields that magnetize, fields that collapse possibilities into reality. But it does not happen by chance. It is cultivated, it is chosen, it is built through silent practices of reconnection. It is not enough to wish for something. You have to allow your body to feel it as real. You have to dissolve the guilt, fear, and shame that still prevent this permission. And it is not about forcing a new feeling. It is about cleaning the old feeling. It is about releasing the internal ties that impede the flow. It is about creating space for the new vibration to be truly welcomed. When what you desire no longer encounters resistance within you, it begins to move more easily outside of you. Not because you did something different, but because you stopped denying what you said you wanted. This is what emotional coherence is. It is when desire meets a receptive body, an aligned mind, an available heart, and this union creates a field that the universe recognizes as truth. And truth, when it is vibrated with its entirety, manifests itself, because it no longer needs to be proven. It already is, and everything that already is begins to reveal itself. True story. He only prospered when he stopped trying to believe and started thinking as if he already was. He tried sincerely. He repeated affirmations. He read books. He attended courses. He wrote down goals in detail. But inside, something didn't fit. He still felt like he was trying too hard. It was as if every effort to believe revealed a silent truth. He still didn't believe, and while he kept trying to convince himself, the field around him remained the same. No movement, no response, no real change. It was only when he stopped trying that everything started to change, not because he gave up, but because he understood. He understood that manifestation doesn't happen when you force belief. It happens when you assume your identity, when you stop behaving like someone who is waiting and start moving like someone who is already living. It was at that point that he exchanged, "I want to believe," for "I already am," and not with words, with vibrational posture. For 33 days, he did only one thing. He woke up every morning, and before any conscious thought, he sat in silence and breathed as someone who had already arrived. He didn't ask, he didn't assert, he just felt. He entered with his entire body into the final state of what he wanted to live. He allowed himself to experience the tranquility of abundance as if it were already there. And it was, not outside, inside. The first few days were uncomfortable. His mind wanted to go back to doubt, to effort, to the old pattern, but he kept going, silently, without fanfare, without telling anyone. And then something changed. First inside, a new calm, a kind of security that didn't depend on guarantees. Then, outside, an unexpected proposal, an opportunity that seemed impossible, an answer that didn't come because he forced it, but because he sustained it. This story is real, and it's not unique. It's a reflection of what happens when someone stops vibrating like someone who needs to convince and starts vibrating like someone who already is. Napoleon Hill taught that true faith is built, sustained with intention and practice. And Goddard said, "Live the end." That is the synthesis. Stop trying to believe and start living as if it already is, not by magic, by coherence. Because when the vibration changes, the world responds, because you have already changed, because you have already arrived, even before you leave the place. What nature teaches about vibrational frequency and creative thought. Nothing in nature doubts itself. The seed does not question whether it will blossom. The river does not hesitate to follow its course. The night does not ask permission to fall. Nature operates from an internal code that simply is. It does not ask for guarantees. It does not seek proof. It does not negotiate with time, because there is a vibrational wisdom that governs everything in silence. And this wisdom teaches us more about creation than any book can explain. The seed does not need to visualize the tree. It does not need to repeat affirmations to grow. It simply fulfills its vibrational destiny. It feels the earth. It receives the water. It responds to the light. And it grows, because the code is already in it, because the right vibration has already been planted. What is missing? It does not force. It allows. And this allowing is active. It is presence. It is surrender. It is silent trust in an invisible field that always responds. The human, on the other hand, doubts. Even with the code of creation imprinted in his soul, he interrupts the flow with fear, with distrust, with attempts to control. He wants proof before trusting. He wants signs before sustaining. And in doing so, he loses vibrational coherence. He pushes the flow away. He disconnects from his own source. Nature doesn't do this. It vibrates what it is. And that's why it flourishes effortlessly. It manifests without noise. Napoleon Hill understood this wisdom. When he spoke of a defined purpose, he was talking about aligning oneself with an internal code, of deciding so firmly that doubt dissolves. And this decision is not mental. It is energetic. It is the same one that makes a flower break through concrete, that makes a tree grow even in the desert. It is a vibration that is faithful to what one is, even when nothing outside seems to support it. Looking at nature is remembering that you also carry a code, that there is something inside you that knows, that vibrates, that already is, and that, when sustained with truth, begins to organize the world around it. Not in a hurry, but with precision, because nature does not run. It flows, and everything that flows with truth flourishes, always, without exception, without effort, only through coherence, because the field always responds to those who align themselves with what they were born to be. The fatal mistake of those who try to control the time of manifestation. You feel that you are almost there, that something is about to happen, that the vibration is adjusting, but then the mind comes in and begins to ask, when? Why hasn't it happened yet? What is missing? And this question, repeated anxiously, begins to deconstruct everything that was silently built. Because the moment you try to control time, you stop trusting the process. And when you stop trusting, you change the frequency. And when you change the frequency, you block the field. The universe does not respond to the clock. It responds to the field, and the field organizes itself through coherence, not urgency. The time of manifestation is not the time of the ego. It is the time of vibrational maturation, a time that respects the internal rhythm, that waits for the stabilization of emotion, for the sustenance of the new identity, for the strengthening of the new vibration, Napoleon Hill said that the correct thought is that which is maintained with persistence and faith. But faith here is not passive waiting. It is active certainty. It is presence. It is sustained vibration, even without evidence. Because what manifests is not how much you want it. It is how much you maintain the frequency of what already is. And this maintenance cannot coexist with anxiety, because anxiety is the daughter of doubt. And doubt destroys the field. When you try to control time, you send a signal to the universe. I still don't trust. I still don't believe. I still need proof. And the universe, sensitive to your vibration, respects your choice. It pauses the movement. It waits for you to stabilize again. It waits for you to return to being the field, not the controller of the field. Manifestation is not an event that you command. It is a response that you attract. And the more you try to speed it up, the more you delay it. Because spiritual time does not bend to haste. It aligns with maturity, with stability, with sustained vibration without anxiety. When you understand this, something changes. You stop measuring time and start measuring your frequency. You stop demanding results and start sustaining states. You abandon haste and embrace depth. And then, the right time arrives, without warning, without effort, because the right vibration was already there. And when the vibration is right, time simply fulfills what has already been decided in the invisible field of your presence. Why silence can be more powerful than repetition. There comes a time when words become excess, when repetition becomes noise, when trying to convince the mind is in fact a disguised form of resistance. And it is at that moment that silence emerges as a real force. Not the silence of giving up, but the silence of certainty. The silence of someone who no longer needs to repeat because they already feel it, because they already vibrate, because they already are. Repeating affirmations can be useful. It can open paths. It can train the mind. But there comes a point when repeating too much reveals that there is still no conviction, that faith is still being forced, that the field is still waiting for an external response. And it is precisely at that point that the pause becomes medicine. Because silence, when born of presence, communicates a certainty that no words can achieve. Napoleon Hill understood this. He knew that the defined mind does not shout, it sustains. It vibrates with clarity, with direction, with consistency. And this coherent vibration expresses itself best when it no longer needs to be explained, when it does not depend on phrases, when it becomes a living frequency that is transmitted in the look, in the posture, in the breathing, and the universe feels it. Modern studies show that in deep and intentional silence, areas of the brain related to conviction and visualization become more active. The body enters a state of subtle alignment. The mind stops fighting. And that is when creative imagination becomes real, because it is no longer trying. It is just being. It is just allowing the right vibration to find space. Silence, when full of presence, is stronger than any technique. It is the place where the new identity can rest, where the body can integrate what has already begun to vibrate, where the mind can rest from the effort of believing. Because in this state, there is no more resistance. There is only field. There is only flow. There is only truth vibrating with clarity. And it is in this silent clarity that the invisible begins to move. Not by insistence, but by attunement. Because when you silence with intention, the universe listens with precision. It does not listen to your words. It listens to your vibration. And this vibration, when it is free of noise, becomes irresistible. It doesn't ask. It calls. It doesn't force. It invites. It doesn't convince. It transmits. And the world responds. The inversion that changes everything. It's not the world that convinces you, it's you who convinces the world with your vibration. The greatest illusion is to believe that something outside needs to happen for you to finally believe. That money needs to arrive for you to feel prosperous. That love needs to appear for you to feel loved. That healing needs to manifest itself for you to feel safe. But that's inversion. That's delay. That's living as a reflection and not as a source. Because the world doesn't come first. The world responds. It's you who emits the first signal. It's your vibration that says, it's done. Even if the eyes don't see it. Even if reality hasn't changed yet. True creation begins when you stop waiting for proof and start being the proof. When you stop asking for signs and become the sign. And that's not arrogance. It's spiritual maturity. It's the courage to decide who you are before the world confirms it. Napoleon Hill said that everything the mind can conceive and believe, it can achieve. But this belief is not born from logic. It is born from a vibration. And this vibration needs to be so stable, so integral, that the world has no choice but to recognize it. Because the field always responds to those who are vibrating as truth, to those who not only desire it, but sustain it, to those who do not seek it, but transmit it. You convince the world not with words, not with force, but with frequency. And frequency is repeated emotion. It is consolidated identity. It is a new way of being that remains even when no one is looking, even when the external has not yet reflected anything. Because in this interval between the invisible and the visible, the field is being generated. And when this field stabilizes, the world begins to bend. It begins to change tone. It begins to offer evidence of what previously seemed impossible. Not by magic, but by consequence. Because now, you are no longer asking for permission to believe. You already are. And this already being is what changes everything. Because the universe does not confirm expectations. It confirms identities. And a vibrational identity is choice. It is decision. It is constancy. And when that constancy meets the world mirrors exactly what you have decided to be. Symbolic metaphor, the mirror in the dark room. Imagine a mirror in a completely dark room. You enter the room and smile at the mirror, but nothing happens. No reflection, no image, just darkness. And then, for a moment, you doubt. Is the mirror broken? Does it not work? But the mirror is not broken. It is just silent. Because in order to reflect, it needs light. And without light, no mirror can show what is there. That is how the universe is. It is the mirror of your vibration. But without the light of your conscious thought, without the presence of your vibrational identity, it remains dark. It does not move. It does not reflect. It does not respond. And you, on the outside, can even smile. You can even say that you believe. But if you do not turn on the light, nothing will be seen. And turning on the light in this case is to vibrate as if it already were. It is to think as if it already was. It is to feel as if you were already living what you want to manifest. Napoleon Hill understood this. He knew that it was not enough to imagine. It was necessary to assume. It was necessary to enter the dark room of doubt and courageously turn on the light of vibrational decision. And when this light is turned on, the mirror responds. It shows who you are. It reflects the field you have created. It replicates the frequency you sustain. Because the universe does not create from nothing. It replicates what you emit. This metaphor is simple, but profound. Because it shows that the world around you is not behind. It is just dark, waiting for you to turn on the light. And this light does not come from outside. It comes from within. It comes from your vibrational center. It comes from the clarity with which you sustain the new identity. It comes from the maturity with which you decide who you are. Before any confirmation, you do not need to break the mirror, nor doubt it, nor force the reflection. You only need to turn on the light. And the light is your right thought, your stable emotion, your silent decision. When you sustain this, the mirror reflects. Reality appears. The invisible shows itself, not because it was forced, but because finally it had the light to respond. And all the universe has ever waited for was for you to decide to light up. The mind that creates the path where there is no path yet. There are times when everything around seems stagnant. Nothing moves. No signs. No answers. Reality seems immutable, as if fate were sealed. But it is precisely in these moments that the mind reveals itself as the most powerful force. Not the mind that waits, but the mind that creates. Napoleon Hill said, "Whatever the human mind can conceive and believe, it can achieve." This is not just a motivational phrase, it is a statement about the creative power of the mind. When you conceive an idea and believe in it with conviction, you begin to shape the reality around you. The mind becomes the tool that carves the path, even when there is no visible path. Ralph Waldo Emerson complements this vision when he said, "Whatever is coming to you will come through you." This means that the changes we desire do not come from outside, but from within. Transformation begins when we align our thoughts, emotions, and actions with what we wish to manifest. The mind, when focused and aligned, becomes the channel through which the new emerges. The key is not to wait for everything to work out, but to become, mentally and emotionally, living proof that everything is already right. It is about living the end state now, feeling as if it already is, acting as if it already is. This is the vibration that silently alters future probabilities. It is not about manipulating the universe, but about holding the right field with thoughts that vibrate the end, not the absence. The right thought is not hopeful. It is inevitable. It does not ask, "Will it be?" It affirms, "It is now." And when you live in this certainty, the universe responds, because you're no longer waiting for the path to appear. You have become the path. Have you ever wondered what really changes a life? Not in a superficial way, like a New Year's Eve goal or a promise made in a hurry, but real change, the kind that no one sees in the first few days, but that changes the way you breathe, think, walk. What can 81 days do to your life? Maybe the answer is not in the number of days, but in the type of identity that begins to emerge within them. Time in itself does not heal, does not transform. What transforms is what you allow to flourish as time passes. And here is the first invitation. Stop counting the days as if they were steps towards a result. Start counting the days as if they were seeds. Because at the end of 81, you will not be celebrating a goal. You will be burying an old self and being reborn towards who has always existed within you. Most people give up before the 30th day. They do not fail for lack of discipline. They fail because they continue to seek transformation with the same mind that brought them here. The enemy has never been effort. The enemy is the absence of vibrational direction. When your soul doesn't understand the reason for a change, it simply doesn't sustain the energy needed to make it happen. You sabotage yourself not because you want to fail, but because you're trying to force something that doesn't yet make sense within your emotional field. Motivation dies because it hasn't found roots. It's born strong and excited, but it falls apart at the slightest wind of doubt. And this is where Napoleon Hill's forgotten wisdom comes in. Hill wasn't just talking about success. He was talking about mastering the mind. He understood that without a defined mind, the world defines you. The mind, if untrained, is a slave to circumstances. But when you plant an idea with emotional intensity, with clarity of purpose, and repeat it with faith, it becomes law in your subconscious. That's what Andrew Carnegie taught Hill. That repetition without purpose is just noise. But repetition with intention is reprogramming. Blind habit is prison. Creative habit is a portal. And that's the difference you're about to experience. You will realize that everything that is holding you back is not a lack of strength. It is excess noise. Mental, emotional, spiritual noise. Beliefs that tell you that you have already tried before. Internal voices telling you that you do not deserve it. Fragments of an old self trying to survive your evolution. And these fragments scream. They will scream, especially between days 7 and 21. Because it is at this moment that the mind realizes that something real is moving, and it goes into resistance mode. It is natural. It is human, but it is not definitive. It is just the old you asking not to die. This 81-day journey is not about being a better version of who you are. It is about no longer being who you have never been. You will feel discomfort. You will lose yourself, but you will also find yourself. Because the inspiration you feel now, that spark that brought you here, will not last if it is not transformed into practice, into frequency, into ritual, into reprogramming. So, do not seek to feel ready. Seek to be present, enough to allow each day to open a new crack of light in your being. Because in the end, it won't be your habits that will change. It will be your entire field, your vibration, your essence. You are about to cross a bridge, and on the other side, there is no new goal. There is a new state of being, a new silence within you, a new listening, a new name. And yes, maybe you don't recognize the world around you, but it doesn't matter, because you will recognize yourself. And that's what matters. You will remember that you were born for this, not to survive the days, but to be reborn in them over and over again, with courage, with presence, with faith. Beware of the almost trap. The almost is treacherous. It disguises itself as progress. It looks like movement, but it is merely the elegant repetition of an invisible cycle. The one where you start, feel something new blossoming, but before it can take root, something in you pulls back. It is not laziness. It is not a lack of will. It is fear of losing the old version that still believes itself to be you. The almost appears on day 7, on day 14, on day 21, always at the moment when change approaches the body, not just the mind. And that is scary, because changing requires dying to the known. Changing requires breaking internal contracts that you did not even know you had signed. The mind goes into resistance when it realizes that something is truly changing. It prefers the known pain to the unknown pleasure. It prefers the pattern that makes you sick to the expansion that disorients you. And that is why so many pull back at the very moment they are about to cross the threshold, because that is when the illusion of old control breaks, and emptiness appears, and emptiness hurts, because it is not absence, it is space. And space is scary for those who have always filled everything with occupations, excuses, distractions. The trap of almost is not in failure. It is in the interruption of energy at the point where it would begin to stabilize. You need to recognize that this cycle is not rational. It is vibrational. It is an energetic reflection of traumas that told you that it is dangerous to shine, that it is risky to go all the way, that it is not worth persisting. But these traumas are not you. They are parts of you that have learned to survive by avoiding the new. Honor these parts, but do not kneel before them. Walk, even if you are afraid. Even if you feel the old screaming, walk. Because on the other side of this abyss is the beginning of a vibrational field where almost no longer exists, where only what is whole exists. What is you? What is ready to be born? Because you will never be disciplined if you do not understand your vibrational trauma. Discipline is not willpower. It never was. Discipline is the visible effect of an aligned identity. It is the natural frequency of someone who knows, with their entire body, what they are building. But when there is vibrational trauma, this frequency is broken, and every attempt to maintain a new habit becomes an internal war. It becomes a fight against old ghosts that have not been released, only ignored. What many call lack of focus is, in fact, a body that still lives under the command of unintegrated pains. It is a mind that tries to move forward, but a nervous system that has learned to run away whenever it feels threatened by growth. There are emotional roots behind every pattern of compulsion, procrastination, and escape. They are memories imprinted in the vibrational field, not just in thought. They are experiences that told you at some point in your life that it was safer not to try, that it was safer not to change, that effort would be useless, that success would bring abandonment, that joy would come with guilt. And when you don't look at these roots, every new habit becomes a silent battlefield. You demand of yourself, you get frustrated, you compare yourself, but you never realize that you're fighting against an identity that has not yet been healed. And no productivity technique can solve this. True reprogramming begins when you stop trying to change your behavior and start reconfiguring your identity, when you understand that it is not laziness, it is protection, that it is not sabotage, it is old survival, When you look at yourself with enough compassion to say, "I understand why I am afraid, but I am ready to move forward anyway." At that moment, discipline stops being an effort and becomes a natural expression of a being who is healing their vibrational field. Consistency is born from belonging. You only sustain what you already recognize as part of who you are. Therefore, before trying to control your habits, allow yourself to listen to your wounds, because it is in them that the new version of you is hidden, waiting to be felt, and finally released. The fatal mistake of those who try to manifest without stabilizing their emotions. Manifesting is not just about wishing. It is not about repeating pretty phrases in front of the mirror or writing goals in a notebook with good handwriting. Manifesting is a deep, vibrational process. It is when intention and emotion dance on the same frequency. But what happens to many is the opposite. The mind wants, but the body screams fear. The soul contracts. The frequency does not support what is desired, and this mismatch generates frustration. It generates doubt. It generates the false sensation that something is blocked. But there is no blockage. There is incoherence. And where there is incoherence, there is no manifestation. Because the vibrational field does not respond to what you think, it responds to what you vibrate with constancy. This misalignment has a neurobiological basis. When you affirm something that has not yet been emotionally integrated, the nervous system reacts with distrust. It feels the contrast between what is being said and what is being felt. And this internal conflict activates the stress axis. The body goes on alert, the mind becomes fragmented, and energy, instead of expanding, disperses. Desire becomes anxiety. Affirmation becomes demand. Visualization becomes demand disguised as hope. And little by little, spiritual practice becomes yet another source of pain, because you begin to believe that you are making mistakes even in the things that should heal you. True manifestation begins in the body. It begins in the vibrational ground that you tread on every day. It begins with the emotional stability necessary for the mind to be able to imagine and the heart to be able to believe. There is no point in imagining a different future if you still vibrate the fear of the past. There is no point in wishing for abundance with your chest closed by the scarcity that you have learned. Before any technique, there is a field to be re-educated, an emotion to be pacified, an inner security to be cultivated, and this security is born from acceptance, from looking sincerely at everything you feel, without rushing to change, without urgency to resolve. Because when the emotion stabilizes, the vibration rises. And when the vibration rises, reality inevitably begins to bend. Because the external world has no choice when your internal world aligns. The illusion of silent progress. There are times when it seems like you are moving forward. You get busy, you do tasks, you maintain a routine. But deep inside, something remains still. The soul does not move. The field does not change. And you realize over time that you were just keeping busy, not growing. This is the illusion of silent progress. The movement that imitates evolution, but actually hides stagnation. The soul knows. It feels when there is real expansion. And it also feels when everything that is being done is an attempt to fill the void with action. But spiritual, emotional, vibrational growth is never about doing more. It is about feeling different, vibrating differently, choosing more consciously. It is easy to confuse busyness with progress, especially in a society that values productivity more than presence. But being busy is not the same as being in transformation. Being busy is often just being distracted. Distracted from yourself, distracted from your inner calling, distracted from the pain that needs to be looked at, felt, transformed. True growth leaves its mark. It changes the way you wake up, how you breathe, how you react to silence. It creates a new internal atmosphere. It doesn't exhaust you, it frees you. And this liberation has a sign: peace, peace, even in the midst of chaos, peace, even without having all the answers. To break free from the illusion of progress, you need to create markers of vibrational advancement. Not external goals, but internal perceptions. How you react to what used to knock you off balance. How you take care of yourself when you feel fragile. How you allow yourself to be honest with what you feel. These are the signs of a new being being born. And this new being doesn't measure its evolution in tasks accomplished. It feels its expansion in layers of truth that were previously hidden. Real progress isn't noisy, but it's not invisible either. It reveals itself in the small silences in which you finally start to listen to yourself and realize that you're different, even if the outside world hasn't noticed yet. Why focus without clarity is just emotional torture. Focus by itself is not transformative. It may even seem like a virtue, but without emotional clarity, it becomes a prison. Because concentrating energy in a direction that the soul does not recognize is like running towards the desert hoping to find an oasis. It is exhausting, it is frustrating, and it generates a type of pain that is not easily explained. The pain of trying with all your might, something that is not aligned with who you really are. That is not focus, that is desperation, disguised as determination. It is soulless effort. It is meaningless movement, and the body feels it. It contracts. It gets sick. It tries to warn you, but the mind does not listen. The mind needs emotional direction, not just goals. It needs to know where it is going and why it really matters. It needs to feel the vibrational meaning of what it is seeking. Otherwise, focus becomes torture. You blame yourself. You compare yourself. You wear yourself out. And in the end, even when you achieve a result, you feel like something is missing. Because you were missing. You were missing presence. You were missing truth. Clarity is not born from reason. It is born from listening, from silence, from connecting with the real desire behind the apparent goal. When there is emotional clarity, focus becomes light. Because there is coherence between what you want and what you feel. And energy flows. You can't force it. Napoleon Hill knew this, and that's why he proposed not just goals, but a functional vision, a practical, emotionally charged visualization that put the mind in a state of vibrational certainty. It's not about imagining what you want. It's about feeling as if it were already real. It's about impregnating the field with the vibration of what you want to create, not from the outside in, but from the inside out to the world. Clear focus does not generate anxiety. It generates direction. And this direction has a flavor of truth that calms, sustains, and guides. Because when you know what you are creating and why you are creating it, the path stops being a burden. It becomes a ritual of presence, a journey back to yourself, the root of giving up, lack of a defined emotional purpose. You don't give up because you're weak. You give up because you're trying to sustain a path that doesn't speak to your core. What keeps someone moving for 81 days is not willpower. It's an emotional connection to a purpose that makes sense even when everything hurts. Without this connection, any goal becomes a burden, any routine becomes a prison, and any difficulty becomes an argument to stop. When the purpose is disconnected from the emotional field, it has no vibrational support. It may look good on paper. It may impress others. It may make logical sense, but it doesn't nourish. It doesn't feed. It doesn't vibrate. The burning desire, as Napoleon Hill called it, is not just a strong desire. It is a deep decision that aligns with all the layers of your being. It is when the body, mind, and soul enter into coherence. When what you want already pulses within you as truth, even before it happens. This type of purpose is not born from comparison. It is not born from lack. It is not born from the fear of falling behind. It is born from the reconnection with what is essential, with what has always been yours, with that which, even when everything falls apart, is still there, whispering deep down, keep going. When this purpose is clear, it becomes a beacon, even on days when you feel blind, even in moments when nothing seems to be working. It is the anchor that prevents shipwreck. It is the silent certainty that sustains the tired body. It is the subtle fire that warms even when the world seems cold. So, before asking if you have enough discipline, ask if you have a why that touches your soul, because that is what defines everything. It is not about how much you want it. It is about how much it represents you, how much you see yourself on this path, how much this path is a calling, and not just an escape. When the purpose is real, it does not require effort. It invites, and you answer, even if in silence, even if trembling, even if falling and getting up, because you know that something inside you has already arrived, even before crossing the finish line. The hidden factor that sabotages your transformation: guilt. Guilt is a silent poison. It doesn't scream, it whispers. And this whisper, even if almost imperceptible, weakens your vibration. It disconnects you from abundance. It makes you question whether you really deserve the change you desire so much. Guilt is there, often disguised as prudence, self-criticism, awareness. But in truth, it is an echo from the past, a reflection of old, unresolved experiences that still carry pain, shame, regret. And this pain, unintegrated, turns into self-sabotage, because deep down, you feel that you are not worthy, that you are not enough, that you still need to suffer a little more before you receive. This guilt does not arise on its own. It is planted over the years by external voices that have become internal voices: parents, teachers, religion, culture, all telling you that you need to deserve it, that you need to try harder, that you need to pay the price. And then, even when you start to change, when you feel your vibration rise, something inside you retreats, because there is an unspoken pact with suffering, a silent belief that too much lightness is irresponsibility, that too much abundance is selfishness, that joy without reason is dangerous. And so you sabotage yourself, not because you want to fail, but because you believe that failing is safer than shining. Guilt disconnects your frequency. It holds you to what was instead of opening you to what can be. And until you look at it with compassion, it will continue to interfere in your 81 days of transformation, because it does not disappear with effort. It dissolves with presence, with truth, with the recognition that you no longer need to carry pain that is not yours, that you have paid enough, you have suffered enough, you have held yourself back for too long, and now it is time to let go, not out of arrogance, but because you deserve it. Because you deserve it. Not because you did everything right, but because you're willing to be new, to vibrate differently, to let light enter where before there was only shadow. And this act in itself is redemption. It is already liberation. It is already healing. How fear of judgment neutralizes your frequency. Fear of judgment is more paralyzing than failure. It is subtle, but profound. You may not even realize it is there, but it shapes choices, alters words, blocks actions. It makes you edit who you are to be accepted by those who do not always see the real you. And in this silent and constant movement, your frequency begins to distort because you stop vibrating who you really are and start emitting what you think others expect. But this energy, this attempt at emotional adaptation, creates noise. It creates disconnection. You may be acting with good intentions, but the field does not lie. It senses when you are not being authentic. And when authenticity disappears, manifestation also disappears. There is a very old pain in this fear, the fear of not belonging, the fear of being rejected, of being seen as different, exaggerated, too sensitive. These are traumas that began in childhood and were reinforced by society. The body has become accustomed to containing its brilliance, to hiding its enthusiasm, measuring your words, shrinking yourself to fit in. But the price for this is high, because your essence was not born to fit in. It was born to expand, to express, to be. And every time you keep quiet for fear of what people will think, a part of your frequency closes, and a part of your soul is erased. Freeing yourself from this fear is not a sudden gesture. It is not a forced exposure. It is a process of reconnecting with your truth, one step at a time, one authentic gesture a day, one unrestrained word, a respected silence, a sustained gaze. And over time, your field begins to remember who you are without filters. And this memory is powerful because the more you expose yourself truthfully, the more you align with your mission. And the more you align, the more the universe responds. Because the universe does not move by masks. It moves by coherence. And your coherence is your greatest power, not to convince anyone, but to live in peace within yourself, where no other people's judgment can enter anymore. Because there is no longer any gap, only truth, only presence, only you, whole, available, real. Discipline is not born from force. It is born from identity. The idea that discipline is the fruit of constant effort is a myth that has sickened minds and disconnected souls. Because when you believe that you will only be able to maintain a path with pressure and rigidity, you begin to see your journey as punishment, and not as expression. But true discipline is not born from force. It is born from identity. It emerges naturally when what you do is aligned with who you are. And that is why so many people give up, because they are trying to maintain habits that do not reflect their essence. They are forcing routines that do not dialogue with their deepest values. And the body resists. The mind tires. The spirit becomes silent. What many call obligation is, in fact, disconnection. You cannot sustain something that has no roots within you. You can even insist for a while, but it will be like carrying a weight that does not belong to you. And sooner or later, this weight turns into guilt, shame, exhaustion. When discipline comes from identity, it does not weigh, it flows. It becomes part of your energy field. And this is only possible when you transform the obligation into a sacred commitment, not to the result, but to your essence, to your presence, to your truth. This commitment is not visible to the eyes. It does not need to be validated by anyone. It is a silent pact between you and your soul. It is a decision to live coherently, even when no one is watching. It is waking up every day and remembering that each small choice is a vibrational affirmation of who you are becoming. When you recognize yourself in your actions, discipline ceases to be an effort. It becomes a reflection of your new identity, of your new frequency, of your new self. Discipline, then, is no longer the path to get somewhere. It is the place itself, the place where you are, where you remember, where you remain, because it is no longer a goal. It is who you are. Dopamine as a silent saboteur of your transformation. We live in an era in which instant pleasure has become common currency. Social media, notifications, quick rewards, all designed to activate dopamine, a neurotransmitter that, when misunderstood, turns from an ally into an enemy. The problem isn't with dopamine itself. It's with the vicious cycle it fuels. Your brain has learned that giving up and distracting yourself are more pleasurable, more immediate, and easier to achieve than sustaining a new habit. And every time you interrupt a process of transformation to seek relief, your brain rewards you. It says, "Good job, you're back in the familiar zone. It's safe here." And this reward, however subtle, weakens your staying power. This cycle is invisible, but powerful. You start something new, a project, a ritual, a process of change, and for the first few days, everything is fine. But at some point, discomfort sets in, doubt, boredom, anxiety, and without realizing it, you seek relief. You pick up your phone, you eat something, you put off the task, you stop practicing, and at that moment, your brain understands that running away is better than staying. And the more this pattern repeats itself, the harder it becomes to maintain any kind of consistency, because your system has already learned to avoid discomfort, even when that discomfort is exactly what precedes transformation. The key is to re-educate your relationship with dopamine, to consciously choose to delay reward, to create pleasure in permanence, not an escape. This is not punishment, it is reconnection. It is teaching your body that there is a deeper, more stable, more vibrational pleasure in constancy, in surrender, in presence. And when this new association is formed, everything changes, because the brain begins to reward you for expansion, not regression, for truth, not distraction, and transformation ceases to be a sacrifice and becomes a new state of pleasure, a pleasure that does not shout, that does not beg, that does not distract, but that sustains, that illuminates, that integrates, a pleasure that is, above all, peace. The cycle of emotional self-sabotage in 3 acts. There is an invisible script that repeats itself in many transformation journeys. An emotional cycle that begins with desire, goes through effort, and ends, almost always, in self-sabotage. In the first act, everything is hope. Desire appears like a light. There is enthusiasm. There are plans. There is movement. But the second act requires something deeper, conscious effort. And this is where most people start to falter, because true effort is not physical. It is vibrational. It is the effort to stay when the old one starts to scream, to trust when the results have not yet arrived, to sustain the new frequency without immediate guarantees. This is where the third act begins, the act of subtle sabotage, small delays, logical justifications, redefinition of goals, setbacks that seem strategic but are emotional escapes. And when you realize it, everything starts again. A new desire, a new attempt, a new giving up, and the cycle repeats itself. Not for lack of will, but due to a lack of awareness of the pattern, because sabotage is not a rational gesture, it is a learned response, a defense mechanism of the emotional body that fears change more than it desires victory. Rewriting this script requires presence. It requires noticing the exact moment when the body begins to seek escape, and instead of giving in, choosing to remain, not with rigidity, but with intention, with clarity, with compassion. It is in this space that something new is activated, a new narrative, a new energy, a new cycle, the cycle in which desire does not die in the effort, and the effort does not end in escape. The cycle in which you allow yourself to go through the 3 acts and reach the 4th, the one that almost no one knows about, the act of integration, where what you want and what you feel finally walk together, where your energy does not betray you, where your soul finds a path and does not go back. The frequency of chaos. When your routine is disorganized, your soul is too. Disorganization is not just an external issue. It's not just the pile of clothes in the corner of your room, the delayed schedule, the forgotten appointments. Disorganization is a vibrational reflection, an emotional mirror of what's happening inside you. When your soul is out of alignment, the world around you also becomes misaligned, because the field emits what it carries. And when the field is full of confusion, overload, noise, reality fragments, tasks multiply. Time seems to slip away. Life becomes urgent. But behind all this, there is only one unspoken truth. Your soul is asking for silence, order, space. Organizing your life is not about efficiency. It's about frequency. It's about creating an environment that supports the version of you that is emerging. It's about adjusting the external so that it doesn't sabotage the internal. Because there is no meditation that can withstand constant chaos. There is no visualization that can flourish in a disorganized energy field. There is no transformation that can stabilize in a body that is constantly putting out fires. The soul needs rhythm. It needs repetition. It needs a safe ground where it can expand. And this foundation is built in the details, in daily choices, in small rituals, in conscious pauses, in the way you prepare your day, in the way you end your night. Organization, when seen as a spiritual practice, changes everything. It stops being an obligation and becomes a support, a vibrational support for your expansion. You begin to realize that each thing in its place is not control. It is relief. It is space for the new. It is permission for the flow. And when the flow is established, life begins to respond. Because the universe does not send abundance to the field where confusion reigns. It waits for you to make space. And this space does not open only with intention. It opens with action, with presence, with energetic responsibility, and above all, with love for yourself. Because organizing the world outside is one of the most silent ways of saying to your soul, I welcome you, I listen to you, I give you structure to grow. What? The sculptor's metaphor. You need to destroy in order to form. Transforming yourself is a creative process, but before you can create, you need to destroy, not through violence, but through energetic necessity, because the identity you want to build has no place in an old structure. There are habits that need to be broken, beliefs that need to be dissolved, relationships that need to be reviewed, environments that need to be left behind, and that hurts, because the ego clings to the known, even when that known is a prison. It fears emptiness. It fears the silence between what has already been and what has not yet been born. But this silence is sacred. It is in it that the new begins to breathe. The sculptor's metaphor shows us this clearly. The sculptor does not create the image. He reveals it. He removes the excess. He removes what does not belong. He destroys with intention, with presence, with love for the form that is still hidden inside the stone. And you are that stone. You are not broken. You are in the process of being revealed. Every part of you that seems to be crumbling, maybe it's just giving way to a truer version. Every habit that falls apart, maybe it's just making room for a new flow. Every structure that crumbles, maybe it's just the end of the prison and the beginning of freedom. This conscious destruction activates neuroplasticity. When you let go of old patterns, your brain starts to create new connections, new pathways, new responses. The body, the mind, and the field start to talk to each other differently. But to do this, it takes courage to empty, to let go, to detach from what no longer resonates with who you are becoming. It's not a loss, it's a liberation. And often, the soul only expands when the old ground disappears, when there's no longer anything to stand on, when the past crumbles like dust, and the present becomes the only possible place. It's in this naked, raw, real present that the sculpture of who you are begins to emerge. Not by magic, but by choice, choosing to allow yourself to be revealed, without rushing, without fear, with truth, with faith. The exact moment when most people give up, and how to overcome this abyss. There is a critical point in the journey of transformation, an invisible plateau where the energy seems to stagnate, where the initial enthusiasm has already dissipated, but the fruits have not yet been born. It is the gap between the decision and the result, and it is at this exact moment that most people give up, not because the change is not happening, but because it is happening silently, deeply, underground. And the mind, accustomed to quick rewards, interprets this silence as failure. It interprets this plateau as a sign that nothing is working, but it is exactly the opposite. It is at this point that the transformation is taking root, consolidating, taking shape within the invisible. This abyss has a symbolic day, day 43, the day when the initial impulse no longer carries you and the new identity has not yet fully established itself. It is the day when the old self makes its last attempt to return. It whispers memories, it activates old desires. He invites you to give up with arguments that seem sensible, but they are just emotional traps. Day 43 is a rite of passage, a call to stay, to sustain the frequency even when reality has not yet changed, to trust in the invisible, to honor the process. Getting through this moment does not require extra effort. It requires ritual. It requires presence. It requires remembering why you started. And more than that, it requires remembering who you are becoming. Because at this moment, it is no longer about goals. It is about being. It is about identity, about permanence, about vibrational coherence. And when you choose to keep going, even without guarantees, even with doubts, even when tired, something powerful happens. The field responds, the body realigns, the mind quiets, and the soul smiles, because it knows you have crossed the abyss. And on the other side, there is no prize. There is the reunion with that which no circumstance can take away from you, your truth, your purpose, your vibration. And that, yes, is indestructible. How to transform emotional pain into quantum fuel. Pain is not a punishment. Pain is a portal. It does not arise to punish you, but to summon you. All emotional pain, when received with awareness, can be transmuted into creative force, into vibrational impulse, into energy for expansion. But to do so, we need to break with the logic we were taught that pain needs to be denied, avoided, stifled, because what you avoid dominates you. What you repress becomes stronger. But what you feel with presence transforms. When you experience an emotional breakdown, everything seems to fall apart. Thoughts get jumbled, the body shuts down, the soul becomes silent. But it is precisely in this state of collapse that energetic reconfiguration becomes possible, because the collapse dismantles structures, and where there was once rigidity, space is born. A new field opens up, and it is in this field that you can plant another frequency, a frequency of truth, of courage, of conscious surrender, not the surrender of someone who gives up, but of someone who surrenders to the greater flow of life. Transforming pain into quantum fuel is an act of internal alchemy. It is taking what is left of the fall and transforming it into presence, into power, into clarity. It is using each tear as an element of reprogramming, because the vibrational field responds to emotion, and the deeper the emotion, the more powerful the realignment. Pain has density, and this density can be channeled, it can be elevated, it can be consecrated. The secret is not in erasing the pain, it is in listening to it until it reveals what it really came to teach you, because all pain carries a code, a hidden wisdom, an invitation to a new state of being. And when you accept this invitation, what seemed like destruction reveals itself as birth, and what seemed like the end shows itself as the key to your next level of expansion. How changing the environment is more powerful than changing your thinking. The mind is shaped by the environment. Every object around you, every color, every sound, every smell, every texture, all of it is communicating something to your subconscious. And often, these silent messages are supporting patterns that you believe you are trying to change with positive thinking alone. But thinking, as powerful as it is, needs a fertile ground to flourish. And that ground is your environment. An environment that is out of alignment with your new vibrational identity can sabotage even the purest intentions. Consider the space where you live. Does it reflect who you are becoming or who you once were? The objects you keep, the clothes you wear, the arrangement of your space. All of these carry a frequency, and that frequency may be anchoring you in a past version of yourself. Changing your environment is therefore an act of vibrational reprogramming. It is creating a space that supports your new frequency, that reinforces your new identity, that fuels your transformation. This change does not have to be radical. Small changes, made with intention, can have a profound impact. A new furniture arrangement, a color palette that elevates your emotional state, the introduction of natural elements that bring calm. All of these contribute to an environment that supports your journey. And as your environment changes, your mind responds, because it feels that the new is safe, that the new is familiar, that the new is your new home. By aligning your environment with your new identity, you create a virtuous cycle. Your environment reinforces your mind reinforces your behavior reinforces your identity. And in this cycle, transformation ceases to be a constant effort and becomes a natural state of being. A state where the external and the internal are in harmony, where the space around you is a reflection of your soul, where every detail of your environment whispers, you are on the right path. What Napoleon Hill would say about your nighttime habits. The way you end your day is one of the most underrated practices in building a new reality. Napoleon Hill understood that the subconscious, before falling asleep, becomes even more receptive. It is in this state of transition between the conscious and the unconscious that the deepest seeds are planted. And if you end the day with noise, distraction, anxiety, or guilt, this is what your field carries during the hours in which your rational mind sleeps. but your vibration remains active. The last 2 hours before sleeping are a silent mirror of your inner life. It is during these hours that patterns are reaffirmed or undone. And even if you believe you are resting, what really happens is a vibrational programming. If you fall asleep in peace, in gratitude, with intention, your field aligns with what you want to create. But if you fall asleep in emotional exhaustion, with racing thoughts, with unresolved emotional issues, your body vibrates this throughout the night. And when you wake up, without even realizing it, you resume the cycle you tried to change the day before. Hill would say that these final moments of the day are a rehearsal for the life you are creating, a rehearsal that repeats itself night after night. And, like all rehearsals, it shapes the show. Therefore, what you read, hear, think, feel, and say before closing your eyes has more impact than any great decision of the day. It is in this nocturnal silence that you program your field with images, emotions, and beliefs. And over time, these silent seeds become manifest reality. It is not about creating a perfect routine. It is about creating a ritual of presence, a conscious closing that tells your body, your mind, your spirit, I am in tune with what I want to live. And this attunement, repeated with intention, transforms not only your nights, but the energetic structure of who you are becoming, because the life you dream of begins where no one sees, in the dark, in the silence, in the rest, in the invisible choice to end the day as if planting tomorrow. The myth of morning motivation, why it weakens you. There is a widespread belief that the first hours of the day determine your success, that you need to wake up inspired, productive, vibrant. But this expectation, although well-intentioned, can become a burden, because the truth is that not all days start with light, and expecting motivation to be present every morning is like building your house on sand. It is unstable, it is illusory, and even worse, it creates guilt. Because when you wake up without will, without energy, without clarity, you start to believe that you are wrong, that you are failing, that you have lost your rhythm. But what if true strength was not in motivation, but in permanence, in the ability to keep going even without momentum, to continue even without euphoria, to trust even when your body still feels heavy? It is in these moments that you are being shaped, because it is easy to act when you feel inspired. It is difficult to sustain commitment in the absence of enthusiasm, and that is when your frequency begins to stabilize. Because you start to act not out of emotion, but out of identity, out of decision, out of truth. Morning motivation is volatile, but alignment is permanent. It doesn't depend on how you wake up. It depends on who you choose to be, day after day. And this choice begins with silence, with conscious breathing, with the simple gesture of getting up even if you don't feel like it. Because over time, this gesture becomes a vibrational code. Your body learns that it doesn't need euphoria to move, that it doesn't need momentum to fulfill a purpose. And this stability, this coherence, this silent constancy is what builds the new version of you. It's not about waking up ready. It's about waking up present. And in this presence, remembering that each morning is a rebirth, not always exciting, but always sacred. And that's enough, because those who walk with constancy arrive, even without rushing, even without applause, even without motivation, because they no longer need it. They only need the truth that vibrates when everything else is silent. Creative visualization, plus heart coherence, the combo that manifests. The mind can imagine, the heart can feel, but it is in the union between the two that manifestation finds its true power. Creative visualization, when done only with the mind, can seem powerful. But if the body does not feel, it does not vibrate. And if it does not vibrate, it does not create. The key is to synchronize. Synchronize what you see with what you feel. Synchronize mental images with real emotions. And that is where heart coherence comes in, a physiological and energetic state in which the heart and the brain begin to operate in harmony. When you access this state, your frequency rises measurably. Your electromagnetic field expands. Your intuition is activated. And more than that, the the message you send to the universe becomes clear, because the universe does not respond to what you think. It responds to what you vibrate with consistency. And the most powerful vibration arises when the heart is involved, when the mental image finds shelter in the chest, when the emotion aligns with the intention. Manifestation then ceases to be a request and becomes a vibrational confirmation. There is no need for long rituals, but emotional truth is essential. 7 minutes. That is enough time to activate this union. Close your eyes. Visualize in detail. Breathe rhythmically. Feel your body as if it were already real, not as a fantasy, but as an anticipated reality. The mind sees, the heart feels, the body believes, and the field responds. It is simple, but it is profound, because it is not about convincing the universe. It is about aligning yourself with it, speaking its language, and that language is that of vibrational coherence. And the more you practice, the more natural it becomes. Visualization ceases to be an effort. It becomes a state of silent certainty, a state where you do not ask, you live, where you do not project, you incarnate, where you do not expect, you vibrate. And this vibration, sustained with love, consistency, and intention, is the bridge between the invisible and the visible, between desire and manifestation, between the you of now and the you that already exists, waiting to be remembered. When external reality begins to bend, signs that you have entered the manifestation zone, there comes a moment, subtle and silent, when the world around you begins to respond differently, not with great upheavals, but with subtleties that, for those who are attentive, have the weight of a miracle, a delay that prevents an accident, an unexpected call, a repeated synchronicity, an invitation that you did not expect, small signs that indicate something has changed, your frequency has adjusted, and now the field around you begins to reflect the new that is forming within. You no longer need to force, nor control, nor chase. Real manifestation does not require pursuit. It requires alignment. And when this alignment happens, external resistances begin to disappear. Doors open. Old patterns dissolve. People who vibrated at your old frequency move away, and new encounters begin to emerge. All of this happens because your field has become incompatible with what no longer resonates, and completely receptive to what is, vibrating with the same intention. It is at this stage that many doubts dissolve, because you feel in your body that you are no longer trying to manifest. You are manifesting. Even if you still don't see everything clearly, even if the results are still materializing, there is a new certainty, a confidence that does not shout but sustains, a peace that does not depend on external evidence, because the greatest evidence is within. It is your new way of reacting. It is silence where there was previously noise. It is lightness where there was previously struggle. This zone of manifestation is not a destination. It is a state of being, a vibrational field in which the invisible begins to take shape, not because you have done something perfect, but because you have become someone coherent, someone whose presence is, in itself, a clear request to the universe, and also a clear response. Life begins to bend, not out of obedience, but out of resonance, because everything around you is simply mirroring that which you have finally allowed yourself to feel, vibrate, and be. 81 days to rebuild not your life, but your frequency. True transformation doesn't happen when you finish a cycle. It happens when you look back and realize that you can't go back to being who you were, because the being you were no longer exists. You were honored, yes, but you were left behind with dignity, with gratitude, with love. You went through something that many are just beginning. You sustained a vibrational journey that not only reorganized your habits, but redesigned your essence. And now, there is no going back. Napoleon Hill said, "No desire can manifest without a definite plan and unshakable faith." And perhaps now you understand what this faith really means. It's not a religious belief. It's a biological certainty. It's when your entire body believes even before reality confirms it. It's when the vibration arrives first, when the heart takes the lead, and when the mind finally quiets down, because there is nothing left to prove. There is only what to live, what to sustain, what to expand. Neville Goddard completed this wisdom by saying, "You become what you feel to be true in your heart, not what you think logically." And that is the key you have carried during the past 81 days. It was not about controlling life. It was about allowing your frequency to rule. It was about letting go of what was safe, to embrace what is true. It was about dying with honor and being reborn with purpose. The greatest trap is trying to change your life with the same kind of mind that created it. And you are no longer in that trap, because now there is a new state of being pulsating within you. A lighter state, more grounded, more connected. The old mind no longer serves you. The old body has already begun to renew itself. The old energy has been dissolved, step by step, day by day. The 81 days are not a technique. They are a crossing, a vibrational bridge between who you were and who you are finally allowing yourself to be. You have not rebuilt yourself. You have remembered. You have realigned yourself. You have reactivated yourself. And now, move on, not as someone who seeks, but as someone who vibrates, because everything you dream of is already waiting for you, not in the future, but in the frequency you have learned to sustain. And this frequency is now yours, definitely. Have you ever felt trapped in a cycle that repeats itself silently within you, even when everything around you seems to be moving, as if life were going on, but your soul was stuck in the same place? This feeling of stagnation disguised as routine, this automatic life, filled with commitments but devoid of purpose, is a pain that few can name, but many carry. Napoleon Hill understood this human dilemma with rare depth. For him, true power was never in great visible deeds, but in what you decide to repeat silently when no one is looking. A simple habit, repeated, with intention, for 27 days. No, it's not 27 days by chance. This sequence carries a meaning that goes beyond time. It goes beyond discipline. It touches the biology of your brain, but also the most subtle cycles of your soul. It's the time needed for the mind to stop resisting and start embracing, for the body to stop sabotaging and start cooperating, for the old identity to start dissolving, and a new one to begin to be born. W. Clement Stone, Hill's disciple and partner, called this a positive mental attitude, but not in the shallow sense that is often heard around here. It's not about smiling forcefully. It's about training your energy field to recognize hope where before there was only weariness. The truth is that most people don't need a drastic change. They need a new gesture, a new repetition, a new vibrational pattern established by conscious choice. Because the great illusion is to believe that transformation requires external ruptures, when, in fact, it happens through intimate repetition, through the consistency of what you decide to be today, even without immediate results. Hill said that the subconscious mind does not argue with you. It accepts what you repeat with emotion. And that is where the throne of your mental power resides, in what you do, feel, and believe every day. The secret desire of whoever is listening now, even if they haven't said it out loud, is not to conquer the world. It is to regain internal control, to feel like they have some power over their own path, that they can say yes or no, that you can start over, and that you are not late, just disconnected. But this disconnection is sneaky. It disguises itself as productivity, as good intentions, as full lists, but inside it hurts, because nothing really changes, and that is precisely where the proposal of this video reveals itself, not as an instant miracle, but as a silent seed planted in a single habit, a habit that pulses with your intention, that vibrates with your new choice, that transforms without haste, but with power. That is why what we are going to explore together in the next few hours is not just a list of techniques, it is a journey of 27 invisible steps that can change your frequency, reprogram your mind, Rewrite your story, because when a habit is born from the soul, it is not just an action, it is a calling, a reminder of who you are becoming. And this transformation is not done by force, it is done by repetition with soul, by consistency with presence, by choice with purpose. This video is a sanctuary for those who are tired of trying to reinvent themselves on the outside and are ready to rebuild themselves on the inside. A single habit, 7 minutes a day, 27 days, and life, that life that seemed to stand still, finally begins to move again, in the rhythm of your truth, in the rhythm of your energy, in the silence of your new vibrational identity. And this is where it all begins. Habits don't just change behavior, they change vibrational frequency. Few people realize this. Most people see habits as simple mechanical actions, routines implemented in their schedules, attempts to correct something external. But in the silence between one action and another, something deeper happens. Daily repetition, done with emotional intention, begins to alter your energy field. It begins to change the tone of your vibration. And it is this vibration, not just the action, that begins to interact with the quantum field of reality. You are not just creating a routine. You are sending a constant signal to the universe, and more importantly, to yourself. Every choice you repeat with presence sends a message to your subconscious. This is who I am now. And the subconscious, as Napoleon Hill explained, does not question, judge, or analyze. It accepts, it records, and it begins to act accordingly. That is why true habits are not just practiced, they are embodied. They become part of your being, your posture, your breathing. And it is at this point that the external world begins to react, not by magic, but because the reality around you begins to respond to the new vibration that you have begun to emit. It is not about repeating for the sake of repeating. It is about repeating with soul. It is about transforming a common act into an energetic symbol. When you choose, for example, to wake up early to connect with yourself, this is not just discipline. It is a vibrational declaration. It is the universe listening. Every day, I am becoming someone who honors their own time. When you decide consistently to say no to what no longer resonates, it is not just self-control. It is energetic liberation. Each habit is an energetic signature, and this signature shapes your reality in a much deeper way than any sporadic effort. You do not attract what you want once in a while. You attract what vibrates all the time. Therefore, the habit, this small gesture, repeated with intention, is not just a productivity technique. It is a channel for energetic reprogramming. It's as if, with each repetition, you are telling the universe, I am ready for a new frequency. And the universe, which always responds to vibration, begins to conspire silently, not from the outside in, but from the inside out. At first, you may not notice anything. It's subtle, almost imperceptible. But little by little, your thoughts change tone, your choices change direction, your emotions calm down, your anxiety loses its strength, and reality, silently, begins to reorganize itself around your new vibration. This is not self-help. It is energy physics. It is spirituality incarnate. It is life responding to your new signal. This is why the habit you choose to cultivate matters so much, because it's not just what you do, it's who you are becoming. How the brain responds energetically to consistency. There is an almost magical point between biology and energy, a space where neuroscience meets spirituality. It is at this point that a habit, when sustained with consistency and intention, ceases to be just a brain function and becomes a vibrational pattern. The human brain, although complex, is deeply influenced by repetition. It is an adaptation machine, and every repetition, when done with emotional focus, begins to carve new neural pathways, like trails that open up in the dense forest of the subconscious mind. But it is not just about mental trails. It is about how these trails emit frequency, because every repeated thought, every daily gesture, every small choice creates an emotional charge, and this charge has energetic weight. The brain begins to reorganize itself, Synapses strengthen, neurotransmitters align. But at the same time, your vibrational field also stabilizes. Coherence between mind, emotion, and energy becomes more possible. And when this happens, the entire body becomes in tune with the initial intention. Napoleon Hill knew that the subconscious mind doesn't just store information. It also influences the physical body, the energy field, and the spiritual connection. And all of this starts with repetition. It's as if the brain needs proof. It's not convinced by words. It's convinced by experience. And experience comes from continuous practice. Practice transforms the idea into a body. Consistency transforms doubt into faith. The faith that Hill emphasized so much was not blind. It was cultivated, nourished day after day by the firm choice to remain. Modern neuroscience proves what he already intuited. When you repeat a gesture with high intention, you activate areas of the brain responsible not only for the action, but for emotion and perception of identity. And over time, that new habit stops being something you do. It becomes something you are. The brain loves patterns, but it also obeys the energy with which those patterns are charged. If you repeat something with fear, it records it as a threat. If you repeat it with presence, it records it as truth. Therefore, consistency is only transformative when accompanied by vibrational intention. There is no point in repeating out of obligation. You need to repeat with your soul. This is where science and spirit meet. The brain does not distinguish what is real from what is consistently repeated with emotion, and that changes everything. Because if you can teach your brain a new frequency, you can teach your destiny a new path. And it all starts with a small choice. Sustained, intentional, a single habit for 27 days. The frequency of the habit and the alignment with the reality you desire. There is a subtle harmony between what you repeat every day and the type of reality that manifests around you. It is as if the universe has a refined hearing, capable of capturing the music of your consistency. And this music does not come only from your words or desires, but from the vibration that you sustain in practice. What you do in silence, at the same time, with the same energy, every day, that is what echoes loudest in the quantum field. Because the universe does not respond to what you say you want. It responds to what you vibrate with truth. The truth, in this case, is the sound of your repetition, the sound of your coherence. It is not a sound that the ears capture. It is a sound that reality feels. Each habit, when practiced with presence and intention, tunes your field to a new frequency. And each frequency resonates with events, people, and opportunities that vibrate at the same level. Do you want abundance, but repeat habits of scarcity? Do you want love, but repeat habits of defense and escape? Do you want peace, but are cultivating mental noise? There is a disconnect, and it cannot be resolved with willpower. It can be resolved with vibrational realignment. Frequency is not just a matter of positive thinking. It is a matter of energetic coherence. What you desire needs to be reflected in what you do and how you do it. If desire is the seed, habit is the root. Without a vibrational root, the seed does not flourish. This is why many desires seem to not come true. Because the mind asks, but the field does not support it. Because the soul wants, but the actions do not reflect it. There is no harmony. Hill reminds us that everything begins with a burning desire. But this desire needs to find a way to be lived before it can be achieved. And habit is that way. It is the portal between what you imagine and what you manifest. When you choose a habit that already expresses the reality you want to live, you place yourself on the frequency of that reality even before it arrives. And then, yes, it can come, because you are already compatible with it. Everything that is yours by frequency recognizes you, but only if you are emitting the right signal. And this signal is the invisible sound of your habit, of your presence, of your daily choice. Therefore, more than doing it for the sake of doing it, you need to feel it while you do it. You need to vibrate what you want, even if reality has not yet transformed. Because it will. It always will, when you become who it is waiting for. Trying to change your life without changing what is repeated silently. Many people spend years searching for a change. They read books, they take courses, they make promises at the beginning of the year, but they still feel that nothing is actually changing. Life remains lukewarm. The world around them does not respond, and within them, a persistent emptiness sets in. This cycle of frustration does not happen for lack of effort. It happens due to a lack of coherence between the desire for change and what continues to be repeated silently every day, because it is there, in the invisible part of routine, that destiny is shaped. Napoleon Hill said that what determines the course of life are not moments of enthusiasm, but the thoughts that repeat themselves when no one is watching, those silent beliefs, those automatic gestures, those emotional patterns that hide behind what seems normal. You want prosperity, but you repeat thoughts of limitation. You want health, but you maintain rituals of self-abandonment. You want love, but you keep feeding internal stories of rejection. And all of this, even if unconsciously, vibrates. And the universe, faithful to what you emit, returns more of the same. It is not your will that builds reality. It is your daily vibration, and this vibration is born from what is repeated, not in words, but in habits, in postures, in tiny decisions, in silences filled with belief. When you begin to observe what repeats itself within you, you realize that a large part of your reality is an exact reflection of your vibrational repetition. And you also realize that true transformation begins not when you try to do something new, but when you stop feeding the old. Changing what repeats itself is interrupting the energetic cycle that keeps your life in the same place. And this does not require a gigantic effort. It requires presence, consciousness, choice, because every repetition carries a message, and this message may be saying, I am still the same person. Or it may start saying, I am ready to be someone different. The choice is made in silence, in the darkness of routine, in the invisible of habit, and it is there that reality begins to respond. Automatic thoughts as invisible habits of self-sabotage. At first glance, habits seem to be just actions. Getting up at the same time, drinking coffee, following a routine. But there is another type of habit, more subtle, more sneaky, and often more powerful. Mental habits. Those thoughts that appear without invitation, like an old soundtrack playing in the background. Thoughts that repeat, day after day, the same doubt, the same guilt, the same limitation. They don't shout, they whisper, but they shape the way you see the world and yourself. Napoleon Hill already warned us, whatever the mind can conceive and believe, it can achieve. But what happens when the mind only conceives scenarios of failure? When the automatic belief is of scarcity, unworthiness, insufficiency, when the most repeated thought, even without intention, is, this won't work, I can't do it, it's too late. These thoughts become invisible habits. And like all habits, they create trails, paths that the brain easily follows, paths that become paths of reality. Self-sabotage does not begin with big decisions. It begins with unquestioned thoughts, with automatic judgment, with silent comparisons, with small internal dialogues that go unnoticed, but plant seeds of discouragement. The mind, unattended, becomes an echo of the past, an echo of wounds, an echo of everything that was once pain, but has now become identity. And identity, even if painful, has the power to shape vibration. Because you do not manifest what you want, you manifest who you believe you are. That is why reprogramming habits is not just about creating new behaviors, it is about beginning to listen with presence to what has been said within you, what has been repeated day after day without awareness. Because it is this repetition that sustains the current frequency. And to change the frequency, you need to change the story you are telling yourself. Even if it comes disguised as spontaneous thought, even if it seems normal, every time you interrupt an automatic thought and choose, even for a moment, a new idea, you weaken the old path and strengthen a new one. Every time you question the internal narrative of fear and plant a narrative of faith, your vibrational field changes. Not because you forced yourself to, but because you chose to. And that choice, when made repeatedly, transforms. First on the inside, then on the outside. Always in that order. Why 27 days? The symbolism behind the lunar cycle and subconscious regeneration. There is something deeply symbolic about the number 27. It was not chosen by chance. It carries a rhythm, a silent wisdom that the body recognizes and the soul understands. 27 days is the complete cycle of the moon, from darkness to light, from emptiness to fullness, a cycle that influences the tides, the bodies, the emotions, a cycle that is also reflected in the subtlest layers of the subconscious mind. It is as if nature is telling us, transformation takes time, but this time has a rhythm, and this rhythm can be honored. When you repeat something for 27 days with emotional presence, you are not just teaching your brain a new path. You are tuning into a universal cycle of renewal. You are telling your deeper mind, we are ready for a new pattern. The subconscious, being timeless, is not convinced by promises. It needs repetition. And more than that, it needs to be consistent with the rhythms of life. That's why this period has so much power, because it doesn't force change. It accompanies a rebirth. Hill spoke of the importance of self-suggestion, but what few understand is that this suggestion doesn't happen just with words. It happens in cycles, with constancy, with vibrational presence. And 27 days is the minimum time for something to stop being an effort and start being an identity. For the body, mind, and energy field to accept that it is no longer an experiment. It is a new state of being. The lunar cycle teaches us this masterfully. There are days of darkness. There are days of doubt. There are days of increasing light. But they are all part of the same process of revelation. The same is true with habit. In the first few days, it may seem meaningless. The mind questions. The body resists. But little by little, presence begins to accumulate. The vibration begins to change. Life begins to respond. Repeating for 27 days is not about achieving perfection. It's about planting a seed in the fertile soil of the soul. A seed that, over time, becomes a root. That becomes a presence. That becomes a transformation. Not just because it was done many times, but because it was done with soul, with intention, with respect for the sacred time of inner regeneration. It is in this time that identity is transmuted. And when identity changes, everything changes with it. Metaphors of nature and the human body as mirrors of the time needed for transmutation. Nature is never in a hurry. It blooms in silence, matures at its own pace, transforms the invisible into the visible, with a patience that the human mind often forgets. A sprout does not rush to become a tree. A scar does not close with command. The heart does not heal with will. It needs time, care, an organic process that respects each layer of pain, each phase of healing. The same is true with the transmutation of a habit. It's not about strength. It's about time and frequency. The human body, this temple where the soul manifests itself, is a living mirror of this process. The nervous system needs repetition to create new pathways. The immune system responds to emotional state. Breathing changes the rhythm of thoughts. Every part of the body is a reminder. What is true is not forced. It is cultivated. A vibrational shift is not imposed. It is embodied. And for that, the body needs to be invited. The habit needs to be accepted, not imposed. It needs to be felt, not just performed. When you observe nature, you realize that there is a deep intelligence in each cycle. Winter prepares the soil. Spring brings the bud. Summer expands. Autumn teaches us to let go. Each season has its role, and no fruit grows out of its time. In the same way, within you, there are emotional and spiritual seasons. There are winters that silence, springs that awaken, summers that celebrate, and autumns that cleanse. And all of this can happen in 27 days, if the habit you choose is in tune with your internal cycle. Napoleon Hill understood that the power of the mind only activates when it aligns with the natural order of life. Forcing a habit with guilt, fear, or pressure only creates resistance. But nurturing a habit like watering a seed, this generates flowering. This creates roots. This creates identity. Because a new behavior, when repeated with the same constancy with which the sun rises, becomes more than a gesture. It becomes nature. You need to trust in invisible time, the one that seems like nothing is happening, but that, silently, is reorganizing everything from within. Just as the tree does not force the sprout to come out, you also do not need to force your transformation. You just need to repeat with presence, with reverence, with the same patience with which nature makes the impossible seem simple. Because in the end, you are also nature, and all nature has its own time to flourish. How the brain interprets repetition as emotional truth. There is an invisible wisdom in the way the brain responds to repetition. It is not a judge that evaluates what makes sense. It is a mirror that absorbs what is constant. Repetition for it is not just a habit. It is proof, evidence that something, however strange it may seem at first, deserves to be recorded as truth. And the more emotion there is in the repetition, the deeper this recording becomes. The brain does not understand what is real. It understands what is experienced with consistency and feeling. Napoleon Hill understood this when he spoke of autosuggestion. He knew that it was not enough to repeat words mechanically. You had to involve emotion, feel as if it were already real, not because that is magic, but because that is the language of the subconscious. When you repeat something with emotional presence, you are teaching your nervous system to react differently. You are creating a new pathway. You are training your perception. And perception is everything, because what you perceive becomes your world. If your brain is trained repeatedly to perceive scarcity, rejection, fear, it begins to create filters. And these filters distort reality. They confirm what has been repeated, even if the truth is different. You see what you've been taught to see. But the opposite is also true. When you start repeating new ideas with emotion, ideas of abundance, worthiness, health, connection, the brain reorganizes itself. The filters change. Reality, little by little, begins to look different. Not because the world has changed, but because you have changed the lens through which you observe it. And that lens was created by repetition. Repetition has the power to bury old beliefs and plant new roots. But you have to feel. You have to repeat with intention, with presence, with soul. The brain records more what is felt than what is said. It bends to emotion. It molds itself to constancy. That is why a habit only truly transforms when it touches the emotional, when it stops being an automatic gesture and becomes an expression of identity. When you drink water with presence, when you thank with your heart, not with your mouth, when you repeat not to convince, but because you are becoming. It is this kind of repetition that changes the brain, that changes the frequency, that changes destiny. Because it is not about what you think. It is about what you feel while you repeat. Reference to brain plasticity and reconditioning of beliefs. The human mind is not a prison. It is a field in constant mutation. And the name of this mutation is plasticity. Brain plasticity. An extraordinary capacity that allows the brain to rebuild itself, create new pathways, rewrite its roots. No matter the age, no matter the past, whenever there is conscious repetition, whenever there is vibrational intention, there is an opportunity for internal rebirth. And this is what Napoleon Hill, even without the terms of modern neuroscience, already clearly intuited. The mind can be trained, belief can be molded, life can be redesigned. Every belief, deep down, is a repetition that has crystallized, a story that has been told so many times that it has become a structure, an emotion felt so many times that it has become an identity. And most importantly, every belief can be replaced, not by force, but by conscious repetition, by small daily rituals that tell the brain, now it's different. And the brain, when informed with constancy and emotion, obeys. It begins to deconstruct what was automatic. It begins to release what no longer serves. It begins to create space for the new. Reconditioning beliefs does not happen in a moment of revelation. It happens in silent repetition, in a habit that seems small, but is charged with new energy. Every time you position yourself with the intention of reconnecting with who you really are, every time you repeat a gesture, an affirmation, an attitude that represents your highest version, you are rewriting your mental map. And more than that, you are sending a new signal to the universe. This is where science meets spirituality. Brain plasticity proves that the mind can change, and spirituality confirms that when the mind changes, the vibration changes. And when the vibration changes, everything changes, because it is not reality that creates belief. It is belief that creates reality. And this belief is constructed or deconstructed through the repetition that you sustain, with time, with patience, with presence. It is an almost invisible process, but it's deeply real. You may not notice it the first day or the second, but somewhere along the way, something inside you begins to respond differently, to react more calmly, to choose more consciously, to vibrate more truthfully. And when that happens, the habit is no longer an effort. It's a reflection of the new identity you're creating, an identity carved out by choice, by repetition, by silent faith in a new path, false productivity that sabotages reprogramming. We live in an era where being busy has become a symbol of value. Bodies in a hurry, minds overloaded, schedules full. Everything seems to indicate movement. But is it really evolution? How many times does the day end with a list of tasks completed and a persistent emptiness in the chest? How many times is the mind active but disconnected from what really matters? This is the trap of false productivity. That feeling of doing a lot, but not transforming into anything. Napoleon Hill understood that action, in itself, is not a sign of progress. It is the direction and intention behind the action that reveal true progress. Mental and energetic reprogramming requires silence, requires pause, requires presence. And this directly conflicts with the accelerated logic of the modern world, because the habit that transforms is not the habit of doing more. It is the habit of doing with meaning, with soul, with vibrational coherence. And this, many times, requires less action and more intention. There is a profound difference between acting on impulse and acting out of alignment. The former comes from a fear of stopping. The latter comes from trusting the flow. The former relies on haste. The latter is anchored in presence. When you create a spiritual, emotional, or energetic habit, even if it's simple, even if it lasts just a few minutes, you are telling the universe, my focus is on transformation, not busyness. And this silent declaration begins to realign everything around you. False productivity is noise. It's movement without depth. It's wasted energy. It's distraction disguised as discipline. And worst of all, it creates the illusion that you're on the right path when, in fact, you're just spinning your wheels. Because transformation, the real, deep, lasting kind, comes from the quality of presence, not from the quantity of tasks. Reprogramming the mind requires space. Space to feel, to hear what's behind the action, to notice the patterns that continue to operate automatically. You need to slow down to listen to yourself. You need to be silent to find yourself again. And often, this is the true act of courage, choosing the essential, choosing the simple but aligned habit, choosing less but with more truth. Because in the end, it's not about doing everything. It's about doing what vibrates, what heals, what builds identity. And this, almost always, is invisible to the eyes, but irreplaceable for the soul. Reprogramming begins with intention, but is confirmed through ritual. It all starts with an idea, a desire, an inner call for change. Intention is born as a vibrational seed, a spark of consciousness that announces that something inside you no longer wants to live as before. This intention, when true, carries a silent force, but on its own it still does not transform. It needs to be anchored. It needs to become a gesture. It needs to be embodied in matter. That is where ritual becomes essential. Napoleon Hill spoke of the importance of burning desire, but he also knew that this desire, if not cultivated daily, will go out. Ritual is what keeps the fire burning. It does not need to be complex. It does not need to be long. It needs to be alive. It needs to be felt. A simple gesture, like drinking water with presence, like breathing with awareness before starting the day, like writing a phrase of power with intention, can be the anchoring point of a new vibrational identity. Because habit is not just what you do, it is what you are telling the universe every day about who you are becoming. The mind needs repetition to change, the body needs consistency to trust, and the energy field needs coherence to align. Ritual fulfills all three of these functions. It is the daily reminder, the portal that unites intention with behavior, the point of convergence between the invisible and the visible. When you repeat it with soul, you are saying, "This matters." And everything that is treated as sacred expands. But there is a difference between ritual and automatic routine. Routine empties. Ritual fills. Routine repeats without soul. Ritual repeats with presence. That is why a habit only becomes transformative when it is lived as a portal and not as an obligation, when it is fed with emotion, with truth, with purpose. And that is what reprograms not only the brain, but also the heart. Transformation does not happen in big moments. It reveals itself in small rituals, sustained with faith. It is in them that you stop just wishing for a new life and start living as someone who's already in it. Each conscious repetition is a vibrational declaration. I am this new version. And when you align with that version, with your body, your mind, and your soul, the world has no choice but to respond, because the universe always responds to what is repeated truthfully. Mental model. Future identity as a starting point. There is a deep misconception that many people carry without realizing it. They believe that they need to change their reality in order to feel different. They wait for the external world to transform so that they can finally experience a new identity. But true change does not happen that way. It is not the world that shapes who you are. It is who you choose to be today that begins to shape the world around you. Napoleon Hill already talked about this when he taught that thought, when charged with faith and emotion, has the power to influence all spheres of life. And this faith is not just spiritual, it is vibrational, it is practical. It is feeling today like someone who already lives what they desire, not as an illusion, but as alignment. It is acting, thinking, and vibrating like your future version, even before seeing the results. It is this leap of consciousness that paves the way for a new frequency. When you start to move like someone who has already arrived, the universe begins to respond with new doors, new people, new experiences. But this movement does not come from effort. It comes from the decision to no longer identify with the limited version that you have held until now. Because deep down, you already know who you want to be. You have seen, even if only for a moment, the image of your best version. The one that acts with clarity, that feels peace, that manifests with fluidity. This image is not a distant dream. It is a reminder of your essence, and it is waiting for consistency, for choice, for vibrational practice. Starting the day as someone who already is this new version is not about pretending. It is about frequency. It is about saying with your gestures, your thoughts, your energy, I now align myself with what I want to live. And that changes everything, because the habit that comes from this awareness becomes more than action. It becomes confirmation. Each small choice, each seemingly simple decision begins to carry the weight of a new identity being rooted. This is how the habit becomes a starting point, not of what you want to achieve, but of who you are choosing to be. And when being changes, having follows, not the other way around. It is not about waiting for reality to prove something. It's about being living proof of a new reality. From now on, because your future identity is not out there, waiting for you to arrive. It's here, waiting for you to remember, choose, repeat, and live. The three-phase cycle of conscious habit: resistance, neutrality, identity. Every true transformation goes through three internal stages, three subtle phases that are not written in productivity books, but that are felt in the body, soul, and energy field. The first is resistance. This is when the habit still feels strange, when the body rejects it, when the mind questions it, when everything in you wants to return to the familiar. This is the most challenging phase, not because the habit is difficult, but because the old identity is still active. It feels threatened. It tries to pull you back to what is familiar, even if it is painful. The second phase is neutrality. This is when the habit begins to settle in, but it is still without emotion. It is a lukewarm territory, neither pleasure nor pain, just repetition. It is the threshold between the old and the new. And for this reason, it is also the phase where many give up, because there is no longer the intense discomfort of the beginning, but there is still no pleasure of transformation. It is the space of silence, of doubt, of the absence of results. And paradoxically, it is in this neutral space that the soul is reorganizing itself, that the subconscious is reconfiguring the identity. It is the womb of the new self. The third phase is identity. This is when the habit no longer needs to be remembered. It is already part of you. It is already natural. It already pulses with your frequency. There is no more effort, no resistance. There is coherence. There is lightness. There is presence. You begin to realize that something has changed. Not because the world has changed, but because your reaction to the world has changed. Your vibration has changed. Your internal narrative has transformed. And the habit is now an authentic expression of your new identity. Napoleon Hill, when talking about persistence and faith, was describing these phases in other words. He knew that it is by remaining, even without seeing, that the mind is molded, that it is by repeating with faith, even on neutral days, that the transformation is consolidated. The mind needs time to accept the new as truth, and the heart needs vibrational proof to trust. Each day of conscious practice is a test delivered to the universe. This is who I am now, and the universe, as always, responds. These three phases are not obstacles, they are portals. Each of them has a sacred role in the journey of change. Resistance is the ego saying goodbye. Neutrality is the void being filled by the new. Identity is the silent blossoming of the soul, and all of them need to be traversed with compassion, without pressure, without haste, with presence, with truth. Because identity does not impose itself. It reveals itself. One gesture a day, one thought at a time, one habit, for 27 days. When routine becomes sacred, habit as a spiritual anchor, there is a moment, almost imperceptible, when repetition ceases to be a duty and becomes devotion, a point where the habit, which previously seemed more like a task, begins to vibrate with a deeper meaning. It ceases to be an effort of the mind and becomes a prayer of the body. It is at this moment that the routine becomes sacred, not because of what is done, but because of the energy with which it is done, because of the presence, because of the intention. Napoleon Hill said that faith needs to be practiced. And practicing faith is not just believing in something greater. It is living as if this something greater were present in every small gesture. When you transform a habit into a space of communion with yourself, with life, with the universe, it ceases to be banal. It becomes a portal, a spiritual anchor point in the midst of the rush of the world. It is there, in that moment of silence between what is done and what is felt, that the soul breathes. This transformation does not happen suddenly. It is built through constancy, by choosing to repeat it every day with reverence. It is like lighting an internal candle, even when everything seems dark, like preparing an invisible altar where each gesture is an offering of presence. When the habit is lived like this, it heals, it calms, it aligns. And the most beautiful thing is that it doesn't matter what you do. What matters is how you do it. It could be drinking a glass of water with gratitude. It could be walking in silence with an open heart. It could be writing a sentence that reminds you of who you are. The act itself does not carry the power. The power is in the energy that inhabits it. And this energy is yours. It is within you, waiting to be called, waiting to be cultivated. A routine, when done with soul, becomes a ritual, and a ritual, when sustained with intention, becomes a transformation. This is how a habit becomes an anchor, not a prison that limits you, but a root that sustains you, a vibrational base that keeps you centered even when the world shakes, a gesture that reminds you day after day, I am here, I am present, I am aligned. In this space, everything is reorganized. The mind calms down, the body balances itself, the soul expands, and you begin to realize that you don't need big events to change your life. You only need small acts, repeated with presence, because when routine becomes sacred, it changes time, it changes space, it changes you. And when you change, everything around you begins to respond. How dopamine affects your manifestation, and how to tame it. There is a subtle chemistry behind our most intense desires, a molecule that inhabits every corner of our brain and silently influences the way we seek pleasure, reward, and satisfaction. This molecule is called dopamine, and although it plays an essential role in motivation and movement, it can also become a vibrational trap when it is not understood, because dopamine is not only linked to pleasure, it is deeply linked to expectation. Napoleon Hill spoke of the importance of sustained faith, of persistence even in the absence of immediate results. But today we live in a dopaminergic world where everything is immediate, everything is a stimulus, everything is a quick response. This directly affects the ability to sustain a habit with depth, because the brain conditioned to dopamine wants results, it wants novelty, it wants intensity, and when the habit does not deliver this in the first few days, the mind begins to sabotage, to doubt, to abandon. That is why taming dopamine is fundamental in the manifestation process. The reward system needs to be re-educated. The body and mind need to be taught that true pleasure is not in momentary excitement, but in the silent construction of something true. And this construction comes from habit, from repetition, from constancy, from presence. There is no amount of dopamine that can replace the peace of knowing that you are becoming who you came to be. And this peace does not come from peaks, it comes from the roots. When you repeat a simple gesture every day with intention, with soul, with reverence, you are telling your nervous system, this is enough. And this enough begins to calm the mind, to silence the urgency, to dissolve the anxiety. You begin to experience another form of satisfaction, deeper, more stable, more consistent with what the soul desires. Dopamine does not need to be eliminated. It needs to be redirected. It needs to be cultivated in rituals that nourish, in practices that sustain, in choices that reflect your truth. And when this happens, the habit stops being a path of demand and becomes a space of conscious pleasure, a pleasure that does not depend on external factors, that does not require applause or validation, a pleasure that arises from the peace of being on the path, on your path, and knowing that, step by step, you are aligning yourself with the life that is already yours, by vibration, by choice, by merit. True story. How a man came out of bankruptcy with a single morning habit. It was early winter when he realized that something was broken, but not in the world, in himself. His bills were late, his dreams were silent, his self-esteem was in ruins. The bankruptcy was not just financial, it was emotional, it was spiritual. Sitting on the floor of the small room where barely any light entered, he had no answers, but he had a persistent question echoing in his chest. How did I lose myself? He remembered, almost by chance, a passage by Napoleon Hill, something about autosuggestion, about planting new ideas in the fertile soil of the mind. He didn't have much to lose, so he chose a single habit, just one. Every day, before anything else, he would sit for 7 minutes, in silence, in breathing, in intention. 7 minutes to repeat a single phrase. I am prosperity in the making. There was no faith at first. There was only presence. There was fatigue, but there was surrender. In the early days, it seemed useless. The external world didn't change, but something inside him began to move. First, his mind became less chaotic. Then his body became less heavy. Ideas began to appear. Small ideas, possible ones. He began to have more clarity. Procrastination diminished. Emotions became softer. Before long, he was writing. creating, reconnecting with his essence. And life slowly began to respond. It wasn't a leap, it was a construction. But in a few months, what was ruin became seed. What was fear became presence. What was failure became reconnection. All because of a habit, a single habit, sustained, lived, embodied. Not by obligation, but by choice. Because he understood that he didn't need to change the world. He needed to change himself. He needed to remember who he was every day. And that's what he did. One day at a time. One sentence at a time. One silence at a time. Today he looks back and knows what saved his life was not a sudden miracle. It was a ritual, a gesture, a vibrational choice repeated with soul. This is the strength that habit carries. The strength to rebuild everything, from the inside out, without noise, without haste, with truth, with presence, with faith. The trap of perfectionism in creating new habits. The desire to do everything right is often what prevents something from being done. There is a sneaky illusion behind perfectionism, that if it is not done perfectly, it is not worth doing. But this belief is paralyzing. It dresses up as excellence, but inside, it carries fear. Fear of failing, fear of making mistakes, fear of not being enough. And this fear, even when disguised as demand, sabotages the process of transformation. Napoleon Hill reminded us that action, even imperfect, has more power than unfulfilled intention, and this applies profoundly to building habits. It is not perfection that transforms. It is consistency. It is the daily return to what matters, even when everything seems out of alignment, even when you fail, even when the previous day did not go as expected. Perfectionism creates an emotional trap. It makes it seem like any slip-up invalidates the path. But the truth is different. Each return is a sacred new beginning. Each attempt is an affirmation of value. The soul does not seek the ideal. It seeks the real. It seeks the intention behind the gesture, the truth behind the choice. And this truth does not demand perfection. It demands presence. A spiritual, vibrational, transformative habit does not need to be performed with technical rigor. It needs to be performed with soul, with an open heart, with humility, with kindness towards oneself. Because in the end, the habit is a space for remembrance, not for demands. When you allow the habit to be imperfect, it becomes lighter. And when it is lighter, it becomes more constant. And when it is constant, it transforms. Identity is not formed in one day of perfect performance. It is built over many ordinary days, lived with intention. That is where the silent miracle of change lies. In living repetition, not in dead perfection. That is why, every time your mind wants to paralyze you with the idea that you are not good enough, remember, done with truth is better than done with rigidity. What heals is not the form. It is the vibration, it is the presence, and it is this presence that, repeated with compassion, makes the habit a path of return to oneself, a return that does not require you to be perfect, only that you are willing, available, present, and human. Beware of the accumulation of habits. Less is more. There is a silent anxiety that haunts many paths of self-transformation. It is the impulse to want to change everything at once. Create a new routine, a new lifestyle, a new identity, at a speed that the heart cannot keep up with. This impulse, although it comes from a legitimate desire for evolution, often turns into vibrational overload, and overload does not transform. It paralyzes, it exhausts, it disconnects. Napoleon Hill taught us about the power of concentration, not only as a focus of thought, but as an energetic focus. When you focus your attention, your intention, and your emotion on a single well-chosen habit, you channel an immense force, a force that becomes magnetic, transformative. But when you try to install too many habits at the same time, the energy is dispersed, the mind gets confused, the body resists, and the heart gets lost. Excessive habits may seem like efficiency, but in reality, it is distraction. It is a subtle noise that takes you away from the essence. Because what transforms is not the quantity of actions. It is the quality of presence in each action. A single habit, repeated with soul, has the power to change your vibration, your frequency, and your reality. But this habit needs to be nurtured. It needs space. It needs attention. It needs fertile soil to flourish. When you choose a single point of transformation, a gesture, a practice, a decision, and surrender to it with truth, the field begins to reorganize itself. The subconscious receives the message, the universe recognizes the signal, and the fruits begin to appear, not through effort, but through coherence. Because everything that is done with full intention creates a field of expansion, and this field attracts, sustains, transforms. Therefore, less is not a lack. Less is focus. Less is depth. Less is presence. And presence is all the soul needs to remember who it is. A habit, a choice, a daily gesture with meaning. That is enough. Because when the gesture vibrates with your essence, it does not need reinforcements. It carries within itself the seed of all other transformations. And the seed, when well planted, blooms, always, at the right time, in the right space, with the right energy. How to know if the habit you choose is vibrationally coherent with your desire. Not every habit that seems positive actually resonates with your truth. Sometimes we choose practices that seem right to the world, but that do not vibrate with our inner field. They tire, they weigh us down, they become disconnected obligations. And even when done with discipline, they do not generate real transformation. This happens because there is no vibrational coherence between the habit and the desire that inspires it. And where there is no coherence, there is no expansion. Napoleon Hill always emphasized that desire, when aligned with faith and action, becomes invincible. But this alignment is not external, it is energetic. It is when intention, feeling, and practice are dancing to the same rhythm. When you choose a habit that is in tune with what your soul desires, everything flows. Even on difficult days, there is a sense of meaning. There is a motivation that does not come from outside. It comes from the heart. So how do you identify this coherence? The answer is in the body, in emotion, in internal listening. When you think about the habit you are cultivating, do you feel expansion or contraction? Do you feel lightness or obligation? Do you feel truth or effort? The body responds before the mind, and vibration does not lie. The right habit generates a kind of peace, a silent desire to remain. It does not demand perfection. It invites presence. Vibrational coherence also reveals itself in small signs. When the habit begins to generate clarity, inspiration, small movements in the direction of your purpose, it is because it is activating the right field. It is tuning your energy to what you want to experience. And in this state, manifestation is not pushed. It is attracted, because you are no longer trying to create something outside of yourself. You are vibrating as if it were already real, and that is what opens paths. Therefore, more important than copying other people's habits is to ask yourself honestly, does this daily gesture reflect who I am becoming? Does this habit vibrate with my truest desire? If the answer is yes, continue. If it is no, adjust, refine, choose again. Because when there is harmony between what you do and what you desire, the universe does not need proof. It feels, it recognizes, and responds, always, with precision, with beauty, with truth. The composting effect. When small habits decay and then flourish, there are times when, even with dedication and presence, the habit seems to lose strength. The first few days were full of enthusiasm, but now everything seems stagnant. The practice that once brought clarity now seems empty. The doubt arises. Am I doing something wrong? But perhaps what is happening is just part of the natural process of transformation. Imagine a seed planted in the ground. In the first few days, it remains invisible, silent, hidden under the soil. There are no signs of growth, but inside it, there is movement, there is life, there is preparation. The same happens with habits. There is a period when the transformation is internal, invisible to the eye, but deeply active in the energy field. Napoleon Hill spoke about the importance of persistence, even when the results are not immediate. He understood that the subconscious mind needs time to assimilate new ideas, to reconfigure old patterns, and this time is often marked by apparent stagnation. But it is precisely during this period that change is taking hold. The composting effect is the phase in which the old is being decomposed to make way for the new. It is the moment in which old patterns are being dissolved, creating space for new habits to flourish. And just as in nature, this process requires patience, trust, and commitment. It is important to remember that true transformation is not linear. It happens in cycles, in spirals, in movements that sometimes seem like setbacks, but which are actually preparations for greater leaps. Each moment of doubt, each feeling of stagnation is an opportunity to deepen your presence, to strengthen your intention, to reaffirm your commitment to your own evolution. Therefore, when the habit seems to be losing strength, remember the seed, remember the composting, remember that even in silence there is movement, and that, soon, what today seems stagnant will flourish with even more vigor, beauty, and truth. The silent giving up syndrome on day 11. There is a critical point in almost every transformation journey, a point where doubt mixes with fatigue, where the silence of change seems louder than the voice of hope. For many, this point arrives around the 11th day, not by coincidence, but by energetic pattern. It is at this stage that the habit has not yet become an identity, but has already lost the initial impulse of enthusiasm. And it is precisely at this point that many give up, not with an explicit act, but with a silent giving up. This giving up does not come with shouts. It comes with subtle postponements, with justifications that seem logical, with promises of, "I'll be back tomorrow." But that tomorrow becomes absence, and absence becomes a return to the old pattern. Napoleon Hill understood that persistence is not a personality trait. It is vibrational training. It is the act of remaining even when everything seems neutral, even when the field has not yet responded. Silent giving up is dangerous because it does not announce its arrival. It disguises itself as prudence, as pause, as realism. But in truth, it is the old mind trying to regain control. It is the previous frequency trying to reassert itself. Because change hurts. Growth demands it. Persistence demands faith. And faith often has no proof. There is only an inner call that says, keep going. The 11th is not an obstacle. It is a portal, an invitation to cross the veil of doubt and enter the field of decision. Because it is the decision to continue, even without feeling it, that shapes the new identity. It is at this point that the habit stops being a test and becomes a commitment. And this commitment begins to take root. The soul feels it when you cross this threshold. It recognizes the strength of your silent yes, and the universe feels it too, and it begins to respond. Sometimes slowly, sometimes subtly, but always with precision. So, when the 11th arrives, and it will arrive, remember that tiredness is not a sign of error. It is a sign of transition. It's the old saying, goodbye, and the new asking for passage. Endure the emptiness, honor the silence, and carry on, because that's exactly where true change begins. The 3-question method for choosing the right habit for you. Not every habit is right for every stage of life. Not every spiritual practice, no matter how effective it may be for someone, will resonate with your current frequency. Choosing the right habit is not a mental decision. It is an emotional listening. It is a vibrational reading. It is feeling what your soul needs right now, not what is trendy, not what seems efficient, but what speaks to your pain, your search, your present moment. Napoleon Hill talked about the power of a defined desire, but before the desire becomes defined, it needs to be felt clearly. And for that, an internal dive is necessary. A space of honesty where you can ask yourself, what at this moment in my life really needs to be restored? What part of me is asking for attention, reconnection, healing? And that is where the 3 questions come in. They are not magic, but they are maps. Maps for the soul. The first question is, does this habit align or just occupy? Because many habits are born from the fear of standing still, but it is not the movement that transforms. It is the alignment. If the habit only takes up your time but does not raise your vibration, it distracts. It does not awaken. The second question is, does this habit bring me closer to who I am becoming? Does it resonate with your future identity? Does it represent, in gesture, what you want to manifest in essence? If the answer is no, no matter how useful the habit may seem, it will generate noise, because it is not in coherence with your vibrational field. And where there is no coherence, there is blockage. The third question is, can I sustain this habit with presence and soul? Because it is not about intensity, it is about frequency. It is about a small but complete yes, a simple but true gesture. If the habit is sustainable, it becomes a ritual. And if it is a ritual, it transforms. These three questions do not require quick answers. They ask for pause. They ask for silence, because it is in silence that the soul responds. And when the soul chooses, the body follows. The mind aligns. The field opens, and transformation ceases to be an attempt, and it begins to be destiny, a chosen destiny, a repeated destiny, a vibrated destiny, a cultivated destiny. The role of silence in cultivating quantum habits. In an increasingly noisy world where attention is constantly fragmented by stimuli, silence has become sacred territory, a rare space, a vibrational portal. It is in silence that the soul speaks. It is in silence that the field reorganizes itself. It is in silence that the habit ceases to be a simple behavior and becomes a channel for subconscious reprogramming. Napoleon Hill understood the power of concentrated thought, but to think deeply, you need to silence the noise. The quantum habit, the one that alters the frequency of your reality, only flourishes in clean soil. And silence is that cleanliness. It is not absence, it is presence. It is a fertile field where vibrational seeds can be planted without interference, without doubt, without distraction. When you cultivate a habit in silence, without needing external validation, without needing applause, without needing to turn it into a spectacle, you are saying to life, I am committed to what is true, not to what is visible. And this silent coherence generates a field of power, a field that attracts, that sustains, that transmutes. Silence also amplifies listening. It allows you to feel the vibration of the habit that is being cultivated. It reveals whether there is pleasure or obligation, whether there is presence or automatism, whether there is coherence or just mechanical repetition. Because often it is in silence that you realize that a small adjustment can completely transform the power of what is being repeated. Getting used to silence is preparing the field for everyday miracles. It is giving space for the habit to reveal its deepest layers. It is allowing practice to become meditation, for gesture to become prayer, for time to become a temple. Habit, when bathed in silence, does not just transform what you do, it transforms who you are. Because in silence, there are no masks, only essence, only truth. And it is in this silent truth that the greatest reprogramming happens. Not because you are doing more, but because you are vibrating differently. In silence, in soul, in expansion. The law of attraction begins in the body, when the habit becomes an embodied vibration. Many associate the law of attraction with a purely mental exercise, thinking positively, visualizing, affirming. But there is a deeper, more subtle, more truthful level, a level where the vibration is not only in the thought, but in the body, in the posture, in the gesture, in the breathing. That is when manifestation ceases to be a concept and becomes a state. That is when the habit, when repeated with soul, begins to embody a new frequency. And this frequency is what attracts. Napoleon Hill spoke about the need to combine ardent desire with sustained faith. But what he also taught, even if indirectly, is that the body needs to participate in the transformation. The habit, when lived with consciousness, re-educates the nervous system. It teaches the body to feel what was previously just an idea. It transforms an abstract desire into a physical presence, into a tangible vibrational field. When you cultivate a habit that represents your new reality, you are teaching your body what it is like to live in that vibration. It is anchoring in the body the energy of what has not yet happened, but which is already being experienced internally. And it is this coherence between gesture and desire that transforms the field. Because the universe does not respond to what you want, it responds to what you are. And you are, above all, what your body truthfully repeats. The embodied vibration is one that does not require effort to be sustained. It flows. It expresses itself in details. In the way you stand up, how you speak, how you walk, how you take care of yourself, how you breathe. The habit then ceases to be just practice. It becomes presence, and this presence begins to shape your reality gently, with precision, with love. When the entire body vibrates what the soul desires, there is no blockage, there is flow, there is synchronicity, there is resonance, because the body does not lie. And when it tells the universe, with each cell, "This is who I am now," the universe does not hesitate. It listens, it feels, and it delivers, not as a reward, but as a reflection, a perfect reflection of an embodied vibration, sustained, repeated with soul, lived with intention, and celebrated with truth. From habit to legacy, how a new behavior changes your energetic destiny. There is a point in the journey when the habit goes beyond the personal sphere. It stops being just a practice for yourself. It starts to radiate. It touches others. It leaves invisible marks on everything you do. This is the moment when the habit becomes a legacy. And the legacy is not something you build at the end of your life. It is something you emit every day, with each choice, with each vibration, with each gesture repeated with intention. Napoleon Hill understood that everything you sustain energetically ends up becoming reality. But what few realize is that this reality is not limited to your internal universe. It expands, it echoes, it influences. When you install a new habit in your life and live it with constancy and soul, you are planting a new frequency in the collective field. You are vibrating a possibility that can inspire, heal, transform those who cross your path. The habit becomes a legacy when it stops being an effort and becomes a reflection of your truth. When it starts to be perceived not only by you, but by those who observe you, even without words. That's when your energy speaks before your voice. That's when your posture conveys more than any argument. That's when your frequency starts to be a living reminder of what is possible. And this is perhaps one of the purest manifestations of the soul's mission, to live in such an aligned, coherent, and present way that your existence becomes an example, not for perfection, but for truth, not for rigidity, but for presence. That's when you stop trying to convince and simply live. And by living, you teach, you inspire, you leave a trail. Every habit that you cultivate with soul is a message that you send to time, a seed that will germinate in moments that you may not even see, but that will touch lives, that will change fields, that will bring healing, because energy is never lost. It transforms. And when your energy carries a sacred habit, it transforms everything it touches. That's the power of a single habit. Not just changing your path, but altering your energetic destiny, and with it, the destiny of many others. A gesture, a choice, a vibrational commitment, sustained, embodied, and transformative, because the true legacy begins in the invisible, how repetition becomes identity, and identity becomes reality. Repetition, when done with awareness and emotion, doesn't just create a new behavior. It shapes a new presence. It infiltrates the subconscious, lodges in the body, translates into frequency. And little by little, what seemed like an effort becomes natural. What was just a choice becomes a signature, a constant vibration, a new self. Napoleon Hill said that man becomes what he constantly thinks, but what he really meant is that man becomes what he repeats with emotion. Because thought in isolation is just an impulse. It is repetition with intention that transforms that impulse into a pattern, into belief, into identity. And when identity changes, everything around it changes, because life responds to frequency, not desire, to being, not expectation. Identity is not static. It is a living sculpture, shaped every day by the rituals you uphold, the words you believe, the gestures you repeat with faith. When you choose a habit and repeat it with your soul for 27 days, you are not just training your mind, you are being reborn. You are allowing yourself to vibrate at a new frequency. And this frequency begins to attract new realities, because you are now vibrating as someone who already lives what they desire. Repetition becomes identity. Identity becomes reality. And reality becomes a reflection of who you have become. This is the cycle of creation. This is the silent miracle of a single habit, sustained, with intention, with emotion, with soul. The habit as a silent trigger for a new energy field. Over the course of these hours, you have been on a journey that is not only informative, it is vibrational. A journey that does not give you magic formulas, but that invites you to remember what Napoleon Hill and so many other masters have shown us, that the power is not outside. It is in each repetition that you choose with your soul, in each small gesture that you live with intention, in each morning that you decide to start over, even if the change has not yet revealed itself, because that is how life changes, not with noise, but with constancy, not with spectacle, but with coherence. The habit chosen, sustained, experienced with truth becomes a field that attracts, that sustains, that expands, a field where the impossible begins to seem probable, where the miracle ceases to be something distant and becomes a consequence of your new vibrational identity. Napoleon Hill spoke of autosuggestion as the way to reprogram the mind. Joe Dispenza, decades later, combined this wisdom with knowledge of neuroscience. And what both show us is simple, yet profound. Heightened emotion, combined with a clear intention, creates a new reality. But this reality is not created with force. It is created with presence, with repetition, with vibrational choice. The triad of embodied manifestation, emotion, action, and time, reveals itself when the habit is no longer an isolated act, but an extension of who you are becoming. When what you repeat, you feel. When what you feel, you live. And when what you experience begins to alter the reality around you. So, in this moment of closure, there is only one reminder to be left. The habit is not the end. It is the beginning. It is the silent trigger of a new energetic field. It is the bridge between who you were and who you are destined to be. And this crossing does not require haste. It requires truth. It requires presence. It requires repetition with soul. You are not late. You are in process. You are reconnecting. You are choosing. And each conscious repetition, no matter how small it may seem, carries the power to change everything. Because changing everything is starting small and repeating, with intention, with emotion, with soul. If this message found your soul, if this video touched your process, let your field register it, in silence, in gratitude, in decision, because life, your new life, begins in 27 days, and everything changes when you change your frequency. Have you ever felt that, amidst the collapse of the world around you, something inside you was still trying to remain standing? As if there was a sacred, small, silent space within your consciousness that did not give in, that did not scream, that simply observed. Maybe you were unable to access it fully. Maybe it seemed distant, but it is there. And today, in this space of time that we have opened together, let us go to it. Let us go together to the center of the mind that does not collapse, that does not bow, that observes the chaos, but does not mix with it. Many seek formulas to overcome the world, but few seek the serenity of not collapsing with it. This video is not for those who want to control everything. It is for those who want to free themselves from the desperation of control. It is for those who are tired of running, of reacting, of pretending to be at peace while imploding inside. It is for those who want to build a type of strength that does not appear on social media, that is not measured in productivity, that does not depend on the approval of others. A strength that is born from silence, that reveals itself in chaos, that resists without hardening, that feels without collapsing, that continues, even when everything seems to want it to stop. Imagine Napoleon Hill writing, "Think and grow rich," while the world around him was falling apart, friends going bankrupt, families falling apart, fear in the eyes of those who didn't know if they would have bread the next day. There was no optimism in the streets. There was silence. There was fear. There was doubt. But he wrote. He persisted. He created. He didn't react like most people. And not because he was better, but because he had trained his mind for something greater. He had chosen to act, even when everything around him seemed to say there was nothing left to be done. Chaos, Hill understood, is not the problem. The problem is what we do with it, the frequency we assume in the face of it, the vibration we allow to inhabit our body when everything screams of despair. Hill didn't ignore chaos. He didn't fight it. He transcended it. And that's not a spiritual metaphor. It's a vibrational choice. It's training. It's applied consciousness. It's emotional neuroplasticity. It's energetic reprogramming. And that's what we're going to talk about. But before we go any further, take a hard look at yourself. Maybe you've felt ashamed for not being able to maintain clarity in difficult times. Maybe you've blamed yourself for not being able to hold on. Maybe you've judged yourself for crying, for giving in, for despairing. But today, you will be welcomed. Because this pain is not weakness. It's just a request from your spirit to learn to act from a new place. It's not about resisting chaos. It's about learning to move within it, without colliding, without getting lost, without disappearing. Andrew Carnegie told Hill, "Crisis reveals who has trained the spirit, not just the mind." And that will be our starting point. We don't just want to strengthen the mind. We want to train the spirit, educate the energy, reorganize the vibration. Because it's not just about thinking positively. It's about learning to live in a state of coherence, even when life seems incoherent. Being the steady point at the center of the storm. Being the eye of the hurricane. Silent, intact, creative. From here, we will explore a layered path. Each topic will be a portal, a key, a mirror. You will recognize yourself. You may be moved, you may be disturbed, but above all, you will realize that the untouchable mind is not cold. It is conscious. And that true strength is not the absence of pain. It is absolute presence in the face of it. Take a deep breath. Feel this moment. Let your body relax. What is about to begin now is not a video. It is a vibrational journey, and your spirit knows it. It has only been waiting for you to say, "Yes, I am ready." The mind that rises in the fire. Why Hill didn't break in the face of chaos. There's something few people realize about the moments when everything seems to fall apart. It's not the intensity of the collapse that defines our future reality. It's the frequency we choose to sustain while everything around us falls apart. Chaos has no power in and of itself. It's neutral. It only reveals. It amplifies. It exposes what was already inside. Napoleon Hill understood this with almost disconcerting clarity. While thousands of people were sinking emotionally and financially during the Great Depression, he wrote. He wrote with discipline, with purpose, with presence. Not because he was oblivious to the collective suffering, but because he understood that the only safe place to build something real was inside the mind. You can watch the world collapse, but that doesn't mean you have to collapse with it. The mistake isn't in the fear knocking at the door. It's in letting it decide what comes into the house. Hill didn't pretend that everything was okay. He didn't isolate himself from the pain of others. He simply did not allow pain to rule his creation. Because he knew that the spirit, when trained, can go through fires without losing its essence. He did not just read about it, he lived it, and that made all the difference. Andrew Carnegie, Hill's silent mentor, said something that should echo in every moment of collapse we go through. Crisis reveals who has trained the spirit, not just the mind. Most people train only the mind. They study, they repeat phrases, they read books, but they do not train the spirit. And the spirit is not trained with words. It is trained in silence, in vibrational resistance, in the daily choice not to fall even when falling seems inevitable. You may be wondering why it is so hard to maintain clarity in difficult times, why your mind seems confused, your body tense, your faith fragile. The answer is not in your inability. It is in the fact that no one taught you how to remain whole in the face of the abyss. We learn to survive, but we do not learn to transcend. And Hill did not survive the Great Depression simply because he was lucky or connected. He survived because he refused to collapse from within. That is what interests us here. Not formulas, not shortcuts, but the state of mind that is built in the intimacy of dark days. The mind that does not become agitated at the first sign of threat. The heart that does not close at the first sign of pain. The conscience that does not negotiate with fear. This is Hill's invisible legacy. A legacy that is not only in his words, but in the energy with which he wrote them. An energy that said, without fanfare, even if everything burns outside, I can continue creating inside. You do not need to resist chaos. You just need to stop identifying with it. Because chaos is not you. It is just the backdrop. And you are the creator. And every creator needs, before anything else, to protect his or her inner state. Because that is where everything is born. Everything. What you feel at this moment may be pain, confusion, anguish. But behind this, there is an even greater desire. The desire to build a firm, lucid, creative mind, even when everything outside is in ruins. And this desire is sacred, because it is your spirit's call to the next level. A level where chaos is not avoided, but used as raw material for expansion, where collapse ceases to be a threat and becomes initiation. This is what we mean when we say, acting untouchable. It is not about not feeling. It is about not getting lost in what you feel. It is about continuing, even with shaky knees. It is about creating, even without guarantees. It is about staying, even when everything screams to give up. The mind that rises in the midst of the fire is the mind that has understood that fire does not burn what is true. It only reveals what was not yet firm enough to remain, and what remains is what transforms. The energy failure that almost no one notices. Survival vibration disguised as ambition. There is a silent movement that drains our energy without us noticing, an impulse that seems noble, productive, even spiritual, but that vibrates at the opposite frequency of what we want to create. It is the desire to solve everything, to understand everything, to fix every detail of life with urgency. But this urgency does not arise from consciousness. It arises from fear. And fear, when disguised as ambition, becomes a golden prison. You seem to move forward, but in reality, you are just spinning in circles within yourself. Napoleon Hill observed this closely. People who seemed determined, but were vibrating only for survival. Men and women who woke up every day with clear goals, but with their hearts in collapse. They acted, but did not create. They fought, but did not transform, because there was something missing, the energy of presence, the vibrational coherence between what you want and what you feel. And that is when everything starts to fail, even when it seems to be working. The obsession with doing everything quickly, with achieving immediate results, with eliminating discomfort as quickly as possible, creates a vibration of scarcity, a vibration of someone who believes that the present is an enemy to be defeated and not a field to be inhabited. And that is why so many manifestations do not materialize, because the quantum field does not respond to what you say you want. It responds to what your energy silently communicates. When everything becomes urgent, your mind does not create. It only reactivates. It goes into survival mode, and in this state you can even produce, but you will not flourish. You can even conquer, but you will not feel whole, because your vibration is telling the universe that you are at war. And when you vibrate war, even victory tastes tired. True creation is born from another place, from a frequency that is not chasing time, but that is aligned with the time of the spirit, the time that knows that there is a hidden rhythm in everything. That true manifestation is not accelerated by haste, but by clarity. And clarity is not achieved through anxiety. It is achieved through presence. Maybe you've felt this way. The feeling that you're doing everything right, but nothing is happening. That you're working, striving, trying to think positively, but your inner world is still turbulent. This is not failure. It's just a sign, a call, a reminder that maybe you're trying to manifest from the wrong frequency. Hill's path teaches us that it's not enough to wish. You have to vibrate like someone who already is, like someone who already has, like someone who already trusts. And this is only possible when you abandon the addiction to urgency, when you stop trying to solve everything now and start creating from now on, without despair, without excess, without running away. Vibrationally misaligned ambition is just fear in disguise, and fear in disguise creates incoherent realities, not because you don't deserve something better, but because your frequency doesn't yet support what you say you want. That's why real transformation starts from within, not in what you want to achieve, but in what you're willing to let go of. You don't need to run. You need to wake up, because it's in waking up that urgency loses its power. And that's when the inner creator begins to move. Not like someone running away from fire, but like someone who knows they can walk through it in peace. Invisible error. Confusing silence with passivity. Silence is not absence. It is a presence too profound to be expressed in noise. It is a connection with something so intimate, so essential, that words are no longer necessary. But many confuse this. Many think that if they are silent, they are standing still, that if they are not reacting, they are giving up, that if they are not speaking, they are losing. And this reveals a subtle but powerful flaw in the way we learn to interpret the world. Napoleon Hill understood the power of silence. He said, "A well-directed silence is more powerful than an uncontrolled shout, because silence is not inertia. It is invisible action. It is a conscious choice. It is a focus that does not disperse. It is like that warrior who does not raise his sword, because he has already won inside. There is no need to prove it when there is vibrational certainty. In today's world, where everything needs to be displayed, commented on, defended, silence is almost an act of rebellion. But it is a serene rebellion, a refusal to participate in the collective noise, a gesture of respect for one's own energy field. Because every time you consciously become silent, you say to the universe, "I trust the invisible." And trusting the invisible is the most advanced step in the journey of creation. Being silent is not stopping. It is sharpening the axe while the world cuts down trees with a dull blade. It is preparing yourself internally. It is reorganizing frequencies. It is listening to what the noise will never allow you to hear, because there is a wisdom that only reveals itself in the space between sounds. And it is in this space that true transformation happens. The agitated mind wants to speak. It wants to prove. It wants to convince. But the trained mind knows how to wait. It knows how to observe. It knows how to choose the exact moment to act. Hill knew this. And so, while many screamed in despair during the crisis, he wrote in silence. He built in silence. He channeled in silence. And when his voice finally echoed throughout the world, it was not just any voice. It was the voice of someone who had become one with what he taught. You are not being weak when you choose silence. You are being strong enough not to get lost in the shouting. You are being wise enough to listen to what fear tries to silence. You are being creative enough to vibrate before speaking, before reacting, before explaining yourself, because those who live aligned with their own spirit do not need to convince anyone. True silence is not an escape. It is diving. It is internal alchemy. It is the pause that precedes true creation. Not because you stopped, but because finally you began to move inside. Why external chaos reveals internal chaos. There are times when reality seems to be completely out of our control. Things fall apart, plans fail, Relationships fall apart, health falters, and everything around us seems to echo with confusion. But what few realize is that this external chaos is not just a random scenario. It is often a reflection, a mirror of the vibrational disorder that has silently settled within us. Carl Jung said, "What you resist persists." And this is one of the keys to understanding why, at certain times in life, everything seems to go wrong at the same time. Because the chaos you see outside is trying to show you something that you refuse to see inside. Not as punishment, but as a call to reintegration, a call to a profound reorganization of the being. Napoleon Hill understood this dynamic. He understood that if the mind were at peace, it would see a path even in storms. That if the spirit were aligned, it would find direction, even in the unknown. Chaos, then, was not an enemy. It was an instrument, a scenario where true, vibrational alchemy could occur. But to do so, it was necessary to disidentify from the tumult. Ignoring chaos is not running away from it. It is not confusing yourself with it. It is understanding that external reality will always be a combined frequency of collective consciousness and personal vibration. And if your vibration is misaligned, it begins to attract, amplify, and react with greater intensity to the noises of the world, like a poorly tuned radio that distorts every station it tries to reach. This is why soldiers trained in meditation can reduce cortisol even in war zones, because they have learned not to surrender their frequency to the scenario. They have learned that even if the body is surrounded by noise, the mind can be rooted in silence. That even if reality seems aggressive, the soul can respond gently. This is not passivity. This is vibrational mastery. You can see this in yourself. The times when you reacted disproportionately to small situations. The days when any setback seemed like an abyss. This is not weakness. It is just internal accumulation, unorganized mess, undigested feelings, unresigned ideas. And when all this accumulates, the outside world begins to mirror the inner disorder. But there is a way back, a path where you no longer need to fight against the chaos, nor pretend it doesn't exist, a path where you simply recognize, there is something inside me that calls for organization. And by recognizing this, you begin to move away from identifying with the tumult. You begin to remember that it is not chaos, it is consciousness that observes you. And this consciousness can choose a new state. Chaos is not a sentence. It is an invitation, a mirror that shows, without filters, where you are still out of alignment. And if you have the courage to look with love, without guilt, without judgment, you will realize that everything that seems like confusion is just energy wanting to reorganize itself, starting from within. The vibrational dissonance between desire and frequency. Desiring something is not the same as being ready to receive it. This is one of the biggest mistakes of the human mind, because at the level of reason, everything seems clear. You want peace, you want stability, you want a lighter, more abundant, more aligned life. But what you vibrate, deep down, is still fear, anxiety, resistance. And the universe, unlike what many people think, does not respond to your requests. It responds to your frequency. This means that it is not enough to state what you want. You need to vibrate as someone who already is, as someone who already exists, as someone who already lives what they say they seek. And this is the part that hurts, because it requires a profound realignment. It requires leaving aside the rush for quick answers and immersing yourself in the serenity of someone who knows that the quantum field responds not to despair, but to coherence. Napoleon Hill wrote about this in an indirect but powerful way. When he spoke about faith, persistence, and focus, he was pointing to a vibrational state. A state where the mind and heart are in harmony, where what one thinks is aligned with what one feels. And this alignment creates a real, perceptible, living magnetic field. A field that attracts not through desire, but through vibrational compatibility. When you desire stability, but vibrate fear, the universe does not see your intention. It feels your field. It reads the silent language of your energy. And if your energy says, "I am in a panic," then that is what will be amplified. Not through punishment, but through resonance. Because everything in the universe obeys the law of correspondence. You do not attract what you want. You attract what is. That is why so many manifestations seem to fail. Because the person desires with words, but contradicts them with vibration. Says they trust, but lives on alert. Says they believe, but acts out of desperation. Says they are ready, but still carries fear of the new. And this internal dissonance creates external blockages, not because the universe has closed itself off, but because the vibrational bridge has not yet been built. This bridge is built when you begin to observe your own energy with honesty, when you begin to realize that more important than wanting is sustaining the field of those who already have. And this is not pretending. It is not self-deception. It is practice. It is presence. It is training. It is choosing in each moment a new internal state, even when everything out there seems to challenge it. The creative mind is not based on desires. It is based on frequency. It understands that wanting is only the beginning, and that true power lies in vibrating as if it already is, as if it already is, as if it has already become that which it seeks. And this is not spiritual arrogance. It is energetic maturity. It is deep alignment with the field of creation. You can continue to wish, but if you want to transform, start observing what your energy is communicating, because the universe does not read your words. It feels your state, and it is this state that shapes your reality, always. The three axes of imperturbability. Technique. There is a force that does not shout, a presence that does not need to prove anything, a mind that does not react, but observes, that does not run away, but anchors itself, that does not need to control the world to remain at peace. This force is not born from theory, nor from the repetition of phrases. It is born from the constant practice of three invisible but absolutely real pillars: emotional energy, cognitive rooting, and non-reactive expectation. These are the three axes of imperturbability, and it is not a motivational concept. It is a trainable, vibrational state. The first axis, emotional energy, concerns what circulates within you even before any thought. It is the base vibration. It is the effective field that forms in silence and that guides your most subtle decisions. If you do not know what you are feeling, if you do not accept it, if you do not listen to what the emotion wants to show, it turns into noise, and this noise turns into reactivity. But when you recognize and direct this energy consciously, it transforms into silent power, into centering, into creative, non-reactive impulse. The second axis is cognitive rooting. The mind needs ground. It needs a center of gravity. Without it, it flies too much, disperses too much, gets shaken by any wind. Hill knew this. He mentally repeated his beliefs, his purposes, his vibrational decisions as if he were putting down roots, not to become inflexible, but to avoid being swept away. Cognitive rooting is what keeps you from being dominated by other people's opinions, by the news, by judgments, by temporary failures. It is the clarity of who I am that remains even when everything tells you that you are wrong. And the third axis, perhaps the most challenging, is non-reactive expectation. It is the state of someone who acts without anxiety for a response, of someone who plants without demanding the harvest the next day, of someone who moves without turning each step into a demand. This is the part that breaks the cycle of frustration, because while you act, waiting for signs, waiting for proof, waiting for immediate feedback, you are still vibrating in doubt. But when you act with vibrational neutrality, with conscious surrender, with trust in the invisible, then the field opens up. These three axes do not work separately. They intertwine. They complement each other. And when they are active at the same time, they create a state of real imperturbability. You continue to feel, continue to think, continue to hope. But none of this has the power to misalign you anymore, because there is a center within you that sustains everything. A trained, firm, aligned center. Napoleon Hill lived this state, not as a theory, but as a daily practice. He knew that the mind needed more than knowledge. It needed direction, breathing, meaning. And that is what these three axes offer: emotional direction, cognitive grounding, and vibrational freedom. Not to isolate oneself from the world, but to traverse it without losing what is most essential. Being imperturbable is not being insensitive. It is being so aware of your own internal state that no external force can completely dominate your vibration. It is acting firmly, waiting lightly, and feeling truthfully, without getting lost, without hiding, and above all, without letting chaos dictate who you are. Why dopamine sabotages your ability to maintain vibrational focus. We live in an era of constant stimuli. Everything around us is designed to capture our attention, activate the brain's reward system, and offer small doses of immediate relief. And behind this lies a natural, powerful, and often misunderstood substance: dopamine. It is essential for motivation, desire, and the anticipation of pleasure. But when used unregulated, it becomes a silent saboteur of vibrational focus. Napoleon Hill already intuited, long before neuroscience confirmed it, that the true creator does not live by quick reactions. He lives by continuous presence, by sustained state, by long-term vision. And this is exactly where unregulated dopamine becomes an obstacle, because it creates cycles of searching, of urgency, of needing signals. And the more you cling to these cycles, the harder it becomes to maintain the vibration coherent with the reality you want to create. When you need to feel results to continue, it is because you are still vibrating in doubt. You are still attached to external approval. You are still attached to the immediate reward system. And this makes spiritual creation unstable. It makes mental focus vulnerable. It makes the energy field noisy. Because every time you condition your faith to quick evidence, you interrupt the process of vibrational maturation. The mind addicted to dopamine wants signs all the time. It wants confirmations. It wants promises. But the trained mind knows how to wait. It knows how to sustain the state even without external evidence. It knows that true focus is not the one that is maintained only when everything is going well. It is the one that crosses the desert without losing sight of the promised land. Dopamine in itself is not the villain. It is a messenger, direction enhancer. But if it is fed only by artificial stimuli, it begins to demand more and more, to offer less and less. And the result is a collapse of the capacity for presence. You move, but do not sustain. You create, but abandon. You start, but doubt. Because your frequency has been trained for short-term rewards, not for deep achievements. Hill built his teachings at a time when distractions were fewer, but even so, he knew that the mind needed consistency, that it needed to resist the temptation to abandon an idea just because it didn't bear immediate fruit. He knew that the value of a thought lies in the time it is held, and that the field of manifestation responds to the constancy of vibration, not to the intensity of desire. If you have difficulty maintaining spiritual focus, it's not because you don't have faith. It's because perhaps your dopamine is conditioned to immediate rewards. And deep creation requires another rhythm. It requires another kind of pleasure, the pleasure of persistence, the pleasure of coherence, the pleasure of seeing the invisible become matter, not because you pressed, but because you sustained. The mind that wins is not the fastest. It's the one that stays, the one that doesn't sabotage itself in the name of momentary relief, the one that prefers depth to noise. And this today is a silent form of revolution, a way of saying, I choose not to react. I choose to support. I choose to vibrate even without applause. And this, in itself, changes everything, because it changes you. The suspension bridge metaphor: how to cross chaos without falling. Imagine yourself standing on a suspension bridge, swaying between two extremes. On one side, what you are experiencing now, the noise, the uncertainties, the memories that still hurt. On the other, the life you know can exist, the peace you feel you deserve, the reality that your heart recognizes as possible, even when everything seems to say otherwise. This bridge represents the vibrational space between now and what is to come. And crossing it is not physical, it is energetic, it is emotional, it is spiritual. Napoleon Hill crossed this bridge many times, and he did not do it in a hurry, nor with guarantees. What kept him standing, even when the wind of failure seemed to want to knock him down, was his gaze. He did not fix his eyes on the abyss. He fixed his eyes on the final shore. He did not identify with the swaying of the bridge. He kept his focus on what was on the other side, and that made all the difference. You do not cross by looking down. You don't cross by looking at everything that could go wrong. You cross when you choose, repeatedly, to look at where you want to go. And more than that, when you start to feel, in your body, in your breathing, in your vibration, as if you were already there, because that's what keeps the magnetic field aligned. The ability to sustain the desired state even when everything around you tries to pull you back. But this crossing requires something that few are willing to offer: vibrational patience, trust without proof, clarity without visibility. It's like walking in the fog, trusting that the bridge continues even when you can't see the next step. And this trust isn't blind, it's trained. It comes from the daily choice of not reacting to fear, of not clinging to noise, of not giving in to haste. Hill practiced this by visualizing his goals as already accomplished, not as an escape, but as vibrational alignment. He understood that if the mind could sustain the final image with emotional clarity, the body would adapt, reality would shape itself, because the quantum field doesn't respond to doubt. It responds to emotional certainty, and this certainty does not depend on logic. It depends on alignment. You may be in the middle of the bridge right now, feeling the wind of uncertainty, the sway of doubt. But if your gaze remains firm on the final shore, if your body vibrates with the frequency of what you want to achieve, if your spirit keeps walking, then you will not fall. Because what sustains you is not the ground beneath your feet. It is the vibrational state that you choose to maintain, even when the world seems to say that it will not work. The crossing has never been about speed. It has always been about coherence. It has always been about not getting lost in the middle, because the middle is the test. The middle is the place where many return, where many give up. But it is also the place where the true creator reveals himself, where the vibration is purified, where the spirit is strengthened, and where reality begins, subtly, to transform. Not because you have reached the other side, but because you have already begun to live as someone who is already there. The myth of forced discipline and the power of emotional coherence. For a long time, we were taught to believe that discipline was synonymous with rigidity, with continuous effort, with mental imposition, with forcing ourselves to do what our bodies and hearts were not yet ready to sustain. We were conditioned to repeat actions, hoping that, at some point, repetition would turn into transformation. But the truth is that soulless repetition is just another subtle form of spiritual sabotage. Napoleon Hill didn't talk about discipline as punishment. He talked about alignment, about vibrational clarity, about persistence with purpose, because he understood that the act of repetition, in and of itself, does not create. What creates is the coherence between what you do, what you feel, and what you believe. It is the harmony between external practice and internal state. Without this, all discipline becomes a prison, an attempt to tame life with control instead of leading it with awareness. There are many people who follow spiritual routines, who meditate, who affirm, who practice, but they do so with a closed heart, with a tense body, with a mind full of resistance. And then they get frustrated. They blame themselves. They believe they have no strength, that they have no faith, that they are wrong. But what is wrong is not the practice. It is the vibrational state in which it is conducted. Vibrational practice without presence is the new self-deception. It is mechanical spirituality. It is doing for fear of not doing. It is acting in the hope of being rewarded. But the universe does not move out of obligation. It moves out of coherence. And coherence is not born of effort. It is born of emotional truth. When Hill wrote, he did not write under pressure. He wrote because he was completely in it, because each word was part of the vibration he wanted to sustain. He did not force himself. He surrendered himself. And this surrender was discipline, not an imposed discipline, but a living, organic, aligned discipline. Forced discipline, over time, generates resentment. It generates wear and tear. It generates disconnection. But emotional coherence generates flow. It generates clarity. It generates presence. And that is what keeps you going when motivation fails, when enthusiasm wavers, when external reality still does not reflect what you want to see. If what you do is not in harmony with what you feel, stop, breathe, start over. Not to abandon the practice, but to rediscover the reason, because it is the reason that sustains the vibration. It is the feeling that activates the field. It is the intention aligned with the heart that makes discipline a portal, not a burden. True strength is not in repeating out of fear. It is in repeating out of love, out of connection, out of choice. It is in waking up every day and saying, I realign myself, and then acting, not as someone who demands of themselves, but as someone who remembers what they are, what they want to be, and what they are already becoming. This is coherence. This is creation. This is vibrational discipline, the only one that truly transforms. Manifestation without foundation. Why pretending to be at peace slows down your evolution. There is a subtle but essential difference between keeping faith and pretending that everything is fine. And this difference, when ignored, blocks not only the manifestation of your deepest desires, but also the process of spiritual maturation itself. Many confuse spirituality with denial. They think that growing spiritually means smiling even when you are breaking inside, that it means repeating affirmations while your body begs for space to cry, that it means projecting peace while chaos silently accumulates in the unconscious. Napoleon Hill understood that the mind cannot build anything true on shaky ground. He knew that, in order to manifest powerfully, it was necessary to face emotional reality with lucidity, that unrecognized emotions become vibrational interference, that the unconscious is not defeated by pretty words, but transformed by authentic presence. That is why he never proposed running away from pain, but rather going through it with awareness, without giving in to collapse, but also without hiding behind spiritual masks. Repressed emotions are not nullified. They are amplified. They continue to operate beneath the surface, shaping your decisions, your vibrations, your encounters. Ignoring anger, sadness, and frustration does not transform them. It only represses them, and everything that is repressed turns into vibrational noise. And where there is noise, there is no clear manifestation, because the field responds clearly only to that which is truly vibrating. Pretending to be at peace is like painting a wall over mold. For a while it looks nice, but the smell, the humidity, the deterioration are still there, and eventually it all comes back to the surface. Real spirituality is not afraid of pain. It sits with it, it listens, it integrates, and from there it transforms, because only what is welcomed can be dissolved. Only what is accepted can be reorganized into another frequency. There is a point on the spiritual path where pretending no longer works. The soul can no longer tolerate dissonance. The body begins to signal. The energy field becomes congested. Manifestations stop. And it is not a punishment. It is an invitation to depth, to authenticity, to wholeness. It is not about dramatizing pain, but about recognizing that it has a function, that it is a call to reconnect with parts of yourself that have been forgotten. True creation is not born of appearance. It is born of coherence. It is born of an energy that, even in the process of healing, is in alignment with the truth of the present moment. This does not mean that you have to be ready. It just means that you have to be present, whole, willing to walk with what you feel instead of fighting against it. Napoleon Hill did not feign optimism. He trained his mind to stay focused, even in the face of fear. But he never denied the existence of fear. He observed it. He understood it. And then he chose another frequency. That is the difference. It is not about denying what hurts. It is about transforming what hurts into part of the path, part of the fire that purifies, part of the chaos that reveals, part of the pain that finally becomes light, not because it was ignored, but because it was seen and welcomed and then transmuted. How the brain filters chaos when trained for creative focus. The human mind is not just a repository of thoughts. It is a filter, a refined mechanism that interprets, organizes, and translates reality according to the internal patterns that you hold. Chaos, therefore, does not reach you in its raw state. It first passes through this filter, and what you see of the world is not the world itself, but what your mind is prepared to perceive. This changes everything, because it shows that even when faced with the same scenario, two people can have completely different experiences, and this depends on each person's vibrational and mental configuration. Napoleon Hill understood that creative focus is a skill, not something you are born with, but something that is developed. He knew that the mind could be trained to interpret the same facts in a constructive way, that it was possible to reprogram perception so that pain was no longer a sentence, but a sign, that a crisis was no longer an end, but a beginning. This is not just optimism, it is neuroplasticity. It is the brain being sculpted by the conscious choices of what to focus on, what to think, what to believe. When you train your mind to focus on creation, something subtle and powerful begins to happen. Reality begins to be read with a different code. Situations that used to arouse fear now arouse conscious attention. Problems that used to paralyze now become stimuli for creation. This happens because the limbic system, responsible for emotional reactivity, stops being the pilot, and the prefrontal cortex, associated with long-term vision, reflection, and conscious decision-making, begins to take over. But this process requires consistency. It requires vibrational discipline. It requires vigilance over one's own thoughts, not as a neurotic control, but as a sacred care for what one allows to remain within. Because the mind not only creates what it thinks, it also strengthens what it repeats. And everything that is repeated, even unconsciously, becomes a neural pattern, a vibrational habit, a lens of perception. Hill applied this to his life by writing, repeating affirmations, and visualizing. But more than techniques, he cultivated a mental state, a state in which chaos ceased to be an enemy to be defeated and became a testing ground for consciousness. He did not deny the challenges. He simply chose to interpret them in a way that strengthened him. And this choice changed everything, because external reality responds to the internal state, always. You may be in the midst of the same chaos that once paralyzed you, but if your mind is trained to focus on creation, you will no longer be a hostage to reality. You will be its author, not by denying what exists, but by redefining it. By reorganizing the meanings, by choosing to see not only what scares, but what teaches, not only what is missing, but what is silently being born behind the confusion. The brain is plastic. It molds itself. It adapts. It transforms itself according to the stimuli it receives. And the greatest stimulus it can receive is your choice of focus, a choice that is renewed every day, in every thought, in every interpretation, in every reaction you decide not to feed. This is not theory. It is spiritual practice applied to neuroscience. It is the spirit re-educating the brain. It is consciousness creating new filters. It is the mind finally learning to see beyond the chaos. And in doing so, creating a new order, a new reality, a new vibration. That begins within, and sooner or later is reflected outside. Neville Goddard and the concept of immediate acceptance of desired reality. Imagine living as if what you desire were already real, not as a fantasy, not as a mental theater, but as an authentic, complete, rooted state of being. This is the essence of what Neville Goddard called immediate acceptance of desired reality, a powerful spiritual principle that transforms the way you relate to time, to desire, to the now. For Neville, the point of creation is not in the future. It is in the vibration that you hold now. If you want peace, you need to become peace. If you want prosperity, you need to inhabit the internal state of someone who's already prosperous. It is not about convincing the universe. It is about tuning into what already exists on a more subtle vibrational plane, because everything you seek is already created. Manifestation is just the collapse of this possibility within your field, and this collapse only happens when there is resonance. Napoleon Hill, in his own way, applied the same principle. By refusing to think from fear, by sustaining his vision even in the worst moments, he was assuming a state. He did not negotiate with collapse. He acted as if he knew that sooner or later, the invisible would become visible. This is the power of the state of assumed being, a frequency where desire ceases to be a search and becomes a dwelling. This concept is not easy to apply because it challenges everything we have been taught about deservingness, effort, and linearity. We have been taught to think that we need to achieve something, that only after much effort, perhaps, will we be worthy. But Neville shows us another direction, that everything begins with vibrational acceptance, with inner certainty, with the acceptance of the desired reality as already existing in the field of creation. This is not illusion, it is alignment. It is like tuning into a radio station. You do not create the music, you just listen to it when it is on the right frequency. In the same way, you do not need to create from scratch what you want. You just need to become compatible with it. And it starts with a vibrational choice, a silent decision. I accept now. I am now. I act now. When you act as who you already are, there is no more room for reactivity. There is no more room for constant doubt. There is firmness. There is clarity. There is movement guided by coherence, not fear. The mind stops looking for signs and starts generating signs. Reality stops being a testing ground and becomes a field of confirmation. This acceptance does not mean ignoring what hurts. It just means that you do not allow the pain to define your vibration, that you can acknowledge what is still in process without moving away from what is already true on the plane of being. Because what defines your life is not what is happening around you. It is what you accept as real within you. Neville Goddard reminds us, assume the feeling of the wish fulfilled. Hill lived this premise with unshakable faith, and you now are faced with the same choice, to continue searching outside, or to finally dwell within, because it is there, in that intimate and silent space, that the new reality begins. And if you know how to stay there, the rest inevitably manifests itself at the right time, at the right frequency, in the right field, because you already are, and that is enough. Beware of performative spirituality. On the path to awakening, there is a subtle trap that imprisons even the most well-intentioned. It is the risk of turning spirituality into a stage, of turning the inner search into an external performance, of living more concerned with what others perceive of your light than with the vibrational integrity that you sustain in the silence of the soul. This is the point at which the ego disguises itself as consciousness, and where true transformation begins to be lost. Performative spirituality is not about connection, it is about appearance. It is when you publish words of peace, but implode inside without having space to acknowledge this pain. It is when you share rituals, phrases, symbols, but do not allow yourself to truly feel. It is when the focus stops being internal alignment and becomes external recognition. And in this process, the energy fractures. The field becomes dissonant. The being disconnects from itself. Napoleon Hill understood the importance of coherence. He knew that if his mind said one thing and his emotion screamed another, the universe would respond to the emotion, because the universe reads vibrations, not speeches. It does not respond to what you show. It responds to what you silently sustain. And that is why every attempt to appear well, without being well, does not generate transformation. It only generates spiritual frustration. The creative mind needs coherence, not appearance. It needs vibrational truth, not public validation. Because it is in the intimate space, without witnesses, that the real field of manifestation is activated. When you are alone, without needing to prove anything, without anyone to impress. That is when you discover your true frequency. And it is this frequency that attracts, that shapes, that creates. Spirituality is not an image, it is a state. It is a vibration that pulsates even when no one is looking. It is self-love that sustains itself even without applause. It is faith that remains even without guarantees. And above all, it is the courage to be whole, even on days when the light seems distant. It is okay to share your journey. The problem is when you live more for what you show than for what you feel. When you edit your emotions to fit a spiritual narrative. When you turn your search for connection into a spectacle. Because at that moment, the energy fragments, the soul gets tired, and the manifestation stagnates. Not because of punishment, but because the essence has been lost behind the staged role. Healing happens when you give up on appearing evolved and start allowing yourself to be true. When you sit with your pain without filters. When you choose to feel instead of prove. When your spiritual practice stops being a showcase and becomes a refuge. That's when everything changes, because the frequency changes, and with it, reality begins to reflect not what you show, but what you really vibrate. Deep down, in the innermost, in the silence, where true creation always begins. Mental model of undisturbed inner focus. There is a point within you that does not move, a silent center that remains stable, even when external reality fragments. This point does not shout, does not rush, does not shake. It observes, it feels, it anchors itself. And it is from this that the mental model of undisturbed inner focus is built. A focus that does not adapt to chaos, that does not dissolve in doubt, that does not negotiate with fear. Napoleon Hill lived this focus. He cultivated it in the days when everything seemed to be falling apart. While the world sought answers outside, he turned inward, not as an escape, but as a vibrational strategy. He knew that if his gaze strayed to what was missing, he would weaken the field of creation. But if he remained focused on the center, on the purpose, the vision, the vibration, then nothing could truly stop him. And it was this internal state that sustained his work, even when the world said it had no value. The undisturbed inner focus is like a lens that does not change according to the environment. It adjusts perception without distorting the essence. It is the choice not to be affected by the instabilities of the environment, to keep your gaze fixed on what you cannot see but can feel, to cultivate a vibrational stability that does not depend on circumstances, but on awareness. To activate this inner lens, it is necessary to breathe with presence. Anchor yourself in the body. Recognize what you feel, but do not merge with it. It is necessary to create internal symbols, silent references that remind your being of the path back to the center. It can be a gesture, a word, a mantra, a sound, a space of silence. Anything that, when accessed, reconnects you to what really matters, to what remains. The undisturbed inner focus does not deny the external, but it does not bow to it either. It sees the chaos, but does not absorb it. It hears the fear, but does not carry it. It feels the pain, but does not become confused with it, because there is a space within that is bigger, deeper, calmer, and that space expands every time you choose to return to it. Hill was not a cold man. He was a centered man. He did not shield himself from emotions. He simply did not get lost in them, because he knew that focus is vibrational nourishment, that what you focus on grows, and what grows shapes. It shapes your thoughts. It shapes your emotions. It shapes your reality. To be unfazed is not to be indifferent. It is to be deeply present. So present that no external turbulence can tear you away from yourself. So present that even pain becomes part of the path, not a detour from it. So present that the now, with all that it brings, becomes sacred ground. And from that ground, everything can be recreated. Because the focus is firm, the vibration is clear, and the spirit rooted, as it should be, as it always has been, as deep down you know it can be. Always. The paradox of waiting, why time tests you before giving you. There is a gap between desire and manifestation, an often uncomfortable space made up of silence, doubts, and repetitions. This gap is not a failure of the process. It is part of it. It is the vibrational field where faith is honed, the mind is re-educated, the heart is strengthened. But the impatient ego usually interprets this time as rejection, as if the universe were late, as if life were missing a step. Napoleon Hill understood in his own journey that this time of waiting is not punishment. It is proof of vibrational consistency. It is where the energy of "it has not happened yet" needs to be transmuted into "it is on its way," not as an empty statement, but as a certainty cultivated with consciousness. Hill wrote, believed, and sustained his vision for years before it was recognized. During this time, he did not reap external fruits, but he sowed intensely within himself. And this was the invisible harvest that made him unshakable. When, finally, recognition arrived, the untrained mind sees time as the enemy, but the awakened consciousness recognizes time as fertile ground that demands patience. Yes, but above all, it demands stable vibration, because time is also an energetic test. It silently asks, do you really want this, or are you just trying to escape from something? And its answer does not come from words. It comes from the frequency you maintain while you wait. The manifestation does not fail, but it only becomes matter when there is enough vibrational maturity to sustain it. And this maturity is born in time, not in chronological time, but in the time of the soul, the time when you stop vibrating in despair and start vibrating in trust, the time when you transform expectation into surrender, the time when you understand that what has not yet arrived is just waiting for your field to be ready. Time then stops being waiting and becomes polishing, a process of purging anxiety, of detachment from form, of alignment with essence. It is the space where the spirit learns to breathe with eternity, where haste loses its meaning, where life begins to happen in the now, even before it materializes. Because the now, when inhabited with consciousness, already carries the seed of what is to come. The universe does not respond to those who shout. It responds to those who sustain. And to sustain is to remain vibrating with clarity even when nothing outside confirms it. It is to act with presence even when the signs seem scarce. It is to continue walking as if one has already arrived, because one knows that time is not an obstacle, it is a path, it is a part, it is a bridge. And when this bridge is crossed with serenity, what before seemed distant simply comes closer, because the frequency finally becomes compatible, because the field finally is ready, because you finally have stopped waiting to start being. And that is the true miracle, true story, how a bankrupt businessman manifested a new life after 2 years of continuous chaos. For 2 years, he lost everything. The company that had taken him more than a decade to build was falling apart before his eyes. His partners left. His clients disappeared. His debts began to grow like shadows that would not retreat, even in the light. But the greatest collapse was not financial. It was internal. Fear spread throughout his body. His pride shattered. His identity dissolved. And there, in that vacuum of meaning, he thought it was over. But it was not. Because chaos, as devastating as it may seem, never comes to destroy. It comes to reorganize. And that was exactly what began to happen when he decided to stop fighting life and began to listen to it. One day, without fanfare, he took out a notebook, and with what energy he had left, he wrote, "I accept that my reality is changing, and I choose to collaborate with this change." It was not a ritual. It wasn't a technique. It was a point of surrender, a gesture of reunion with the present. From that moment on, he began to apply somatic visualization. Inspired by the teachings of Hill and Goddard, he began to create internal images, but not just mental ones. He activated his body along with them. He felt, he breathed, he vibrated, not in a hurry, not as someone who wants to manipulate the universe, but as someone who wants to remember who he is, as someone who wants to return to inhabit the field of creation even before matter changes. For months, he maintained this practice. Even with demands coming, even with sleepless nights, Even with his mind screaming nothing is changing, he continued, and little by little, something began to reorganize itself. Not outside, but inside. Anxiety gave way to presence. Despair gave way to clarity. Doubt was replaced by a silent certainty. I am becoming someone who creates, even in the midst of loss. A year later, he still hadn't recovered everything he had lost, but he was no longer the same. And because it was no longer the same, what came next was not a return to the old. It was a new creation, a simple but aligned idea, a different project, but vibrationally coherent. In 3 months, investors appeared. In 6, he was already generating stable income again. In 12, he was already impacting people with a new vision of business, more human, more spiritual, more real. He did not overcome the chaos. He went through the chaos without losing his soul. And that is why he won. Because he understood the secret. Pain only becomes a bridge when you stop resisting and start embracing. When you accept that reality is a field, not a sentence. That everything that collapses is preparing space for what will emerge. And that if you learn to vibrate with truth in the midst of collapse, then the new will have to arrive. Because you're already creating, even before you see it. Because the invisible has already bowed to your presence. And that changes everything. It always changes. Subtle signs that your frequency is out of alignment. Vibrational misalignment does not always present itself in major collapses. Sometimes, it comes in such silent forms that it almost goes unnoticed. A persistent tiredness, even after rest. A constant irritation in the face of simple situations. A sense of urgency that is not justified, or even that impression that life is stuck as if something invisible were blocking the flow. These are signs, small but clear, indications that something inside is vibrating out of rhythm. Constant reactivity is the first of them. When everything starts to seem like a threat, when any disagreement seems personal, when the slightest setback generates internal storms, there is something screaming inside you. Not because you are weak, but because your energy is in a state of defense. And an energy that lives defending itself cannot create. It only survives. And survival is not the destiny of an awakened soul. It is just the sign that it is asking for reconnection. Another sign is the need for immediate proof, the urgency for results, for confirmations, for answers. It is the spirit saying, I want to trust. But the conditioned mind demanding control. When you cannot wait, it is not because you are impatient. It is because the internal field is still charged with distrust. And where there is distrust, there is a broken vibration. There is noise. There is a mismatch between intention and emotion. There is also resistance to the present, a constant discomfort with the now, as if the present moment were never enough, as if reality were always in your debt. This feeling, however subtle it may be, generates a vibration of rejection of life itself. And life, feeling rejected, begins to retreat. Because everything you reject with energy moves away over time. And perhaps the most invisible of signs, the inability to contemplate. The mind that does not stop. The body that does not relax. The soul that does not find rest. When you lose the ability to simply be, without doing, without reacting, without seeking, then the vibration loses density. It fragments, and with it, reality begins to reflect this fragmentation. Napoleon Hill knew that vibrational clarity was a requirement, not a consequence. He did not wait for reality to change before changing his state. He adjusted his state first, because he understood that external signs were merely echoes of what was happening within. And if something outside was out of alignment, it was merely a reflection of something within that was asking for attention. Observing these signs is not a reason to feel guilty. It is an invitation to be present. It is life saying, there is something here that needs you, something that does not want to be fixed. It just wants to be felt, acknowledged, aligned. Because realignment does not begin with major external changes. It begins with small, internal choices, with the decision to no longer ignore the whispers of your field, and to, little by little, Return to the center, where everything is reorganized, where everything, once again, begins to flow. The power of vibrationally neutral action. There is a type of action that is not born of haste or fear, an action that does not try to escape from what is, but moves as if it had already arrived where it needed to be. This is vibrationally neutral action, a state in which doing is not a reaction, nor an escape, nor a demand. It is an expression. It is a natural extension of being. It is the movement that emerges from an internal field so aligned that any gesture becomes creation and not compensation. Napoleon Hill operated from this neutrality. Even when everything seemed to be falling apart around him, his action was not driven by desperation. He wrote, planned, visualized, not as if he were asking the universe for help, but as if he was already in dialogue with it, as if he knew that what was not yet visible already existed in frequency, and therefore he acted without tension, without begging for a return, without emotional dependence on the results. Vibrational neutrality is not apathy. It is presence without turbulence. It is the clarity of someone who does not need to prove anything because they have already reconnected with their own value. It is the gesture of someone who does not move to correct the world, but to align themselves even more with their own center. It is the action that does not demand, that does not charge, that does not become distressed, because its root is in the being, and not in absence. When you act only to escape from chaos, you continue to feed the chaos, because your vibration is still connected to fear, scarcity, the need for control. But when you act as someone who's already at peace, as someone who already trusts, as someone who already is, then the chaos no longer finds anything to hold on to. It dissolves, not because it has disappeared, but because you have stopped feeding it with your frequency. Vibrationally neutral action is the signature of the masters. It is that attitude that does not need to be grandiose, but that carries a vibration so coherent, so firm, so clear, that it transforms the environment effortlessly. It is the silence that heals. It is the word that touches. It is the simple gesture that echoes, because nothing there is in struggle. Everything is in presence. Everything is in a state of conscious creation. It is in this state that true manifestation happens, because there is no more resistance. There is no more urgency. There is no more noise. There is only alignment. And where there is alignment, there is flow. And where there is flow, there is response. And the response does not come to complete. It comes to mirror what already is, what already vibrates, what already exists in the field before it even becomes matter. Being vibrationally neutral does not mean withdrawing from life. It means positioning yourself so fully, so integrally, so connected, that no external force has the power to unbalance your action. And from this place, anything you do becomes a bridge. Any word becomes a channel. Any choice becomes a seed, not because you want to control the world, but because you have finally stopped depending on it to be. And that is freedom. That is silent power. That is acting untouchably. The 4 levels of chaos response technique. Every time chaos arises, it summons you. It asks, without words, where are you going to respond to me from? And although this choice often seems automatic, it is actually a vibrational ladder. Each rung represents a level of consciousness, a field of response, a mirror of what is active within you. And it is this ladder that determines whether you will be swept away by the collapse, or whether you will go through it with lucidity. The first level is reaction. It is the most instinctive, the most primitive, the most automatic. Here, chaos is seen as an immediate threat. The body goes into a state of alert. The mind becomes agitated. Emotions take over. There is no room for conscious choice. There is only repetition of old patterns. It is the territory of fear, escape, defense. And everything that arises from here carries the frequency of survival. The second level is resistance. At this point, you no longer react on impulse, but still fight against what is. Chaos is faced with rigidity. There is effort. There is tension. There is judgment. You try to maintain control. You try to push reality back to the way it was. But in this movement, there is an energetic fracture. Because by resisting, you are still vibrating in opposition. And where there is opposition, there is friction. And where there is friction, the field does not flow. It gets stuck. The third level is reprogramming. Here, you begin to observe. You begin to realize that the external chaos is a reflection of an internal field. You begin to access new readings of reality. You begin to reorganize your beliefs. You listen to the signals with more presence. The energy begins to change. The frequency begins to rise. But there is still instability. There is still oscillation. Because reprogramming is a bridge, a process of transition between the old and the new state of being. And then, the fourth level, realignment, the point at which you not only think differently, but vibrate differently. Chaos arrives, and you no longer go to war with it. You observe, you breathe, you welcome it, and from a silent inner center, you act, not in response to fear, but in coherence with your essence, not to solve the world, but to remain whole, whole enough to generate a new field, a new vibration, a new possibility. Napoleon Hill lived through all these levels. He fell, he reacted, he resisted, but he kept climbing, one step at a time, until he reached the point where his mind was no longer shaped by events. It was his mind that shaped the way events would be recorded, felt, transformed. And that is the point where the spirit stops surviving and starts creating. Only those who climb to the fourth level can act untouched, because there is no more negotiation with fear. There is no more attachment to what was. There is no more dependence on form. There is only presence, clarity, vibration coherent with the soul. And when this happens, chaos does not disappear, but it loses its power, because you have finally remembered who you are. And those who remember who they are do not fall. They transform. They do not retreat. They realign. It does not collapse. It creates, with lightness, with firmness, with truth. The role of failure in the formation of the invincible mind. Failure, a word feared, avoided, disguised with softer, more acceptable synonyms. But it is in failure, not in success, that the true mind is forged. Not the failure that paralyzes, that transforms into identity, but the one that reveals, that scrapes away illusions, that unmasks the ego, that pushes the soul inward, closer to itself, closer to what really matters. Napoleon Hill was discredited for 25 years before being read by millions. During that time, he was not the consecrated author of Think and Grow Rich. He was the man who believed in something that almost no one saw. He was the spirit that continued even without guarantees, the mind that persisted even without recognition, the soul that walked even without applause. And this is not just an inspirational story. It is a vibrational key, a hidden teaching within unrecognized time. Apparent failure is the most fertile ground for the birth of the invincible mind, because it dismantles external supports. It silences praise, feedback, confirmations. And in that silence, you begin to hear the only voice that really matters, yours. The voice of the spirit, the voice that does not negotiate with the world, the voice that does not need an audience to affirm its own value. Many collapse when they fail, because they believe that value lies in the result, that validation lies in visible success, that peace will only come with achievement. But the invincible mind is not born from victory. It is born from the choice to continue, even when victory seems absent. It is born when you decide to remain vibrating truth, even without return, even in the void, even in the dark. Hill experienced failure as an initiation, as a vibrational training ground. Every no he received, every rejection, every closed door did not break him. It molded him, because he understood that chaos is not the end. It is the furnace that molds the creative spirit. It is where faith ceases to be an idea and becomes a state. It is where focus ceases to be desire and becomes presence. It is where the being ceases to seek and finally dwells. Failure does not mean that you are off the path. It only means that the path is clearing away what cannot go with you, that the old vibration is being purified, that the reactive mind is being dissolved so that the creative mind can emerge. And this hurts, but it heals. It is tiring, but it transforms. And in the end, it reveals. It reveals the strength that only appears when everything seems to be falling apart. It reveals the clarity that only shows itself when everything goes dark. It reveals the spirit that does not give up, that does not negotiate, that does not collapse. Because you have already understood, failure is just a mirror, and whoever looks into it with courage finds not the end, but rebirth. What nature teaches about vibrational coherence. Nature is in no hurry, and yet everything in it is fulfilled. Each season arrives at the right time. Each fruit ripens in silence. Each cycle occurs with a wisdom that does not depend on effort, but on coherence. It is this same wisdom that the human spirit forgets when trying to control its own journey, when trying to hasten the harvest, when confusing movement with purpose. Bamboo, for example, spends years growing downwards. Its roots expand, silently, underground. During this time, there is nothing visible, no external evidence, no sign that something is happening. But it is. The invisible structure is being formed, because without this underground base, it could not sustain its height. Only after it is ready inside does it break through the earth. And it grows, fast, strong, unshakable. Napoleon Hill was inspired by this natural principle. He knew that the years of silence, of non-recognition, of internal work were part of the formation of a solid vibrational base. He did not rush the process. He trusted, because he understood that the visible is always a consequence of the invisible, and that every true manifestation is preceded by a time of inner gestation. This is what being untouchable is all about. It is acting in the invisible while the world only believes in the visible. It is keeping faith when there is no sign. It is sustaining the vibration even when the eyes still see nothing. It is being like the tree that continues to grow inside, even in the cold of winter, because it knows that the heat will come, because it feels the right time, not on the clock, but in the soul. Nature teaches that everything has a rhythm, a cycle, a cadence, that nothing blooms out of season without losing vitality, that nothing matures by force without losing essence, and this lesson, when taken within, completely transforms the way you walk, because haste gives way to presence, comparison dissolves in trust, anxiety surrenders to surrender. Vibrational coherence is not about perfection. It is about fidelity to that which is true. It is about not betraying one's own rhythm in the name of acceptance. It's about staying whole, even when everything around you is fragmented. Nature doesn't force you. It offers itself. And that's why everything in it aligns. When you learn from it, you stop running and start growing, inward, downward, toward the deepest layers of your being. And when this foundation is firm, outward expansion will be inevitable, natural, full, like the bamboo that suddenly breaks through the ground. But it can only do this because it was already gigantic even before it was seen. Becoming a creator in the midst of collapse. Hill's true legacy. It's not hard to be a creator when everything is in order, when life flows smoothly, when there is stability, when results come. But true awakening happens when you learn to create even in the midst of ruin, when the world falls apart, and yet you remain, when external structures fall, and yet something inside remains standing. That's what Napoleon Hill taught us. Not with pretty words, but with an embodied presence in his time. He didn't write for those who were already winning. He wrote for those who were struggling not to give up. His legacy is not about success. It's about the spirit that doesn't collapse. It's about the mind that chooses to keep creating even when there is no longer any certainty. Because deep down, Hill didn't teach how to win. He taught how to think so as not to collapse. And that's a difference that changes everything. Because success can be a result, but lucidity in the midst of collapse is a state, an internal temple, a still point within the storm. The collapse then ceases to be an end and becomes a fertile field, a gateway, an invitation to expansion that does not depend on circumstances, because the spirit that learns to remain discovers that there is a force that does not bend, that does not fade, that does not disappear, because it does not come from the world. It comes from vibration, it comes from being, it comes from the silent alliance with something greater. William Walker Atkinson said, "The mind is like a magnet. It does not attract what it desires, but what corresponds to its vibrational nature." And that is what Hill embodied in his work. He aligned his nature with what he wanted to manifest. And reality, one day, aligned with him. But until then, he sustained the field. He protected the state. He did not negotiate with fear, because he knew that the invisible responds to vibrational persistence, not to emotional despair. The untouchable mind is not cold. It is clear. It is not indifferent. It is conscious. It is not distant. She is deeply connected, but with what really matters, with purpose, with vision, with the field where collapse does not touch, where chaos does not disorganize, where time does not delay, where the soul finally commands. Being untouchable is not being immune. It is being too rooted to be uprooted. It is being firm enough to walk through the fire without losing one's own truth. It is being light enough to adapt without losing one's center. It is being spiritual enough to remember that creation does not begin outside. It begins in the invisible, in silence, in vibration. And now, perhaps, this is your turning point. The moment when you stop fighting against chaos and begin to transmute it into a creative field. The moment when you stop waiting for a sign and become the sign. The moment when you decide, I act without collapsing. If this video spoke to your soul, write it down sincerely. Let the words spring from your center, because sometimes all the universe needs is one simple phrase. I am here, and I will continue. That is the beginning of every true transformation, and the end of every collapse that seemed bigger than you, but never was, because you have always been bigger than any chaos. Always have been. And now finally, you are beginning to remember. Sometimes, life seems to want to tear us apart just when we start to align ourselves. Everything seemed in order, everything seemed on track, and suddenly, the ground gives way. Certainties fall apart, signs disappear, and we are left there, staring into the void, trying to understand why, right now, everything seems so wrong. But what if this is not the end? What if it is exactly the opposite? What if it is the silent sign that you are much closer than you imagine? Napoleon Hill said that the universe, before blessing someone, tests their spirit, not to punish, but to refine, to shape, to prepare. Because the mind needs to be trained, the heart enlarged, the vibration elevated, and what seems like disorder is often an invisible realignment, a subtle dance between what is dying and what is being born. It is as if God steps back for a moment, just to see if you really trust, if you are really ready to move on. Even when there are no more guarantees, there is a point in the journey where everything you believed seems to fail, where methods don't work, where paths close, where hope wavers. This point is known as the dark night of the soul. A liminal space between what was and what will be, a space where nothing is seen, but where everything is being gestated. Hill called this the test of purpose. Andrew Carnegie said that true gold is tested in fire, and that is exactly what happens in this interval. You are tested, not to be punished, but to discover the strength that is already within you. It is natural to think that you have failed, that you made a mistake, that something went very wrong, but failure at this stage is just an illusion. It is a filter, a vibrational portal, a sieve that separates what is superficial from what is essential. Only those who maintain coherence in the midst of scarcity are ready to overflow with abundance. Because abundance is not just an external event, it is an internal field. And this field is activated when you remain, even when everything seems to want you to give up. Most people give up at exactly that point, when they are about to reach it, when the field is almost ready, when the vibration is almost compatible. But the brain at that moment collapses. It fears frustration. It tries to protect. And without realizing it, you start sabotaging what is to come. You start to retreat. You start to doubt. And everything falls apart. But the great, the truly great, do not retreat. They cross over. Jesus crossed over. Moses crossed over. Mandela crossed over. Hill crossed over. They all faced silence. They all faced abandonment. They all faced chaos. And it was at that very place that their spirit expanded. Because there is no revelation without crossing over. There is no blessing without transformation. And all transformation, before showing itself outside, happens inside. What you are experiencing now may not be an end. Perhaps it is the threshold. Perhaps it is the last fold before the new. And if so, then this video is the reminder your soul needed to hear. You are so much closer than you think. So much more ready than you believe. So much more worthy than your mind tries to convince you you are not. And all you need now is to stay. Stay, even without a sign. Stay, even without certainty. Stay, even without guarantees. Because it is in that place, in the place where everyone gives up, that true creators reveal themselves. And it is there, right there, that the blessing finally bends and arrives and embraces and transforms because you stayed. And that was enough. The vibrational error of trying to understand chaos. There comes a time in the transformation process when the mind begs for logic. It wants explanations. It wants reasons. It wants to know why everything is falling apart. It wants to understand the meaning of pain, the reason for waiting, the reason for silence. And it is at this exact moment that the most common vibrational error occurs. That of trying to understand with a logical mind something that can only be traversed with the expanded consciousness of the soul. The mind wants maps. It wants coordinates. It wants a safe plan. But the soul does not move by maps. It moves by frequency, and frequency is not understood. Frequency is felt, it is inhabited, it is sustained. That is why when you try to understand chaos, you are trying to control it. You are trying to place it in mental categories to feel safer. But chaos by nature does not fit into labels. It exists to break them, to deconstruct, to dissolve the old, to prepare the field for the new. Napoleon Hill knew this. He understood that the vibrational transition is a terrain where logic cannot reach, where linear thinking falls apart, where only surrender sustains. Because reason is limited. It is based on what has already been. It seeks references in the past. But what is being born in you has never existed before, and so it cannot be understood. It can only be felt and sustained. Trying to understand chaos is like trying to measure the sea with a glass. It is frustrating. It is useless. It is exhausting. And worse, it generates vibrational noise. Because every attempt at control creates tension. And where there is tension, there is no flow. Where there is tension, there is no reception. Where there is tension, the blessing waits. It waits for you to let go. It waits for you to trust. It waits for you to accept that chaos is not to be understood, it is to be traversed. The soul evolves in the silence of surrender, in the space between words, in the interval between an attempt at explanation and the surrender that says, I don't know, but I go on. And it is this, I go on, that reconfigures everything, because it activates a new vibration, a new frequency, a new energetic code, a code that says, even without understanding, I trust. Even without proof, I remain. You don't need to understand chaos. You just need to not identify with it. You just need to not fight it. You just need to allow it to do what it came to do, empty you of the old, so that the new finally has space. And this space is what God calls the point of blessing, where you no longer need to control, because you finally have learned to trust. Why your reality collapses before expansion. There is a silent but recurring phenomenon that precedes every major transformation. a moment when everything seems to fall apart, where paths close, plans fall apart, supports disappear. It is a collapse that does not warn, that does not ask for permission, that simply arrives, deconstructs, disorganizes, and behind it, there is a profound spiritual and neurological principle. Before expanding, reality needs to get rid of what is no longer coherent, what can no longer support the next level. In neuroscience, this is called synaptic pruning. It is when the brain begins to dissolve old connections to make room for new neural pathways. It happens in childhood, it happens in adolescence, and it happens every time you are about to take a vibrational leap. Your system reorganizes itself, your connections realign. But for that to happen, what is old needs to die. And death, even symbolic death, never comes without noise. It never comes without shock. Napoleon Hill went through this collapse many times, in phases where it seemed like everything he believed was wrong, in moments when no one listened to him, in cycles where all the doors were closed. But he did not interpret these periods as failure. He saw them as reconfiguration, as part of the process, as a natural phase between one state and another. And so he did not collapse with it. He observed, he adjusted, he waited. The external collapse is a reflection of an internal expansion that does not yet have a form. It is like the butterfly's cocoon. From the outside, it looks like inertia. It looks like a crisis. But inside, everything is being redesigned. The old body is falling apart. The new structure is forming. And that is exactly why it hurts. Because what was no longer useful, but what will be, has not yet arrived. The mind, upon seeing this, becomes alarmed. It thinks it is losing, but the spirit knows. It is just being cleansed, prepared, refined, to receive something greater, something more aligned, something truer. And this preparation is not always smooth, because it requires detachment. It requires trust without guarantees. It requires permanence even when everything seems empty. So if your reality is collapsing, don't run, don't fight. Don't try to fix everything immediately. Breathe, observe, listen to what is trying to be born, because what seems like the end is the beginning. What seems like chaos is an invisible construction, and what seems like disorder is the universe reorganizing your life so that it can finally accommodate what you have asked for so much, not in the old form, but in the new frequency, in the vibration that you are now ready to sustain. The paradox of frequency. You vibrate scarcity when you are about to receive. There is a vibrational irony that few realize, but that precedes almost every great blessing. Just when you are about to receive, your field begins to contract, your mind begins to doubt, your body stiffens, your emotions are agitated, and without realizing it, you begin to vibrate at the opposite frequency of what is coming your way. It is as if, at the moment closest to materialization, you activate the frequency of scarcity for fear of losing that which has not yet arrived. This happens because the closer you are to something great, the more your internal defense system goes on alert. The mind fears the unknown. It fears the possibility of frustration. And in an almost automatic movement, it begins to protect itself from what it considers risk. But what it calls risk is precisely the possibility of expansion. And in this silent conflict, you begin to emit a vibration that repels what was already on its way. Napoleon Hill understood this paradox deeply. He knew that the field does not respond to what you want. It responds to what you vibrate. And that is why he insisted so much on the importance of emotional consistency. Because there is no point in wishing for something and vibrating fear. There is no point in affirming something and carrying distrust. There is no point in visualizing something and walking with a shrunken heart. The field feels what you feel, not what you say. This is where many block their own blessing, because proximity activates the fear of loss, and fear of loss generates tension, and tension blocks reception. It is like a door that only opens gently. The more force you exert, the more it resists. The more fear you emanate, the more the universe waits, not for punishment, but for coherence. because blessings do not flourish in tense soil. They need space, surrender, acceptance. Recognizing this paradox is the first step to transcending it, realizing that contraction is natural, but it does not need to be sustained. That fear can arise, but it does not need to command. That doubt may arise, but it does not have to become the dominant vibration. You can choose, you can breathe, you can realign, and by doing so, you become compatible with what you asked for. Being ready to receive does not mean feeling ready all the time. It just means holding the frequency. Even with your heart racing, it means trusting. Even with your mind agitated, it means making space. Even when your body wants to close itself off. Because it is this choice, made repeatedly, that keeps the channel open, that keeps the field clear, that keeps the blessing on course. And when it arrives, and it will arrive, you will no longer doubt, because you will realize that what separated you from it was never time, it was only frequency, and that now you are not only close, you are ready, whole, aligned, capable of receiving without fear of losing, because what vibrates in truth is not lost, ever. How the universe tests your vibration before releasing the blessing. There is a point in the journey where the blessing is already in the field, has already been created, is already vibrating nearby, but has not yet manifested. And at that point, the universe seems to pause. It is silent, not because it has forgotten about you, but because it is listening to you. It is feeling your vibration. It is observing with energetic precision what you emanate when no one is looking. And that is when the test happens. Not as punishment, but as vibrational confirmation. The universe tests your vibration not to measure how much you want something, but to feel where that desire is coming from. If it comes from trust or lack, if it comes from presence or absence, if it comes from inner certainty or from the attempt to fill a hole. Because what you emanate is more important than what you say, and the blessing does not respond to your declared will. It responds to the sustained frequency. Napoleon Hill understood this with rare lucidity. For him, the test was not proof that something was wrong. It was a sign that something was about to materialize. It was a kind of energetic diagnosis, a silent check. Are you really ready for what you asked for? Is your vibration compatible with what you say you want? Can your field sustain what is coming? And if the answer was yes, then the invisible bowed to the visible. But if it was no, the universe waited. It just waited, because it does not deliver before its time. It protects what is sacred from still unsteady hands. These tests come in subtle forms: an unexpected delay, a misunderstanding, a sudden loss, a day when everything seems to stop. At these times, the mind is agitated, emotions are destabilized, but the real vibration reveals itself. And that is what matters. The universe is not impressed by statements. It feels what is behind them. It feels if there is faith or just hope, if there is presence or just expectation, if there is surrender or just a desire for control. If you are being tested now, know that this is not a setback. It is proximity. It is a final tuning. It is God, the field, the universe, calling you to the ultimate alignment. And this alignment requires no effort. It requires truth. It requires a sincere return to your center. It requires that you hold what you have asked for, even before you see it. That you vibrate what you want to receive, even when everything seems to say it will not happen. This is the point where many give up, where many retreat, where many disconnect. But it is also the point where creators remain, where the conscious take a deep breath, realign themselves, and choose to hold, even without an answer, even without certainty, because they know that the test is just the last step before the overflow. And when you pass this test with presence, something changes, because your vibration changes, and with it, everything around you begins, little by little, to reflect this new truth, because the universe finally recognizes you do not just want the blessing, you are vibrating like it. And so, it arrives, it manifests, it remains, because now it is part of who you have become. The sabotage cycle? Why you push away what you want most. There is a subtle moment, almost imperceptible, when you start to push away what you want most. And the most painful thing is that you don't even realize it. Your mind is saying, I want it, but your vibration is screaming, I don't deserve it. This conflict creates a field of energetic sabotage, a silent rupture between what you want and what you truly believe is possible for you. And that's when the cycle sets in. The threshold theory of worthiness explains this clearly. It's as if there is an invisible ceiling inside you, an unconscious limit to how much you allow yourself to receive, live, manifest. And every time something starts to cross that limit, your internal system activates. It starts to sabotage. It starts to block. It starts to retreat, not because you don't want it, but because at some deep level, you still don't feel worthy. Napoleon Hill saw this repeatedly in his own journey and in the people around him. Those who sought the most were often the ones who boycotted themselves the most, not for lack of faith, but for excess conditioning, for old stories, for voices from the past telling you that it wasn't that bad, that it couldn't be that easy, that it wasn't for you. And these voices become a pattern. They become a filter. They become a frequency. This cycle is treacherous because it disguises itself as rationality. You start to postpone decisions, to doubt opportunities, to diminish your own brilliance, to not follow that impulse that came from your heart. Everything seems justifiable, but deep down, it's fear. Fear of losing, fear of not being able to cope, fear of being disappointed again. And this fear, even hidden, vibrates, and this vibration repels. The unconscious mind is powerful. If it doesn't see itself as worthy, it closes the doors. It doesn't matter how much you affirm, visualize, or wish. It will find a way to keep everything within what it believes to be safe. And what it calls safe is often just familiar. It's the old. It's the small. It's the familiar discomfort. Getting out of this cycle starts with awareness, with honesty, with the deep recognition that you do have invisible vibrational limits, but they are not eternal truths. They are just old versions of yourself, and every version can be updated. When you start holding, little by little, the energy of worthiness, when you stop running from who you are becoming, when you choose to no longer retreat, you don't have to fight the sabotage. You just have to love what it is trying to protect. And then show your system that it is now safe to receive, that it is now safe to be happy, that it is now safe to expand, because you're no longer stuck in that old limit. You are creating a new field, a new pattern, a new vibration. And this time, you will not stop it almost, because now you know, and knowing transforms, knowing liberates, knowing paves the way to finally allow what you desire most to arrive and stay. Beware of the almost, the most dangerous stage of manifestation. Few moments are as challenging as the almost, that phase in which everything seems to be aligning, in which the signs have started to appear, in which the heart feels that fulfillment is near, but nothing has yet materialized. The almost is a liminal zone, a space between the seed and the flower, between faith and matter. And paradoxically, it is the most dangerous point of the journey, because it is when the ego panics. The ego does not deal well with uncertainty. It endures the beginning of the journey. It manages to remain active in the construction, but when it realizes that it no longer has control, that the harvest depends on total trust, it begins to sabotage. And this happens because the almost reveals a vulnerability that the ego tries to hide. The fear that everything will go wrong, the fear of getting so close and still losing. Napoleon Hill knew this stage well. He spent years on this frontier, always almost being recognized, always almost being published, always almost being heard. And it was precisely in this almost that he learned the difference between the vibrational creator and the emotional survivor. The first crosses over, the second retreats. The first sustains, the second gives up. It is in the almost that many blessings are postponed, not because they were not ready, but because those who asked for them did not sustain the field, because doubt overcame vibration, because haste disorganized time, because the fear of losing was stronger than the confidence in already being. And so what was close moves away, not as punishment, but due to incompatibility. The crossing of the almost requires emotional firmness. It is not an external test. It is an internal tuning. It is the moment when the universe asks, without words, "Are you really ready? Do you really trust? Do you sustain what you ask for even when everything seems to be at a standstill?" And your answer does not come from words. It comes from vibration. It comes from the state you choose to maintain while the invisible finishes manifesting. The almost is not a delay. It is a refinement. It is the final adjustment. It is the time when the field stabilizes, where the ego surrenders, where the soul takes over. And whoever manages to remain at this point, without collapsing, without forcing, without running away, crosses over, not only for what they asked for, but for who they have become. And this becoming is the true blessing, because once you cross the almost, you will never be the same again. And because of this, everything around you also changes, because you finally stopped doubting what was already yours. And this alone opens all the doors. The silence of the invisible. When God removes all signs, there is a silence that is not absence. It is preparation, a space of profound silence where all references disappear, signs cease, confirmations stop, intuition seems muted, the connection that was once clear now seems distant, and everything in you screams for a sign, for anything that shows you are still on the right path. But this silence, as disconcerting as it may be, is not abandonment. It is expansion. It is like the moment when the arrow is pulled back. The tension increases. The movement seems to be of retreat, but it is precisely this retreat that precedes the flight. The deeper the bow is pulled, the further the arrow can go. And God, the universe, the field, sometimes remove the signs not to confuse you, but to push you. Because if you need to see in order to move forward, you are not yet vibrating with maturity. But if you can move forward even without seeing, then you are ready to fly. Napoleon Hill experienced this silence many times. He called it a vibrational vacuum, a period in which everything seemed frozen. Nothing was happening outside, but inside, a force was building up. A subtle clarity was born. He didn't know exactly what was coming, but he knew that something was being realigned. And so he remained, even without feeling, even without knowing, even without any certainty. This silence is a test not of your spoken faith, but of your vibrated faith. Not of what you say you believe, but of what you sustain when there is no turning back. It is a cosmic pause where the invisible adjusts everything, where you are called to continue even when there are no more references. And this continuation is not an external movement. It is an internal permanence. It is the state of someone who no longer depends on proof to vibrate with truth. Silence is an invitation to trust in the invisible, to anchor yourself in that which already vibrates within you, even if the world does not show it. To remember that the absence of signs is not the absence of presence. It is the sign that presence now moves on a more subtle level, deeper, more aligned with the essence. And if you are in this silence right now, breathe, come back to your center, stay, because the arrow is being pulled, because the soul is being expanded, because the blessing is approaching silently. And when it breaks the silence, it will not come as an answer. It will come as a confirmation of who you have become when nothing seemed to happen. And that confirmation will be irrefutable, because it will be you, whole, ready, realigned, vibrating with everything that before you were just waiting for. Why your life becomes disorganized before it aligns. Just before clarity, there is a whirlwind. Before order, chaos. Before the perfect fit, the feeling of falling apart. And this is not a failure of the process. It is part of the process, because real alignment requires space, and space only opens up when disorganization fulfills its function. When what was poorly positioned, forced, sustained by fear or convenience, needs to fall, life does not become disorganized because it made a mistake. It becomes disorganized because it is correcting. It dismantles what was built out of coherence. It dissolves what was maintained by the stubbornness of the ego. It interrupts what was fed by lack. Everything that is not in resonance with the new version that is emerging begins to collapse. And this collapse, as painful as it may seem, is healing. It is cleansing. It is vibrational reorganization. Napoleon Hill said that the comfort zone is one of the greatest enemies of manifestation, because as long as you cling to what you know, even if it limits you, you prevent the new from coming in. And the new needs space. It needs truth. It needs freedom to move. That's why life sometimes takes things away, not to punish, but to liberate, not to hurt, but to make way, not to break, but to align. The apparent disorganization is actually an energetic reallocation. It's reality saying, this place can't hold what's coming anymore. It's like a room being emptied before it's redecorated. You look and see a mess, but behind it, there's a plan. There's a new harmony being prepared, and you'll only see it when you stop resisting the process. Yes, there will be losses. Yes, there will be confusion. Yes, there will be days when nothing seems to make sense. But if you can stay present on those days, you'll see alignment come, because chaos is temporary. But truth always finds a way, and when it does, everything that seemed meaningless begins to fall into place. It begins to blossom. It begins to show that what fell was never a foundation. It was just an old structure supporting an identity that no longer exists. Your life is not falling apart. It is aligning, but alignment requires courage. The courage to let go. The courage to stay in the void for a while. The courage to trust that, even without understanding, there is something being organized, something bigger, something more yours, something that you don't need to build, just allow. Because when there is permission, the universe no longer needs to push you, it just guides you, and the path, finally, opens up, inside, and then outside, always in that order. The test of vibrational patience. Haste is one of the greatest sources of vibrational noise. And the paradox is this: the closer you are to receiving, the more time seems to drag on. The longer the days get, the more the silence weighs. And that is precisely where the test of vibrational patience comes in. Not as a game, not as a punishment, but as a final calibration, a tuning between what you want and what you already are. Nature understands this perfectly. No seed germinates out of time. No flower rushes to bloom. No fruit ripens under pressure. Everything blooms when it is ready, when there is nourishment, when there is a favorable environment, and above all, when there is patience. The patience that does not wait anxiously, but with presence. The patience that does not demand, but trusts. The patience that does not try to speed up, because it knows that the blessing arrives at the right frequency, not at the desired speed. Napoleon Hill wrote about persistence with the same reverence with which others spoke of faith, because for him, persistence was holding the field. It was about sustaining the state. It was about going through time without contaminating the vibration. And this is only possible when you understand that time is not an enemy. Time is a space for refinement. Time does not stop you. It prepares you. When you feel that nothing is happening, that everything has stopped, that the universe has forgotten you, know this: that is exactly when you are being observed. Sense for life, sense for the invisible, because your reaction to time reveals your energetic maturity. When you wait in peace, you are ready. When you wait in despair, the field is still noisy. The test of patience is not about how long you can hold on. It is about how you choose to vibrate as time passes. If you complain, get angry, give up, the field feels it. If you breathe, hold on, welcome, the field feels it and reacts. Because time, in fact, does not respond to the clock. It responds to the frequency. When you align, time doubles. What seemed distant comes closer. What seemed slow speeds up. What seemed impossible smoothly happens, not because you pressed, but because you finally became fertile soil, vibrationally fertile, internally ready. And this state cannot be forced. It is cultivated with patience, with constancy, with the serenity of someone who knows that every blessing has a time, and that this time is never late. It just waits for you to be ready to receive and to remain. What happens on the invisible plane while you feel abandoned? There is a type of loneliness that does not come from the absence of people. It comes from the feeling that even the universe has moved away, that even God has gone silent, that life has stopped listening to you. And when this feeling appears, it is not just emotional, it is vibrational. It creates an echo within the chest, a feeling of being out of tune, of being disconnected. But what you call abandonment, the invisible plane calls reprogramming. While you feel like nothing is happening, everything is being redesigned at levels that the mind cannot reach. Your vibrational field is being adjusted. Your frequencies are being recalibrated. Your unconscious patterns are being reinterpreted. Silence is not a vacuum. It is movement in another dimension. And that is why it requires trust, because what is being aligned cannot be seen. It can only be sustained with faith. Napoleon Hill went through this type of silence many times. In his most challenging phases, he reported feeling no inspiration or direction. But he knew that these periods were precisely the most fertile, the most powerful, because it is when everything seems to stand still that the real process of transmutation takes place. It is in the invisible that the visible is born. It is in the darkness that the new light begins to pulsate. When life puts you in this space, it is not punishing you, it is cleansing you. It is disconnecting you from patterns that cannot follow what is to come. It is teaching your body to trust beyond logic. It is tuning your mind to more subtle frequencies. And this, yes, may seem like abandonment, because the ego hates what it does not understand, but the soul recognizes. It knows, it feels, it remains. While you think nothing is happening, there are connections being reactivated within you. There are memories being released. There are old cords being cut. There are portals being opened, not outside, but inside. Inside you, because that is where everything begins. And that is why the apparent abandonment is, in fact, a sacred retreat, a gesture from the divine saying, now it's just between us. If you are in this moment, allow yourself to be, without forcing a way out, without seeking distractions, without demanding a vibration that is not yet ready. Just breathe, just feel, just listen to what does not yet have a form. Because there is a part of you being healed right now, a part that needs this silence to finally be able to listen again, trust again, create again, not from despair, but from truth, from presence, from the frequency that arises not from noise, but from the deepest silence, where even without signs, you were never alone, never. And now, start to remember that. How your physical body responds to the approach of a quantum leap. There is something sacred about the body, something that the mind does not fully understand, but that the soul immediately recognizes. When a profound transformation is about to happen, it is not just your mind that prepares itself. Your body feels it too. Your nervous system responds. Your vital energy begins to reorganize itself. And so it is common to feel tired for no reason, pain that cannot be explained, sleepless nights, a feeling of exhaustion that seems to have no logic. But there is a logic. The body is the first grounding field for the spirit. And when you are about to experience a quantum leap, a profound realignment of life, purpose, and frequency, your body needs to adapt. It needs to make room to accommodate the new vibration. It needs to release what was stagnant. It needs to physically process everything that the soul is transcending spiritually. Napoleon Hill understood that the body was more than an instrument. It was an ally. It was a sensor of the invisible. And that is why he respected the moments of silence of the body, the days of unexplained tiredness, the moments when productivity decreased, because he knew, in these moments, the body is metabolizing the invisible. It is integrating changes that have not yet reached the surface. This integration requires energy, and that is why the body gets tired. It requires rest, and that is why sleep changes. It requires cleansing, and that is why inexplicable pains can arise. All of this is a reaction to a new frequency that is trying to establish itself. And if you try to force the body to continue at the same pace as before, you create resistance. You block it. You interrupt the process. Respecting the body in these moments is an act of vibrational wisdom. It is recognizing that you are changing on all levels, that the transformation is not only emotional or spiritual, it is cellular, it is energetic, it is profound, and there is no quantum leap without physical impact, because the new version of you needs a new container, and the container is your body. When you feel like you can't take it anymore, maybe it is the body saying, "We are almost there, just a little more." When everything seems heavy, maybe it's because you're carrying an old field that's about to dissolve. And when you allow yourself to pause, breathe, feel, you create space. And in that space, the new frequency settles in. Soft, subtle, but undeniably real. Your body is not failing. It's aligning itself. It's preparing to support what's coming. And what's coming isn't small. It's new. It's big. It's yours. And it needs a present, light, available body. A body that knows that rest is also part of the process. That tiredness is also a sign of healing. That exhaustion is also a passage. And that, at the end of this passage, something in you and through you will blossom. With more light, with more strength, with more truth. Because you allowed it, because you listened, because you finally welcomed it. Emotional faith, when believing without feeling, no longer works. For a long time, you may have believed that all you had to do was think positively, that all you had to do was affirm, repeat, and declare, that all you had to do was keep your faith, even if you didn't feel it. And maybe on some level, that sustained you. But there comes a point in your journey when the universe no longer responds to words alone. It responds to vibration. And at that point, faith needs to stop being mental and become emotional. It needs to descend from the intellect to the body, from speech to heart, from intention to frequency. Emotional faith is not about saying you believe. It's about feeling with your whole body that what you seek is already true. It's when your field begins to vibrate with the silent certainty that what you desire already exists, even before it manifests. And this certainty is not born of effort. It is born of inner coherence, of the alignment between what you feel, what you think, and what you do. Napoleon Hill wrote that belief is the starting point of all achievement, but he was not talking about belief as a concept. He was talking about belief as a sustained frequency, as a vibration that is maintained even when everything around you says otherwise. And this is only possible when faith is not just in the mind, but anchored in the emotions. When the entire body begins to vibrate the desired reality. Believing without feeling is like trying to turn on a light bulb without power. The intention is there, the desire is there, but the circuit is not completed, and the field does not activate, because the field only activates with vibrational coherence. When what you think resonates with what you feel, and what you feel begins to manifest in what you experience. This requires truth. It requires courage to look at what really vibrates within you, because often, behind the declaration of faith, there is fear. Behind the positive affirmation, there is doubt. Behind the "I believe," there is a "what if it doesn't happen?" And this hidden layer is what the universe listens to, because the universe does not respond to what you say. It responds to who you are. Emotional faith is becoming what you want to see. It is starting to live as someone who has already received, breathing as someone who already trusts, acting as someone who already knows, not as an act, but as a real state, as an intimate frequency, as a daily choice, even when nothing outside confirms, even when everything seems to be at a standstill, because this is the point at which faith stops being a belief and becomes a vibrational code, a code that once activated, changes everything. Because when you vibrate faith, the time doesn't matter. The scenario doesn't matter. The apparent delay doesn't matter. The field opens. The invisible responds. Matter begins to bend, and reality, little by little, reorganizes itself, not to reward your faith, but to reflect your new vibration, because you are no longer asking, you are being, and whoever is already on the path to what you have been waiting for, not as someone who waits, but as someone who vibrates, and creates, and receives, because you have become your own channel. The illusion of loss as preparation for receiving. Few pains are as disconcerting as losing something we love, losing a plan that seemed right, losing a stability that sustained us. When this happens, it is common to think that something went wrong, that life failed, that the universe missed its target. But often, loss is just the first step towards a greater receiving. It is not absence. It is opening. It is preparation. Loss realigns. It undoes structures that seemed solid but were already obsolete. It removes what no longer vibrates with the new version that is being born within you. It interrupts what was out of coherence with your highest path. And this hurts, because the mind does not understand, because the heart resists, because the ego clings. But the soul knows. It knows that nothing is taken away. Everything is replaced. Napoleon Hill understood this not with theory, but with experience. He lost many times. He lost status. He lost opportunities. He lost people. But looking back, each loss repositioned him. Each pain pushed him to a new state of consciousness. And from that state, he was able to receive things that would not fit before, because the new reality needed a new space. And loss, often, is the beginning of that space. It is necessary to change the lens, to see loss not as punishment, but as pruning. Like the gardener who cuts branches not out of cruelty, but to allow more light, to make way, to strengthen the root. When something leaves your life, no matter how precious it seems, it is because it can no longer walk with you, or because you have grown, or because it has already fulfilled its purpose. The hardest part is to trust this process while it happens, because there are no immediate guarantees. There is silence, there is emptiness, there is longing. But if you can stay in that space without hardening yourself, something new begins to sprout, first in the field, then in the body, and finally in matter, because the universe does not leave empty spaces for long. It only cleanses to fill with what is most yours. Losing is giving up what seemed right, to receive what is true. And the true does not require effort. It fits. It reveals itself. It blooms. But for that, you need to let go. Breathe. Let go. Even without understanding. Even with pain. Even with tears. Because every time something goes, something bigger is approaching. Something more aligned, more vibrant, more coherent with who you are becoming. And when that something arrives, you understand that the loss was never a loss. It was a passage. It was a transition. It was expansion in disguise. And what seemed like the end was just the beginning of the new, of the full, of the real that could only arrive because you had the courage to let go. And that changes everything. The false spirituality that weakens your frequency. Not all light is true. Not all silence is peace. Not all gratitude is alignment. There is a form of spirituality that, instead of expanding, contracts. That instead of liberating, imprisons. That pretends to accept, but is only disguised repression. It is performative spirituality. The kind that says it is fine when inside everything begs to be heard. The kind that smiles on the outside, but implodes on the inside. The kind that repeats mantras, but denies emotions. And this denial weakens. False spirituality is made up of ready-made phrases, but with little truth. It promotes forced gratitude, the kind that does not come from the heart, but from the desperate attempt to appear evolved. It promotes toxic positivity, the kind that tells us to silence pain instead of embracing it. It promotes the Zen state as an obligation when the soul is crying out for real presence, for authentic listening, for permission to feel. Napoleon Hill knew that the power of the mind only manifests itself when there is coherence. And coherence does not mean the absence of pain. It means integrating pain into the process. It means feeling truthfully without drowning, recognizing fear without giving in to it, naming sadness without getting lost in it. Because true spirituality is inclusion. It is wholeness. It is presence with everything you are, not just with what is pretty to show. The highest frequency is not the one that seems perfect. It is the one that is whole, the one that vibrates with authenticity, the one that sustains its own truth even when it hurts. Because this truth, when accepted, transforms, and this transformation raises the vibration. Because where there is truth, there is movement, and where there is movement, there is flow. And where there is flow, creation happens. You don't have to be light all the time. You have to be real. You have to be whole. You have to be honest with what pulses within you. Because the soul does not flourish in the rigidity of performance. It flourishes in the softness of listening, in the embrace of shadows, in the courage to not pretend to be at peace when your chest is in a storm. Spirituality is not an aesthetic state. It is a vibrational state. And this state is only sustained when emotion finds space to exist, when the body can express itself, when the heart can breathe without masks. It is in this space that the true light is lit, not as an imposition, but as a consequence, not as an image, but as an essence. And it is from this light, which does not pretend, which does not force, which simply is, that your frequency is strengthened, because finally, there is coherence between what you feel, what you vibrate, and what you manifest. And this coherence is the bridge to everything you so long for, everything you so deserve, everything that silently is already in the field, waiting only for this truth, for this presence, for this reunion with who you in fact are, without filters, without performance, just you. And that is more than enough. Why you need to lose control before you can manifest. Control is the urge of fear, the fear that something will go wrong, the fear that life will forget about you, the fear that if you're not in control, everything will fall apart. And it's understandable. The mind has learned to survive this way, creating plans, routines, strategies. But true manifestation is not born from control. It is born from trust. And this trust only blossoms when control is finally released. Losing control is not about disorganizing your life. It is about surrendering control to what is greater. It is about trusting the intelligence of the field, trusting the wisdom of the invisible, trusting that there is a rhythm, a logic, an order that goes beyond the understanding of the mind. Napoleon Hill said that the greatest achievements arise when there is vibrational surrender, when the desire is clear, but the attachment to how and when is released. As long as you insist on controlling everything, you limit the field of possibilities. You try to force the universe to move within your parameters, and the universe does not fit within these limits. It wants to surprise you. It wants to expand you. It wants to take you beyond what your mind can imagine. But to do so, it needs space, and space only opens up when control is released. This surrender is not passivity. It is presence. It is action with awareness, but without anxiety. It is movement with intention, but without tension. It is decision with purpose, but without attachment. When you act from surrender, your field aligns, your body relaxes, your vibration rises. Because there is no more struggle, there is no more demand. There is a gentle flow with what is. Control is the child of scarcity. It is born from the idea that if you don't do everything exactly right, you will lose something. But abundance does not respond to this logic. Abundance moves where there is space, where there is openness, where there is trust. It does not impose itself. It offers itself, and it only settles where it is welcome, where there is faith instead of rigidity, where there is flexibility instead of demand. And that is why so many manifestations only happen when, exhausted, you let go. When you say, "I did what I could, now I trust." At that moment, the field breathes. The blessing approaches, because control has given way to surrender. And surrender is the fertile soil of the miracle. It is the space where the new germinates, where the unexpected blooms, where reality changes, not because you forced it, but because you allowed it. And allowing is the verb of conscious creators, those who do not need to control because they already vibrate like those who have already received. Even before seeing, even before touching, they already are. And that is enough. The energy of, "I don't know what to do anymore." There comes a time in the journey when all attempts have failed, all strategies have been exhausted, all paths seem to be closed. And then, with a tired heart, with tears in your eyes, with an exhausted soul, you say, "I don't know what to do anymore." And it is at that exact moment that something begins to open up. Because "I don't know" is not the end. It is the opening. It is the space where the ego finally falls silent, and the soul can finally speak. The "I don't know" dissolves the illusion of control. It breaks spiritual pride. It dismantles the mask of those who want to appear strong all the time. And what is left is the truth. A raw, naked truth, without embellishments, but also an open truth, available, receptive. And this receptivity is fertile ground. It is exactly what the universe needs to start acting. Napoleon Hill knew that the mind that is exhausted is the mind that can finally listen. Hear the subtle. Listen to your intuition. Listen to what you've been trying to say for a long time, but it was drowned out by the noise of haste, logic, and the need to control. The "I don't know what to do anymore" is the collapse of the ego, and every collapse is a portal, a space where the old no longer works and the new has not yet been born. But it is in this interval that the magic happens. The energy of exhaustion does not need to be seen as failure. It is often the sign that you have gone to the limit, that you have tried with everything you had, and now it is time to surrender, not as giving up, but as vibrational surrender, a state where the soul takes the helm, where you, in silence, say to the universe, "I allow, I open, I trust." This is where true manifestation is born, not from strategies, but from surrender, not from effort, but from clean vibration, not from searching, but from presence. Because when you no longer know what to do, you become a field, you become a channel, you become space, and it is in this space that the new enters. Soft, subtle, but transformative. So, if everything has stopped, if you no longer see a way out, maybe you are exactly where you should be, at the point of surrender, at the point of rebirth, at the point where you finally stop trying to create with force and start creating with frequency. And the frequency that is born of surrender is the most powerful of all, because it doesn't want to prove anything. It just wants to be, and being is all the universe needs to respond to you, because whoever is has already started to receive. Even before understanding, even before seeing, it is already happening, silently, deeply, inevitably. What to do when everything stops, and how to turn things around energetically. There are times when everything seems to stop. Doors close, answers disappear, and the path, once clear, becomes foggy. You try to move forward, but it's as if you're stuck in quicksand. Every effort seems in vain, and a feeling of stagnation sets in. In these moments, it's common to ask yourself, what am I doing wrong? Or why isn't anything working? But what if this pause is not a mistake, but an opportunity? Napoleon Hill, in his works, emphasizes that challenges are tests of our determination. He believed that success often lies just beyond the point at which most people give up. When everything seems to stop, it may be the universe asking you to realign your energy, to look within and reconnect with your essence. External stagnation often reflects an internal disconnection. It's a sign that something inside you needs to be adjusted. Maybe it's time to silence the external noise and listen to your intuition. Allow yourself to feel without judgment and acknowledge the emotions that arise. For it is in this space of authenticity that transformation begins. To energetically reverse this state, it is essential to create moments of conscious pause. Breathe deeply, allowing the air to cleanse not only your lungs but also your thoughts. Visualize yourself surrounded by a soft light, which dissolves blockages and renews your energy. Affirm to yourself, I trust the process of life. I am open to the possibilities that the universe has for me. Remember that life is made up of cycles. Just as nature has its seasons, we also go through periods of introspection and rebirth. The winter of the soul prepares the ground for the spring of the spirit. And even when everything seems to stand still, there is a subtle movement happening behind the scenes, aligning circumstances and preparing the ground for the new. So, when everything seems to be stuck, see it as an invitation to introspection, reconnection, and renewal. Trust that as you realign your energy and open yourself to the flow of life, the path will reveal itself, and you will realize that even in the pauses, there is a greater purpose guiding every step of your journey. The danger of accelerating divine time. There is a restlessness that arises not from the soul, but from the ego, a desire to make everything happen faster, to anticipate the cycle, to force the bud to bloom before its time. It is haste disguised as faith, anxiety dressed up as action, the impulse to accelerate divine time. But spiritual time does not respond to pressure. It responds to coherence, and coherence does not rush. It sustains itself. When you try to rush the manifestation, you are telling the universe, even if unconsciously, I don't trust that it will happen at the right time. And this lack of trust generates noise. It generates misalignment, because the frequency of haste is the frequency of scarcity. And the field cannot deliver abundance where scarcity still commands time. Napoleon Hill taught about persistence, but never about impatience. He knew that time is a part of the process, as sacred as desire itself, that there is a greater intelligence governing the movements. And forcing this intelligence is like trying to pull a fruit from a branch before it is ripe. You may succeed, but it won't have the flavor, nor the strength, nor the completeness of what was being prepared for you. Impatience is born from disconnection with the now. When you reject the present, you reject preparation. And those who reject preparation block the fullness of the harvest, because the harvest doesn't come only to those who ask. It comes to those who prepare, to those who align, to those who learn to love the process as much as they wait for the result. Divine time is not linear. It is vibrational. It moves at the pace of your inner maturity, of your true surrender, of your unconditional presence. And when you try to speed up this time, you are saying, I haven't learned to trust yet. But when you silence, when you accept, when you inhabit time as part of the blessing, then time bends. It molds. It responds. And suddenly, what seemed distant comes closer. What seemed slow speeds up. What seemed stuck dissolves. Not because you ran more, but because you stopped running. Because you finally became vibrationally compatible with the time of the miracle. And the miracle is not rushed. It is exact. It is complete. It is yours. At the right time, in the right vibration, at the time when you finally understand that you didn't need to run, you just needed to trust. And that is what moves everything. The trap of wanting a blessing to escape pain. There is a profound difference between desiring a blessing and being vibrationally ready for it. Many people ask for healing, but they do so they no longer have to feel pain. They ask for abundance, but they do so they never have to face the fear of scarcity again. They ask for love, but only so they don't feel alone. And when desire is born from this place, of escape, of denial, of fear, it carries an energy that contradicts the request itself. Because in this state, the blessing becomes anesthesia. And the universe doesn't work with anesthesia. It works with truths. Napoleon Hill knew that the greatest value of manifestation was not what you achieved, but who you became in the process, because it is the being, and not the desire, that sustains the blessing. And if you still seek the miracle to escape pain, you are telling the universe, I still haven't learned what this pain wants to show me, and that is why many times it remains, not as a punishment, but as a teacher. Pain, when denied, becomes a shadow. When ignored, it becomes sabotage. But when accepted, it becomes a bridge between what you were and what you are ready to be. And it is only when you stop running away from it and start listening to it, understanding it, integrating it, that the field opens up. Because the universe does not respond to the desire to escape, it responds to the vibration of acceptance. You do not receive the blessing because you no longer feel pain. You receive it because, even feeling it, you remain whole, present, conscious, aligned. The true blessing comes when you no longer need it to validate your existence, when it stops being salvation and becomes a consequence, when it no longer comes to fill a void, but to expand a completeness that you already cultivate within yourself. Desiring is not the problem. The problem is desiring in order to not feel, in order to not face, in order to not transform. Because the universe does not just want to give you something. It wants to transform you into someone who vibrates what you desire. And this transformation begins when you stop seeing pain as an obstacle and start seeing it as the key. The blessing does not come to erase what was. It comes to illuminate what you have become, even with what was. It is a celebration of your truth, of your courage, of your emotional maturity. And that is why it only comes when you stop running and start to feel, not to suffer anymore, but to finally free yourself. And when this liberation happens, the desire is purified, the vibration aligns, and the blessing, finally, approaches, not as a relief, but as a mirror, a reflection of your new state, a reflection of your reunion with pain, not as an enemy, but as a master. And in this reunion, everything changes because you, finally, stopped running and started to be, and being is what attracts everything. How to sustain vibration when nothing else sustains you. There are times when everything around you seems to be falling apart. Words lose their effect. Practices no longer work as they once did. The body gets tired. The mind wavers. The spirit becomes silent. And the external world no longer offers any visible support. It is at this point that many feel they are failing. But in truth, it is at this point that the soul is being summoned to sustain itself, to vibrate, even when everything seems lifeless. Sustaining vibration in the void is what distinguishes the conscious creator from the anxious seeker. Because when everything is going well, staying high is natural. But when everything falls apart, staying present is art. It is a mastery. It is vibrational maturity. Napoleon Hill knew this. He called this moment the tipping point of the mind. A place where, if you give in, you collapse. But if you breathe, you transform. To sustain vibration in this state, you don't need to do more. You need to do something different. It's not about increasing your effort, but about refining your intention, getting back to the essential, getting back to what is true. And the truth, in these moments, is simple. You are still here, breathing, feeling, observing. This is already presence. This is already a point of support, because no matter how unstable everything seems, there is a center within you that does not move. And this center is your vibrational home. Use this moment to rediscover silence, to write from the heart without filters, to name what you feel without shame, to embrace yourself, not as someone who wants to correct themselves, but as someone who knows that everything is part of it. And from this space, practice strong presence. Not forced presence, but the one that comes from, I am here, even so. Napoleon Hill said that the greatest revelations arise when the world is silent, because it is in silence that the soul listens. It is in absence that the new insinuates itself. It is in the collapse of external supports that you find the only support that does not waver, your frequency. And this frequency is strengthened every time you choose, even in the midst of pain, even without guarantees, even without enthusiasm, to remain. Remain with what is, with what you feel, with what is alive in you now. and allow yourself to be grateful, not just for show, but with real gratitude. The kind that says, even in this state, I recognize that there is something greater going on inside me. Write this gratitude, one line a day, one moment at a time, because this practice, even if subtle, sustains, reorganizes, realigns, and little by little, what seemed impossible to bear begins to dissolve, because you're no longer waiting for something outside to sustain you. You are remembering that you are already the field itself. You are already the vibration itself. You are already the channel, and whoever vibrates, even when nothing else vibrates for you, is already creating, already healing, already calling the blessing closer. And it will come, because you are finally ready to sustain it, completely, inside, forever. The true sign that the blessing is near. There is a common expectation that when the blessing approaches, everything begins to align. The signs intensify, emotions rise, the external world begins to cooperate. But often, the true sign is exactly the opposite. Chaos increases, silence deepens, certainties are dissolved, and in the midst of this apparent collapse, the soul is called to remain not because everything is going well, but because something inside already knows, already feels, already vibrates. The universe does not send blessings as rewards. It sends them as reflections, reflections of the frequency you sustain. And when you begin to sustain presence even in the face of chaos, when you begin to vibrate confidence even without guarantees, when you begin to give thanks even before you receive, that is the true sign, because the blessing does not arrive to change you. It arrives when you have already changed. Napoleon Hill said that adversity carries within itself the seed of an equivalent benefit, and this seed only germinates when you stop resisting what is, when you stop fighting the scenery and start becoming the field, because the field is what sustains the seed, and the field does not react to chaos. It vibrates beyond it, so if everything around you seems to be getting worse, if things are falling apart, if the silence has deepened, maybe you are exactly where you need to be, because the blessing does not come when everything gets better. It comes when you improve your frequency, even when everything seems to be getting worse. It comes when the world is still chaotic, but you are already at peace. When time has not yet changed, but you have already become the now. This is the surest sign, the vibration that no longer depends on form, the faith that no longer waits for proof, the love that no longer needs permission to exist. It is here, in this inner place, that the blessing lands, because here, you already are it, and what you already are only needs to be recognized. And then, it manifests softly, silently, exactly as it should be. The purpose of chaos, to refine, not to punish. The conditioned mind interprets chaos as punishment, as if pain were a consequence of something we did wrong, as if the lack of answers were a sign of unworthiness. But the soul knows. It knows that chaos is a tool, that discomfort is pedagogical, that confusion is not punishment. It is refinement, a silent call from life for you to reconnect with what is essential. Napoleon Hill wrote that every adversity carries within itself the seed of an equivalent benefit. And this phrase is not consolation, it is a map, because chaos does not come to destroy, it comes to purify. It uproots what is false, it dismantles what is out of balance, it disorganizes what was sustained by force, not by truth. And in doing so, it makes room for something more authentic, more vibrant, more coherent with who you really are. Chaos is a conversation between the old and the new, an intense conversation, sometimes painful, but necessary, because the new does not settle in without noise. It needs to deconstruct what is crystallized. It needs to move what was paralyzed. It needs to dissolve what no longer supports its next version. And this movement, seen from the perspective of the ego, is discomfort. But seen from the perspective of the soul, it is liberation. Nothing that is real is lost in chaos. What is lost is what was already defeated, what had already stopped vibrating, what no longer followed your internal rhythm. And when you lose this, you are not being punished. You are being aligned, refined, prepared, because only those who go through the fire know the gold they carry. The purpose of chaos is not to distance you from the blessing, it is to bring you closer to it. But to do so, it needs to empty, cleanse, reorder, and this reordering is uncomfortable until it reveals its truth. Because when you no longer fear chaos, but listen to it, it stops being a threat, and it becomes a master, a silent master, firm but compassionate. That takes you, without detours, back to yourself. And there, in you, is where everything begins, where everything starts again, where everything finally blossoms. The greatest spiritual test: keep vibrating what you still can't see. It's not hard to stay centered when everything is visible, when the signs confirm, when the paths open, when life seems to cooperate. But the true spiritual test begins in the invisible, in the silence, in the absence of evidence, when what you feel is not yet reflected in the external world, when everything around you seems to deny what pulses within. And yet, you remain. Keep vibrating love, even when there is rejection. Keep vibrating abundance, even when the balance is scarce. Keep vibrating healing, even when your body still hurts. Keep, because something in you already knows, because something in you has already aligned, because the vibration has become your home, not your strategy, your state, not your technique, your nature, not your obligation. Napoleon Hill understood that the true power of the mind lies in holding an internal image so clearly that the external world has no choice but to bow to it. But this image cannot be just mental. It needs to be vibrational. It needs to be emotionally rooted. It needs to be felt with such truth that the field not only recognizes it, it obeys it. To vibrate the invisible is to live with your eyes closed to the world and open to your heart. It is to walk even without a map. It is to plant even without a season. It is to water even without a sprout. And to do this not out of stubbornness, but out of faith. Faith that is not passive waiting. It is subtle action. It is silent constancy. It is fidelity to that which has not yet shown itself, but already vibrates within you with the strength of who you already are. This is the greatest proof, and also the greatest portal, because when you vibrate what you do not yet see, the universe realizes it is ready. It is ready. They no longer depend on form. They are coherence in movement. And it is this coherence, this fidelity to the invisible, that precedes the miracle, because those who vibrate before seeing manifest, because they have already become the reality they want to live, and reality only responds, always. The symbol of Chinese bamboo. Few symbols represent the time of blessing as beautifully and accurately as the Chinese bamboo. In the first years after planting, nothing happens on the surface. Nothing sprouts, nothing blooms, nothing shows itself. The soil remains seemingly empty, and yet the farmer continues to care for it, watering it, nourishing it, trusting it, because he knows, even though nothing can be seen, everything is happening. The roots are being formed, and when the bamboo finally breaks through the ground, it grows meters in a few weeks. But it wasn't fast. It was silent. The spiritual journey is like that. Long, invisible, silent. You plant, but you don't see it. You care, but nothing blooms. You pray, but the sky seems silent. And in this time, the time of the roots, many give up because they confuse silence with absence. They confuse invisibility with failure. They confuse waiting with refusal. But bamboo knows how to wait. Napoleon Hill lived years underground, without applause, without recognition, without certainties. And it was this time of invisibility, that prepared you, because there is no harvest without roots, and roots cannot be seen. Roots can be felt. Roots are sustained. Roots are chosen. Every day. When you are in this time of roots, the easiest thing to do is to doubt. The mind demands results. The ego wants proof. The world demands speed. But the soul asks for patience, because it knows that what grows quickly falls easily, and what is built in silence remains. When, finally, the blessing manifests itself, and it will manifest itself, it will come with strength, with stability, with presence, because it was sustained from the inside out. You are not standing still. You are creating roots. You are expanding the field. You are becoming capable of sustaining what you asked for. And when everything is ready, the invisible will break through the earth, not like magic, but as a consequence, as a harvest, as a vibrational response to your silent constancy. Remember, haste wants flowers, but wisdom plants bamboo, because bamboo is not only beautiful on the surface, he's strong inside. He is whole. He is deep, like you, like the blessing that comes, like the truth that no longer needs to prove anything to finally blossom. To change your reality, you need to be someone new before anything changes on the outside. Frequency comes first. This is the phrase that sums it all up. That sums up the path. That points out, with serene clarity, what we try so hard to find on the outside. Joe Dispenza said this with the precision of someone who knows the codes of the field. And Napoleon Hill lived it with the depth of someone who experienced the invisible bending to the vibrational state of an aligned mind. You don't change your reality because something outside has changed. You change because something inside has been reconfigured, because the old no longer serves, because the old no longer vibrates, because the version of you that you were can no longer sustain the reality you desire. And that's why before the blessing comes the crossing. Before the answer comes the silence. Before the harvest comes the time of the root. Frequency comes first, always, because the universe doesn't deliver what you want. It delivers what you are. And that's why insisting on methods, formulas, strategies, without changing the vibration doesn't work, because the field does not respond to your will. It responds to your truth. And your truth is not in the words you say. It is in the peace you sustain. It is in the surrender you practice. It is in the coherence you emanate, even when no one is watching. It is this frequency that anticipates form, that advances time, that attracts without seeking, that manifests without forcing. The transformation begins when you stop asking the world to change and start changing from within, when you decide to be the vibration of that which you so long for. When you choose to embody the miracle that has not yet arrived, because when you do this, it is already here, in the form of presence, in the form of vibration, in the form of state. And this state is everything. It is from this that the new reality is born. It is in it that the blessing is anchored. It is from this that the universe conspires, not by magic, but by correspondence, because what you sustain sustains you. What you vibrate responds. What you are attracts. So breathe. You don't need to run. You just need to be. And being is already creating, silently, deeply, inevitably. There is a type of tiredness that cannot be cured by rest. It is the tiredness of the soul in the midst of noise. The type of exhaustion that comes not from excessive tasks, but from disconnection from the essential. We live in an era where everything needs to be fast, visible, proven. But the soul does not thrive on haste. It needs silence. It needs listening. It needs a space where nothing else is required of it except that it be. And it is in this space that is frightening because it seems empty, that miracles begin, not as explosions, not as grand events, but as silent reconnections with a presence that has never left us. Napoleon Hill understood this profoundly. In his moments of crisis, when plans fell apart, when the numbers didn't add up, when doors seemed to be closing, he no longer sought strategies. He sought silence, because it was there, in this silence, that he accessed what he called the infinite mind. The modern world has trained us to resist silence. He taught us to confuse movement with progress, to confuse productivity with value. But there is a truth that noise cannot hide for long. What is real is only revealed in silence, because God does not compete with noise. He waits until everything that is not you falls silent. And when you finally stop, he speaks. W. Clement Stone, Hill's mentor and partner, used isolation as a strategic tool. Instead of looking for statistics, he listened to the invisible. Instead of following formulas, he sat in silence. Because he knew that the field of greatest decisions is not mental, it is spiritual, and it is only accessed when the mind gives up trying to solve everything and starts listening. The difference between being alone and being in solitude is vibrational. Emotional solitude imprisons. Spiritual solitude reveals. One is absence, the other is heightened presence. And this presence is where miracles germinate. The quantum field does not respond to noise. It responds to coherence, to surrender, to the silence that is not emptiness, but a portal, a silence where frequencies align, where the invisible becomes magnetically real. You may have avoided this silence out of fear, because deep down, you knew that it doesn't just soothe. It reveals. It reveals what needs to change, what needs to be healed, what needs to be let go of. But most importantly, it reveals who you already are. And when you tap into that presence within yourself, you are no longer alone. You are with God. And it is in that moment, exactly in that moment, that the miracle begins. The vibrational pain of trying to manifest in the midst of noise. Manifesting is not shouting at the universe. It is tuning into it. It is aligning yourself to the point where desire is no longer a request, but a state. But how can you maintain this state when your mind is constantly being crossed by notifications, pressures, distractions, and demands? The answer is simple, but disconcerting. It is not possible, because the magnetic field of the mind only aligns in coherence. And coherence does not flourish in chaos. We try to produce, resolve, move forward, but inside, we are fragmented. Our thoughts jump from one concern to another. Our attention is never complete. The body is in motion, but the soul is exhausted. And in this state, what we emit to the universe is not clear intention. It is interference. It is noise. And noise, vibrationally, does not manifest. It only echoes more of the same. Napoleon Hill warned about this even before the digital age. He observed how many people pursued goals with confused energy, how they insisted on acting without pause, planning without silence, desiring without presence. And when everything went wrong, they didn't realize that the problem wasn't the goal. It was the frequency from which it was being emitted. It was the internal noise disguised as external movement. Confusing productivity with presence is an invisible mistake, because being productive doesn't mean being aligned. It just means that something is being done. But what is being done without alignment doesn't flourish. It may even work for a while. It may even generate results, but it doesn't sustain itself, because it wasn't created from the field. It was pushed by fear, and fear, even camouflaged as action, vibrates scarcity. To manifest truthfully, you must first silence the noise of haste, the noise of comparison, the noise of guilt, because these noises are vibrational codes. And if you're trying to create with a scattered mind and a restless heart, the field doesn't respond. It only reflects this same disorder. And you get tired, and you doubt, and you start to think it's not possible. But it is possible, just not in the noise, not in the rush, not in urgency. It is possible in silence, in centering. The moment you stop trying to force the miracle and start listening to what it is trying to teach you. Because every miracle has a frequency, and this frequency never shouts, it whispers. And only those who learn to listen to this whisper manifest it with lightness, with truth, with presence. When the mind screams and the soul is silent, the moment when God enters. There comes a point in the journey when the mind is exhausted. It has tried to understand. It has tried to predict. It has tried to control. It has tried to make things happen. But somewhere along the way, it loses its way. It screams. It screams for direction. It screams for relief. It screams for answers. And in that scream, it doesn't realize that the soul is already silent. Because while the mind struggles to resolve, the the soul waits to receive. It is in this contrast between the mental noise and the serenity of the soul that the miracle finds its place. Not when the mind is overactive, but when it surrenders, when it lets go, when it finally admits, "I don't know." That's when something opens up, because the field doesn't respond to effort. It responds to surrender, and true surrender only happens when the mind stops and the soul begins to speak. Napoleon Hill knew this point well. In his writings, he describes how, after restless nights, it was always in the calmest dawn that ideas would emerge, not because he thought more, but because he finally became still. And in that space that seems empty, there is a presence, a silent intelligence, a wisdom that does not impose itself, but that has always been there, waiting for the mind to give way. Neuroscience today confirms what Hill intuited. The so-called default mode of the mind, that state in which we are not trying to solve anything, just being, is the most creative, the most revealing, the most aligned with the field. It is in this state that frequencies like theta are activated, frequencies that open the doors of the subconscious, that connect intuition, that activate the invisible. God does not enter the noise. He is already present. But it is in the silence that you perceive him, not the silence of absence, but the silence of full presence, the one that happens when you no longer try to control and just feel. And in that feeling, something greater touches your field, something that cannot be explained, but that transforms, that realigns, that calms. When the mind screams, breathe. When it agitates, observe. And when it finally becomes silent, recognize you are not alone. You never were. It was just too loud to notice. Now there is space, and it is in this space that the invisible begins to speak, low, soft, but with a force that no mind has ever been able to contain. Loneliness, or channel of revelation, the spiritual reinterpretation of silence. It is easy to confuse loneliness with emptiness. It is easy to believe that being alone is being disconnected, but there is a type of solitude that does not isolate. It reveals. A solitude that is not absence, but amplification. A space where the divine can finally be heard, not because he speaks louder, but because, in silence, everything that is not him falls silent. The world is afraid of solitude because it removes distractions. It brings you back to yourself. It shows you what you have been avoiding seeing. And that, for many, is frightening. But for those who understand the spiritual value of silence, this space is not punishment. It is preparation. It is where the noise of the constructed identity fades away and the authentic sound of the soul emerges. Napoleon Hill understood that great insights did not come in moments of crowds, but in moments of solitude. He taught that being alone was the perfect condition to connect with the infinite mind, because in this stillness, the layers of the persona dissolve, the ego softens, the mind gives way, and the spirit finds passage. And when this happens, what seemed distant comes closer. What seemed complex becomes simpler. What seemed unattainable becomes natural. Solitude is the soil where intuition flourishes. It is not isolation, it is encounter. An encounter with parts of yourself that only reveal themselves when there is no one else around to impress, when there are no expectations to fulfill, when you can just be. And in that being, the field aligns, the vibration organizes, the frequency rises. Synchronicities do not arise in excess noise. They arise when the channel is clear, when the soul is available, when presence is real. And real presence only happens where the fear of solitude has been replaced by reverence for silence. Because silence, in this state, is not absence. It is full presence. It is God, not outside, but inside. Not waiting to be called, but waiting to be perceived. Emotional solitude contracts. Spiritual solitude expands. And this expansion is not immediately visible, but it changes everything. Because from there, you no longer manifest to fill voids. You manifest from fullness. And this completely changes the quality of what arrives. Because now, you are no longer asking to escape from pain. You are creating to express the truth, a truth that only silence has revealed, and that, therefore, is indestructible. Fatal error. Seeking manifestation while vibrating abandonment. There is a subtle trap on the path to manifestation, a trap that seems like a lofty intention, but vibrates deep scarcity. It is the paradox of desiring the new, while feeling emotionally rejected by life, of asking for abundance, while believing deep down that you have been forgotten, of affirming faith, while the field carries the silent pain of those who feel abandoned by God. This state of abandonment is not always conscious. It hides in phrases like, "Nothing works out for me. I always come last. I do everything right, and it still doesn't happen." And when these phrases become vibrations, they contaminate the field, because the universe does not respond to what you say. It responds to what you vibrate. And if you vibrate abandonment, the field returns absence, not out of malice, but out of harmony. Napoleon Hill said that true faith is not the one that calls for a miracle, but the one that sustains presence even in silence. Because those who are still trying to prove that they are worthy are emitting the frequency of those who feel excluded. And this exclusion, even disguised as spirituality, blocks. Because desire becomes supplication, and supplication, when born of pain, pushes away that which it seeks. Lack disguised as high intention is one of the most difficult vibrational codes to perceive, because it comes with beautiful language, with words of hope, with declarations of surrender. But behind it, there is fear, there is haste, there is an urgency that does not trust. And this urgency is felt, vibrated, rejected by the field. The path is not to nullify desire. It is to heal the frequency that rocks it. It is to recognize that wanting something should not be born from the pain of not having it, but from the peace of already being it. Because when desire comes from a place of fulfillment, it attracts. But when it comes to fill a hole, it only deepens the void. Therefore, before seeking what you want, look at what you feel. Heal the abandonment. Rediscover yourself with the certainty that you are already included. You are already seen. You are already part of the plan. And then, yes, desire, but wish with the vibration of someone who already knows that he is worthy, that he is complete, that he is a channel. Because at this frequency, manifestation stops being an effort and becomes a consequence. Natural, gentle, inevitable. The mind that begs does not manifest, it repels. There is an abysmal energetic difference between desiring clearly and begging desperately. Desire, when mature, vibrates with confidence. It is calm. It is direct. It knows it is on the right path and therefore does not need to prove itself. But begging vibrates with need, vibrates with urgency, vibrates with fear disguised as faith. And the field feels this and responds with silence. The mind that begs is trying to negotiate with the universe based on the feeling of unworthiness. It says, "Please give it to me." But behind its back, it vibrates. "I don't have it. I am not. I can't do it." And this internal incoherence contaminates the field, because what attracts is not the spoken desire. It is the felt identity. And if your identity is still that of the one who begs, then life can only give you more situations that confirm this stance. Joe Dispenza talks about this precisely. He explains that when emotion is not aligned with thought, the field does not obey. You can say that you believe. You can repeat mantras. You can do your best. But if, deep down, your body vibrates scarcity, if your breathing vibrates fear, if your heart vibrates urgency, there is no way to express it. Because the field is coherent. It does not judge. It only reflects. Napoleon Hill also said, "Faith is the mental state that can be induced by repetition." But this repetition is not just of words. It is of emotion. It is of a vibrational state. It is of behavior that is consistent with what is desired. And those who live in a state of supplication are still saying that they depend. that they need, that they do not have. And this field, no matter how much it desires something new, is still stuck in the old cycle of scarcity. Therefore, the way out is not to ask for more. It is to trust more. It is not to cry out for help. It is to enter the silence of those who already know that they are being answered, even if they do not see it yet, even if they do not touch it yet. Because true prayer is not born of desperation. It is born of certainty, and this certainty does not need to prove anything. It only vibrates. It only sustains. It only is. And the being manifests because it does not need to beg. It has already understood that everything it sought outside was always being attracted from within. And now, in this new state, the universe no longer resists. It only responds, because finally, there is coherence. And where there is coherence, there is no effort, only flow, only alignment, only miracles. Why miracles don't happen when you try to force them? Anxiety disguised as intention creates a subtle tension in the field. It's like trying to plant a flower in soggy soil. No matter how fertile the seed, no matter how careful the hand, it won't bloom because too much water, just like too much effort, drowns it. And a miracle, like a flower, only grows in light soil, in soil that trusts in time, in soil that doesn't suffocate. When you try to force a miracle, you push it away, not because the universe is punishing you, but because your vibration is out of alignment. Trying to control the invisible is an unconscious declaration of distrust, and distrust creates noise. It creates resistance. It creates a magnetic field that repels the very thing you say you want to attract. Napoleon Hill called this the law of allowance, one of the most neglected, a silent but powerful law, because allowing is different from wishing. It's different from planning. Allowing is making space. It means not interrupting the process with anxious interventions. It means trusting to the point of not interfering, because those who allow know. Those who allow are already at peace. Anxiety, even when wrapped up in positive words, is felt in the field, and the field does not lie. It responds to emotional truth, not to declared intention. You can say you trust, but if your body is tense, if your heart is tight, if your mind is racing, then your real vibration is one of urgency, and urgency does not attract. It blocks. Allowing is letting go of the need for control without letting go of vision. It is maintaining focus without losing lightness. It is taking care of the process without attachments to time, because the miracle is not the result of effort. It is the result of surrender, and surrender is not giving up. It is vibrational maturity. It is the point where you understand that you are already in motion, even if your eyes do not yet see it. The flower does not open because someone forces it. It opens because the environment is conducive, because the earth sustains it, because time respects it, because the light touches it. And so it is with the miracle. It does not need to be forced. It needs to be nurtured, with silence, with presence, with trust. And when that happens, it comes, not as an answer, but as a consequence, from a field that has finally learned to allow. And because of that, it can now receive, fully, sweetly, inevitably. When everything stops, the invisible begins to operate. There is a point at which silence is no longer absence. It is language. A point at which the apparent emptiness is not abandonment. It is preparation. When everything stops, when external paths are closed, when rational solutions are exhausted, when there is nothing left to do, something begins to happen. But it happens where the eyes cannot see. It happens in the invisible. It happens in the field. It is in this state of suspension that the miracle is prepared. Because in truth, what we call pause, the universe calls realignment. Pause is not a failure. It is a space where codes are reordered, where the mind finally becomes quiet, where the soul takes control again. And in this space there is creation, subtle creation, deep creation, silent creation. Neuroscience calls this state default mode, a state in which, even without active focus, the brain is more creative, more intuitive, more connected with the subconscious. It is as if When the control is released, the greater intelligence finds space to act. And this intelligence acts with precision. It aligns people, ideas, events, but it does not do so in noise. It does so in silence. Napoleon Hill observed that many of the most brilliant solutions came after moments of exhaustion of the logical mind. It was not in mental effort. It was in the subtle relinquishment of control. When he allowed the mind this space of not knowing, something new emerged. Because that is how the invisible operates. It does not invade. It waits for permission. And permission only comes with pause. This process is uncomfortable for the ego, because the ego wants action. It wants visible movement. It wants assurance. But the soul knows how to wait, because it knows that the invisible is not static. It is active. It is intelligent. It is always responding, but its response only translates into reality when there is space. So, if everything has stopped, if everything has slowed down, if the world seems too quiet, perhaps this is the sign that the field has begun to operate, that matter is being prepared, that the invisible is finally finding its way. And when this happens, the only thing to do is to maintain the frequency, to remain in the field, not with fear, but with reverence, because now the invisible has already begun, and the visible will not take long, because everything that is real is born first in silence. Then it blossoms where everyone can see it, but only those who stayed know where it really came from. Be careful. Noise is the perfect distraction from your revelation. We live surrounded by sounds, notifications, stimuli, and urgencies. Today's world is an orchestra of distractions, and often we call this progress. But behind this accelerated pace, there is an escape, a subtle escape, a constant attempt not to listen. Because if silence arrives, it reveals. And what it reveals is not always comfortable. That's why we run away. We disguise the escape as productivity, and noise becomes a hiding place. Noise, in fact, is the ego's most sophisticated hiding place, because it keeps us too busy to feel. The mind believes that if it keeps moving, it will be safe. But the soul, it only blossoms in pause. And this pause, today, is frightening, because truth lives in it. And truth, when it emerges, demands courage. Courage to see what is misaligned. Courage to change. Courage to stop. Napoleon Hill said that deep and silent concentration is the bridge between the mind and the invisible. But this concentration is not an effort. It is presence. A presence that can only be accessed when the noise stops. And stopping the noise does not mean going to live on top of a mountain. It means inhabiting your own mind with greater awareness. It means choosing moments of total silence so that the spirit can finally speak. The addiction to noise is emotional. It is the constant attempt to avoid the discomfort of being with yourself, of looking at what still hurts, at what has not yet healed, at what has not yet been accepted. But it is precisely in this look that revelation resides. And revelation is the beginning of the miracle, because no one manifests from illusion. They only manifest with truth. Noise is efficient in interrupting this process, because it distracts. And while you are distracted, you are disconnected. And while you are disconnected, you are in vibrational noise. You are out of frequency. And the field does not respond outside of frequency. It just waits. It waits for you to come back. It waits for you to listen. Wait for you to stop. The soul does not compete with the mind. It only withdraws. And when the mind is exhausted, the soul returns. And in this return, anything can happen, because now you are available. You are whole. You are finally in silence. And in this silence, revelation arrives, not as noise, but as clarity, as certainty, as that which you have always sought, but could not find, because you were too distracted to notice. Now, no longer. Now you see. Now you hear. Now everything can begin. The forgotten practice of silent mental imagery. Before words, before techniques, before methods, there was the image, that which you hold within, without saying, without showing, without explaining, an internal image. Not just any image, but one that pulsates with emotion, that vibrates with clarity, that lives before it even exists. Napoleon Hill called this the silent mental imagery, and he knew it is more powerful than any affirmation repeated out loud because it vibrates, and what vibrates creates. The mind does not distinguish what is experienced externally from what is deeply felt in imagination, and that is why the silent image is so powerful, because it is intimate, it is constant, it is real in the field, even before it is real in time. But in the world of noise, we forget this. We prefer noise. We prefer methods that give us a sense of control, and we exchange the depth of the image for the superficiality of repetition. But an emotionally charged image, visualized in a state of presence, has the power to alter your electromagnetic field. It has the power to attract situations, connections, and realities that correspond to what you already vibrate within. And there is no effort in this. There is coherence, because the true image is not manufactured, it is felt. It is born from the connection with what is yours, even before it is visible. Napoleon Hill said that the secret was to see so clearly that the world had no choice but to follow. But this clarity is not mental. It is vibrational. It is formed in silence. The moment you close your eyes, breathe, and enter this space where there are no requests, only presence. Presence with the image, presence with the emotion, presence with the reality that has not yet come, but already lives within. This practice requires surrender. It requires patience. It requires inner silence, because the noisy mind cannot sustain the image. It tries to control. It tries to correct. It tries to accelerate. But the silent mental image, it does not need to be forced. It just needs to be felt. And the more you feel it, the more it vibrates. And the more it vibrates, the more the field responds. It is in this state that the miracle begins. Not in speaking, but in feeling. Not in asking, but in sustaining. Not in doubt, but in the living image of a truth that, even if invisible, already is. And because it is, it has already begun. And because it has already begun, it no longer needs words. Only constancy, only silence, only you, totally present with what is already vibrating. And that is all. Hidden error, trying to vibrate faith without healing the inner guilt. There is a vibration that speaks louder than any declaration of faith. It is the vibration of guilt, the silent guilt, the one that hides behind positive affirmations, that camouflages itself in spiritual practices, that appears as subtle doubt, as hesitation, as self-judgment. And even when you say, "I trust," if this guilt still lives in your field, it imposes itself, it contaminates, it impedes, because guilt does not allow you to receive. It puts you in an unconscious state of unworthiness, a vibrational state in which you, even wanting the best, feel that you do not deserve it. And the universe feels this. It does not respond to your declared intention. It responds to your dominant vibration. And if guilt is stronger than faith, it wins. Napoleon Hill spoke about the importance of identity. He knew that what you believe yourself to be is what determines what you can manifest. And if your identity is still tied to an unforgiven past, to mistakes that have not been reinterpreted, to parts of yourself that you still hide, then you are vibrating the frequency of separation. And this separation pushes you away. True faith is not just believing in the invisible. It is feeling worthy of receiving it. And this is only possible when there is internal alignment, when the image you have of yourself is no longer sabotaged by voices from the past, when your story is accepted, when your pain is understood, when your journey is honored with everything it was, and when you finally allow yourself to start over without carrying the weight of yesterday. The technique is not in repeating it over and over. It is in healing the internal image, healing inherited guilt, healing self-abandonment. And this begins with truth, with the profound act of sitting with your story and embracing it. Because everything you reject within yourself vibrates, and everything that vibrates manifests. But when you embrace it, the frequency changes, the vibration is cleansed, and the field aligns. And then faith is no longer an attempt. It becomes natural, coherent, and in that state, manifestation is no longer an effort. It is an extension of your new identity, a reconciled identity, whole, true, an identity that says, with its whole body, now I allow myself, and the universe responds with everything, because finally, there is nothing blocking you anymore. Not outside, not inside, only flow, only light, only truth. The secret behind the answers that only come in the dark. There are times when you do everything right. You practice, focus, visualize, pray, and still there is silence. No clear answer, no obvious sign, nothing to alleviate doubt, nothing to confirm the path. And this frustrates, scares, tires. But it is precisely in this dark space, where the mind no longer finds control, that the truest answers are born. Because darkness is not absence, it is maturation. Andrew Carnegie, Napoleon Hill's mentor, knew this. He would retreat in silence whenever he needed to make important decisions. He no longer sought data. He no longer consulted external voices. He would step away. He would become silent. Because he had understood, the most accurate answers do not come from excess information. They emerge from the field, when the mind finally stops searching. This dark is not the end. It is the interval, a space where the soul reorganizes itself, where the layers of noise dissolve, where what is false loses strength, and what is real begins to whisper. But the whisper can only be heard when you stop screaming for answers, when you accept not knowing, and in that not knowing, you find the deepest knowledge of all, feeling. Intuition is not born in a hurry. It springs up in the dark, in the space where you have no guarantees, where you don't see the next step, but you feel it. And when you begin to trust that feeling, the darkness ceases to be a threat. It becomes a portal to a new level of consciousness, a portal to a new type of guidance, not the kind that comes from outside, but the kind that pulses silently from within. Napoleon Hill spoke of the infinite intelligence that is only accessed when the ego is silent, when the mind gets tired of trying to solve everything on its own, when there is space for the spirit to take over. And that space is dark, because it is invisible, because it is silent, but it is also fertile, deep, real. The answers that change your life do not scream. They come when you stop demanding, when you learn to trust the pause, when you understand that you are not being ignored, you are being prepared, because the dark is where the invisible organizes the visible, where what you seek is already being formed, slowly, silently, but inevitably, because now, finally, there is space, and where there is space, there is revelation. How dopamine addicts your spirituality and blocks the miracle. There is a silent chemistry going on inside you, a dance of neurotransmitters that often defines not only how you feel, but what you can manifest. And among them, dopamine stands out. It is the neurotransmitter of search, of expectation, of reward. But it can also become the poison of presence. When your spirituality becomes dependent on dopamine, it disconnects from the miracle. Dopamine makes you want more signs, more confirmation, more evidence. And when there is none, the body feels withdrawal, the mind doubts, the heart is agitated, and you begin to confuse the absence of sensation with the absence of connection. But the spiritual field does not respond to peaks of euphoria. It responds to vibrational stability, to constancy, to silent surrender, not to quick pleasure, but to deep presence. Napoleon Hill spoke about the importance of emotion felt with truth. But this emotion cannot be reactivity. It needs to be coherence. And coherence is not a peak. It is a continuous line. It is a vibration that does not depend on stimulus. That does not need immediate confirmation. Because it already is, it already sustains, it already lives what it does not yet see. When you get used to practicing spirituality, expecting a quick reward, you are training your field to be based on anxiety. And anxiety, even wrapped in mantras, continues to be a vibration of lack. You are not creating from abundance, but seeking spirituality as an escape. And everything that is an escape blocks. Patient waiting is not apathy. It is alchemy. It is the space where the ego quiets down, where the frequency settles, where the body adapts to the new vibrational reality. And this process at times does not give immediate pleasure, but it reorganizes, it cleans, it prepares. And when the field is clear, the miracle enters, not as a spike in dopamine, but as a state that no longer needs to prove anything, only sustain. So if you are no longer feeling like before, maybe that is not a problem. Maybe it is the beginning of vibrational maturity, of real spirituality, the kind that does not depend on emotion to exist, but that vibrates with such coherence that the universe surrenders, because now you are no longer looking for the miracle, you are already vibrating like it, and this vibration is irreversible. And where there is continuous coherence, the miracle has no choice. It comes, it flourishes, it remains. Why most people can't stand being alone with God for 10 minutes. Being alone is a test, but being silent before God is a mirror. And this mirror doesn't just show what's beautiful. It shows what has been ignored, what has been repressed, what has been forgotten. That's why so many avoid it. So many get busy. So many get distracted. Because silence, when true, confronts. And this confrontation is not judgment, it's revelation. Most people can't stand this encounter because in it there are no more characters. There are no more stories. There are no more masks. All that's left is you, raw, real, whole. And this wholeness is scary because the mind has learned to control everything, even spirituality. It prefers memorized prayers, safe techniques, quick promises. But God doesn't fit in with that. God waits in the silence. He waits where few have the courage to stay. Napoleon Hill understood that the greatest revelations arise when you're no longer trying to impress anyone, when the search is no longer for answers, but for presence. And in this presence, everything is revealed. The inner noise appears. The old voices return. The shame reappears. But also, something is healed, because only what is seen can be transformed. This experience is like looking into the mirror of the soul. At first, the reflection seems harsh. It shows everything you have hidden, even from yourself. But if you hold on, if you remain, the reflection changes. It begins to show what you really are, the divine spark, the vibrational being, the living presence of creation. And then, the fear passes. The pain is silenced, and you finally find yourself. Silence with God is not the absence of words. It is the fullness of presence. It is when prayer becomes breathing, when a request becomes surrender, when you no longer need to be answered because you are already at peace. You are already in communion. You are already whole. That is why so few stay, because the path of truth has no shortcuts. But those who stay, those who endure this mirror, come back different. They come back real. They come back light, because they discovered that God is not outside. He is there, in that silence that seemed empty, but was sacred. And now they don't run away anymore, because they realized that silence was the miracle. It always was. The magnetic field of total surrender. When you let go, without running away. True surrender is one of the most powerful and yet most misunderstood states of the spiritual journey. Many believe that surrender is giving up, that letting go is abdicating, that not resisting is not acting. But true surrender is not passive. It is vibrationally active. It is a silent decision to trust, without losing presence, to let go, without abandoning, to give up control, without running away from the now. There is a subtle line between letting go out of trust and letting go out of fear, and the universe senses this difference. When you let go with awareness, your field emits a clear frequency, a vibration that says, I trust because it is. But when you let go because you're tired, because you're frustrated, because you want to numb yourself, the frequency that is emitted is one of emotional surrender. And this frequency does not manifest. It only echoes more tiredness. Napoleon Hill understood that the turning point never happened in strength, but in the space where effort gave way to certainty, silent certainty, the one that doesn't need evidence, the one that doesn't seek guarantees, the one that simply sustains. Because surrender is not the absence of intention. It is detachment from time. It is commitment to the process, not to the immediate result. Keeping your vibration high in the presence of not knowing is one of the greatest acts of faith, because the ego wants logic. It wants maps, dates, guarantees. But the soul already knows. And when you align with this part of you that already knows, even without proof, the miracle begins to be woven, because you are no longer trying to force the flower to bloom. You are taking care of the field. You are nourishing the root. You are becoming the fertile space where manifestation can finally flourish. Letting go without running away is continuing to be present. It is continuing to love. It is continuing to vibrate with real gratitude. Not because everything is as you wanted, but because you are already the one who can sustain what you asked for. And this attitude changes everything, because it transforms you into the point of stability where the invisible can rest. And when that happens, the miracle does not come as a visitor. It comes as a consequence. Natural, deep, permanent, because now there is scope, there is trust, there is total surrender. When the inner world aligns, the outer world has no choice. The outer world is a reflection, a faithful reflection of the world you sustain within. This is a spiritual truth that is as powerful as it is silent. And because it is silent, few realize it. Most people keep trying to change the outer world with force, with repetition, with strategy. But reality does not bend to effort. It molds itself to vibration. And vibration is born from internal alignment. When your inner world is at war, when there is incoherence between what you think, feel, and do, the field responds with confusion, because it is reading not your words, but your states. And the truest state always wins. Even if you say, "I want peace," if you live in turmoil, it is the turmoil that will be reflected, because the universe does not judge, it only responds. Neville Goddard taught that imagination, when impregnated with real emotion, creates. It does not create in the future, it creates now, because it alters the vibrational identity. It changes the being, and when the being changes, the having only follows. What you see outside begins to change, because you have already become, inside, someone who lives on a different frequency. It is inevitable. It is automatic. It is magnetic. Inner alignment does not require perfection. It requires truth. It requires courage to look inside and see what is out of alignment. It requires emotional honesty so as not to mask pain with forced positivity. Because when you align with what you truly feel, even if it is uncomfortable, you open space for healing. And all true healing is followed by manifestation. The external world has no choice in the face of an aligned internal field. It cannot resist coherence, because coherence creates a vortex, a center of spiritual gravity, a point of attraction so strong that everything around it begins to reorganize itself. People, situations, paths, resources, everything begins to revolve around your new frequency. And this is not magic, it is vibrational mechanics. So, stop fighting the world, realign yourself, reconcile your parts. Heal the disconnect between what you desire and what you sustain. And then, see how everything starts to move. See how the universe bends, not to your request, but to your state. Because now, you are no longer trying to convince. You are being. And what is, already creates, already manifests, already transforms everything, from the inside out, forever. The metaphor of the seed in the dark. The miracle grows where no one sees it. Before it blooms, every seed faces darkness. a silent space where there is no recognition, no applause, no guarantees, only it, surrounded by earth, by humidity, by waiting, and yet it grows. It breaks through. It aligns itself with life even before the world notices. Because the miracle does not begin in the light, it begins in the invisible. This metaphor is more than poetry. It is a spiritual map. The seed does not rush. It does not doubt the process. It does not demand signs. It simply surrenders. It feels the time. It honors the darkness. And it is this darkness, so avoided by us, that activates its power, that makes it open up from within, that teaches it that breaking through is not suffering. It is blooming in secret. Napoleon Hill understood the value of the invisible. He knew that the most powerful ideas are not born in the spotlight. They are born in solitude, in seclusion, in the space where the rational mind can no longer cope, and the spirit takes over. This is the soil of miracles, a soil where you seem to be standing still, but you are being prepared. The seed does not see the sun when it begins to grow, but it feels, it knows, it trusts, because even buried, it is still in tune with the sky. And this tune is everything, because the world may not even see what you are creating. It may even doubt, but if you feel, if you vibrate, if you remain silent, something is being born. Something is coming. Something has already begun. Creative solitude is this practice of germination. It is not isolation. It is incubation. It is when you consciously choose to leave the noise, not out of escape, but out of reverence, because you know that your field needs space to reorganize itself, to align itself, to blossom from the inside out. So, honor your time as a seed. Do not fight the darkness. It is not absence. It is a womb. It is a nest. It is a promise in its raw state. And when finally the flower breaks through the earth, you will know that it was never still. It was just becoming, just like you, just like the miracle, just like everything that is worth blooming, at the exact time, in the right timing, in perfect silence. Why the absence of visible signs is a powerful spiritual sign. When you move deeply into alignment with something greater, there comes a point where the silence intensifies. External signs disappear, confirmations cease, and everything feels empty. But this emptiness is not absence. It is transition, a sacred blind spot between what you were and what you are becoming. And precisely because it feels like nothing, it is everything. The mind, addicted to quick answers, panics in this space. It wants to see, it wants to hear, it wants proof that everything is working. But the spirit doesn't need that, because the spirit knows that the field is active even when the senses don't pick up on anything. It knows that the invisible is not inertia. It is silent action. It is intelligence in motion. Napoleon Hill lived for long periods without any external validation, no visible certainty, no applause. And it was in these spaces, where there seemed to be no progress, that he was shaped to sustain the impact of what was to come. Because the silence of the field is not the end. It is the vibrational preparation for something that, if it came before its time, would crush instead of bless. It is necessary to learn to respect the time of invisibility. It is like an incubator, a spiritual womb where your new version is being formed. And like every gestation process, it cannot be seen from the outside, but it can be felt from the inside. And whoever feels it, sustains it, even without seeing it, even without hearing it, even without understanding it. The absence of visible signs does not mean abandonment. It is the universe's trust that you can now move forward without crutches. It is the transition from dependent faith to embodied faith. The faith that no longer needs answers to move forward, because it has already become a state. It is already vibration. It is already presence. If you are at this point, where nothing confirms it anymore, where everything seems to be at a standstill, do not back down. You are being tuned. You are being tested, not to prove something to the universe, but to prove to yourself that you already are, that you already know, that you already sustain. And it is at that very point, that point where the noise stops, where the signals fade, where the world goes silent, that the field aligns most strongly. Because now you no longer need proof. You have become the proof. You are the signal. And that changes everything, because the universe responds not to what you seek, but to what you already are, even in the dark, even in silence, especially in silence. Practical technique: 3 steps to activate the silent field of manifestation. There are times when there is no point in seeking new information. What is missing is not knowledge. It is attunement. It is vibrational grounding. It is a return to the inner center from where everything starts. And that is why, when the mind has tried everything, the soul asks for simplicity. It asks for presence. It asks for silent practice. Not to make things happen, but to allow what already is to reveal itself. Napoleon Hill knew the importance of combining intention with technique, not as a control, but as an instrument of alignment. And that is why practices like the one below are not formulas. They are vibrational rituals, invitations for you to reorganize your field. And remember that you are already a channel. You are already a creator. You are already a bridge between the invisible and the real. The first step is grounding breathing with heart focus. Sit in silence, take a few deep breaths, and bring your attention to the center of your chest. Imagine the air entering and leaving through your heart. This activates your heart coherence. This is the point where the mind begins to quiet down and the field harmonizes. In this space, there is no rush, only presence. The second stage is visualization without desire. Close your eyes and imagine not what you want, but how you feel when you are already living it. See the scene as if it were happening now, but without wanting to rush it. Just be there. Feel the peace, the lightness, the joy, without the need to convince the universe. Just vibrate. Just vibrate as if you have already arrived. The third stage is vibrational reinforcement without expectation. After visualization, bring this sensation into your body. Breathe with it. Walk with it. Cook with it. Live the day with this frequency, not as someone waiting for confirmation, but as someone who already is confirmation. Because the quickest miracle is the one that no longer needs to be proven. It only needs to be maintained. These 3 stages are not tasks. They are states. They are reminders that everything you seek is already seeking you. But for the encounter to happen, there needs to be sufficient silence in the field. There must be space. You must finally become the temple of manifestation. And in this temple, there is no rush, only reverence. Because now, you are not trying to create. You are sustaining the vibration of someone who already knows that everything that is true, silent, and felt is already on its way. And it will arrive with ease, with precision, in the perfect timing of the invisible. True story. How a failed mentor rebuilt his life after 8 months of silence. There was a time when he had it all: the recognition, the busy schedule, the promises of success. But somewhere along the way, the external noise became louder than his own truth. He began to drift away from himself. And, as happens to all who disconnect from their center, life responded with silence. Projects stopped, contacts drifted away, finances collapsed, and he was left alone. But this solitude was not a punishment. It was a call. It was a silent summons to return. And he answered, not by choice, but by exhaustion. And when he realized that everything he tried to do only worsened the feeling of being lost, he stopped. He turned everything off. For 8 months, he withdrew from almost everything that connected him to the external world. And there, in the absence of answers, he found a new beginning. There were no elaborate meditations. There were no great daily revelations. There was just silence. And in that silence, pain, fear, shame, but also memory. Memory of who he was before success. Memory of the connection that preceded any validation. Memory of the frequency he lost, trying to be what was expected of him. And by remembering, he reconnected. This process was not quick, but it was profound. Day after day, he wrote without knowing why. He breathed without expecting results. He walked aimlessly. He just allowed himself. He just listened. He just cleared the field. Until one day, without any plan, he was called for a conversation, an unexpected invitation, a new project. And from there, everything started to come back. But not like before, with more truth, with more lightness, with more soul. Today, this mentor lives in a new time, a time of peace that no longer depends on results, a time of purpose that no longer needs performance. He does not teach formulas, he shares presence, and his greatest lesson is simple. Silence heals, silence aligns, silence reveals, because behind every collapse, there is always an invitation to return to the only frequency where the miracle is inevitable, that of being. And he returned, not because he was saved, but because finally he listened to himself. And when he listened, everything started again. This time, not for survival, but for coherence. Not to prove something, but to live, truthfully. And that, he says today with his eyes shining, was the true miracle, what began in the deepest silence. When God doesn't answer, maybe you're asking on the wrong frequency. It's not always what you say. It's not always how you ask. Sometimes it's the frequency you ask from that determines the answer that comes, or doesn't come. God, the field, the source, doesn't respond to words. He responds to states, to alignments, to presences. And if the question comes from fear, haste, guilt, or desperation, the answer doesn't come. Not because of punishment, but because of vibrational mismatch. It's like trying to tune into a radio station with the dial out of focus. The message is on the air, but you can't pick it up because your vibration is out of alignment. It's in noise. And noise doesn't listen. It only shouts. It only waits. It only demands. And demands don't create space. They close. And the universe, in order to manifest, needs space. It needs silence. It needs coherence. Napoleon Hill warned, "The mind connected to the infinite mind is the one that operates in a state of emotional calm and practical faith." Practical faith, not blind, not anxious, but embodied. And this faith is only sustained when the internal frequency corresponds to what is desired. It is not about repeating, "I trust." It is about vibrating this trust to the point where you no longer need to hear anything to know that you are being heard. The right question, asked from the wrong frequency, still blocks, because communication with the divine is not linear, it is energetic. The format of the prayer does not matter. What matters is the vibration of the one praying. If your prayer comes from the fear of being ignored, it vibrates abandonment. If it comes from the rush to be answered, it vibrates neediness. And these vibrations, even if disguised as faith, are still noise. But when you change your internal state, when you clear the field, when you let go of the urgency and remain, the answer comes. And many times, it comes even before the question is verbalized, because the divine does not respond to what you say. It responds to what you become. And when you become presence, when you become trust, when you become gratitude before the miracle, you are already the answer. You are already in tune. And in that state, there is no longer any need to ask. There is only a silent feeling, an inner knowing that everything is in motion, that everything is being taken care of, that everything is already happening. Because now you are asking at the right frequency. And at that frequency, God not only answers, He whispers, He guides, He transforms, and He does it in the exact right time, in the most complete silence, with the precision that only the invisible knows, the blind spot where miracles have always begun. They never begin with light. They never arrive with fanfare. True miracles are born in the gaps, in the voids, in the moments when you think nothing else can happen. And it is there, exactly there, in the blind spot, that life turns, that the invisible manifests itself, that the impossible finds passage, because miracles are not made of magic. They are made of alignment, of silence, of an internal space where the frequency finally corresponds to what the soul already knew. Napoleon Hill repeated, as if he knew too much and was seldom heard. The mind only connects to the infinite mind in a state of emotional calm and practical faith. But few apply it, because few can bear the silence necessary for this state to happen. Most still expect the answer to come from noise, from force, from insistence. But the miracle comes when there is space, and space only opens with vibrational surrender, with emotional serenity, with a faith that no longer struggles to believe because it already is. Loneliness then ceases to be a punishment. It reveals itself as vibrational purification, a process in which everything that was not yours dissolves. Everything that was attachment falls away. Everything that was noise falls away. And what remains is you, naked of defenses, full of presence. And in this presence, God finds passage. Neville Goddard said that you become what you silently inhabit. And this is the truth that the world needs to remember the most. You do not attract what you shout. You attract what you sustain in silence. Because the universe responds to your internal state, to your predominant vibration. And when this vibration is of serenity, of surrender, of presence, what comes is not an answer. It is a new reality. Silence, then, is not a void of life. It is a tool of creation, a hidden code between what you release and what you receive, a space where the field organizes itself, where the soul aligns itself, where the miracle prepares itself. And when it comes, it does not shout. It arrives softly, precisely, exactly. And in that moment, everything changes, not because you forced it, but because you held on, you trusted, you stayed. And in the silence where almost no one can stand to be, you remained. And because of that, the miracle recognized you, because you were already it, silently, completely, since always. Have you ever felt stuck, even though you knew exactly what you needed to do? As if there was an invisible force holding your arms, muffling your voice, sabotaging the next step you swore to take the day before. It's like living inside an unfulfilled promise, not for lack of intention, but for something deeper, something that the conscious mind cannot control. This feeling of paralysis is not laziness, nor simple procrastination. It is vibrational pain. It is undigested memory. It is stagnant energy. It is the body repeating the fear before you even try to move. Napoleon Hill called this the mind hypnotized by doubt, a silent, sneaky state that gradually sets in without fanfare until you begin to believe that perhaps you were not born to achieve. He said that doubt is the child of the absence of purpose, but what he also revealed between the lines is that behind the doubt, there is trauma. There is a past that has not dissolved. There is a wound that, even though it does not bleed, pulsates. Joe Dispenza explains that the body can become the mind. And when this happens, you stop acting like a dreamer and start behaving like a survivor. The nervous system, conditioned by fear, rejection, and the repetition of almosts, begins to take over. And then you don't act. Not because you don't want to, but because your body has learned to associate movement with pain, with failure, with humiliation. Taking action becomes dangerous. Standing still becomes familiar. And the familiar, even if painful, disguises itself as safety. It is important to understand that there is a subtle but profound difference between procrastination and energetic blockage. Procrastination is temporary laziness, but vibrational blockage is deeper. It occurs when your mind wants to, but your frequency doesn't allow it. When the intention is there, but the energy doesn't follow suit. It's like accelerating a car with the handbrake on. You hear the engine, you feel the desire, but you don't move. This is the point where many give up, but this can also be the point where everything starts to change. Andrew Carnegie said that movement precedes confidence, not the other way around. Waiting to feel confident before acting is like waiting for water to boil before turning on the stove. It is the act that generates heat. It is the movement that summons energy. It is the choice to act, even when afraid, that activates the vibrational flow of courage. And this truth, however uncomfortable it may be, is liberating because it reveals that you don't need to feel ready. You just need to start. Start small. Start imperfectly, but start. Therefore, not acting is not a sign of weakness. It is a sign that there is something inside you that has not yet been seen with love, something that needs to be embraced, not fought. The root of emotional paralysis is invisible. It hides in the story you tell yourself when no one is listening. It lives in the phrases you heard as a child, in the looks that made you doubt, in the promises you made to yourself in moments of pain. I will never try again. I can't stand making mistakes anymore. I won't expose myself again. This introduction is an invitation, a call for you to look at your paralysis not as a weakness, but as a portal to reconnect with your vibrational truth. Because behind resistance, there is a desire. Behind blockage, there is a mission. And behind fear, almost always, there is a purpose trying to be reborn. Now that the veil has begun to lift, let's delve into the deeper layers of this journey. Because what blocks you is not always visible, but it can and will be healed. What's paralyzing you might not be laziness, lack of focus, or poor time management. Maybe it's a memory so old and so embedded in your nervous system that it no longer presents itself as a memory, but as a sensation, like a silence that screams when you try to start, when you try to change, when you dare to leave the familiar. Some people call this procrastination, but its real name might be trauma, an emotional trauma, hidden, forgotten, dormant behind the apparent inability to act. Sometimes you sit down to start a project and suddenly your body feels heavy. Fatigue appears out of nowhere. Your mind starts looking for distractions, and you feel small, weak, powerless. But deep down, it's not about that project. It's about a past moment when you tried and failed, tried and were ridiculed, tried and lost something, tried and were hurt. The body remembers. The mind may have forgotten, rationalized, overcome it, but the body, no. And this body, which has become the mind, responds with withdrawal, with freezing, with paralysis. You are not broken. You are conditioned, and this conditioning is not your fault. It was built over experiences that taught you that acting was dangerous, that shining was judgmental, that making mistakes was grounds for punishment, that being you was too risky. So now every time you try to take a step towards something new, this wounded and protective part of you steps in. Like an invisible bodyguard, it tries to keep you safe. And safety, for it, is staying with what is already known, even if it means stagnation. So when you say, I can't start, maybe what you're really saying is, I'm afraid of failing again. I'm afraid of being seen. I'm afraid of losing the love I have. I'm afraid of not being enough. These fears are not irrational. They have deep roots, but they are also not absolute. They can be dissolved, reprogrammed, transcended. And it all starts with recognition. What you call laziness may actually be a silent cry for emotional protection. The transformation begins when you stop blaming yourself, when you stop calling yourself lazy, undisciplined, or weak, and you start asking yourself, what is this paralysis trying to protect me from feeling? What is it hiding? What part of me still believes that acting is risky? What part of me has learned that moving is hurting? When you embrace this part, instead of fighting it, something starts to change. The rigidity starts to give way. The defense starts to dissolve. Because the body doesn't need shouting. It needs safety. It needs permission. It needs a new meaning associated with action. A vibrational meaning. A field where acting is not synonymous with pain, but with freedom. And that's when we start to break the cycle, to make room for a new kind of movement. A movement that doesn't come from demanding, but from reconnecting. A movement that doesn't require force, but presence. Because when the soul recognizes that it is safe to act, the body follows. And when the body moves, fear begins to lose its form. Because fear is not solid. It is energy. And energy, when embraced and realigned, transforms. The mind loves to be busy, planning, studying, organizing, researching, creating endless lists, checking out videos, books, courses. It seems productive, it seems intelligent, it seems committed. But often, it is just a disguise, an elegant hiding place, a kind of escape that carries the appearance of action, but hides the fear of actually starting. Eternal preparation is a subtle trap, a ritual repeated by those who are more committed to the illusion of control than to the risk of transformation. It is a sophisticated cycle. You tell yourself that it is not the right time yet, that you need to understand more, that you need to be more confident, clearer, more inspired. And so time passes, the days pile up, and what was preparation turns into prison. The mind builds justifications, theories, mental maps, and the heart empties, because somewhere deep down, it knows, it feels, that all of this is just fear with another name. Fear of failure, fear of exposing yourself, fear of being seen trying, and perhaps failing. This search for perfection before acting is born from an old wound, the belief that making mistakes is unacceptable, that everything needs to be perfect before you start, that you will only be loved if you get it right the first time. But real life doesn't work like that. Real life pulses in improvisation, in the courage to learn by doing, in the humility to adjust your course as you go. And the soul, the one that vibrates inside you, doesn't care about perfection. It wants presence. It wants truth. It wants to feel that you are alive, even when you stumble. Napoleon Hill spoke of the danger of getting stuck in what he called analysis without action, a state where you think so much that you disconnect from feeling, where excess knowledge numbs the impulse to move, where fear is disguised as preparation. He knew that many used studying as an excuse. Because studying is comfortable, you remain in the world of ideas, safe, invisible, untouched. But real transformation requires risk. It requires vulnerability. It requires presence. There is no book, course, or plan that can replace the act of doing. True knowledge is born from the body in movement, from the soul in attempt, from the heart in surrender. What liberates is no longer a technique. It is the choice to leave the hiding place, to look at fear, and even so, walk, to understand that the security you seek will not come before action. It only appears afterwards. It is born from confrontation, from the vibrational commitment to your own expansion. So the question that echoes now is not how much you already know, but how much you are willing to feel, to move, to leave theory behind. Because any preparation that does not lead to movement becomes a golden prison, shiny on the outside, but suffocating on the inside. And the soul, sooner or later, begins to scream inside this cell, asking not for perfect answers, but for authenticity, for truth, for real action, even if imperfect, even if shaky. Even now, waiting for motivation may seem sensible. It even seems intuitive. After all, who has never said to themselves, "When I feel inspired, I'll start"? The idea that you need to feel like doing something before you can act is so ingrained in the collective imagination that few question it. But this silent wait often turns into paralysis, because motivation is not the cause of movement. It is its consequence. The body does not release energy through intention, but through gesture, through action, through the concrete decision to start, even without the will. Neuroscience has already proven that dopamine, the neurotransmitter that activates focus and reward, is not released when you think about acting. It is triggered when you move, when you break inertia, when you do it, even when you are afraid, even when you are lazy, even when you don't know exactly what you are doing. It is the action that awakens the brain. It is the step that creates the impulse, and not the other way around. This truth changes everything, because it means that you don't have to wait to feel. You just have to act. The feeling will come later. There is something profoundly liberating about this logic, because it dispels the illusion that there is something wrong with you for not feeling motivated. There is nothing wrong. There is just a biological cycle that has not yet been activated. And this cycle begins with the body, with the simplest gesture, with the smallest beginning, because the energy is dormant, not absent. It is within you, but it needs a vibrational invitation, a subtle command, a signal that it is safe to awaken. Waiting for motivation is like waiting for a fire to heat up before lighting it. It is like waiting for the sun to rise before opening your eyes. The natural order of things is different. First you light it, then comes the heat. First you act, then comes the enthusiasm. This inversion of logic is what keeps so many people stuck, because they are waiting for an emotional state that will only be accessed after movement. And while they wait, they feed the frustration. And this frustration, in turn, reinforces the paralysis. A subtle but profound cycle. Napoleon Hill understood this principle clearly. He saw action as a vibrational catalyst, a gesture of faith, a ritual of trust, because acting without motivation is a type of silent courage. It is saying to the universe, even without desire, I am here. Even without knowing, I move. Even without certainty, I choose. And this choice in itself changes your frequency, aligns your field, and creates the space where motivation can finally flourish. It is not about feeling first, it is about being the first to act, even without strength, even without brightness, even in the dark. Because motivation is not the beacon that guides you, it is the light that turns on when you are already on the path. And for those who have been in the dark for a long time, even the smallest spark is a miracle. It is a new beginning. It is life that starts beating again. There is a truth that is rarely spoken about in the world of manifestation, a kind of uncomfortable secret that many prefer to ignore. Visualizing without taking action is not magic. It is dissonance. It is like promising the universe that you want something, but showing with your body that you are not yet ready to receive it. It is saying, I want, with your mind, but vibrating, I doubt, with each unfulfilled gesture. And this silent conflict creates spiritual frustration. It creates the feeling that something is wrong with you, when in fact, the misalignment is in the energy, not in the intention. The law of attraction, when misunderstood, becomes a dangerous trap. It feeds the illusion that imagining is enough. That feeling is everything. That the universe will bring you what you want just because you thought hard enough. But that is only half the equation. Thought is the seed, but action is the fertile soil where that seed takes root. Without movement, there is no root. Without root, there is no manifestation. Only dream, only hope, only emptiness. Napoleon Hill, long before the popularization of vibrational language, warned, desire without action is just fantasy, and fantasy, when prolonged, turns into pain, because the body begins to perceive the distance between what is desired and what is experienced. And this distance, when not crossed with steps, becomes suffering. It becomes anguish. It becomes a feeling of incapacity. It is the heart saying, I see what I want, but I can't touch it. And this hurts. It tires. It drains faith. It is necessary to understand that visualization is only the first touch. It is the signal. But the universe responds to coherence, not to loose desire. It aligns itself with the frequency that you sustain consistently, not with the mental image that you project sporadically. Visualization is powerful, but it needs to be accompanied by gestures, by decisions, by actions, even if minimal, that vibrationally confirm what was imagined. Without this, what was supposed to be sacred becomes a cycle of self-sabotage. When you imagine a future, but act out of fear, the vibrational field goes into conflict. The heart asks for direction, but the feet remain in the same place. The soul desires expansion, but habits sustain stagnation. And the universe observes, not with judgment, but with precision. It captures your vibration, not your intention. It responds to what you sustain, not to what you dream only in your spare time. That is why it is not enough to imagine. You have to move. Even if it is a small step, a symbolic gesture, an act that says without words, I am ready to live what I visualized. Because when visualization meets action, the field aligns. The body vibrates in tune with the dream, and it is at that point, and only at that point, that the miracle begins to take shape, that the invisible begins to become touchable. that the universe begins to respond not only to what you think, but to what you have become. There are times when the body seems too heavy to move. The mind wants to move forward. The soul asks for change, but the gesture does not come. And in this abyss between wanting and doing, many people get lost. It is in these moments that the power of micro-action is born, not as a simplistic technique, but as an energetic reconnection with the present. When everything seems too big, too confusing, too paralyzing, micro-action emerges as a ray of light in the midst of vibrational darkness. What behavioral science and practical spirituality already understand is that movement, no matter how small, reactivates the field of possibilities. A 2-minute gesture has the power to interrupt the repetitive cycle of stagnation. 2 minutes, not to solve everything, but to open a crack, to signal to the body that it is safe to come out of torpor, to communicate to the mind that there is a choice, to tell the energy that the flow has returned. This type of action is not about productivity. It is about vibrational reconfiguration. It is like touching a forgotten string and watching it vibrate again. A simple getting up from a chair, a symbolic arrangement, a beginning, even without a clear direction. Because when you move, you break the pattern. And by breaking the pattern, you release energy. And that energy, previously trapped in inertia, begins to circulate again. It begins to remind you of who you are. Napoleon Hill understood the value of the small impulse. He understood that power lies not in great heroic actions, but in the ability to create rhythm. And rhythm only arises when there is a first sound, a first step, a first gesture. Micro-action is not a magic solution, it is a vibrational code, a signal sent to the field saying, "I am back." And this return, however subtle, is profoundly powerful. The soul does not demand haste, it demands presence. And micro-action is presence in the form of decision. It is you saying to yourself, "I am still here. I am still trying. I still care." Even if fear is present, even if doubt still whispers, the smallest action creates an opening. And where there is an opening, light enters. Where there is light, there is a path. And where there is a path, there is life that is reborn. Sometimes it's not what you think that's blocking you. It's what you believe without realizing it. There are voices so old inside us that they no longer sound like thoughts, but like truths. Inherited beliefs, repeated, passed down through generations. Ideas about what is safe, what is right, what is acceptable. And among these silent voices, one of the most treacherous is the one that tells you that acting quickly is dangerous. That if you rush, you will make mistakes. That if you make mistakes, you will be judged. And if you are judged, you will be excluded. These beliefs often did not arise from direct experiences. They came from the fears of those who raised us, from warnings filled with love, but also with anxiety. Don't take risks. Think carefully before everything. Be careful not to regret it. Phrases that seemed to protect, but that, over time, have turned into walls. Invisible walls that today prevent you from taking action, because your energy still carries the impression that acting is putting yourself at risk, that moving is exposing yourself too much, that making decisions is too dangerous to be done lightly. What few realize is that these beliefs do not live only in the mind. They settle in the vibrational field. They shape your impulses. They reduce your courage. They silence your spontaneity. And the more you try to move forward, the more these subtle ideas become barriers. Not as screaming thoughts, but as soft sensations of hesitation, like a weight you cannot name, like an almost that never turns into a yes. Napoleon Hill drew attention to these invisible forces. He knew that it was not enough to have a clear desire. It was necessary to confront the hidden enemies of action. And one of the greatest is this belief that making a mistake is unforgivable, that it is only worth trying if you are certain of success. But the soul does not develop in certainty. It flourishes in the sacred risk of trying, in imperfect surrender, in the gesture that defies logic to honor the inner call. Taking action is not irresponsibility. It is spiritual courage. It is you saying that you trust your vibration more than the fear you inherited. It is a gesture of breaking with old stories that no longer serve you, because if you keep expecting everything to be safe, you will never get anywhere. True security is not in the absence of error. It is in the certainty that you can deal with whatever comes your way, with whatever you feel, with whatever you discover along the way. The energy of action is not born from perfectionism. It is born from acceptance, from the deep understanding that there is no error in sincere movement, that each attempt, even if it does not lead you where you want it, brings you closer to who you really are. And this reunion, more than any result, is what heals you. It is what strengthens you. It is what frees you from the voices that once tried to protect you, but that now no longer make sense to continue listening to. Some decisions aren't difficult because they're complicated. They're difficult because they threaten who you believe you are. There's a place in your brain that doesn't differentiate between change and danger. It interprets something new as a threat, and it acts to protect you, even if that protection means keeping you paralyzed. It's called identity, and identity, as painful as it may be, is familiar. That's why it's sometimes easier to stay in a life that doesn't represent you than to face the pain of becoming someone new. When you're faced with a big choice, it's not just logic that kicks in. It's an entire emotional security system that activates. Your brain starts creating catastrophic scenarios. Your body starts feeling tension. Your mind silently starts sabotaging you. What if it doesn't work out? What if you regret it? What if people don't approve? But what's really happening there is a struggle between your desire for expansion and your attachment to your old identity. Neuroscience shows that the brain, programmed to protect, seeks to maintain homeostasis, a state of balance. And this balance, however uncomfortable it may be, is what it already knows. Leaving it, even for something better, generates a kind of emotional short circuit. The impulse to move forward clashes with the fear of losing the narrative that has sustained you up until now, because every big decision carries a small death, the death of what you are, no longer, the death of who you need to stop being in order to experience something new. Napoleon Hill spoke about this point clearly. For him, hesitation was a form of self-deception, a symptom of the mind that, unconsciously, tries to protect itself from a new reality, and the only cure for this is awareness. It is looking deeply and compassionately at the origin of fear, not to get rid of it, but to understand it, because fear many times just wants to be heard. It just wants to be acknowledged. It just wants you to say, I know you're there, but you won't stop me. Every time you avoid a big decision, what you're avoiding is not the choice. It's the transformation it demands. It's the new identity it summons. It's the shedding of the old self that has become too comfortable to be easily abandoned. But the truth is that you weren't born to live forever in the same persona. Your soul wants change. It wants truth. It wants freedom. And no freedom is possible without the courage to decide, even when you're afraid, even when you have no guarantees, even when you're someone else on the other side of the choice. The mind avoids big decisions not because they're impossible, but because they change everything, and that everything sometimes includes you. It includes your image, your role, your certainties, but it also includes your freedom, your expansion, your reunion with that which has always been silent inside you, waiting for you to finally choose to move, choose to live, choose to leave behind not only what hurt you, but also what no longer serves you, even if it served you for a long time, even if it seemed necessary, even if it still hurts. There is a silent myth that sabotages many journeys. The idea that there will be an ideal moment, a moment when everything will make sense, fear will disappear, and action will happen naturally. This waiting for the perfect time is often a well-disguised excuse. It is the spiritual postponement of life. It is the hope that one day, perhaps, circumstances will align themselves. But the perfect time does not exist. What exists is the present time, and it is in this time that transformation begins. Marcus Aurelius, the philosopher-emperor, said that action delays doubt, and that doubt erases action. This phrase resonates to this day because it carries a timeless truth. The mind, when left alone, invents obstacles. And the more time you give to thought, the more it creates. The more it complicates. The more it paralyzes. Thought needs movement to dissolve. Action is like a wind that clears the fog. It does not have to be grand. It just has to happen. Napoleon Hill also observed this. In his studies of great achievers, he noticed that those who acted the most were those who waited the least for ideal conditions. They understood that time is not a scenario that fits you. It is an energy that you go through. And this crossing requires courage, because acting now in the midst of uncertainty is a declaration of faith. A faith that does not wait for signs, that does not demand proof, that does not depend on astral alignments or the absence of fear. Perfect timing most of the time is just fear dressed up as prudence. It is the heart saying, I am not ready, when what it really feels is, I am afraid. And fear in turn does not need more time. It needs more presence. It needs a choice made in spite of it, because fear does not disappear with the calendar. It dissolves in the act, in the gesture, in the movement. Waiting for the right moment is like wanting to swim only when the sea is still, but the sea never stops. It pulses, it vibrates, it challenges, and you were not made for still waters. You were made to sail even in the waves, even with headwinds, even with uncertainty, because within you there is a center that knows, a core that remains, an essence that, when activated, guides the next step. And the next step always happens in the now, never in the later. The illusion of perfect timing keeps brilliant souls stuck in empty routines, big dreams parked in silent minds. But the universe does not wait, it responds. It dances to your rhythm, and when you stop, it silences. When you move, it pulses. And this pulse, this return, only happens when you decide that now is enough, that now is sacred, that now is all you have to begin what your soul can no longer postpone. Anxiety about the future arises from a disconnection with the present. It is like an emotional storm that tries to anticipate pain that may never exist. It takes shape in questions that have no answers, in projections that do not come true, in mental images of a tomorrow full of uncertainty. And the more you try to control what has not yet arrived, the further you distance yourself from the only energy capable of generating real change: presence. When you think about what could go wrong, what could be missing, what could hurt, your body responds as if all of this were already happening. Your heart races, your breathing shortens, your mind goes into a state of survival. You stop living. You start surviving within a scenario that is not even real. It is as if the future, which does not yet exist, kidnaps your vital energy. And the more you feed this cycle, the harder it becomes to act. Because the body, taken over by the anticipation of fear, freezes. And the soul, suffocated by excess thinking, becomes silent. It is at this point that consciousness becomes a healing tool. There is a subtle but powerful practice called conscious temporal inversion. It is an invitation for you to stop visiting the future with fear and start visiting it with relief, with confidence, with a presence so strong that it can cross time with love. Instead of imagining what could go wrong, imagine what you will feel after you act. Feel now the relief that will come when what you fear has passed. Feel now the freedom of having overcome fear. Feel now the lightness of having done what was necessary. Bring the healed future into the dense present. This changes everything. This inversion is not an escape. It is transmutation. It is you using your imagination not as a creator of suffering, but as a channel of vibrational transformation. Because when you feel now the energy of what is yet to happen, you send a signal to the universe, a signal that you are ready, a signal that you trust, a signal that you will not wait any longer to align your frequency with what you want to experience. Napoleon Hill did not speak of anxiety in these terms, but his teaching touched on the same truth. He said that it is in the mind that one wins first, and winning in the mind is this: learning to feel victory before it happens, not as an illusion, but as a vibrational preparation, as an energetic seed, as a daily practice of trust. Deconstructing anxiety about the future is not an instantaneous act. It is a ritual, a constant choice to return to the body, to return to the now, to remember that the only moment that exists is this one, and that it is in this moment that change begins. Not in thought, not in doubt, but in the subtle touch of presence that says, I am here, I am whole, and this moment is enough to move me. Everything you send out comes back to you. This is one of the most silent and infallible laws of life, and it does not respond to the logic of words, but to the vibration of emotion. It doesn't matter how much you say you want something new, if what you feel deep down is fear of failure, because the electromagnetic field that surrounds your body, that energetic signature that you silently carry, does not lie. It captures your real frequency. And the universe, however compassionate it may be, responds to that frequency, not to the desire that contradicts it. Joe Dispenza clearly shows that the heart and the brain create this field together, a field that can expand or contract, that can attract opportunities or push them away, that can create bridges or walls. And what determines this is not isolated thought, but sustained emotion. If the emotion that dominates your body is fear of failure, this energy creates a barrier. And this barrier is not visible to the eyes, but it is felt by life, like a frequency that says, I'm not ready, even when the mind screams, I want to. Napoleon Hill, when observing those who demonstrated great achievements, noticed a pattern. They were not the most intelligent, nor the most prepared, but they were the most committed to the emotion of faith. Not blind faith, but vibrational faith. Faith that translates into gesture, in presence, in movement. These men and women acted as if they already were what they wanted to be. And because of this, the world responded as if it were already real, because reality is not shaped by theoretical intention, but by energetic coherence. The fear of making mistakes, when not embraced, becomes the predominant emotion in the field. It drains vitality, it blocks creative flows, it silences boldness, and above all, it prevents the body from aligning with courage, because courage is not born in the absence of fear, but in the ability to not identify with it. When you understand this, fear stops being an enemy. It becomes a sign, a call, a reminder that you are about to surpass an old limit. Your electromagnetic field is a mirror of what you allow yourself to feel consistently. And if you want to change what you are attracting, you need to change what you are sustaining internally. Not with mental effort, but with emotional awareness, with practices that bring you back to your body, with gestures that reconnect you with the truth of who you are. Because when emotions change, everything changes, and the universe has no choice but to respond. You don't need to eliminate fear, you just need to let it not be the highest note in your inner music. You need to tune it with other emotions, with intention, with presence, with small acts of truth. Because that is what reprograms your field. That is what activates a new frequency. And it is this new frequency that the universe listens to when it decides what will bring you back. Not because of what you want, but because of what you vibrate. Because of what you allow yourself to be, even before you become it, even before you achieve it. Even now, there is a silent force behind every great achievement, an energy that precedes certainty. A type of confidence that does not depend on external evidence. It is faith in motion, the ability to act before proof, to walk without a map, to believe without seeing. This is the mental model that transforms intention into reality. It is what W. Clement Stone called acting with faith before evidence, a choice that is not born of logic, but of the soul. And this choice changes everything. When you act before you are certain, something profound happens in your energy field. You send a signal that says, I trust, not because everything is clear, but because you have chosen not to wait any longer. This action, however small, however timid, however insecure, opens a new flow of energy. It breaks through vibrational stagnation. It communicates to the universe that you are available, that you have set yourself in motion. And this movement, however imperfect it may be, is magnetic. Napoleon Hill observed that those who achieve great things rarely had total clarity at the beginning. They started with an idea, an intention, a spark, and this spark only became a flame when it was fed by action, by the choice to do it, even without knowing what the next step would be, because it is in movement that clarity emerges. Not before, not on paper, not in waiting, but in living, pulsating, present action. Waiting for evidence is to remain still. It is to give more power to fear than to possibility. And fear, when fed, grows. It takes up space. It establishes itself as truth. Therefore, acting before clarity is a spiritual act. It is a practice of liberation. It is you anticipating the reality you want to live. It is you saying, I am greater than my doubt, greater than my hesitation, greater than my old history. Vibrational faith is not blind. It sees beyond. It sees with the eyes of the soul. And the soul knows. The soul has always known. But sometimes, the mind needs the gesture to believe. It needs to see the body move to convince itself that it is possible. And that is the beauty of acting with faith before evidence. It heals the mind while honoring the spirit. It reprograms fear while strengthening confidence. You don't need guarantees. You need presence, courage, availability, because life does not reveal itself to those who wait with doubt, but to those who surrender with truth. And surrender, even if shaky, even if imperfect, is the password to access what is already available, but only manifests itself when you decide that you will no longer wait for permission to exist fully. There is a paradox that few people realize, but that silently imprisons us. The more options you have, the harder it becomes to choose. And when everything seems possible, nothing comes to fruition. Too many choices paralyze us, freeze us, misalign us. Because the human mind was not made to carry all possibilities at the same time. It needs direction, focus, commitment to a single vibration at a time. Otherwise, the energy disperses, fragments, and nothing truly flourishes. We live in an era where the abundance of alternatives, instead of freeing us, suffocates us. With each new idea, a new doubt also arises. With each new path, a new hesitation. And in this maze of choices, the soul gets lost. Because the heart does not want 1,000 paths. It wants meaning. And meaning is not found by jumping from option to option. Meaning is revealed in depth, in sustained choice, in the yes that does not depend on 1,000 guarantees, but on a clear vibration. Behavioral psychology explains that the brain wears out when faced with too many options. He enters a state of silent confusion where everything seems feasible, but nothing seems certain. This generates anxiety, guilt, and a constant feeling of always starting and never finishing. And this feeling weakens the vibrational field because the energy of creation demands commitment. It demands a decision that is maintained, a path chosen and followed, even with uncertainty. Napoleon Hill knew this. He observed that great achievers did not oscillate between possibilities. They chose, and they made the choice fertile ground, not because they were certain, but because they knew that clarity would come from deepening, not from multiplying. Doubt is not resolved with more information. It is dissolved with presence, with action, with fidelity to a vibrational intention. Simplifying is a spiritual act. It is you saying, I refuse to lose myself in excess. I choose to be whole where my soul beats. And this kind of decision has power because it aligns mind, emotion, and body in a single frequency. And it is this coherence that creates reality. It is not the variety of options that changes your life. It is the depth of your surrender to a single direction. It is the yes that echoes in the body, that sustains fear, that honors the path. Reducing is not limiting. It is liberating. It is taking away the weight of the obligation to get everything right, and trusting that a sincere choice, even if imperfect, is worth more than 1,000 unfulfilled intentions. The soul does not seek the best. It seeks the true, and the true only appears when you have the courage to simplify, to commit, to walk even when you still do not see the end. Because what transforms is not the number of available paths. It is the truth with which you step on the ground you have chosen to call your own. There is a type of prison that almost no one sees. It is subtle, silent, comfortable. It is the habit of repeating what is known, even if it hurts. It is the unconscious choice to continue in the same pattern, not for pleasure, but out of habit, because the brain, when it is not reprogrammed, prefers familiar suffering to the possibility of a new state. It understands that what has already been experienced is, in some way, safe. And safety, for it, is more important than freedom. You may be aware that something is wrong. You may deeply desire to change. But if your energy is conditioned to repeat what you have always experienced, your body will pull you back into the same cycles. These are automatic gestures, recycled thoughts, addicted emotions. All of this creates a feeling that change is impossible, but it is not. It is just uncomfortable, because real change requires emotional friction. It requires a clash between the old and the new, and this clash at times hurts. The path to transformation begins when you allow yourself to deconstruct what is familiar, and this doesn't happen all at once. It happens in small daily ruptures, when you realize that you're acting on autopilot and choose to do something different, when you feel the same emotion over and over again and choose not to react in the same way, when you stop justifying your pain with the same stories. This friction is the beginning of freedom. It's what reprograms. It uninstalls. It makes room. Napoleon Hill understood that the greatest challenge is not to create something new. It's to break with the old. It's to resist the magnetic force of unconscious habit. He saw the mind as fertile, but conditioned, ground. And only those who have the courage to touch the root of what seems natural can plant something truly transformative. Because what is natural is not always what is true. Sometimes it's just what has been repeated for too long. The soul doesn't want to live in repetition. It wants expansion. But to do so, it's necessary to allow for the discomfort of renewal. It's necessary to endure the discomfort of not knowing what it will be like yet, of walking without the certainties of the past, of opening up to new things, even if they bring insecurity. And this is the greatest act of faith, believing that there is something beyond what you have already experienced, that there is a version of you that has not yet been expressed, that is alive, pulsating, waiting to be chosen. An unconscious habit is like a river that always follows the same course, but you are not the river. You are the one who can choose new banks, new paths, new destinations, even if your body screams for the old, even if your mind tries to pull you back, because there is a point at which continuing in the familiar ceases to be comfort and becomes betrayal, betrayal of your soul, of your potential, of your light. And at that point, the only true way out is rupture, the choice to interrupt the cycle, to make way with the courage of someone who has already understood that repeating yourself is not security. It is forgetting who you came to be. In nature, everything follows a rhythm. Everything sprouts, grows, matures, and transforms without haste, but also without hesitation. A seed does not wait for the perfect moment to burst. It feels the call of the darkness, the heat of the earth, the humidity of the environment, and even without guarantees, it begins to open. It does not know for sure what it will find above ground. It has no control over the weather, the rocks, the winds, but still it moves. Because that is its instinct, its mission, its pulse. Human beings, on the other hand, have learned to distrust their own rhythm. Conditioned by the logic of productivity and the fear of making mistakes, they have begun to wait for ideal conditions before acting. But this goes against the very essence of life, because living is taking risks. It is sprouting even without seeing the sky. It is making space even without knowing if it will be well received. And it is precisely in this movement of trusting the natural rhythm of the soul that true expansion occurs. Nature does not question whether it is ready. It responds to impulse, to frequency, to the presence of the now. And this is a profound lesson for those who are stuck in paralysis. Because if you wait for the perfect season, the perfect soil, the ideal setting, you will never move. But if you start, even in the dark, even when you are afraid, something in you aligns with the force of creation. This force does not ask for guarantees. It asks for surrender. Napoleon Hill spoke of it as a magnetic field, and this field is only activated by movement. It does not matter how small the action is, it needs to begin. It needs to exist, because only then does the path reveal itself. The road does not appear before the step. The map is not given to those who wait. It is drawn by those who set out to walk. And it is in this walking, in this sacred rhythm of aligned action, that life begins to respond. The seed does not wait for the world's permission to be born. It obeys the call of its own vibration. And this call lives within you too. It is in the restlessness that you feel, in the silent discomfort that insists on reminding you that there is something more. It is in the desire to change, to break through, to blossom. And even if everything around you says it's not the right time, there's a part of you that already knows. The moment won't be perfect, but the call is true. Nature teaches us that it's not perfection that brings blossoming. It's surrendering to the flow. It's the courage to break through, to let something new pass through you, to trust that, even without seeing the sky, you can grow. Even without knowing your destination, you can follow. Even without guarantees, you can be. Because the rhythm of the soul doesn't wait. It pulses. It calls. And it just needs you to listen, to say yes, to allow yourself to blossom, exactly where you are, exactly as you are. There's a strength that's born in the imperfect, a kind of freedom that can only be found when you allow things to start outside of the ideal. Acting before you're ready is an act of courage, but acting even without the guarantee of getting it right is an act of liberation. Because when you allow yourself to do something poorly, you're not just breaking perfectionism, you're deactivating a vibrational prison. You are telling the universe that you prefer the real to the ideal, that you choose the truth of action over the illusion of waiting. There is an energetic logic behind imperfect movement. It breaks patterns. It challenges the fear of rejection. It takes you out of the role of spectator and puts you at the center of creation. When you act even without knowing what will come, you activate a new type of magnetism, a force field that is not based on aesthetics, but on intention. And this intention, when sincere, when aligned, has more power of manifestation than any impeccable plan that never got off the ground. Napoleon Hill understood that the world is not transformed by brilliant ideas that are not realized, but by courageous steps taken in the midst of confusion. He knew that waiting for perfection is a type of disguised sabotage, because the fear of making a mistake paralyzes us more than the mistake itself. And when you understand this, you begin to act differently. You begin to see that every action, even if it is crooked, is a right move. That every real gesture is a vibrational prayer that says, I am ready to be who I am and not who the world expects me to be. The do it badly now is not sloppiness. It's a ritual. It's a symbol. It's a restart. It's you saying that you prefer the risk of imperfection to the stagnation of doubt. It's a silent cry of authenticity, a choice that breaks the mirror of external expectations and returns you to your own frequency. Because energy responds to action, not to theory, not to perfectionism, not to a self-image manipulated by fear. When you move, even with tremors, even with mistakes, something reorganizes itself inside and out. The field aligns, the universe notices, and everything around you begins to cooperate with this new flow. You don't have to get it right the first time. You just have to get into the game, start the cycle, give the universe something to amplify, because it can only amplify what already exists. And if nothing exists yet, nothing will be multiplied. The act of acting imperfectly is, in fact, a ritual of magnetic activation, a portal that opens every time you say yes, even when you're afraid, that you move, even without a map, that you expose yourself, even without armor. And it is there, in that truly precise moment, that the magic begins. Not because everything went well, but because finally, you stopped waiting for external conditions to validate your own light. And that, in itself, is a miracle. It is transformation. It is a new beginning vibrating in its purest form. The gaze of others weighs more than any physical obstacle. There is an invisible force that paralyzes you when you begin to imagine how others will judge you, how they will see you, what they will think, what they will say. This imaginary surveillance is often crueler than any external reality because it is born from an ancestral fear, the fear of being rejected, of being excluded, of not belonging. And this fear shapes gestures, silences truths, weakens decisions. From a very early age, we learn to adapt, to hide what we feel, to say what is expected, to act as expected. This adaptation, although it has guaranteed acceptance at times, has also disconnected us from spontaneity, from the raw truth that lives in every impulse we want to follow, but repress. The fear of external gaze then becomes an internal prison, a vibrational field that says, don't expose yourself, don't stand out, don't move. Napoleon Hill understood that true genius is not compatible with the need for approval. He knew that those who change the world are not those who wait for applause, but those who follow through even when misunderstood. And following through does not mean being reckless. It means being whole, aligned with an inner truth that screams louder than the fear of judgment, a truth that pulses with more force than any attempt to fit in. To break this pattern, it is not enough to rationalize. A vibrational gesture of rupture is necessary, an act that, however small, affirms, I choose to be who I am, even if they look at me sideways, even if they do not understand, even if they criticize. This decision, however subtle it may seem, changes your frequency. It gives you back your power because you stop acting for others and start vibrating for yourself. And the universe responds to authenticity with more force than it responds to obedience. Freedom is not the absence of judgment. It is the presence of intention. It is knowing that looks will come, but that none of them can define your path. Because the most important look is the one you give yourself when you see yourself trying, when you see yourself daring, when you see yourself breaking an invisible chain that has kept you silent for too long. The fear of the outside world loses its strength when you stop seeking recognition and start seeking truth. When you realize that pleasing everyone is too high a price to pay for your own absence, that belonging to others is costly when you abandon yourself in the process, and that no criticism has more power than the vibration of a gesture that comes from your essence. This gesture, even timid, is a revolution. It is healing. It is the beginning of the return to your own light. There are pains that are not visible, and there are obstacles that simply seem to have no explanation. But behind every obstacle there is a story. Sometimes this story involves success. Yes, success. Because growing, achieving, expanding can also awaken fear. Fear of losing the love of those you love. Fear of being excluded from the circle that has welcomed you until today. Fear of no longer fitting in. That is exactly what happened to that businessman who, despite all the opportunities, would always get stuck when he was about to take a bigger step. He was not afraid of failure. He was afraid of what success represented. Fear of surpassing his childhood friends, of earning more than his family ever earned, of becoming someone that others no longer recognized. And this silent guilt kept him stuck. He self-sabotaged. He justified it with perfectionism, with the need for more preparation, with a lack of time. But in truth, it was the fear of rejection that paralyzed him. It was only when he realized that his stagnation was not a lack of ability, but an unconscious fidelity to old bonds, that something began to change. He understood that growing up is not betraying anyone. It is honoring what is most true in oneself. And this truth does not diminish the other. It simply shows a new path. A path that may even distance one physically, but never needs to disconnect energetically. as long as it is followed with love, with integrity, with presence. He started small, with daily micro-actions, gesture by gesture, decision by decision. Nothing grandiose, nothing too visible, but each movement was a message to his own body. I can move forward without losing who I am. And over time, these small choices began to reprogram his frequency. Fear still appeared, but it no longer ruled. Guilt still whispered, but it no longer held him back. This story is not unique. It echoes in thousands of people who get stuck not because of a lack of talent, but because they are afraid of no longer being who others expect. But the truth is that their soul did not fit in. It came to expand. And true fidelity is not in repeating roles, but in being authentic. Because when you allow yourself to flourish, you give silent permission for others to flourish too. It's not about pulling away. It's about inspiring. It's about reminding everyone that there is life beyond stagnation, and that every light you manifest can illuminate paths that are still dark for others. That's vibrational power. That's legacy. That's liberation. There is a frequency that changes at the exact moment you choose to face what you fear. Fear, when overcome, reorganizes your energy field. It stops being an obstacle and becomes an impulse. And this happens because courage activates parts of the brain linked to overcoming. It changes your internal chemistry. It alters your vibration. It is not just a beautiful emotion. It is a physical, biological, spiritual movement. When you do what you fear, even on a small scale, you break the survival mode circuit. This circuit is the one that keeps you on constant alert, always expecting the worst, always avoiding pain. But it also blocks the flow of life. It closes the channels of creativity, intuition, connection. And when you move towards fear, even with your body shaking, this circuit begins to deactivate. You leave the automatic and enter into presence. Napoleon Hill spoke of the importance of facing your own ghosts. For him, courage was more than a virtue. It was a tool for achievement, because nothing great is born within the comfort zone. Everything that expands your life first challenges its limits. And each time you cross this threshold, a part of you is reborn, a part that was hidden under the protection of fear, and that now reveals itself with strength, with brilliance, with truth. This transformation does not only happen on the mental plane, it reverberates in the body. Breathing changes, heartbeat reorganizes, the feeling of inner power grows. Because doing what scares you is a powerful vibrational affirmation. It says to the universe, I trust my purpose more than my panic. I choose to live, even without guarantees. I am ready to rewrite my own frequency. And the most beautiful thing is that this new vibration spreads. It positively contaminates. It inspires. It changes not only your reality, but that of those who observe you. Because courage is contagious. It creates invisible permissions. It opens portals for others to move to. And so, in a gesture of crossing your own fear, you activate a network of expansion that goes beyond you. It is not about becoming immune to fear, but about recognizing that it is not the end. It is the beginning of a new state, a portal, a bridge. And crossing it is choosing to live in the frequency of what is possible, and not in the prison of what was. It is a leap, not into the dark, but into the sacred, into the unknown that holds your next version, the one that will only be accessed when you say yes to the challenge, yes to the butterflies in your stomach, yes to the freedom that awaits you right after the crossing. The energy of action can be unblocked in layers. What paralyzes you is not always at the most visible level. Sometimes the blockage is buried under beliefs, emotions, and automatisms that act in silence. And that is why the process of unblocking requires depth. It is not a fight. It is a dive, a listening, a patient acceptance of everything that is behind the "I can't do it." The first layer is recognition. It is looking head-on at the vibrational pattern that you have been repeating, not with guilt, but with presence. You begin to realize that there is a cycle, that there is an unconscious script, and, more importantly, that it can be seen. and everything that is seen can be transformed. This conscious observation already changes the frequency because it brings light, it takes it out of the automatic, and it prepares the field for the next step. The second layer is the rupture. And this rupture is not an explosion. It is a question that penetrates the old pattern like a vibrational needle, a question that opens cracks in the armor of fear. What is this paralysis protecting me from feeling? This question does not seek an intellectual answer. It seeks to access the emotional core. It wants to touch the exact place where you have disconnected from yourself. And when that place is touched, something softens, something opens, something gives way. The third layer is the gesture. It is the movement. Even if small, even if uncomfortable, it is the body saying, I heard you. I am here. I can move. This movement does not have to be grand. It can be 2 minutes of presence, 2 minutes of simple but intentional action. This physical choice seals the new frequency. It anchors in the world what was previously only intention. And it is in that instant that the field begins to respond, because the universe responds to coherence. It recognizes the gesture as a vibrational declaration of freedom. Napoleon Hill knew that true power lies in practice, not in theory. And this practice needs to touch body, mind, and emotion. It needs to be complete, because stagnant energy does not dissolve with positive thinking. It transforms with awareness, friction, and action. With a journey that begins with recognizing the pattern, moves through the courage to feel what was hidden, and is concretized in the act that affirms a new choice. These 3 layers are not techniques. They are paths of realignment. They do not require perfection. They only require truth. They only ask that you be willing to get in touch with your own frequency and move it from the inside out. Because when that happens, it is not just your action that changes. It is your identity. It is your vibration. It is your life. And everything around you begins to rearrange itself to reflect this new version of you that has finally decided not only to desire, but to live. There are times when resistance is not a sign of failure, but of alignment. When everything inside you hesitates, when every cell seems to scream, "Don't go," that may be exactly where your next level of expansion lies. Because true transformation rarely comes with comfort. It comes with friction, with discomfort, with the feeling of being about to break through something old to make way for the new. Napoleon Hill understood this dynamic. For him, resistance was often the last obstacle before advancement. The mind, accustomed to the known, tries to protect you from the unknown. It creates barriers, doubts, fears. But these barriers are not enemies. They are signs. Signs that you are getting closer to something significant. Resistance is like a locked door. It is not there to block your passage, but to test your resolve. It asks, do you really want this? Are you willing to go through the discomfort to achieve what you want? And when you respond with action, even if you are trembling, even if you are uncertain, the door opens. Not because you forced it, but because you demonstrated commitment. This crossing is more than physical. It's energetic. Each step you take toward what scares you recalibrates your frequency. You stop vibrating at the frequency of fear and start vibrating at the frequency of courage. And the universe responds to this new vibration with opportunities, encounters, synchronicities. So when you feel resistance, don't back down immediately. Observe, feel, ask yourself, what's on the other side of this discomfort? And if the answer is growth, freedom, fulfillment, maybe it's time to cross over. Not because it's easy, but because it's true. The resistance then stops being an obstacle and becomes a guide. It points the way to the next version of you, the one that's waiting to emerge as soon as you decide that the discomfort of growth is preferable to the comfort of stagnation. There are times when resistance is not a blockage, it is a sign, a warning that you are too close to what really matters. Because before expansion, there is almost always tightness. Before clarity, there is confusion. Before the leap, the body trembles. This is the dance of transformation, and discomfort is not a mistake in the process. It is the process itself. When everything inside you hesitates, when fear gains voice, when doubt seems invincible, perhaps that is exactly where the portal is. The portal to the new version of yourself. And what many do at this moment is retreat. Stop. Give up. But what few realize is that this discomfort is a threshold, a call, a silent test asking, are you really ready to go further? Napoleon Hill said that the greatest progress often comes right after the greatest challenge, because the subconscious resists that which threatens the old self. It wants to preserve the known, even if it is a prison. Therefore, the greater the resistance, the greater the potential for transformation that is being blocked. Discomfort, then, should not always be avoided. It should be listened to. It brings messages. This type of resistance is energetic. It vibrates in the field, like a tension, like a knot, like a feeling that something is going to break. And yes, it will, but not everything that breaks is a loss. Sometimes it is liberation. It is the end of a cycle. It is the collapse of a pattern. And after it, something new can emerge. Something that was waiting for space to be born. Something that you would not be able to access if you had remained where you were comfortable. The real question at this point is not, why am I feeling this? But what is trying to be born through this discomfort? This shift in perspective changes everything, because instead of running away from resistance, you embrace it, you sit with it, you listen to what it wants to protect, what it wants to hide, and in that act of listening, it loses strength, it dissolves, because it has been seen, because it has been understood, because it has no longer been treated as an enemy. Growth is not silent, it creaks, it tears, it demands detachment from what was once secure. And this demand often presents itself as resistance. But when you move through this moment with presence, with love, with faith, the other side reveals a new frequency, a new version, a new center of internal gravity, and with it, a new way of being. So the next time resistance appears, remember, it may be the last guardian before the miracle. It may be the birth, pangs of a new reality. And if you listen to it with an open heart, you may discover that what you called a barrier was, in fact, the threshold of your own freedom, the point where the old falls away so that the new can finally be. Napoleon Hill said, "Action is the true test of faith." And perhaps there is no more accurate phrase to end this journey, because faith in the vibrational field is not intellectual belief. It is not positive thinking. It is coherence between what you feel, what you choose, and what you do. It is the silent gesture that says, even without seeing, I move. Even with fear, I remain. Even without certainty, I honor my energy. Most people wait for a sign, an external push, an ideal day. But the sign is the action itself. It is when you decide to stand up, even without applause. It is when you send a message, even without knowing the answer. It is when you start, even trembling. And this choice, as simple as it may seem, changes your vibration, because it shows the universe that you are not just wishing, you are taking action, living, embodying. Ralph Waldo Emerson, long before modern success manuals, already understood this. He wrote, "Do the thing, and you will have the power." And this is not a metaphor. It is energy physics. Power does not come first. It is born from the act. It is the response that only reveals itself to those who move, to those who cross paths, to those who make themselves vulnerable to life and still say, I will continue. When you act, even if discreetly, you change your energetic signature. You emit a new sound to the universe, a sound that is not just a request, it is presence, a sound that is not just will, it is vibration in coherence. And the universe responds to coherence, not to unaligned intention, not to disconnected theory, not to passive desire, but to the gesture that pulses in tune with what you say you want to live. The biggest obstacle is not the fear of failure. It is the fear of losing the identity of who you have been until now, because acting requires detachment. It requires saying goodbye to the old version of yourself, the one that protected itself, that avoided, that waited. And this morning, although silent, is real. but it is necessary, because you cannot access the new by carrying what kept you trapped. You need to let go. You need to open up. You need to allow the void of the unknown to be the womb of your rebirth. This is the final invitation, not for you to become someone new, but for you to start acting like who you already are, like someone who already vibrates, already feels, already lives the energy you want to attract. Action precedes the miracle, always. And the miracle, when it comes, is not external. It is internal. It is the silent realignment between who you were, who you believed you were, and who finally you allow yourself to be. Here, now, in movement, in truth, in faith, vibrating through the simplest but most profound gesture of all, the one that comes from your soul, saying yes. Have you ever felt like you were living in a gap between what you want and what actually happens? As if your life were on hold, suspended between dream and frustration. There is a silent pain that few people can name. The pain of almost living, almost achieving, almost loving, almost finding yourself. It is a state of emotional paralysis where the soul feels it is close, but never arrives. And this, slowly, steals the sparkle from your eyes, the courage from your heart, the faith in the invisible. But what if I told you that this waiting no longer needs to be a desert, that there is a silent bridge between the now and what you want so much, and that this bridge is built within? Napoleon Hill called this emotional faith, assumed before visible evidence, a practice, a vibrational posture, where you feel as if it were already real, where you think as if you already possessed it, where you move as if the invisible were already applauding you. And no, this is not denial of reality. This is vibrational intelligence. This is how creative minds live. Andrew Carnegie taught that actively imagining is not an illusion. It is a rehearsal, an energetic rehearsal where the brain begins to familiarize itself with the new frequency and the body begins to align itself with what has not yet manifested. But there is a hidden danger, doubt disguised as realism. That voice that says, "I'm just being down to earth," but inside is afraid of being disappointed again. Questioning everything all the time is not lucidity. It is often emotional protection. And this protection gradually transforms into a frequency prison. Because the universe does not respond to your desire. It responds to your vibration. And if your vibration is contaminated by fear, hesitation, the need for control, that is what is amplified. That is why talking about manifestation without talking about vibrational coherence is like trying to light a candle in the wind, thinking one thing, feeling another, acting in another direction. There is no field that can sustain it. Manifestation only becomes anchored when thought, emotion, action, and imagination breathe together, when your vibration begins to faithfully rehearse what you want to experience before living. And here is a profound key that neuroscience confirms. The brain does not distinguish between real experience and imagined experience. This means that when you pretend with conviction, the brain accepts it as truth. It begins to reconfigure its patterns. It begins to create new pathways. The body reacts, the vibration adjusts, and the field begins to respond. That is why pretending that everything is working is not pretending. It is alignment. It is future presence. It is faith in the form of frequency. It is deciding to move as if the invisible has already said yes. And it has already said yes. But you will only hear that yes when your vibration stops screaming, "Not yet." In this video, you will delve deeply into the silent pillars of this practice. Not as a formula, but as a state, a rehearsal, a vibrational preparation for that which on some level is already yours. Because pretending with soul is not lying, it is beginning to become the invisible error of those who wait for the right moment. There is something profoundly subtle, almost imperceptible, that prevents many people from advancing spiritually and vibrationally. It is waiting, but not just any waiting. It is waiting disguised as prudence, wisdom, as "I need to be prepared." It is waiting that hides under the excuse of "it is not the right moment yet." The mind learns to justify inertia with logic. But logic, when disconnected from the soul, becomes a prison, and time passes, and the soul feels it, because what it wants is not a perfect plan. What it wants is the step, even if it is shaky, even if without guarantees. Waiting for improvement to act is aligning yourself vibrationally with scarcity. When you say to yourself, "When I am more confident, I will start," you are affirming, without realizing it, that now you are not enough, that now you are incomplete, that now you are not ready to receive. And the field hears this. It does not respond to your desire to act. It responds to your decision to wait, because waiting energetically is declaring, "I am not yet." And the universe replicates this precisely. It does not punish, it only reflects. The mind conditioned to react will never become a creative mind. And this is one of the great keys that Napoleon Hill left. The mind that waits for conditions to move is, in fact, living in reaction to the visible. It only responds. It only reacts. It needs proof, signs, external confirmations, but the creative mind anticipates. It feels before seeing. It vibrates before touching. It moves before evidence, because it knows that this is how reality is shaped, from the inside out. That is why the biggest mistake is not acting wrongly. It is not acting for fear of making a mistake. It is waiting for guarantees in a universe that only responds to surrender. Faith, at this level, is not a passive belief. It is an invisible action. It is you moving even without seeing. It is you vibrating as if you already were. And then life begins to find you, because it doesn't recognize promises. It recognizes frequencies. And your frequency only changes when you stop waiting and start rehearsing the reality you want to live. Beware of self-sabotage disguised as realism. The voice that holds you back doesn't always come from insecurity. Sometimes it comes dressed as prudence. Sometimes it whispers in a calm tone. Better not to create expectations. It's safer to keep your feet on the ground. Don't fool yourself again. And it seems sensible. It seems careful. It even seems mature. But inside, this voice hides something deeper. The fear of being disappointed again. The fear of wanting and not getting it. The fear of opening up and not being welcomed. So, the spirit withdraws. Not for lack of will, but for too many poorly healed wounds. The feet on the ground often means fear of being disappointed again. And this fear creates a kind of energetic protection that, instead of protecting, paralyzes. Because excessive realism is not a trait of high consciousness. It is a vibrational shield against desire. It is a sophisticated way of saying, "I don't believe it can happen." And the universe responds. Because the universe, more than any other, respects your vibration. It doesn't go where you don't allow yourself to feel. It doesn't deliver what you, deep down, think you can't live. That's why, every time you justify your stagnation with phrases like, "It's better to wait," "It's not quite like that," "You can't live on dreams," take a look. Maybe it's not lucidity. Maybe it's trauma. Maybe it's a wounded faith trying not to die. Maybe it's you trying to protect what hope still remains. But protecting hope too much is also suffocating faith. And without sustained emotional faith, as Napoleon Hill taught, there is no bridge between the invisible and the visible. Without this faith, every action loses its soul. Every intention loses strength. And time becomes just time, not a path. True spiritual lucidity is not afraid to dream. It is not afraid to desire intensely. It understands that desire is a vibrational map, a sign of what is already pulsating in the field of possibilities. Pretending you don't want it, pretending you don't feel it, pretending that everything is okay with little, that's not maturity. It is a spiritual anesthesia. It is conformism disguised as consciousness. And this, over time, makes the soul sick, because the soul was born to expand. And those who do not allow themselves to desire do not allow themselves to flourish. How the brain builds realities based on emotional repetitions. The human mind is moldable. It is not a rigid structure that only stores information. It is a living, plastic field in constant reconfiguration. And what molds it are not only the thoughts that are repeated, but above all the emotions that are repeated. Because it is not the idea that leaves a trace, it is the feeling that accompanies it. The brain records more deeply that which is charged with emotion, be it pain, desire, hope, or frustration, brain plasticity, and neural coherence. The name may sound technical, but the essence is deeply spiritual. Every time you feel something intensely and frequently, your brain understands that it is real, even if it has not yet happened in the external world. If you repeat feelings of failure, fear, scarcity daily, it records this as truth, and it begins to look for evidence that confirms this pattern, not because the universe is against you, but because your mind has become accustomed to this vibrational field, and it only recognizes what it already knows. But there is a way back. When you start to rehearse new feelings, higher internal experiences, mental images full of intention and soul, the brain, little by little, begins to accept this new script. At first, it resists, it questions, it doubts. But if you insist with truth, with surrender, with presence, it begins to give in. It begins to create new connections. It begins to recognize new possibilities. And that is the turning point. Because the brain, by validating the new, begins to orient its perceptions, decisions, and behaviors towards this new frequency, external life begins to move, not as magic, but as a consequence. Repeating emotions with awareness is rewriting one's own reality. It is like redrawing the invisible contours of what will be manifested. The quantum field responds to the dominant frequency, and this frequency is born within. It is born from repeated emotional choices. So pretending that it's working, if done with true emotional surrender, isn't fooling yourself. It's training your mind to recognize a new normal. It's creating familiarity with a reality that hasn't yet revealed itself, but already pulses somewhere between your desire and your decision to feel. The electromagnetic field of the heart, the power to feel before possessing. Far beyond the rational mind, there is a center of intelligence that is older, more sensitive, more subtle, the heart. Not the emotional heart in the romantic sense, but the energetic heart. The electromagnetic field it emits is dozens of times more powerful than that of the brain. It is in it that the power to feel before possessing resides. It is the heart that vibrates. It is the heart that sends signals to the field. It is the heart that silently commands the type of reality that begins to form around it. Joe Dispenza describes this clearly. The heart, in a state of gratitude, love, anticipated joy, becomes a quantum antenna. It communicates with the field, even before the word, before the action, before the matter. It is as if it were saying to the universe, I am already there. And the universe, consistent with its own laws, begins to reorganize the circumstances. Because the heart emits, it does not ask, it vibrates, it does not wait. It is already experiencing, inside, what is still arriving outside. But this requires emotional courage, because feeling before possessing seems, to the wounded mind, like a risk. It feels like vulnerability. It feels like exposure, as if you were betting everything on something uncertain. But in fact, it is the opposite. The biggest risk is not feeling. The biggest obstacle is waiting for life to change first, and then allowing yourself to change from within. This is inverting the order of creation. It is like wanting to heat a room without lighting a fire. The heart needs to vibrate first. It needs to pulse with what you want to experience. It needs to anticipate the sensation, because it is this emotional anticipation that opens the invisible paths of manifestation. The heart has a wisdom that does not depend on logic. It feels truths that thought does not yet understand. And when you trust this feeling, when you allow it to lead, something changes. You stop looking for signs and start being the sign. You stop waiting for proof and start being living proof that something greater is already in motion, not in linear time, but in the time of vibration, in the time of the soul, in the time in which everything already is, and the heart knows. It has always known. Hill's mental model. If you can imagine it, you can materialize it. Napoleon Hill did not write about desires in the common sense. He spoke of a psychic, almost sacred force that arises from imagination aligned with emotion. For Hill, imagining was not a daydream. It was a creative act, a vibrational permission, a silent rehearsal where the mind begins to sculpt, in detail and feeling, that which it cannot yet touch, but which, because it exists in the imagination with faith, already begins to exist on the energy plane. Desire only exists because there is already a field of possibility vibrating. Nothing pulses within, without a possible counterpart in the field. This deep desire, which returns as a repeated call, is not an accident. It is a vibrational echo. It is the field saying, "This is possible, but you need to become compatible." And becoming compatible is not about waiting for it to happen. It is about beginning to imagine with the whole body. It is about visualizing with the senses, with the skin, with the chest. It is about living the scene internally so many times, with so much emotional truth, that the brain begins to accept it, and the vibration begins to emit, and the field begins to respond. Hill said that everything begins with a clear idea, sustained by a burning desire. But what many forget is that the burning is not in the strength of wanting. It is in the strength of feeling as if you already have it. Because wanting too much with the emotion of lack creates more lack. But imagining with the emotion of presence creates magnetism. And this magnetism is not a miracle. It is coherence. When you think one thing, feel another, and act in the opposite way, reality disperses. But when you imagine with faith, with constancy, with emotional surrender, you begin to occupy the space of what you desire. You begin to become that. If you can imagine with pure emotion, without doubt, without haste, without self-censorship, you are materializing. Even if you don't see it, even if the world hasn't changed on the outside, it has already changed on the inside. And the inner world is always the first to transform, because the external does not create the internal. The internal is what generates the external. The mind is the brush. The heart is the paint. Reality is the canvas. And it all begins with the image that you sustain with your soul. Because where there is imagination with faith, there is creation. And where there is creation, there is a path. Always. Why pretending is not lying. It is reprogramming. There is a distorted view that still hangs over the act of pretending, as if it were something dishonest, an escape from reality, an empty theater. But what if pretending, in this context, is the deepest rehearsal of the being? What if, by pretending with intention and soul, you are in fact training your energy field to sustain the new frequency you wish to live? The practice of act as if, as Napoleon Hill taught, is not about lying to yourself. It is about aligning vibration before matter. It is about walking the road of the invisible with the feet of emotion, not with the demands of logic. Pretending that you already are, when you are not yet, is a vibrational decision. It is a silent pact with the universe. It is you saying, with actions and feelings, I authorize myself to live this, even before having proof. It is not denial. It is an affirmation of faith. It is not a lie. It is an energetic rehearsal, because the brain, as we have seen, records what is repeated with emotion. And if you repeat the behaviors, thoughts, and feelings of someone who is already living what they want, then your field begins to recognize it. Your circuits reconfigure themselves, and your vibration changes. And the field, which responds to your vibration and not to your words, begins to organize your life around this new alignment. There is a difference between pretending to escape and pretending to become. The first is escape. The second is preparation. It is training. It is decision. It is future presence. It is building within yourself the space for the new to inhabit. It is walking as if you have already arrived, talking as if you are already living, feeling as if you are already there. Because when you vibrate as if you already are, you begin to move as if you already are. And this internal movement changes everything. Pretending with your soul is one of the most powerful practices of vibrational reprogramming, because you're not trying to convince the world. You are convincing your mind. You are re-educating your field. You are telling each cell, the new reality is already available, and I am worthy of it. And when this is done consistently, with dedication, with true emotion, you are not acting. You are being reborn. You are awakening the version of yourself that already lives it. You are rehearsing your new frequency, and the universe understands, because it has always understood the language of vibration, the vicious cycle of doubt, how the frequency of uncertainty contaminates everything. Doubt has a soft, almost imperceptible sound. It does not shout, it whispers. And that is precisely why so many feed it without realizing it. Doubt disguises itself as logic, caution, common sense. It approaches as protection, but acts as corrosion. Little by little, it weakens desire. It disorganizes vibration. It distorts perception. Doubt contaminates not only what you think, but how you feel, and, more deeply, who you believe you are. Every intention contaminated by anxiety becomes vibrational noise, because the quantum field does not respond to the intensity of your desire, but to the purity of your frequency. And when desire is mixed with fear, urgency, hesitation, what manifests is a confusing, fragmented, unstable reality. It's like trying to send a message through a radio with static. The signal doesn't come through clearly. The universe receives something, but doesn't understand what it is, because doubt scrambles the code. Doubt weakens the signal. A mind that doubts is a divided mind. It's a mind that says yes and no at the same time. And this internal division prevents any coherent creation, because spiritual creation demands unity. Unity between what you think, what you feel, and what you vibrate. Doubt breaks this unity. It sabotages synchrony. It transforms faith into expectation, and expectation into frustration. And frustration, when repeated, becomes internal proof that nothing works. But the truth is that it wasn't the universe that was denying. It was doubt that was blocking. The way out of this cycle is not by trying to eliminate doubt with force. It's by dissolving it with presence. It's by cultivating emotional states where doubt finds no space. Gratitude, silence, active imagination, anticipated emotion. When you dedicate yourself to living the desired reality internally, with beauty, with detail, with dedication, doubt loses its voice, because the vibration of certainty begins to take its place. And when certainty sets in, even without external proof, creation begins, because the field does not require evidence, it demands coherence. And this coherence begins the moment you decide to trust the invisible more than the memories of the past. Emerson's mirror principle. The world does not reflect what you want, but what you are. We live with the impression that the world responds to our desires, that all we need to do is want it intensely for reality to bend. But there is a subtle truth, revealed by Emerson and echoed by all the great masters of consciousness. The world does not give you what you want. It gives you back what you vibrate. It does not respond to your request. It responds to your frequency. And that changes everything. Because no matter how much you desire, if your vibration says otherwise, the field believes it. Life replicates your vibration, not your intention. This is hard to hear, but profoundly liberating. Because from this, you understand that the key is not in asking for more, nor in trying harder. The key is in becoming the kind of presence that naturally attracts what you desire. And this is not about changing behavior on the outside, but about transmuting internal states. Because it is your internal state that draws the contours of what appears out there. It is the mirror that tells the universe, this is what I recognize as familiar. And the universe, like a perfect mirror, delivers more of the same. When you live vibrating scarcity, doubt, lack, or fear, even without wanting to, this is what the world gives you back. And not because you're being punished, but because this is the only frequency that the field recognizes in you. The mirror of reality does not judge. It only reflects. And this is the most demanding and most liberating part of the process. Because to change the reflection, there is no point in fighting it. You need to change the original image, change the vibration, change the basis. And how do you change this? With emotional surrender. with inner silence, with repetition of new images, new sensations, new alignments. It is not about asking for something different. It is about being different. Because when you become different, the reflection changes as a consequence, and life then stops being a sequence of unfulfilled requests and becomes a continuous reflection of your vibrational expansion. You no longer live on attempts, you live on reflections, and the reflection always begins within. Action without aligned emotion generates frustration. There is a deeply rooted belief that acting always brings results, that doing, producing, executing, even in the midst of internal confusion, is a sign of commitment. But what happens when action comes from a misaligned place? When the external movement is not in tune with the internal state? What happens is frustration, repetition of attempts that do not flourish, effort that does not yield, tiredness that does not bear fruit. Because acting without vibrating the right emotion is like planting seeds in dry soil. It is not the act that manifests. It is the state that accompanies it. Producing without being emotionally aligned is planting in infertile soil. The vibration behind the action is what determines its reach. You can perform 1,000 tasks, follow all the steps, meet all the goals. But if inside there is haste, fear, anger, or demand, the field does not respond fully, because the field does not hear words. It feels frequencies, and the frequency that guides your action needs to be one of presence, trust, surrender. Without this, doing becomes just a repetition of empty movement. The universe does not move with your routine. It moves with your coherence. Coherence is when what you do is in harmony with what you feel, with what you believe, with what you visualize. When your heart is in the gesture, when your soul breathes within the choice. This is fertile action, action with roots, action with a vibrational field behind it, action that touches the invisible. And when this action happens, even if small, it moves realities, because it does not come from urgency. It comes from alignment. It does not come from lack. It comes from connection. The external world does not need more speed. It needs more truth. Movements that are born from silence, not from anxiety. Actions that spring from clarity, not from fear. And when you start acting like this, with soul in the gesture, with emotion in the detail, with truth in the doing, the field responds. Because it recognizes what is whole. It expands with what is authentic, and frustration gives way to fulfillment, not because you did more, but because you did it with presence. And that, energetically, changes everything. The paradox of time. Haste sabotages the quantum field. There is a silent anxiety that contaminates even the purest requests, a desire to see it soon, to make it happen soon, to materialize it now. And behind this, the feeling of urgency. But the quantum field does not understand haste as an intensity. It understands haste as scarcity, because energetically, every urgency carries an invisible message. I don't have it yet. And this vibration, even if unconscious, reinforces the lack. It feeds the void, and the field responds to this. Always. Urgency creates a frequency of lack, and the field does not deliver what you ask for. It delivers what you vibrate. If your vibration says, it's not here yet, that is what expands. That is what remains. That is why so many people feel like they are doing everything right, but nothing changes, because they do it in a hurry. They vibrate with desperation. They visualize with anxiety. And haste, although it seems motivating, is a subtle poison. It disconnects from the now. It creates a hole between what is and what should be. And within this hole, manifestation is lost. The time of the field is not linear, it is vibrational. What determines arrival is not the calendar, but internal coherence. What matters is not how much time has passed, but how deeply you are aligned. The universe does not rush or delay. It mirrors. It returns. It responds. And when you let go of urgency, when you breathe with the time of the soul, when you anchor yourself in the now with confidence, then manifestation begins to approach. Because your vibration has stopped running after and has started to become. Letting go of time is not giving up. It is trusting. It is not stopping acting. It is acting in peace. Because when you act with inner tranquility, you create space for the invisible to organize itself. You leave the path of doubt and enter the path of presence. And in presence, everything flows. Everything is organized. Everything arrives. Not because you ran, but because you stopped resisting. And the universe, finally, found space to manifest itself in you. Why visualization fails for many. For many, visualization has become just a mental exercise. Closing your eyes, imagining a scenario, repeating images, creating future scenes. But what few realize is that visualization is only creative when it vibrates, when it moves the field of feeling from within. Because the universe does not read images, it reads emotions. It feels the vibration that accompanies what you visualize. And if this vibration is loaded with distance, with "it's not real yet," with empty expectation, then nothing moves. It is not what you see with your mind's eye, but what you feel when visualizing. If your visualization is accompanied by doubt, by demands, by comparison with the current reality, it becomes an affirmation that it does not yet exist. And this affirmation is imprinted on the field, because the field does not understand your intentions. It understands your vibrations. If, when visualizing, you feel more longing than presence, more need than gratitude, more resistance than surrender, then the effect is not co-creation. It is reinforcement of absence. Visualizing with power is visualizing with the body. It's about experiencing the scene as if you were already there. It's about feeling the scent, the sound, the texture. It's about feeling emotional as if it were already happening. It's about being thankful as if you had just received it. It's about bringing into the present what seems like the future, and doing this so consistently that the brain begins to accept it, the heart begins to emit, the field begins to mirror, and life begins to change, not by magic, but by vibrational coherence. When you visualize with emotional truth, you're not just creating an image, you're creating a new field of possibilities. You're anchoring a new frequency. You're saying with your whole body that this is already part of you. And this silent declaration, made day after day, dissolves resistance. It dissolves the when, and it transforms time into presence. And presence, when sustained, transforms desire into reality, because there is no reality more powerful than that which is felt before it is seen. Inner silence, the forgotten technique of reprogramming. In today's world, silence has become a rare luxury. There is noise everywhere, on the streets, on cell phones and conversations, on social media, and perhaps most disturbing of all, the noise that inhabits the mind itself, thoughts that never cease, worries that repeat themselves, images from the past that invade, projections of the future that suffocate. And it is in this chaos that many try to manifest, align, visualize. But there is a vibrational truth that cannot be ignored. No manifestation occurs fully when the internal noise is louder than your presence. Without internal silence, the dominant vibration will be that of mental chaos. Even when you repeat positive affirmations, even when you visualize with effort, even when you try to focus on something greater, because it is not the external gesture that commands, it is the internal state. And if there is confusion, haste, demand, criticism within you, that is what is projected into the field. Silence is not the absence of sound, it is pure presence. It is the moment when the soul can finally breathe without interference. It's when you don't try to control, you just become. It's when the mind doesn't scream, it observes, it surrenders, it listens. The deepest vibrational reprogramming happens in silence, because it's in silence that the nervous system calms down, that the heart slows down, that the body understands that it can trust. And in this state, the subconscious opens up. It becomes receptive. It begins to absorb more easily what is whispered with intention. And it doesn't take much. It's not the words that heal. It's the energy with which they are felt. It's the vibration with which they are offered to the field. When you create a daily space of silence, even for a few minutes, you are saying to the universe, I am ready to listen. And what you hear in those moments is not an audible voice. It is an inner clarity that arises, an idea that arrives, a peace that descends, a confidence that grows. Silence doesn't respond with phrases. It responds with frequency, and that frequency is the foundation on which a new reality is built. Napoleon Hill understood the importance of a focused mind, but without inner silence, focus becomes tension. Attention becomes obsession, and faith becomes fragile. Silence heals the rush of the mind and awakens the soul's listening. Because there is wisdom that is only revealed in the void, there are vibrational codes that are only accessed when everything ceases. And in that space between one thought and another, you find the bridge between what is and what can be, between the now and the still invisible. Because silence is not absence, it is origin. It is there that everything begins to be remade. From within, with truth, with energy, with light. What Napoleon Hill taught about emotional faith. The word faith has over time been clothed with religious and dogmatic meanings. But for Napoleon Hill, faith was not a dogma, nor a blind belief. It was an emotional, vibrational state, an internal decision sustained with such clarity, with such conviction, that the universe could not ignore it. Faith, in its deepest context, is internal coherence maintained over time. It is a certainty that does not need proof, that does not weaken in the face of circumstances, that does not depend on what the eyes see because it feels before seeing. Faith, as Hill taught, is not waiting passively. It is maintaining the emotion of what has already been accomplished even when everything seems contrary. It is not allowing doubt to create cracks in your vibration. It is sustaining the state of "I already am," even when the signs have not yet arrived. It is walking with steps that have not yet touched the ground, trusting that the ground will form with each step. Because in the vibrational world, one does not build with matter. It is built with intention, with feeling, with emotional persistence. This type of faith is not about praying more. It is about becoming the prayer. It is about being the answer to what you seek. It is about vibrating so authentically to the new reality that it begins to organize itself around you, not by force, but by resonance. Because when your emotion vibrates with truth, the field responds. There is no way it will not respond. The right frequency attracts the corresponding experience, always. And if it has not attracted it yet, it is not because it is wrong. It is because perhaps the frequency is not yet firm. It still oscillates. It is still contaminated by anxiety. It still negotiates with doubt. Emotional faith requires constant presence, not perfection, but constancy. It is choosing every day to reconnect with the feeling of what already is, even if everything says otherwise. Even if the external scenario tries to scream, it will not happen. You breathe, become silent, return to the center and feel it already is. And this repeated choice, this daily return to the vibrational state of the accomplished, is what Hill called mastery of the mind. Because mastering the mind is not about controlling thoughts. It is about guiding emotion to where reality needs to begin. And in this process, time ceases to be the enemy. Circumstances cease to be proof. You stop looking for signs and become the sign. Because when your emotion is the mirror of what you desire, the world has no choice but to reflect it back. And this is not empty mysticism. It is vibrational engineering. It is applied spirituality. It is frequency science. Emotional faith, when sustained, is the invisible bridge between desire and materialization. It does not matter how long it takes. What matters is how much you are willing to vibrate as if it already is. Because it already is. It already exists on some plane. And you are just learning to become worthy of receiving it vibrationally. The metaphor of the invisible artist. Imagine a painter in front of a blank canvas. But unlike conventional artists, he paints in the invisible. His brushes are thoughts. His paints are emotions. His strokes are silent actions made with faith. He works without anyone seeing, without the canvas showing any image yet. To the eyes of others, he seems still, but inside, he is already creating, feeling, rehearsing, vibrating. This painter is you. when you decide to live from the inside out, when you accept that the most powerful reality is not yet visible, but already pulsates in the field. You are painting your life on a still, invisible canvas. The paint is your emotion, and each emotion repeated with intention is a layer of color, of form, of vibration that begins to take shape. And when this invisible painting is sufficiently charged with presence, it begins to manifest itself in the physical world. People call this a coincidence, a miracle, a chance. But you know that this reality was already alive inside you long before it was recognized outside. The invisible artist does not seek proof. He trusts the process. He does not rush the strokes. He feels each one because he knows that each emotion he cultivates is part of the work. He understands that haste stains the painting, that doubt erases colors, that fear distorts forms. So he breathes, becomes silent, and returns to his original vibration. He chooses every day to feel the scene as if it already existed. And this choice transforms him, not only because it creates a new reality, but because it reveals who he really is. Someone capable of sustaining beauty without needing to see it. Someone capable of trusting creation before the result. The metaphor of the invisible artist teaches us something sacred, that we are not victims of circumstances. We are creators of the vibration that shapes circumstances, that we are not at the mercy of time. We are at the service of frequency, and that life, however concrete it may seem, is made up of subtle layers, emotional, spiritual, energetic layers. And it is in these layers that reality is shaped, colored, sculpted, created. The visible is only the last part of the process. So, if you still don't see the fruits today, don't think you're standing still. You're painting, you're forming, you're vibrating. And the work you're creating, even if it's invisible now, will be seen by everyone when it's ready to be born. And it will be beautiful, not because it happened quickly, but because it was felt with truth, because it was created with soul, because it was born from someone who knew how to wait with lively emotion, from someone who knew how to be an artist, even in silence, even in the invisible, even when no one else saw what you saw. The domino effect of emotional congruence. There is a silent force that activates the field of possibilities more precisely than any technique, affirmation, or ritual. This force is emotional congruence. The harmony between what you think, what you feel, and what you do. When these three elements vibrate at the same pace, reality adjusts, opportunities arise, synchronicities happen, and what seemed distant, improbable, or slow simply comes closer, not by magic, but by energetic coherence. Because the universe responds with clarity to those who have become clear within. When mind, emotion, and attitude align, the universe responds with synchronicity. You begin to notice coincidences that are not coincidences. The right people arrive. Doors open. Ideas emerge in moments of silence. Small movements become great accesses. All this happens because you have stopped being a divided frequency. You have started to emit a continuous, stable, full signal. And this signal, because of its constancy, becomes magnetic. It attracts. It reveals. It collapses possibilities. But this state is not born of effort. It is born of choice. The choice to stop fragmenting one's energy, to stop thinking in one direction, feeling in another, and acting in yet another. Incongruence, even when subtle, weakens the field. It's like trying to row in three different directions. You expend energy, but you don't get anywhere. Congruence, on the other hand, concentrates power. It gives direction. It guides the flow. And that's what activates the vibrational domino effect. A small internal change, when done wholeheartedly, moves everything around it. It's a gesture with soul, a thought with presence, an action with truth. That's what reorganizes the field. The secret is not in doing more. It's in being whole in what you do. It's in feeling what you think, in thinking what you feel, in acting according to your inner vision. When this happens, time collapses. The universe responds, and life transforms not through continuous effort, but through coherent vibration. You become a center of clarity, a vibrational beacon. And as Napoleon Hill said, the invisible forces begin to cooperate with you, not because you forced them, but because you became compatible. You became truth. And truth, when vibrated with constancy, moves everything. Everything. The trap of passive hope. Waiting is a dangerous verb when it is not accompanied by vibrational action. Many people confuse faith with passivity. They believe that trusting in the timing of the universe means crossing your arms, tolerating discomfort, remaining still in the hope that something will change out there. But this waiting, when devoid of living energy, becomes a veil of stagnation, and little by little, without realizing it, what was faith turns into apathy, what was desire turns into conformity, and what was potential turns into silence. Waiting without acting, vibrating or adjusting your frequency is like having a car without fuel. The structure is there, the direction is set, but there is no movement, there is no energy guiding the way. And then the feeling of being stuck intensifies. The days repeat themselves, emotions become denser, and the soul begins to lose faith, because the soul was not made for inertia. It needs to express itself. It needs to move. It needs to vibrate. And this vibration is not about external activity. It is about internal activity. It is about moving emotionally in the direction of what you want to experience. Passive hope is the absence of presence. It is keeping the desire as a distant point, as something that one day may happen. But this one day vibrates at a frequency that never arrives, because spiritual time does not recognize dates. It recognizes states. And when you vibrate in one day, the universe understands that it is not now yet. And now is the only time in which creation happens. It is in the now that you rehearse, that you feel, that you align yourself, that you activate the field. True hope is active. It is a hope that feels, that breathes the future in the present, that dresses itself in what is not yet visible, but is already felt. It is a hope that does not wait. It vibrates, that does not hide, it pulsates, that does not deceive itself, it transforms, because it does not depend on external change to exist. It creates change by becoming change itself. And this is the secret of vibrational manifestation. It is not about waiting, it is about being ready. It's not about wishing, it's about becoming. And when you understand this difference, your posture changes, your field changes, your reality changes. Not because everything around you has changed, but because internally you stopped being someone who asks and started being someone who emanates. And the frequency of emanation is always stronger than the frequency of waiting, because whoever emanates already lives. And whoever already lives already is. And the universe can only respond to that which already is. The technique of daily vibrational rehearsal. There is something profoundly sacred in repetition. Not mechanical, empty, automatic repetition, but ritualistic repetition, the kind that carries presence, intention, and energy. It is through repetition that the quantum field begins to be trained. Daily vibrational rehearsal is not a spiritual whim. It is a tool for profound reprogramming. It is the moment when you say to the universe, and even more so to your own energy field, I am willing to become what I desire. 3 minutes a day. 3 minutes of true emotional surrender, feeling like you are already living the life you want. 3 minutes that do not require a perfect setting, do not require absolute silence, do not require complex techniques. They only require presence. 3 minutes in which you breathe as if you were there. Walk as if you already were. Look around with the eyes of someone who has conquered. Feel in your chest the gratitude of what has already been accomplished. 3 minutes in which your heart emits signs of victory, not as a promise, but as a state already achieved. And what seems small becomes immense when done regularly, because the subconscious learns through repetition. The brain reconfigures circuits through repetition. The field responds to constant vibration. And if this constancy is genuine, felt, ritualistic, then the universe begins to collapse realities faster, because there is no vibrational resistance. There is no deep-rooted doubt. There is no emotional noise. There is only a silent certainty that reaffirms itself every day, not with words, with state, with frequency, with vibrational presence. Daily rehearsal is not about convincing yourself. It is about familiarization. The more familiar you become with the feeling of already being, the more natural it becomes. And when something becomes natural, the field understands that it is part of you. And when it is part of you, it manifests itself, not as something that comes from outside, but as something that sprouts from within, like a flower that was already being watered every day, in silence, until it bloomed before your eyes. And in this blooming, there is no surprise. There is recognition, because you were already there, every day for 3 minutes. This practice, when carried out with soul, becomes a vibrational foundation. You no longer start the day by chance. You start already connected, already aligned, already positioned. And this changes everything. Your posture changes. Your gaze changes. Your words carry another intention. Your energy rises. And the world, which before seemed distant, begins to bend to your new frequency. Because now you are no longer waiting. You are rehearsing. And those who rehearse with truth inevitably step onto the stage of their own creation. It's not about appearing, it's about becoming. In a world where appearance is constantly validated, where success is often measured by what you can show, there is a silent trap, that of appearing without becoming. Pretending on this path of awakening is not about creating a mask to impress. It's about building, vibrationally, a new state of being. Pretending with soul is rehearsing the version that already lives inside you, but has not yet found space to flourish. It is a process of silent, intimate, profound transformation, which happens far from the eyes of the world. Becoming something is different from representing something. When you represent, you seek approval. When you become, you seek coherence. Representation wears you down. It requires continuous effort to maintain an image. But true transformation requires surrender, not effort. It's not about appearing confident. It's about accessing vibrational confidence. It's not about acting as if you were successful. It's about aligning yourself with the frequency of achievement. It's about exchanging the expectation of external validation for the inner certainty that you are already in the process of embodying your new identity. This process is gradual, and that is why it requires compassion. You don't become this overnight. You rehearse. You get closer, you tune into the new state, each thought chosen with awareness, each emotion nurtured with truth, each action done with presence. All of this is part of the process of honing. It is as if each vibrational gesture said, I already am this, even if it has not yet revealed itself on the outside. And this energetic consistency is what builds the new reality. Becoming is a silent verb. It does not shout. It does not show off. It breathes. It moves in harmony with the soul's timing. It respects the process. And this respect creates fertile soil. Because when you stop chasing after appearances, you begin to attract what truly corresponds to your essence. Connections change. Choices are refined. Experiences align. Because the universe recognizes who you have become, not who you merely desire. It responds to vibrational truth, not to emotional performance. And then, little by little, without forced effort, without fanfare, you realize that you are no longer pretending, that what seemed distant is now part of who you are, that what you were rehearsing is now your new natural state. You are no longer trying to appear, you have become. And this, energetically, is irresistible, because whoever becomes no longer needs to prove anything. They just vibrate. They just live. They just are. And that is enough. It creates. It transforms. It sustains. True story. The businessman who pretended to be successful while going bankrupt. Amidst the silent chaos of a nearly empty coffee shop, a man refused to accept the reality that his eyes insisted on showing him. The empty chairs, the cash register with barely any movement, the aroma of coffee that dissipated in the air without witnesses. For many, this was a picture of imminent failure, but for him, it was just a temporary scenario. a blank canvas about to be filled with the vision that was already pulsing inside him. He didn't ignore the numbers. He knew that he only sold 1 coffee per hour. But instead of giving in to despair, he chose to live as if success were already a reality. He arrived early, prepared the place with care, lined up the chairs, as if he were expecting a crowd, and, most importantly, he sat down for a few minutes every day, closed his eyes and visualized lines at the door, satisfied customers, laughter, lively conversations. He felt the emotion in his chest of seeing his coffee shop vibrant, full of life. This daily practice was not a mere exercise in imagination. It was a vibrational rehearsal, an energetic preparation for the reality he was determined to manifest. He understood, perhaps intuitively, that the universe responds to the frequency we emit, not to the reality we observe. And by keeping his vibration aligned with the desired success, he began to notice small changes. A new customer here, a recommendation there, an unexpected compliment over there. Over time, these small changes became significant. The coffee shop began to attract more customers. The business increased. The place came to life. Today, this man makes millions. His coffee shop is a renowned meeting place, known for its quality and welcoming atmosphere. But true success is not just in the numbers. It is in the internal transformation he experienced, in the decision not to let himself be beaten down by circumstances, in the courage to live the desired reality before it manifested itself. This true story reminds us that pretending with soul is not lying. It is rehearsing your new being. It is sustaining the frequency of success before it becomes visible. It is acting, feeling, and thinking in alignment with the desired reality, even when everything around seems to contradict this vision. Because as Napoleon Hill taught, what the mind of man can conceive and believe can be achieved. And this businessman conceived, believed, and achieved, not because he waited passively, but because he actively lived the reality he wanted to create. The silence of the universe as confirmation. There are times when everything seems to stop. The mind becomes restless, the heart contracts, and the silence around you becomes almost unbearably heavy. No sign, no response, no evidence that what you so desire is approaching. And in this silence, many get lost, many give up. Many interpret the lack of movement as a spiritual rejection, as if the universe were silent because it decided to ignore them. But this is one of the great illusions of the vibrational path. Silence is not absence. Silence is a test. The universe responds first with silence to test your coherence, to see if your vibration is sustained even without immediate rewards, to see if your faith is conditioned or true, to evaluate if you are acting for the result or for the vibrational truth that you have decided to inhabit, because anyone can believe when everything is going well, but few can sustain the state when the world is still in apparent pause. And it is in this sustenance that the field begins to recognize an authentic transmitter, someone who does not need proof to remain on the frequency, someone who trusts the invisible more than they fear silence. This silence is not punishment. It is preparation. It clears the noise of doubt, ego, and the need for control. It fine-tunes perception. It makes room for the new frequency to establish itself more deeply within you. And when this frequency settles firmly, without depending on external responses, then yes, the field begins to reorganize itself. Because now it knows that you don't just want it, you have become it. You are already vibrating the new reality in such an integral way that nothing else needs to be proven. Many abandon the process at this point, because they confuse silence with denial. But silence is part of the cycle. It is the dark night before birth. It is the interval before the new melody. It is the space that life needs to move in visible pieces. And if you can get through this silence without losing your vibration, then you will be closer than you imagine. Because it is not the noise of confirmation that manifests. It is the silence of internal certainty. And when it becomes unshakable, the universe responds. Not as a gift from outside, but as an echo of what you have been vibrating for a long time. In silence, in soul, in truth. The visible world is a delayed echo of your vibration. Everything you live now, everything you can touch, see, experience, every detail of your visible reality is the result of a previous vibration, of an internal state, of a felt belief, of a sustained emotion. Matter is slow. It takes a while to respond, but it responds, always. It moves at the rhythm of the field, at the rhythm of faith, at the rhythm of energetic constancy. And when you understand this, you stop seeking immediate changes and begin to cultivate a lasting frequency, because you understand that the world is an echo. It does not cause. The cycle of manifestation, as taught by Napoleon Hill, is clear. Thought generates emotion. Emotion generates action. Action generates reality. But it all begins in the invisible, in the idea you accept, in the emotion you repeat, in the vibration you sustain, even when the external is still quiet. And the world, like a delayed mirror, begins to reflect this change, first in small things, in subtleties, in synchronicities, and then in structures, in people, in concrete possibilities. But everything starts long before what meets the eye. W. Clement Stone spoke about the power of a positive mental attitude even in the midst of chaos, not as denial, but as a vibrational decision, like someone who chooses to turn on an inner light even when the night seems too long. This choice is revolutionary, because most people bow down to their circumstances, but those who maintain their vibration, even when everything outside says otherwise, are silently redesigning their destiny. They are collapsing realities with the force of energetic persistence. They are saying to the universe, I trust so much that I already vibrate as if it were real. Life is shaped by emotional anticipations. What you feel now is what will be reflected later. Those who pretend with faith are training their field. They are preparing the ground for the arrival of the new. It is not about pretending in the sense of lying, but in the sense of inhabiting the desired state in advance, of becoming before having, of vibrating before seeing. And this practice is not mystical nor illusory. It is scientific. The brain records. The field responds. Vibration organizes. Your new reality already exists on some plane. It already pulses in the field of possibilities, and it is just waiting for its frequency to become compatible. And this does not happen in a day. It happens with a repeated decision, with a renewed presence, with a vibrational fidelity that is not broken by doubt, because the universe does not deliver when you ask for it with force. It delivers when you vibrate with constancy. And this constancy is born from the most liberating understanding of all. The world is not a cause, it is an echo, and the echo always returns, sooner or later, exactly with the sound that you have been emitting inside. You are not faking success. You are rehearsing the frequency that will bring it to you. At some point in our journey, we are all tempted to doubt, to look at the world around us and ask, is it really worth continuing to believe? And it is at that moment, in that space between what is not yet and what you want so much to be, that vibrational rehearsal becomes more essential, because pretending, in the deepest sense, is not denying the current reality. It is anticipating a new one. It is inhabiting, within, the energy of what you do not yet see, but already feel exists. It is moving with the vibration of someone who knows they are on the right path, even without signs indicating it. You are not faking to seem like someone. You are rehearsing to become someone. You are tuning your frequency to the future that is already pulsating within you. You are repeating gestures, emotions, thoughts, not out of self-deception, but out of realignment. Every time you act with courage, even when you are afraid. Every time you choose to trust, even when you are in doubt. Every time you give thanks for what has not yet arrived. You are teaching the universe who you are determined to be. And this is powerful, because you don't need to convince the world. You need to convince yourself, convince your field, convince your vibration that you already are, that you already live, that you have already arrived. When this conviction becomes stronger than the facts change, reality gives way, time bends, circumstances reconfigure themselves, and what was distant comes closer, because you have already become compatible. because you were already living it before you lived it. Most people wait to see to believe, but creators live to see. They vibrate to live. They feel to collapse. And this is the secret hidden in the deepest teachings of Hill, of Dispenza, of so many masters of consciousness. Reality does not obey. It molds itself. It reorganizes itself in the face of the constancy of your energy. And your energy becomes coherent when you choose to truly rehearse the life you desire. So, don't criticize yourself for still being on the path. Don't judge yourself for not having arrived yet. What you are doing is more than enough. You are rehearsing the new. You are vibrating the invisible. You are creating, with each conscious breath, a field of real possibilities. And this field is listening. It is feeling. It is setting the stage. Because success, fulfillment, love, healing, all of this is already on its way, but not as magic, as a response to your frequency, a response to your rehearsal, a response to your silent decision not to appear, but to become, for real, from within, and forever. The visible world is a delayed echo of your vibration. Everything that has been shared so far is not just theory, it is an invitation. A subtle reminder that your external reality is always one step behind your internal vibration, that the world you live in today is the exact reflection of the frequency you sustained yesterday, last week, last month, and that, from now on, you can consciously decide to change this reflection, not by force, but by vibration, by sacred repetition, by sustained feeling. Napoleon Hill described the cycle of manifestation with precision: thought, emotion, action, materialization. But between each stage, there is something that is not taught in books. There is silent surrender, vibrational fidelity, the choice to remain whole, even in the void. And it is in this interval that true transformation happens. When you remain vibrating even without reward, when you decide to continue even without signs, when you rehearse the new version of yourself until it becomes you. W. Clement Stone spoke of the power of a positive mental attitude even in the midst of chaos. And this attitude is not a forced smile. It is an inner core that does not break. It is an emotional faith that does not depend on proof. It is a trust in the invisible that transforms the visible, slowly, inevitably. Because everything that you already feel intensely today will be what you will experience with reality tomorrow. None of this is magic. It is vibrational science. The brain records, the body emits, the field responds. And it all begins with a decision to sustain the frequency of what has not yet arrived. Because what has not yet arrived is only waiting for you to become capable of receiving it, not on the logical plane, on the vibrational plane, on the plane in which everything already is. And this plane is accessed not with haste, but with presence. You are not faking success. You are rehearsing the vibration that will bring it to you. And as long as this vibration is felt consistently, as long as your faith is stronger than your fear, as long as your emotion is greater than your doubt, manifestation will no longer be a possibility. It will only be a matter of time. And this time is dissolving now, at this very moment, in your decision to be, to align, to vibrate, to trust. Because those who truly trust already vibrate like those who have arrived. If this message touched your field, write silently or out loud, "I am rehearsing the frequency of my new reality." And feel it. Feel it as if it were real. Because deep down, it already is. Have you ever felt like you were doing everything right, but still, nothing changes? You meditate. You give thanks. You read books. You repeat affirmations. You think positively. You strive to keep the faith. But inside, you still feel an emptiness that no one sees. A silent anguish that whispers day after day. Why doesn't life correspond? What else do I need to do? Maybe no one will tell you this clearly, but you're not alone in this feeling. Many are exactly like this, trapped in an invisible cycle where the effort is great, but the transformation seems distant. And this is the hardest pain to explain, because when you are already doing the right thing, when you are already seeking with your heart, It is difficult to understand why reality does not respond. But today, I want to show you something that almost no one talks about. A hidden code. A practice so subtle that it has been ignored for generations, but that transforms everything when applied with truth. Because the question has never been about doing more. The question is, what is behind your practice? What is the energy that sustains it? And most importantly, does it repeat itself enough to rewrite what lives inside you? Napoleon Hill is known for his book, Think and Grow Rich. But few know that his true message went far beyond positive thinking. What Hill discovered, through years of living with the greatest achievers in history, was a pattern. All of them, without exception, applied emotional repetition with maximum intention for long periods. They didn't just think. They vibrated. They repeated. They emotionally programmed themselves every day with spiritual discipline. They created a new field around themselves until reality had to obey. And that's where the 92-day practice comes in. It's not a random number. It's not a fad. It's the minimum amount of time your subconscious mind needs to recalibrate itself. It's the time in which the energy in your field begins to vibrate in a way that's consistent with your desire, not your fear. It is the time needed for your body, as Joe Dispenza teaches us, to begin to feel that the future is already present, that the invisible is already real, that the intention is already lived. Maybe, until now, you have done everything right, but you lacked vibrational consistency. You lacked repetition with emotion. You lacked maintaining the practice firmly until your field recognizes, this is who I am now. That is why this video is not just an explanation. It is an invitation, a call to silence the noise of excess and immerse yourself in a single practice for 92 days. Not to please the universe, but to align yourself with it. Not to force reality, but to transform the sender, you. You do not need to change everything. You just need to commit to a vibration, just one, with presence, with emotion, with repetition, and the world out there will inevitably begin to reflect this. Now let us walk this journey together, step by step, vibration by vibration, because there is a new cycle waiting for you on the other side of these 92 days, and it begins now. The invisible error of wanting results without reprogramming the transmitter. There is a silent frustration that many carry in their hearts. That feeling of doing everything they say works, affirming, wishing, trying to keep a positive mind. And yet, life insists on remaining the same. This pain is deep because it puts the seeker in conflict with himself. What if, despite all this intention, the problem is not outside? What if the error is not in what you want, but in what you vibrate while you wish? The uncomfortable but liberating truth is that the universe does not respond to what you want. It responds to what you emit. And this emission, this frequency, is not born of logical thought. It springs from the deepest and most unconscious space of your being. That is why so many people who desire love manifest abandonment. Those who desire peace experience anxiety. Those who desire prosperity attract scarcity, not because of incapacity, but because the internal field still repeats the traumas, fears, and patterns of the past, as if the transmitter were trapped in an invisible cycle that repeats, even unintentionally, the same frequency. Thinking positively does not reprogram the field. Only feeling positively, consistently, and truthfully can do that. And here is the key point that Napoleon Hill understood with a clarity that few have absorbed. Before seeking the result, one must become the vibrational channel capable of sustaining it. Because wanting a new destination with the frequency of the old self is like trying to tune into a new station without changing the dial. This is where many journeys get stuck, because the focus is on the result and not on the transmitter. It is on what one wants to achieve and not on what one needs to embody. But reality is relentless. It only changes when your field changes, and your field only changes when what vibrates within you changes too. So, before continuing on this journey, breathe, reflect. Maybe you are not failing in your desires. Maybe you're just trying to skip the most important part, reprogramming the sender, It's not about attracting with force. It's about emitting with truth. And that, my friend, starts within, always within. The original concept of definite main purpose, Hill, and why 92 days is the time to recalibrate the subconscious mind. Napoleon Hill did not write to motivate. He wrote to decode. His words are not catchphrases. They are maps for a mind aligned with what it wants to create. And perhaps the most overlooked point of his work is precisely this: the almost brutal clarity that, without a definite purpose, the mind goes astray. And where there is a dispersion, there is no manifestation, only noise. Hill called this definite main purpose, a direction so clear, so emotionally rooted, that no amount of doubt could erase it. It is not just any goal. It is an internal decision that vibrates, that pulsates, that echoes. And that decision to become real must go beyond the rational layer. It must descend into the unconscious, into the body, into the field. That is why time matters. It is not a one-time practice. It is about creating coherence between mind, emotion, and vibration. And, as Joe Dispenza's studies have shown, this coherence is only established when there is enough emotional repetition to alter the body's neural and electromagnetic pathways. The body's the unconscious. The body needs to feel that what you want is already happening, and the body only feels it with repetition, emotional repetition, felt repetition, intentional repetition. That's why 92 days. Not because it's magic, but because it's physiological, because it's spiritual, because it's the time it takes your internal system, on average, to abandon old mental pathways and establish new paths of perception, action, and vibrational emission. Less than that. And the frequency oscillates. More than that. And it consolidates. What you repeat with emotion for 92 days, you become. But this time is not a deadline for the universe. It's an invitation for you, so that your body learns to inhabit desire and not just wish for it, so that your vibration stops asking and starts emitting, so that you stop looking for signs and start being the sign itself. So, the question is not whether 92 days work. The question is, are you willing to become this purpose daily until there is no longer a separation between what you feel and what you live? Because when that happens, what you were looking for starts looking for you too. Because most people fail to apply the law of attraction, absence of repeated emotion, and defined direction. There is a lot of talk about attracting love, attracting money, attracting peace. But few stop to realize that true attraction is not born of desire. It is born of coherence. The universe, just like life itself, does not respond to isolated thoughts. It responds to vibrational patterns, and patterns only exist when there is repetition, repeated emotion, clear direction, maintained frequency. That is why so many people are frustrated with the law of attraction, because they heard that all they had to do was visualize. All they had to do was think. All they had to do was ask. But Hill, Dispenza, Neville, none of them said that was enough. They all talk about repetition. They all talk about emotion. Everyone talks about reprogramming the field, not about expecting immediate results. Visualizing without emotion is just imagining. Imagining without repeating is just dreaming. Dreaming without direction is just dispersing energy. And where there is dispersion, there is no creation. Reality does not bend to the passing whim. It bends to continuous vibration, to the vibration that remains even when nothing seems to change, to the vibration that insists, not out of desperation, but out of inner certainty. Napoleon Hill made this clear. Burning desire is not an anxious desire. It is a firm, centered, determined vibration. It is the faith that repeats the inner truth until the external world is forced to listen. And this truth only takes hold when what you feel day after day supports what you have chosen as your destiny. The secret is not in trying harder. It is in repeating better, repeating with presence, with intention, with lively emotion, because it is emotion that records. It is emotion that shapes the unconscious. It is emotion, repeated with direction that transforms the field around you. Without this, spiritual practice becomes an attempt, and the attempt carries doubt. But with that, the practice becomes a mission, and the mission carries certainty. And it is this certainty, vibrational and constant, that makes the invisible begin, little by little, to become visible. How distracted dopamine sabotages your manifestation, and how to reverse it with emotional repetition. We live in an era where everything pulses at high speed. The notifications, the comparisons, the constant distractions. And what does this do to our energy? It fragments. Focus is lost. Vibration is diluted. The mind starts to jump from desire to desire, from goal to goal, without taking root in any of them. And when energy doesn't take root, it doesn't flourish. Neuroscience helps us understand why. Dopamine is the name of the neurotransmitter of desire, anticipation, and reward. But when we are constantly exposed to fast and superficial stimuli, such as social networks, instant messages, and promises of quick results, the brain learns to seek immediate gratification. This creates an impatient mind, disconnected from depth and hostage to the shallow now. Napoleon Hill wrote for an age without the internet, but the principle he revealed becomes even more urgent today. Directed focus with consistent emotion is the key to conscious creation. The opposite of this is distracted dopamine, which keeps us busy but empty, full of desire but without direction, and most dangerous, with the false sensation that we are progressing, when in fact, we are just consuming more stimuli. Joe Dispenza talks about the importance of emotional repetition to break the body's automated cycle and reprogram the electromagnetic field we emit. This doesn't happen when you get emotional for a minute and then go back to being distracted for hours. This only happens when there is consistency, when there is surrender, when you sit with your practice every day and feel deeply the new reality you want to inhabit. Repeating with emotion is not just saying words. It is evoking a vibration that the body recognizes. It is feeling, with your eyes closed, that which is not yet out there, but already lives within. It is teaching your nervous system a new path. And you only teach a new path by walking it several times. So if today you feel anxious, scattered, exhausted from trying so hard and not seeing results, maybe it's not a lack of effort. Maybe it's an excess of empty dopamine. Maybe you're too distracted to sustain a single vibration. And maybe what you're lacking is not more stimulus, it's less noise, less jumping, more repetition, more presence, more constant emotion on the same path. Because when the vibration stops oscillating, reality begins to respond. The practice, an emotionally charged affirmation 3 times a day with synesthetic visualization. Amidst so many techniques, methods, and promises, there is something profoundly simple and powerful. Repeating, with true emotion, a single affirmation that summarizes the reality you want to live 3 times a day, every day, like a sacred ritual, not as a mental command, but as a vibrational invocation, like a reunion with that which you know in your soul is already yours. This affirmation is not magic in itself. It becomes powerful when it charges energy, when it is not said automatically, but felt in the body. And to do this, you need to go beyond words. You need to activate your senses. We call this synesthetic visualization, seeing, hearing, touching, smelling, and even tasting internally the life that has not yet arrived, but that is already pulsating within you. When you close your eyes and repeat your affirmation in the morning, afternoon, and before going to sleep, the invitation is not just to say it. It is to inhabit it, to inhabit the emotion, to inhabit the scene, to inhabit the vibration. If your phrase is, "I am prosperous and secure," then see the details of your new life. Listen to the sounds around you. Feel the weight of your body that now breathes relief. See the sparkle in the eyes of those who meet you. Imagine the environment, the smell, the temperature of the air. The more senses you involve, the more real it becomes. And the more real it becomes, the more your body begins to believe that it is true. And the body, as we already know, is the unconscious. It does not distinguish reality from imagination. It only responds to what it feels with repetition. Napoleon Hill, in his language from the last century, already indicated this. He spoke of autosuggestion, but what was behind it was deeper, repeating with emotion until the entire being converted to the new belief. He knew that emotion is the seal of creation. Emotion is what fixes. Emotion is what attracts. 3 times a day, no more, no less. 3 moments where you pause the world, silence the urgencies, and choose to feel your highest truth. This constancy creates a path, a golden thread between you and the new reality, a vibrational field that day after day shapes your presence, your mind, your emission. And this emission is what begins to alter the field around you. It's not about speaking beautifully, it's about vibrating truth. And truth, when repeated with love and firmness, moves worlds. Mental model of vibrational alignment, thought, emotion, action, and energetic coherence. There is a secret harmony between what you think, what you feel, what you do, and what you emit. When these 4 elements are misaligned, manifestation becomes difficult, slow, confusing. But when they align, like notes of the same melody, something profound begins to happen. The field changes. The frequency stabilizes. Reality approaches. Thought is the beginning. It is the seed. It is where direction is born. But thought without emotion is just loose intention. It is like a map without a landscape, a desire without roots. Emotion comes like water that irrigates. It gives life to the idea. It brings color, temperature, memory. What you feel gives weight to what you think. And the body begins to register this new vibration. But still without action, energy accumulates without a channel. Action is the conscious gesture that tells the universe, I believe in this enough to act as if it were real. It is not about doing a lot. It is about doing it coherently. Small daily gestures that reinforce the new vibration. A morning ritual, a more aligned choice, a step taken even when afraid. And then comes energetic coherence. It is the invisible link between these 3. When what you think, feel, and do is in harmony, you become a field. You become a frequency. You stop asking and start emitting. And those who emit do not beg. Those who emit attract. Coherence creates strength. Coherence silences the noise. Coherence makes vibration magnetic. Napoleon Hill spoke about this when he insisted on persistence, clarity of purpose, and applied faith. He knew that results do not come from disconnected actions. They come from a whole being vibrating in the same direction. Dispenza confirms this in his modern language. The body learns when there is coherence between brain, heart, and movement. And when this happens, the surrounding field aligns. You don't need to be perfect. You need to be coherent. You need to feel what you think. Act as if you already believe. Emit as if you already live. And repeat this harmony every day until it is no longer a practice, but a presence. Because when this happens, what seemed distant begins to vibrate close by. Not because you ran after it, but because you have become the meeting point between intention and manifestation, the silence between intention and reality. How to respect quantum time without anxiety. There is an interval, a sacred space between what you vibrate and what the world begins to reflect. And it is in this space that many souls get lost, because that is where silence lives. A silence that seems like absence, but is an invisible construction. A silence that, for the impatient, sounds like refusal, but that, for the awakened, is the confirmation that something is being prepared. Napoleon Hill called this persistence. Dispenza calls it the collapse of the quantum field. Both speak of the same thing. There is a time between sowing and harvesting, and this time does not obey the logic of haste. It obeys the frequency of coherence. It is a time of energetic gestation, where the field needs vibrational stability to reorganize the pieces of reality around the new you. Imagine a seed. You plant it. Watering it too much does not make it sprout faster. Yelling at the earth does not speed up the process. Demanding the sprout day after day only creates anxiety. What the seed needs is constancy, it is care, it is silence, it is time. The same thing happens with manifestation. When you plant a new vibration, it needs to remain active, even without immediate results. That is where faith is tested. Not blind faith, but vibrational faith, a silent certainty that does not depend on external signs to stay alive. And that is the greatest challenge of the practice. Not the beginning, but the maintenance of the field, sustaining the new frequency, even when nothing around seems to have changed. Because it is precisely at this point that most people retreat, give up, change their desires, change direction, and so the cycle starts over again, day after day, without ever giving the field time to consolidate the invisible. This silence is not punishment. It is preparation. It is maturation. It is the field adjusting possibilities, aligning people, dissolving resistance. It is life organizing, in hidden layers, what you are already vibrating. And the calmer your vibration is in this space, the faster the response will be. Not because you applied pressure, but because you learned to emit and trust, to maintain the frequency, even in the dark, to repeat the emotion, even without proof, to walk as if you already know the way, even when the ground still seems absent. This silence is the womb of reality, and everything that is born, great, begins in it. Signs that your frequency is misaligned, irritation, comparisons, fatigue without cause. It is not always easy to notice when the frequency has changed, when what you vibrate is no longer in tune with what you desire, but the body feels it, the soul whispers. Life begins to give subtle signs, and if not listened to, they become louder noises. And one of the first signs is irritation without a clear explanation. Small events destabilize you. Patience runs out easily. The world seems harsher, more demanding, heavier. This is not just fatigue, it is vibrational misalignment. Another sign is constant comparison, the gaze that, instead of turning inward, projects outward. You start to measure your life with someone else's yardstick. You start to question your time, your journey, your vibration, because the other person's grass seems greener. But the comparison is born from an internal emptiness that has lost connection with its own purpose. When you are aligned, there is no need to compare. There is presence, there is confidence, there is serenity, and then comes the causeless tiredness. Not a physical tiredness, but an exhaustion that seems to weigh on the soul, as if each step required more than it should, as if the lightness had disappeared, as if the spiritual practice, once alive, had become an obligation. This is one of the most subtle and dangerous signs of misalignment, when the sacred becomes a task, when the ritual becomes routine, when the emotion fades, and all that remains is the empty gesture. Napoleon Hill spoke about the importance of protecting the emotional state, of staying energized by the clarity of purpose. And this is only possible when you recognize deviations before they grow. Joe Dispenza, in turn, teaches that the body goes into automatic repetition when the emotion is extinguished, and that without living emotion, there is no living creation. That is why these signs are not punishment. They are compasses. They are showing you that something needs to be recalibrated, that perhaps it is time to silence a little, to look more gently within, to remind yourself why you started, to recover the original vibration, the one that connected you with truth and not with demands. Because alignment is not about perfection, it is about presence. It is about returning to the center each time the frequency oscillates. And that is what makes your journey true. Not the absence of deviations, but the courage to return, as many times as necessary, until the body, mind, and soul sing in the same note again. Why your environment decides your success, according to Hill and the neuroscience of social influence. You can have the highest intention. You can repeat your affirmation with presence. You can cultivate a strong and constant internal vibration. But if your environment is in dissonance with this frequency, something starts to crumble inside. Not for lack of personal strength, but because the field around you influences, and greatly influences, the field you are trying to build. Napoleon Hill already warned, the circle around you shapes your thinking, your decisions, and even your beliefs. He spoke of the influence of the dominant mental group. What he was describing, in other words, was an energetic principle. The vibration of others has the power to activate, neutralize, or contaminate yours. And contemporary neuroscience confirms this with studies on emotional resonance and social electromagnetic fields. Our brain mirrors, our body absorbs, our vibration adapts, even without wanting to. This is why you can feel deep peace after an encounter with someone, and at another moment, feel drained just by being in a place where the frequency is dense. This is not weakness. It is energetic sensitivity. It is subtle perception. And those who are in the process of internal transformation need to be aware of this more than ever. When you begin a deep vibrational practice like the 92-day practice, your field is still fragile and in formation. It is like a new plant, just sprouting, that cannot yet withstand strong winds. Therefore, caring for your environment is not a luxury. It is spiritual protection. It is vibrational awareness. Being around people who do not understand, who doubt, who mock, or who are stuck in patterns of emotional scarcity can, little by little, erode your energy. Not because you want it to, but because you feel it. Joe Dispenza teaches that environments repeat realities, and to break a cycle, sometimes it is necessary, for a while, to distance yourself from the frequency that created it, not out of arrogance, but out of vibrational self-love. What you consume, hear, read, feel, all of this makes up your field. All of this shapes what you emit. All of this influences what you attract. The environment does not decide for you, but it can strengthen or sabotage your decision. It can nourish or undermine your faith. It can be support or resistance. Therefore, when you choose to commit to a new vibration, remember, protecting the environment is protecting the seed, and every seed needs fertile soil, soft light, and constant care. Only then will it grow strong. Only then will it flourish. Only then will it overcome time. Fatal error. Using the practice out of desperation, not vibration. There is an almost imperceptible difference between repeating a practice with faith and repeating it out of desperation. The form is often the same. The words seem the same. The ritual remains the same, but the energy that sustains each gesture reveals everything. And the universe does not respond to what is done. It responds to what vibrates behind what is done. When you use the practice as a last resort, as a desperate attempt to control reality, it ceases to be a seed and becomes a plea. When you repeat an affirmation with fear, in a hurry, with internal pressure, the field feels it, and instead of expansion, you create contraction. Instead of openness, you vibrate need. And need, when vibrated, does not attract solutions. It attracts more mirrors of lack. Napoleon Hill did not talk about desiring desperately. He talked about desiring clearly, constantly, and with conviction. A faith that does not beg, but affirms. That does not demand, but aligns. That does not ask for proof, but offers presence. Desperation is an energetic noise. It tells the field, I still do not trust. And this lack of trust contaminates the practice, no matter how beautiful it may seem on the outside. Joe Dispenza explains that the coherence between emotion and intention is what collapses reality in the quantum field. But if the emotion is anxiety, fear, frustration, the intention loses strength, because it is not the desire that creates, it is the frequency sustained with truth. And that requires honesty. It requires you to look inside and ask, am I vibrating faith, or am I just trying to protect myself from pain? Because the difference is subtle, but it defines everything. Faith is not the absence of fear. It is the decision to remain vibrating above it. And this only happens when the practice is done through vibration, when the gesture carries surrender, not control, when the repetition is loving, not anxious. What transforms is not the practice done in desperation. It is the practice done in alignment. It is the silence after the affirmation. It is the pause without haste. It is the body that breathes and believes, even if the eyes do not yet see, because the field does not respond to what you want. It responds to what you are while you desire. And to be, in this case, is to vibrate. And to vibrate is to trust, even when nothing seems to change. Especially when nothing seems to change, because that is when the frequency is tested. And that is when it begins to flourish. How repeated writing alters your vibrational field. There is something profoundly sacred about the act of writing, not just as a record, but as a ritual, as a way of anchoring in the visible world that which previously existed only as an idea, as an intention, as a desire floating in the invisible. Writing repeatedly, with emotion, is like recording a new code in your own field, a vibrational message that is gradually absorbed by the body, the mind, the unconscious. Napoleon Hill understood this. He advised that the statement of the main purpose be written, read, felt, every day, because writing is not just a mental gesture, it activates neural pathways. It involves the body, it moves energy. When you write, you put your thought on paper, but you also put your intention into matter. It is as if you were saying to the field, this is real, this is being born, this exists. But it is not just any writing. It is writing with emotion, with repetition, with presence. A sentence only has power if it is felt. And when you write it every day for 92 days, with vibrational awareness, you begin to change something within yourself. The phrase ceases to be a goal and becomes an identity. By writing so much, you begin to see